But the treasure chest had always been enshrined in the temple, guarded by a large number of natives. How could it have ended up here out of nowhere? It must be an illusion. The native guards and the rock people were at a standoff. One side wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the treasure chest, while the other wanted to know if this was the thing they were supposed to be guarding. Before anyone could make a move, a large group of natives suddenly surged forward, surrounding the four of them in the middle. The two natives were even more confused. What's going on? Why did the whole village come out? And not only did they come out, but they surrounded the two of them as well, all looking fierce and menacing. Could it be they thought the two of them were the thieves who stole the chest? In fact, the natives who had chased after them were also a bit baffled. The treasure chest was originally part of the game instance, and they had long been prepared for it to be stolen. But this time, the chest had disappeared in such a bizarre way that, up to now, they still didn't know how it had gone missing, which led to all sorts of wild speculation. After much effort, they finally found the chest, but the only ones with it were two of their own people. The temple guard stared at the chest for a while, then slowly looked over the four people surrounded, his expression shifting from confusion to contemplation, and finally to sudden realization. So that's it. So that's how it is. The two surrounded natives. So what is it? Reynard and Lon were still in the dark, but the two water source guards had already figured it out. They hurried to explain the situation, but the temple guard was faster. Before they could speak, he rushed up and slapped each of them. I knew it! The chest was fine in the temple, how could it suddenly disappear? Turns out you were working with them from the inside to steal it. I knew it wasn't that simple. What do you know, really? The two water source guards were so angry they could spit blood. Are you crazy? Why would we steal the chest? We're not even players. What use do we have for it? The guard who hit them was stumped by this and turned to his companions for help. The other temple guards winked and gave him a thumbs up. Don't be afraid. Just say whatever comes to mind. We'll back you up. The temple guard mustered his courage and went up to slap the two of them again. Why? Why else? Obviously these two bribed you. They had you steal the chest and hand it over to them, right? Too bad we reacted quickly. As soon as the chest disappeared, we discovered it and caught you in the act. Bet you didn't expect that. Otherwise, how do you explain being at the scene ahead of time? The water source guards were both angry and aggrieved. They'd been diligently doing their jobs, not slacking off at all in the heat. And now, out of nowhere, they were being framed. They were wronged. They refused to accept it. We're responsible for guarding the water source. These two tried to steal water. We caught them, tried to stop them, and even fought with them. If you don't believe us, look around. There are signs of a fight everywhere. The temple guard looked around at the evidence and asked, Then what about the chest? It fell from the sky in the middle of the fight. Do you even believe that yourself? The water source guard's pained expressions vanished. Honestly, if this hadn't happened to them, they wouldn't believe it either. In the end, the blame for stealing the chest was inexplicably pinned on the two players and the two guards. And Suisui had already escaped the desert, continuing her search for the desert merchant. John Schur, meanwhile, had taken the submarine to the deep sea. There was no light on the ocean floor. Visibility was extremely low, and he could barely see 2 meters ahead with the sub's searchlight. Occasionally, a glowing creature would swim by, circling the submarine out of curiosity. The idea that the evil dragon might be underwater was just a guess by Jian Shi and An Suisui, and they had no real direction to search. Fortunately, the seabed was rich in resources, with all kinds of rare crystals mixed in the silt, easy to collect in large quantities. This trip was worth it, Jian Shi thought. The submarine had an energy detector, so Jian Shi headed for the areas with the most resources. Along the way, he encountered countless massive sea creatures. One careless move and the tiny submarine could be swallowed whole, making things quite dangerous. After dodging another giant fish, Jian Shi skillfully maneuvered the sub toward his target. Using the sub's searchlight, he vaguely saw a huge shadow ahead. The shape was too regular to be a naturally formed underwater mountain. As he got closer, he realized it was indeed not a natural resource, but a massive stone stele, clearly man-made. The base of the stele was broken, leaning against a huge underwater mountain with seaweed growing thickly at the joint, showing its age. And right at the stele's location, hidden under a mass of seaweed, he could just make out a giant disc engraved with a dragon motif, lying quietly there. Jian Shi narrowed his eyes, wondering if this disc was related to the evil dragon. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a giant sea fish suddenly lunged from the right, opening its abyssal maw and swallowing the entire submarine. "Shit!" Jian Shi cursed, barely managing to stabilize the sub after a dizzying spin, and began looking for a way out of the fish's belly. After stirring up trouble among the natives, Suisui quickly escaped the oasis. Once she reached a safe spot, she finally had time to check the loot from the chest. There wasn't much: a piece of netherstone and a new red blueprint. She didn't know what the netherstone was for, but the red blueprint's ability was written clearly. One-time talent stripping scroll, target, evil dragon, can randomly strip one talent from the evil dragon. Oh wow, just hearing that she knew it was awesome, and Suisui couldn't wait to go home, but she'd just gotten a lead on the desert merchant from the natives. How could she leave without taking advantage of it? After thinking for a bit, Suisui spread her wings and flew toward the spot where the desert merchant was known to appear. Desert merchants were different from those in the snowfields. Snowfield merchants were more numerous, each with a fixed location, usually an igloo. Their supplies were limited, and once traded out, they couldn't be restocked, making them a limited resource. If you wanted something, you had to act fast. Desert merchants were different. They wandered unpredictably and carried a large stock of rare goods. Even if someone managed to trade away all their items, everything would be restocked after midnight each day. And Suisui thought it over carefully and came up with a brilliant idea. By the time Jian Shi returned to the shelter, it was already getting late. He looked unusually disheveled, and there was a hint of fatigue in his expression. Clearly, the underwater expedition had taken a toll on him, but the trip had also been very rewarding. Not only had he gathered a wealth of resources, but he'd also learned the specific method for finding the evil dragon. The first thing Jian Shi did upon returning was look for Suisui. To his surprise, she wasn't back yet. After searching the whole place, he still couldn't find her. Just as he was about to ask Yuan Li, he spotted a familiar figure flying rapidly across the sky. Jian Shi's brows relaxed, and his worries finally eased. He stood at the shelter's doorway, waiting to welcome Suisui home. And Suisui was visibly excited. Seeing Jian Shi waiting at the door, she couldn't wait to rush over. "Why are you back so late? And what's that you're carrying?" Jian Shi started with a smile, but when he saw what Suisui was holding, his expression froze. The troublemaker was still the same, but what was that thing she was carrying? It was tightly wrapped in a white canvas, looking like a giant silkworm cocoon. The scariest part was that it was still squirming, and whenever it affected Suisui's flight, she'd give it a kick. "Hold still. If you move again, I won't be so nice," he heard Suisui scold. When she landed at the door, Suisui casually tossed the bundle into the shelter and threw herself into Jian Shi's arms. "Guess what I brought back?" She wrapped her arms around Jian Shi's neck, her feet dangling in the air because of the height difference, her legs swinging restlessly. Maybe even Suisui herself didn't realize how intimate their posture was, but she didn't think anything of it. What did she bring back? Jian Shi was stumped. Forgive his lack of imagination. He really couldn't guess what that wriggling cocoon was. Seeing that Jian Shi couldn't guess, Suisui became even more pleased with herself. She jumped down from the wall and quickly unwrapped the giant cocoon, revealing a man dressed in loose white robes. The robes were so big and baggy that they covered the man completely. Even his face was hidden by a mask. Jian Shi's gaze sharpened as he sized up the man from head to toe. Finally, free from the wrappings, the man lay exhausted on the ground, unmoving, his expression listless and eyes empty, as if he'd lost the will to live. Who knew what kind of torment he'd suffered on the way? And Suisui didn't care about that. She was eager to show off her achievement. "This is the desert merchant I caught in the desert. From now on, he's our automatic vending machine. Everyone, welcome him." Yuan Li, who had just come in, immediately dropped to his knees and hugged on Suisui's leg, wailing, "I'm your most loyal follower, Suisui. If you get rich, don't forget me. Take me with you, boss." And Suisui. Jesse and Bot weren't that familiar with the game's rules, but even they knew that a desert merchant was a super important NPC. But the boss had actually kidnapped an NPC and was going to use him as a vending machine? Unbelievable. Jesse was stunned. Once again, and Suisui's actions shattered the two newbies' worldview. After hearing on Suisui's introduction, Jianshi put away his hostility and pulled off the merchant's sun mask. Underneath was a young face, handsome and full of youthful energy. Jianshi was briefly surprised, then quickly put the mask back on and pushed on Suisui's curious head away. "What's so interesting about an NPC? I'll show you something even better." Before leaving, Jianshi gave Yuan Li a look. Yuan Li understood instantly and, while Suisui was distracted, dragged the desert merchant off to a quiet corner. Hey, he was the boss's loyal sidekick. He'd go wherever he was needed. What Jianshi brought back was a disc engraved with a black, evil dragon. The surface of the disc was etched with deep and shallow grooves forming a complex six-pointed star array. And Suisui stared at the 4 slots on the disc, her imagination running wild. Is this a summoning array? For calling the evil dragon? Maybe the evil dragon isn't even from this world and you have to use a special method to summon it. That's why we haven't been able to find it. Maybe if we repair this summoning array, we can call out the evil dragon. The more she thought about it, the more sense it made, and she couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. She really was a genius. Actually, Jianshi had similar thoughts, but that didn't stop him from praising Suisui. He smiled and patted her fluffy head. "Amazing. I never would have thought of that. I couldn't clear the game without you." And Suisui was so flattered she nearly floated away. Although the stone disc might be for summoning the evil dragon, it was clearly incomplete and couldn't be used yet. After cleaning off the seaweed and debris, the two frowned at the 4 slots on the disc. Those must be for energy sources, right? But what should go in them? Sacrifices? Human blood? Live beasts? The possibilities were endless. There was no way to guess. Plus, the array itself was so worn that only the 6-pointed star was barely visible. To use the summoning array, they'd definitely have to restore the full diagram. While they were stumped, Jianshi suddenly remembered the strange items they'd gotten from killing the green python. He quickly took out the story scroll and the red blueprint. The scroll told the story of the evil dragon's rampage underground. It depicted everything from the dragon's appearance to its eventual sealing, including all the major events in between. And Suisui flipped through the scroll several times, and the more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. The people who sealed the dragon at the end wore clothes just like the natives she'd met in the desert. And the unfinished temple looked a lot like the one in the desert oasis. And Suisui suddenly felt a little guilty. So she'd misunderstood them? That village wasn't worshipping the evil dragon. It existed to suppress it. That's why the chest contained such a vicious item as stripping the dragon's powers. After reading the scroll, the two turned their attention to the red blueprint. Blueprints were always used to unlock the toolbox's crafting catalog. Only after unlocking could the toolbox make a certain item. But this blueprint was different. Red blueprints were already rare, and Suisui didn't believe this one was just a useless scrap. She stared wide-eyed at the strange pattern, not blinking once. She stared until her vision blurred and her eyes dried out, finally giving up and looking away in defeat. Scrolls, blueprints, discs. These things must be connected somehow. And Suisui muttered as she rubbed her sore eyes. This game was really something. On the surface, it looked like a survival game, but underneath, It was actually a puzzle game, and every few days it found new ways to mess with them. Just wait. She was determined to get her revenge. Yuan Li finished dealing with the desert merchant and came back to find the two big shots staring at a round stone platform, locked in a silent standoff. He scratched his head and went over to join the fun. The two were so focused on studying the stone platform that they didn't even notice Yuan Li approaching. Yuan Li picked up the red blueprint, glanced at it, then looked at the huge stone platform, making small talk. "You guys are fixing this stone platform? What's it for?" "Huh?" And Suisui looked up, full of surprise. "How did you know we were fixing the stone platform?" She and Jianshi hadn't even had a chance to tell Yuan Li about their plan. How did he see through it at a glance? Had they overlooked something? Yuan Li chuckled twice. He was clearly a simple, honest, chubby guy, but for some reason his expression looked a bit sly. "You've got the blueprints ready. If you're not fixing it, you're not making art, right? Didn't you say time was tight?" Although An Suisui's actions were always a bit unpredictable, she never wasted time on useless things at critical moments in the game. Reminded by Yuan Li, Jianshi also looked up, took the red blueprint in hand, and carefully compared the array on the stone platform with the pattern on the blueprint. Looking closely, the array on the stone platform and the pattern on the red blueprint were indeed similar. It was just that the stone was so big that, standing beside it, you could only see a small part. Plus, the black paint of the dragon design was there to confuse things, so the two of them hadn't noticed the similarity before. Jianshi took the blueprint and stepped back a bit. Comparing the pattern in his hand with the array on the stone platform from a distance, he finally saw the match. Sudden realization. So the pattern on the red blueprint was the complete summoning array. Every precious item had its purpose. Repairing the array wasn't difficult. They had the blueprint, manpower, and tools. In no time, the damaged array was restored. Once the dust was cleared away, a cold, sharp light shone from the stone, and Suisui stretched and went back to her room to sleep. Nighttime was Changfeng and Dogsy's time to shine. She didn't need to get involved. At dawn the next day, An Suisui and Jianshi gathered at the stone platform again. This time their goal was to figure out how to activate the array. There were 4 grooves on the stone platform, each about the size of a fist. They tried sprinkling blood, placing crystals, even having An Suisui stand on it, but the magic array didn't react at all. "There's not even a manual. How are we supposed to use this thing? I'm definitely giving it a bad review later." And Suisui took everything out of her backpack and tried each item one by one. From gold, silver, copper, and iron to wild fruits and vegetables, if she had it, she tried it. Finally, when she placed the nether stone, she was just trying her luck. But unexpectedly, as soon as the black stone was set down, it couldn't be removed. The black stone stuck tightly in the groove, its surface glowing with a lustrous sheen. The glow slowly flowed along the carved grooves, spreading outward, and Suisui was stunned for just a moment before reacting, quickly placing the other netherstone from her backpack into another groove. The restored array had at least 100 lines, and now at least half of them glowed with life, as if soaked in spring water. Excited, An Suisui tugged at Jianshi's sleeve. "This is it. I finally found the right thing. But there are only 2 stones. What about the other 2 grooves?" Jianshi waited for her to finish, then slowly pulled 2 more nether stones from his backpack and set them in the last 2 grooves. He hadn't just brought back a disc from the sea. Once all 4 grooves were filled, the glow surged, filling the entire magic array. The light on the stone disc grew brighter and brighter, gradually forming a pale blue screen of light. At the same time, a game notification sounded in every player's mind. Ding. Key restored. The passage to the underground world is about to open. All the struggling players in the game looked up at the sky, which was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Thousands of portals appeared out of thin air across the sandbox world. Almost without hesitation, players leapt through the portals and entered the underground world. and Suisui and Jian Shi hadn't expected this outcome after restoring the disc. There was no time to hesitate. They quickly changed into the best gear they'd made in this game, gathered all their companions, and stepped through the blue portal. The underground world had no sun, but was filled with countless rivers of blazing lava. A few black reefs floated in the lava, serving as landing spots for the players. Some players, having chosen the wrong spot, were instantly swallowed by the lava, burned to ashes before they could even struggle. Every step in the underground world was like walking on thin ice. They hadn't even found the underground evil dragon yet, but the lava had already worn down their edges. And Suisui's team was the one that activated the passage. Their portal was different from the others. Instead of being sent to some remote corner, they appeared directly in front of the underground evil dragon. The moment they stepped out of the portal, a fireball 1 meter in diameter came flying at them. If they'd reacted a second slower, they'd have been wiped out at the start. No one else could understand how close it was. Jian Shi shielded on Suisui, swinging his hand to split the fireball. There was no time for strategy. They had to fight the underground evil dragon head-on. And Suisui gritted her teeth. Instead of rushing in, she quickly put distance between herself and the dragon, hiding in a safe spot to observe. The evil dragon was enormous. It could spit fireballs 1 meter wide, and its mouth alone was 1 or 2 meters long. By comparison, Jian Shi was like a fly buzzing around it. The size difference was staggering. Without instructions from Jian Shi or An Suisui, Yuan Li didn't know what to do. He could only herd the 2 weaklings and the dog army to a safe spot and wait. He wanted to help, but the dragon completely ignored him, seeing only Jian Shi as an enemy. There was nothing he could do. The evil dragon was a master of both physical and magical attacks. Its hide was thick and tough. Any attack was blocked by its armor. Its sharp teeth and claws could easily disembowel a person, and a casual swing of its thick tail could slice through a mountain of stone. It could spit fireballs from its mouth, and its rapidly beating wings could whip up magical tornadoes. How were they supposed to fight this thing? At first glance, the evil dragon seemed flawless, with almost no weaknesses. Jian Shi struggled hard in his fight against it. The dragon had a pair of massive wings, allowing it to fly through the air, meaning the panda army couldn't help at all. And Suisui frowned deeply. Seeing Jian Shi getting more and more battered under the dragon's attacks, she didn't dare delay any longer, and immediately ordered Yuan Li to help. "You're the best at defense among us. You don't need to do much, just draw the dragon's attention." "But even if I go, that dragon won't care about me," Yuan Li said, confused. He didn't know what he could do in this battle. Other than defense, he was useless, and the dragon didn't even see him as a threat. And Suisui ground her back teeth, her little fangs flashing. "Just go, you'll see. I have a way to make the dragon chase you." She shoved the dog into Yuan Li's arms and urged him forward. With the dog, there was no worry about not drawing aggro. Before he left, she reminded Yuan Li, "If you really can't hold on, come back right away. Staying alive is most important." Yuan Li, holding 2 puppies, ran to stand directly beneath the dragon. Jack and Bot were still hiding behind An Suisui, peeking out. Their job was to guard the automatic vending machine. No need to go to the front lines. The dragon's full attention was on Jian Shi. This little bug wasn't much, but every time he landed a hit, it hurt. The wounds were small, but they made the dragon furious at having its authority challenged. He had to kill this bug. The dog came to the front, poking its head out of Yuan Li's arms and curiously looking around. The unusual environment made it playful. It wanted to jump into the red water for a bath. After a few struggles, Chang Feng smacked it back into place. "Behave. The master is fighting." "Whimper." The dog whimpered pitifully, its body pinned down but its restless spirit still eager. The dragon flew overhead, the wind ruffling the dog's black and white fur. Chang Feng was also watching Jian Shi's fight with the dragon. As a military dog, it had been through countless battles with its master. Its sharp mind could easily see that its master was at a disadvantage. "Woof woof." Changfeng grew anxious, but could do nothing except fidget in Yuan Li's arms. Maybe influenced by its big brother, the dog soon focused on the huge creature in the sky, its bright eyes shining with intelligence. Wow, what a huge, ugly thing. Not even as pretty as a single hair on Little Flower. How does it dare show its face? Thinking this, the dog naturally expressed its disdain. In the middle of the fight, the dragon suddenly turned its gaze, its huge eyes locking onto the ground. A wave of draconic pressure focused on the dog. The dog wasn't fazed at all, its face full of contempt, its doggy face stretched long, eyes full of disgust. After all, it had once been a zombie king's dog. Its brief moment of glory was enough to make it fearless of any kind of pressure. And with its amazing doggy IQ, it couldn't even feel something as advanced as bloodline suppression. Changfeng's ears perked up, immediately sensing the shift in the battlefield. The dog, trapped in Yuan Li's arms, could only bark. Encouraged by its big brother's look, the dog's confidence soared, and it launched into full taunt mode at the dragon. Awoo! Awoo, awoo, awoo! Woof-a-woo, woof-a-woo! With its vivid expressions and lively gestures, it didn't even need a skill to lock the dragon's aggro. The dragon, without a word, abandoned Zhan Shi and lunged at Yuan Li. Yuan Li didn't even know what was happening, but once targeted, he showed off his perfect turtle shell defense. The dragon could only leave a trail of sparks on his shield. The dog, always pushing its luck, saw that the big guy couldn't hurt it and got even bolder. On the dragon's second attack, not only did it fail to injure them, but it also got hit with a stinky dog fart, almost right in its mouth. A stain on the dragon's life. The dragon was so furious it could explode. This hairy little pest was not only dancing on its last nerve, but also trampling its dignity and authority. The dragon lost all control, wanting nothing more than to crush the pest running wild on its head. Attack after attack rained down, fierce and relentless. But Yuan Li's defense was rock solid. Every layer broken was replaced by another, keeping the two dogs safe. With the dragon distracted, Zhan Shi finally got a brief respite. He covered the wound on his shoulder blade and glanced into the distance, relaxing only after confirming Suisui was unharmed. And Suisui waited just outside the danger zone, ready to strike at any moment. Of everyone present, only Zhan Shi could go head-to-head with the dragon. If he hadn't bought time for Suisui to set up, they'd have been forced to take the dragon's attacks with no chance to plan. Watching the dragon lose its mind over Yuan Li and the dog, Suisui's plan took shape. The stripping talent scroll could only be used once, and had to be placed directly on the dragon's heart to work. The heart was a vital spot, sure to be heavily guarded. Normally, no one could get close. But seeing the dragon's eyes turn red with rage, ignoring all other bugs nearby, Suisui seized the moment and pounced. Awoo! She bit down on the dragon's neck. Bang! Sizzle! Suisui clutched her aching jaw, tears in her eyes. This dragon's skin was way too tough. She felt like her teeth were loose. So unfair. Luckily, Devil's Fangs activated successfully, and a surge of powerful, domineering mental energy invaded the dragon's mind through the wound. If the dragon had been calm, it wouldn't have feared this skill. But right now, driven mad by the dog, its mind was in chaos, giving Suisui the perfect opening. By the time it sensed the mental invasion, the skill had already taken root in its mind. The dragon finally realized something was wrong, its muddled brain snapping clear as it frantically fought off Suisui's control. It even forgot about the dog that had been taunting it. Having finally found the dragon's weakness, Suisui wasn't about to let it recover. She flew to the dragon's heart and slapped the one-use stripping scroll onto the spot. The scroll ignited without wind, burning away until only a white glow remained. Use successful. Dragon skill stripped. 1. The evil dragon, forcibly stripped of its talent skill, lost much of its imposing aura, and its overall strength dropped sharply. Everyone could see this was the best chance to finish off the dragon. Once Zhan Shi recovered, he suddenly pulled out a prop card and threw it at the dragon. Let's all exercise together. Forces the target to participate in a random sport. The effect can only be lifted by achieving a perfect score in that sport. The evil dragon was still struggling to resist the skill's effects when a voice suddenly echoed in its mind. Please select the sport you are about to participate in. What the heck? The evil dragon was dumbfounded, but the game system didn't give it any time to react. After a 3-second countdown, the system automatically selected a sport for it, jump rope, a dragon jump roping. Now that was something no one had ever seen. And Suisui paused what she was doing, blinking as she curiously stared at the mountain-sized dragon. How was a dragon supposed to jump rope? Jianshi's skill card sounded overpowered, but actually breaking free from its effect wasn't that hard. Most human players could grit their teeth and manage it, but if you used it on a non-human creature, the results were unpredictable. A thick, long rope gradually formed, connecting to the dragon's 2 front claws. A translucent stopwatch appeared in the air, counting time and jumps. To pass, the dragon had to jump rope 200 times in 1 minute. The dragon had no idea what was happening. It wanted to charge forward and tear apart these pesky bugs, but its body wouldn't obey. It tried to follow the card's instructions and jump. The rope easily swung underneath, then smacked into its tail. Snap. Fail. This jump, 0, judged as failed. The dragon understood. To break the immobilization curse, it had to get the rope all the way around its body. The dragon tried several times but never succeeded. If it wasn't the tail in the way, it was the wings, and it almost fell out of the sky. Damn it, this was all those bugs' scheme. The dragon thrashed in frustration. And Suisui watched for a while, then gave Jianshi a big thumbs up. She spread her wings and flew to the dragon's heart, stabbing at it with her fork. Her armor-piercing effect could pierce the dragon's hide and actually wound it. But the dragon was just too big. Even with her fork fully embedded, she couldn't reach its heart. Its thick skin and flesh were on full display. And Suisui. Fine. No shortcuts. They'd have to wear it down bit by bit. Luckily, with the dragon suppressed by both props and skills, it couldn't fight back. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. 4 hours later, after being tormented by Suisui, Jianshi, and Dogzi, the evil dragon finally died from blood loss, dying in utter humiliation. Even at the end, it couldn't understand how it had lost to a few bugs it didn't even care about. The dragon's body fell from the air, floating on the surface of the lava. And Suisui, exhausted, collapsed as well, and Jianshi carried her out of the underground world. The victory announcement echoed in their ears. Ding. Congratulations, players, for successfully slaying the underground evil dragon and completing the final objective. Game settlement will now begin. Game settlement in progress. You will be teleported out in 1 hour. Please remember to take your loot. The 4-hour battle had drained all of Suisui's strength. She lay in bed for half an hour, eating plenty of recovery food before she finally felt restored. With the game about to end, Jessie and Bert had already left the shelter to look for loot they could carry. Yuan Li and Jianshi were nowhere to be seen. Who knew what they were up to? Once she'd recovered, Suisui jumped out of bed and rushed to the fields behind the shelter, harvesting all the ripe crops. With her backpack, she didn't need to scramble for loot at the last minute, so she had more time to rest. Game settlement complete. Teleporting now. The Sandbox World's monitoring system finally arrived, wrapping up the game according to the established rules. The world's power slowly teleported players out of the map, one by one as usual, calm and orderly, until it was Suisui's turn when the system suddenly paused. Something was off. This player felt very off. And Suisui sat upright, carrying a disposable backpack and holding a wooden box. If not for the occasional strange movement from her backpack, she looked like a well-behaved, obedient child. Definitely not the type to cause trouble. The system couldn't help but warn her. Attention, player. Do not take living creatures out of the instance. And Suisui didn't react. The system repeated the warning. She blinked, then nonchalantly pushed the furry paw poking out of her backpack back inside, pretending not to hear. The system was speechless. It had never seen such a shameless player. Stop pretending. Yes, you! Player 1523-0023, immediately put down the panda in your backpack, otherwise you will not be teleported. The few players who hadn't yet been teleported, huh? And Suisui looked up, confused, at the sky. 1523-0023? That number sounded familiar, but why? Wait, was there another player with the same idea as her? Nice. She really wanted to know who it was. The system was at a loss for words. It couldn't take it anymore and simply left Suisui's entire backpack behind, kicking the troublemaker and her wooden box out of the game world. A perfectly normal log-out process, almost derailed by her. The system grumpily continued its checks and soon found another oddball. This one was actually trying to carry out the entire dead dragon. The tiny figure was dwarfed by the dragon's body. If the system hadn't looked closely, it might have missed it. Jianshi sensed he was being watched. Before the system could warn him, he spoke up first. "What's wrong? Hurry up and send me out. Is there a problem with what I'm carrying? Didn't you say anything I can lift is mine? Don't tell me you're going back on your word." Classic. Accuse first, ask questions later. What kind of troublemaker was this? And the worst part was, the system couldn't even refute him. Complaint. It was definitely filing a complaint later. Back in her room, Suisui immediately checked her loot. Everything in the box was there, though she was a little disappointed she couldn't bring the panda cub back. But excitement quickly replaced her regret. She'd gotten so much from this game. She'd made a fortune. After a day of rest, Suisui opened her game panel and scrolled to Jianshi's private chat to send him a message. Arrow 23, do you have time to come to Silver Wolf Star? It took several minutes for him to reply. Asner 9, what's up? I have some things to handle. Can I come find you in a few days? 023, it's not urgent. I just wanted to borrow that villa you took me to last time and hand over the things you asked me to bring. Shrew 23. Also, there's a game skill I stripped from the evil dragon called Storm Controller. It lets you control wind by vibrating your wings. I want this skill. It was a great skill. Jianshi couldn't use it, but it suited her perfectly, so Suisui wasn't about to give it up. He took a few more minutes to reply, clearly busy. Summoner 9. Sure, the skill is yours. I'll take you to the villa in a couple of days. After the chat, Jianshi closed the window, his smile fading as a heavy, oppressive aura filled the meeting room. The people in the meeting felt as if that brief moment of warmth had been an illusion. Had they been under pressure for so long that they were just desperate for a gentle side of the boss? And so imagined it? Damn, that was terrifying. About a week later, Jianshi arrived at Silver Wolf Star as promised. Under the intimidating gaze of An's father, he took Suisui to a detached villa equipped with training facilities. He let the dogs, Changfeng and the puppy, run free before asking Suisui why she wanted to borrow the house. Suisui checked the surroundings, then mysteriously pulled Jianshi to a quiet corner of the yard. Guess what I brought back from the game this time? She was still excited just thinking about it. Jianshi stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. A panda? That was something she'd wanted to bring, but unfortunately, it hadn't worked out. To change the subject, Suisui simply took out her loot. A plain-looking box was placed in the middle of the grass. Jianshi's eyelid twitched. If he remembered right, this was the storage box from the game. He'd tried to bring a full storage box out before, but the game was sneaky. It never let him exploit loopholes. It said that items with special functions couldn't be taken out. But Suisui had managed it, and that wasn't all. She then pulled out the toolbox, submarine, oxygen tank, hoe, shovel, even a pickaxe. Most outrageous of all, she'd brought out a stack of dirt blocks from the game. One by one, the neat cubes were lined up on the ground, the green grass on top still vibrant. Jianshi was speechless. After a long while, he finally asked, "Can you still use these things in the real world?" The workbench and storage box weren't special in themselves. The amazing part was the abilities the game gave them, and Suisui didn't hide anything and told him the truth. "My backpack couldn't carry this much out. It's all thanks to these storage boxes. I've already tested it. Storage boxes, toolboxes, even the submarine all work just like before." She showed Jianshi something else, a black bag she'd brought with her that day. Inside was a square block of dirt, but the difference was that a tomato plant had already borne fruit on top. Jianshi's pupils trembled, and Suisui then took out some seeds, confirming his guess. The dirt works just like in the sandbox world. You can farm it, plant things, and tomatoes go from seed to ripe in just an hour. The fruit even produces more seeds. The chance of getting seeds is much higher than in the game, so you can create a positive cycle. But everything has to happen with these items from the sandbox world. Interstellar seeds can't survive in sandbox dirt. The only real problem is water. After all, water was a scarce resource in the interstellar era. Soil, crops, food, cycles. Jianshi could hardly believe his eyes. He even wanted to send people into the sandbox game right away, but quickly calmed down. Whether it was dirt, toolboxes, or storage boxes, none of these resources were supposed to be taken out of the original world. Even if his people entered the game again, they couldn't bring out useful resources. This was on Suisui's unique ability. No one else could copy it. In a short time, Jianshi thought through a lot. When he looked down, his face was serious. "You can't tell anyone about these things, understand?" And Suisui blinked. Of course she understood. If it were peacetime, she could use these resources to be a farm owner or something. Even if people were jealous, they couldn't do much. But not now. In the current interstellar era, everyone was on edge, and the Alliance's control was weaker than ever. Anyone could become a ruthless criminal if the reward was high enough. Jianshi was the only person she trusted besides her parents. Once he was sure An Suisui understood the gravity of the situation, Jianshi started planning her escape routes. He waved and Changfeng came running, dragging the puppy like a dead pig. "It's not safe here. I'll take you somewhere else." Jianshi didn't have many properties on Silver Wolf Star, but he knew the area well. 10 minutes later, an orange-red mech landed in a barren mountain area. A manor was hidden there. Without the cover of dense forest, it wasn't as well concealed as before. Jianshi opened the manor's doors, introducing the place as they walked. This used to be a secret Alliance research facility for special plants. It's remote, and even in peacetime, almost no one came by. There are large experimental fields inside, perfect for your stuff. If anyone finds out, we can blame it on the authorities. He paused. "How much dirt did you bring out?" Bang! And Suisui tossed out a storage box. "Half of this box is dirt blocks." Jianshi: "With that much land, can you handle it all yourself?" 25 slots, 99 blocks per slot, almost 2,500 dirt blocks. And Suisui covered her face in distress. She'd been so focused on collecting she hadn't thought about the trouble it would cause later. Meanwhile, the sandbox world's monitoring system had checked the world's resources several times, but the numbers never matched up. The missing amount was tiny, but this had never happened before. What on earth is going on? It was about to go crazy. In the end, Jianshi didn't manage to stay the night and went back to the villa for the evening. Anne's father, feeling a bit threatened, decided he needed to find a way to protect his precious daughter. So, the next day, there was another guest at home. Wenqian sat on the sofa, holding a teacup, his gentle demeanor making everyone feel at ease. Except Jianshi. An's father didn't know that Wenqian and An Suisui already knew each other, so he enthusiastically introduced them. "This young man just transferred to our hospital as a doctor. Don't be fooled by his age. He's very talented in medicine. If nothing unexpected happens, he has a bright future ahead." At this point, a flash of disappointment crossed An's father's eyes, but he quickly perked up and continued stirring the pot. I asked, and Zhao Qian said he also has a talent for medical skills in the game. Now that the game has team skills, why don't you bring him along, sweetheart? That way, Dad can rest a little easier. You're all about the same age, so I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about. Wenqian put down his teacup, politely greeted everyone, and then spoke. Suisui, you remember me, right? And Suisui nodded. Of course I remember. We chatted at the hospital before the game fully launched. She had a good memory. How could she forget? Jianshi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing for now. Wenqian was clearly relieved by An Suisui's response and got straight to the point. Actually, even without the director's introduction, I would have come to find you sooner or later. Huh? And Suisui was full of confusion. Why were you looking for me? Wen-chan rubbed his brow, looking a bit tired. You might not know, but I'm a pure support player. Neither my talents nor my skills are very offensive, so I have to team up with others to complete most tasks. When he looked up again, his face was all seriousness. I've thought it through. My family situation doesn't allow me to avoid the game, and since I have to cooperate, I'd rather find someone trustworthy and reliable. He glanced at Jian Shi, hesitating as if he wanted to say more. Jian Shi just gave him a cool look, not making any decisions for Suisui. And Suisui followed his gaze, puzzled. Why do you keep looking at Jian Shi? Wen-chan hesitated, then finally asked the question he most wanted to know. May I ask, what's Mr. Jian's profession? Jian Shi finally spared him a glance. What did his profession have to do with this guy? And Suisui didn't think much of it and answered for him. Jian Shi is an interstellar soldier. Interstellar soldier? Wen-chan immediately relaxed. If he was with the authorities, there was nothing to worry about. Last time in the game, Jian Shi's bandit-like style had left a deep impression. Wen-chan had been worried he might be a wanted criminal. Wen-chan's role was basically a healer, and Suisui and Jian Shi carefully reviewed his talents and skills. They were well planned and had a lot of growth potential. So they decided on the spot to make him the 4th member of their team. And Suisui notified all team members. In 3 days, they'd join the next round of the game. Ding. Welcome to the Extreme Survival game. This game, Delivery Person. Game rules have been sent, please check. The game will officially begin in 1 hour. On a bustling street, and Suisui wore a blue vest, fiddling with her phone. A few minutes later, the team members arrived one after another. On the way, they'd all more or less read the game's rules. This round's theme was Delivery Person, and the final mission was, of course, related to deliveries. And Suisui put away her phone and started sharing information with her teammates. Delivering food isn't hard for me. Being late is basically impossible. The real challenge is getting good reviews. Jian Shi nodded. You can't treat the game's NPCs like normal people. They're always hostile to players. Thinking of this, Jian Shi couldn't help but recall the matchmaking event from the beta test. Favorability and good reviews were probably the same thing, a huge pitfall. And Suisui agreed. Yuan Li looked at his 300-plus-pound frame and the little delivery scooter, sighing to the sky. My game's over before it even starts. Everyone looked at the sparking scooter and felt a little defeated. And Suisui smiled, trying not to laugh as she comforted him. Don't worry, there's never just one way to win. Once the game starts, we'll see how to assign tasks. After all, they were a team, not solo players. That was probably why the game encouraged teams. Wen-chan finished reading the rules and summarized, the game lasts 5 days, and rewards are based on individual rankings. So how does it work for teams like us? And Suisui knew the answer. She and Jian Shi had teamed up before. Rewards are still based on individual rankings, but all rewards go to the team leader, who then distributes them. How much each member gets depends on how generous the leader is. As for clearing the game, as long as the team's overall ranking is above average, the whole team passes. With Suisui as team leader, Wen-chan felt reassured. Jian Shi suddenly spoke up, interrupting their discussion. Break time's over. Ding. The game has officially begun. Orders are now being distributed. As the game prompt ended, their phones vibrated. A delivery app popped up automatically. At the same time, Jian Shi opened the game leaderboard. There were 10 names, meaning 10 players in this round. The first order appeared, and Suisui was quick and snatched it up. She opened the order page, which listed the pickup address, delivery address, and customers' special requests in detail. After Suisui grabbed the first order, the order page went quiet. No new orders for a while. She thought for a moment, then told Wen-chan and Yuan Li, You two focus on grabbing orders for now. Just grab whatever comes up, we'll figure out the rest later. Neither had any objections. She opened the map, found the restaurant, and walked over to her blue scooter. She put in the key and turned it. Sst! Bang! The scooter belched black smoke, sputtered twice, and died. And Suisui, very good, so very game-like. Did they really think this would stop her? Dream on. She reached into her pocket and pretended to pull out a silver card. Little scooter. Don't underestimate the little scooter. Ride it to feel the wind at your back. Speed increased by 300%. Can be stacked with other skills. No cooldown. Note: don't forget to charge it. Jianshi came over to An Suisui's house for a meal again. As always, Dad watched him like a hawk, while Mom was as warm and welcoming as ever. To discuss the details of the farmland, An Suisui brought Jianshi to her room. The room's style matched its owner perfectly. Pink and white walls, a sweet, dreamy princess bed, and all sorts of fluffy plush toys piled up at the headboard, the familiar bunny plushie right in the center, impossible to miss. On the balcony was a swing chair, and Suisui scampered over and pointed to the pale yellow little sofa in the middle of the balcony. Sit down. Jianshi looked away as a fat and a skinny dog ran past his feet, circling on Suisui's swing chair. And Suisui grabbed Dogsy by the scruff and rubbed its round, chubby belly. Maybe the nutrition in the sandbox world was too good. Dogsy had gotten even fatter than before entering the game, its already plump body now even rounder. Even running made it jiggle all over. Did you ever figure out what happened with Changfeng? How did he suddenly show up in the game world? And Suisui was still very curious about this. Jianshi finally sat down on the little yellow duck sofa, but it was custom-made for An Suisui by her dad, so it didn't quite fit his size. His long legs had nowhere to go and had to curl up at the edge. I have some guesses. The most reliable is that the last special instance changed Changfeng's data, and when I entered the game this time, Changfeng suddenly interfered with the teleportation, so he got brought into the game too. In reality, anything even slightly useful couldn't be brought into the game world, let alone a dog. Changfeng's case was truly unprecedented. Jianshi opened his game panel. After this game ended, he now had a pet tab, and Changfeng's portrait was right there. So now, Changfeng wasn't entirely a real-world creature anymore. He could enter the game with Jianshi. And Suisui nodded in understanding. After talking about Changfeng, Jianshi discussed the sandbox farm with An Suisui in detail. Jianshi had already submitted a property application, hoping to privatize the abandoned research institute. After the game descended, land ownership wasn't worth much anymore, and the Alliance had no reason to reject him. With his achievements, there was a 99% chance they'd approve it. The tricky part was how to manage the crops on the sandbox farm. Plants in the sandbox world matured very quickly. For example, tomatoes could be harvested every hour. And Suisui had her own things to do and couldn't stay at the farm all day just to harvest crops. Jianshi tapped the table. How about this? You rent the land to me, I'll find someone to manage it, and all the produce will be mine. I'll pay you rent and you can pick whatever you want whenever you need it. Crunch, crunch. And Suisui munched on snacks and agreed without even thinking. Sure, it's yours. Jianshi frowned slightly and corrected her. Rent, not give. You have to be precise with your words or someone might take advantage of you. And Suisui tilted her head, curled up in the swing. But it's you I'm talking to, so what does it matter? Because it's you, so it doesn't matter. Jianshi's fingers unconsciously curled, his heart struck by a strange emotion. He was momentarily speechless, lowering his gaze to hide the storm of feelings in his eyes behind his long lashes. And Suisui, carefree as ever, didn't notice Jianshi's reaction. She opened her friends list and saw an unread message from Yuan Li. Now the Troublemaker Squad had 3 members. Yuan Li's abilities were just what they needed, so he was now an official teammate and would join them in future games. Universe's super handsome guy. Suisui, are you there? And Suisui's eyes lingered on his flashy username for a few seconds. The question she'd meant to ask turned into, Zhao023, why is your account name different from mine? Didn't everyone use their game ID numbers? Yuan Li replied quickly, as if he'd been waiting at the screen. Universe's super handsome guy. Oh, that? It's a new game feature. Everyone gets one chance to change their name. And Suisui opened the forum and saw that all the numbers had indeed turned into a variety of nicknames. She thought for a moment and, following Wen Li's instructions, tried to change her nickname. Change nickname 0023 to Chasing the Moon. And Suisui clicked confirm. Nickname Chasing the Moon is already taken. Change failed. And Suisui. Fine. Change nickname 0023 to Little Bunny Be Good. Nickname Little Bunny Be Good is already taken. Change failed. Nickname Suisui Peace is already taken. Change failed. Nickname Lightning Girl is already taken. Change failed. Nickname already taken. And Suisui got so frustrated trying to change her nickname that she puffed up like a pufferfish. Finally, John Sure came over and typed in, Lucky Little Koi. Nickname change successful. See? All my good luck is used on you, John Sure said meaningfully. And Suisui glanced at her new nickname, found it acceptable, and didn't dwell on it. After all, if you laugh too much at happy things, they stop being funny, but if you dwell on annoying things, they just get more and more irritating. Yuan Li sent another message. Universe's super handsome guy. Suisui, do you need a skill? I have a new one that I think suits you perfectly. He sent the skill description directly. Dragons roar, howl at the sky, randomly stuns enemies, cooldown 1 hour. Suits her? Seriously? Suisui didn't get it. She was confused. She cleared her throat and tried it out. Awoo. Her soft, sweet little voice had zero intimidation. Dogsy looked up. What are you doing? Stealing my lines? Pfft. Jian Shi looked up at the ceiling, not daring to meet Suisui's eyes. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks, round as a squirrel, and angrily opened the chat window. Lucky little koi, it doesn't suit me at all. Not at all. Then she sent the skill card back to Yuan Li. Universe's super handsome guy. How could it not? I think it's perfect for you. Just take it, you can trade me something else for it. And Suisui was about to refuse, but John Sure accepted the skill first. I think it suits you too. Just think. What if using it changes your aura? John Sure really understood Suisui. Hearing this, she hesitated. In the end, she gritted her teeth and accepted the skill card, sending Yuan Li her unused skill, defense stacking. After dinner, and Dad started to see the guests out. Sorry, we don't have a guest room, so you can't stay overnight. And Suisui's house wasn't big, 3 bedrooms in total, 2 masters and 1 guest room. The guest room had already been turned into Dogsy's doghouse, so there really wasn't an extra room. And Suisui blurted out, It's fine, he can sleep with me. And Dad, What did you just say? Say that again? The little electric scooter was way cooler than the trashy mounts given out in the game. And Suisui obediently put on her little blue helmet, then patted the back seat of the scooter. Hop on, I'll give you a ride. Yuan Li and Wen Gan both looked at Jian Shi. Jian Shi, acting nonchalant, sat on the back seat and casually wrapped his arms around Suisui's waist. When Suisui glanced over, he leaned down to explain, You drive too fast. If I don't hold on, I'm afraid I'll fly off. And Suisui thought that made sense, so she twisted the throttle and shot off. The last time Wen Gan had seen the two of them together was back in the closed beta of the racing game. Back then, Jian Shi and Suisui weren't nearly as close as they were now. So he just watched their backs, feeling a bit puzzled. This time, the game's setting was a bustling metropolis. Everything about the big city was great, except for the endless traffic jams. There were traffic lights and traffic cops everywhere, and Suisui had never dealt with traffic lights before, so she treated them like decorations. Plus, she was in a hurry, so whenever she hit an intersection, she didn't even slow down. She just barreled through. So when Suisui sped through an intersection on her little scooter at over 700 km/h, the traffic cops stationed there only felt a gust of wind. Then, the siren in their hands started blaring. The 2 officers looked around in confusion. What just happened? Did something just go by? Why is the siren still going off? Jian Shi and Suisui didn't notice anything wrong and rushed to the pickup location. But when they got to the tiny, sketchy restaurant, it was completely empty. If the front door hadn't been wide open, she would have thought the place had gone out of business. Ding dong, welcome. The electronic greeter cat at the door enthusiastically welcomed them on behalf of the missing owner. Bang, bang, bang! And Suisui pounded on the counter, making a huge racket. Anyone here? She shouted loudly. No one answered. The place was dead silent, and Suisui, confused, stepped outside and checked the sign. It was definitely the right place. So why was there no one inside? This was just blatant sabotage. She checked the time. The order gave them 40 minutes in total. At first glance, that didn't seem short, but after subtracting the time spent finding the place and waiting for the food, there'd only be about 20 minutes left for delivery. And Suisui had arrived quickly, so she should have had plenty of time. But if the restaurant insisted on playing games, all bets were off. Jianshi circled the shop, flicked some black dust off his fingers, and pulled on Suisui out. Don't bother. No one's been here for ages. And Suisui didn't doubt Jianshi's judgment. She immediately pulled up the restaurant's phone number from the order and called. Beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time before someone finally picked up. Hello? Hi, I'm a delivery driver for Speedy Delivery. Did your restaurant move? I'm at the address on the order, but there's no one here. And Suisui tried to keep her temper in check. There was a long silence on the other end, as if they hadn't expected her to figure it out so quickly. After a while, a reluctant reply came through. We moved to 58 Rongshu Road. Hurry up, the food's getting cold. Then they hung up. 58. Rongshu Road? She pulled up the map. Oh boy, they were in the south of the city, but the new address was all the way in the north. This wasn't a move. This was hiding from enemies. Ding dong. You have a new order. While they were being delayed at this restaurant, Yuan Li had picked up another order. And Suisui checked the new order. The pickup was in the west of the city. This order was a mess. Probably no one but her would dare take it. She calculated the distance, dropped Jianshi off at the west side pickup, and headed to the north side by herself. The first order was spicy crayfish, to be picked up at Take a Bite Private Kitchen. Rongshu Road was an old run-down street, tucked away in a sketchy part of town. The sign out front was faded, with black stains in the corners. The place looked seriously unhygienic. And Suisui stood at the door for a while. Thinking of all the shady things the game had pulled, she didn't go in the front. Instead, she snuck into the back kitchen when no one was looking. Take a Bite Private Kitchen had a pretty big backyard. When Suisui climbed over the wall, there was no one in sight. Just a pile of greasy bowls and a few unopened wooden crates. A middle-aged man in baggy shorts came out, yawning as he counted the leaky crates. Then he pulled out his phone and made a call. Where the hell did you go, you brat? Get back here, the goods are in. Then he grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste, filled a cup with water, and went into the kitchen to brush his teeth. Thanks to her innate abilities, Suisui could see in the dark. The kitchen was dim, and though the man's figure wasn't clear, she could make out his general movements. He brushed his teeth with one hand, opened the freezer with the other, pulled out a package and tossed it in the sink to thaw. Then he left the kitchen, probably to sit in the front. And Suisui waited a bit, but the man didn't seem like he was coming back, so she slipped out of the shadows and into the kitchen. As she expected, the kitchen was just as filthy as the backyard. She was especially interested in the package the man had put in the sink, so she went to check it out. It was a big bag of frozen crayfish in a white plastic bag, just soaking in the sink to thaw. The inside of the sink was covered in sticky, unidentifiable gunk, enough to kill anyone's appetite. Yikes. If customers saw how this was made, would they still eat it? But that wasn't her main concern. As a delivery driver, she just had to make sure the food she delivered looked okay on the surface. So, trying not to gag, she fished the frozen crayfish out of the water. The black text on the clear packaging was easy to spot. Production date is... she muttered, pulling out her phone to check. Oh, wow. The crayfish had expired a year ago. Not even a dog would eat this. No wonder the restaurant had moved. They were clearly hiding from trouble. and Suisui couldn't help but open the delivery app and check the reviews for Take a Bite Private Kitchen. As expected, the comment section was full of one-star reviews. The only positive review said the food had cured the customer's years-long constipation. They'd had diarrhea for 3 days straight. They added that while it was effective, the medicine was too strong, and they'd rather stay constipated than try it again. If she delivered this order as is, a bad review was guaranteed. How was she supposed to solve this predicament? And Suisui found it really tricky. At home, she was a pampered baby who never had to cook for herself, so she truly didn't have any cooking skills. Even if she did, making a fresh batch of spicy crayfish would take a long time. She simply didn't have enough time. Buy a ready-made one from another shop with money? Nope, she didn't have any money. While she was agonizing over what to do, the chef from Take a Bite Private Kitchen came back in. He'd finally finished brushing his teeth, a towel casually draped over his shoulder. He wiped his hands on it a couple of times and started cooking. Everything in the meal kit was prepped, just needed to be thawed and heated, and the dish was ready. The process was extremely fast, and Suisui watched his skilled movements and felt a pang of sympathy. Sympathy for the customers who'd eaten at this place. Anyone who dared to order from this restaurant was truly something else. And Suisui, resigned, thought, since she couldn't do anything about the restaurant, she'd just have to wish the customer a stomach of steel. After watching the whole cooking process, Suisui was about to head back to the front when she saw the chef take a black box out of a hidden cabinet. He scooped some white powder from the box and put it into a beige seasoning packet. He sealed it up and carefully stuck it to the lid of the takeout box to keep it from falling off. And Suisui's sharp eyes clearly saw the words pepper powder, chili powder, etc. written on the yellow packet. She checked the spicy crayfish order again and saw the customer's note. Please prepare an extra packet of seasoning. I have a unique taste and especially love your secret blend. If possible, please send more. A chill spread through her chest, but her mind was racing. Pepper powder and chili powder, both scooped from the same jar? And all of it was white? Who were they trying to fool? If she hadn't seen the chef pack it with her own eyes, and Suisui might have been tricked. She sensed something was off. It all made sense now. If this happened in the real world, she'd definitely call the authorities to report it. But this was a game, and the mission was the main goal. Just as she thought, there were no unsolvable problems in the game. The customer's handle had just been handed to her, and Suisui pressed her lips together, 2 little fangs peeking out. Ding dong, welcome. And Suisui pushed open the blurry glass door and walked confidently into the main hall of Take a Bite Private Kitchen. Express takeout pickup, boss. Is the order for Downspout Road ready? A man in big shorts came out of the kitchen carrying a steaming box of crayfish, looking impatient. It's ready. Hurry up and get it out of here. He slammed the packed meal onto the table, and Suisui grabbed the box and made to leave, looking like she was in a big hurry. The man pressed down on the box, glaring at her and warning in a menacing tone, "Be careful on the way. If the soup spills or the packaging gets damaged and I get a complaint, you'll be sorry. Got it?" And Suisui really wanted to punch him right then and there to teach him a lesson. But she quickly thought of something else, her lips curling up and her eyes shining. She looked sweet and easy to bully. Okay. The restaurant owner paused, suddenly feeling a chill run up his spine, making him shiver. When he spoke again, he didn't sound nearly as confident. He barked, "Then hurry up and go deliver it." And Suisui obediently left the shop. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and plopped into a chair. He took a sip from the thermos on the counter, finally calming down a bit. But a few minutes later, the boss suddenly felt a tightness in his rear. A powerful urge to use the bathroom overwhelmed him. He couldn't hold it back at all. Meanwhile, Suisui walked out of the shop as if nothing had happened and headed to where her electric scooter was parked. It was a hot summer day, so she'd parked her scooter in a shady spot to keep the seat from getting too hot. She hadn't expected to see this scene. A tall, skinny man was crouched in front of her scooter, fiddling with something. Another man, probably his accomplice, was keeping watch at the alley entrance, looking around nervously. These two were thieves? Thief number 1 had been working at the scooter for a while, sweating profusely. Thief number 2 was getting impatient, urging him on. Hurry up. How much longer is this going to take? The owner will be back any minute. If you can't do it, let someone else try. Don't waste my time. Shut up. Thief number 1 was anxious too. He'd been in the business a long time but had never come across a scooter this tough to crack. This is weird. Why won't it open? And Suisui silently crept up behind him. What won't open? Thief number 1, focused on picking the lock, answered without thinking. What else? The scooter. What's the point of opening that part of the scooter? To steal the battery, of course. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Just keep watch, will you? Thief number 1 fiddled a bit more, then finally realized something was off. He looked up and met Suisui's curious dark eyes. What are you looking at? Go on, keep at it. And Suisui urged him. Thief number 1 hesitated. Who was this girl? She'd been watching for so long. Did she want in on the action? What was going on with the lookout? How did a little girl get in here? Thief number 1 shot Suisui a warning look, but ignored her and kept working. And Suisui checked the time on her phone and urged him again. Could you hurry up? I'm in a rush. Thief number 1 was full of question marks. If you're in a rush, why don't you just leave? Why are you standing here watching? Am I holding you back or begging you to stay? He couldn't figure it out and snapped, If you want to learn, at least have some patience. What? You want a free ride? If you're not interested, then get lost. This'll take at least 10 more minutes. 10 minutes? That's way too long. And Suisui pouted. So what would make you faster? Thief number 1 thought for a moment. If I had the right key, that'd do it. This scooter was way fancier than he'd expected. Not only was the lock tough, but the battery compartment was perfectly sealed. No way to force it open. But the fancier the scooter, the more expensive it was. If he could get the battery out, he'd make a killing. Thief number 1 suddenly felt a surge of motivation. The right key? When Suisui heard that, she immediately pulled a prop card from her backpack. If it's a lock, this can open it. Otherwise, what's the point of calling it? When she used the key to open the battery compartment, the thief was dumbfounded. You had the key all along and didn't say so? But why do you have the key to this? Facing thief number 1's suspicious gaze, and Suisui pulled out another key and pressed it against the scooter. Unlock successful. Welcome back, owner. Thief number 1. Thief number 2, who'd just arrived. Thief number 1 never expected that the person who'd been chatting with him on and off while watching from the side for so long was actually the owner of the electric scooter. He found it unbelievable. Who sees their own scooter being stolen and can still calmly chat with the thief? This kid must have something wrong with her. Even after revealing she was the owner, and Suisui kept urging him, "Take out my battery and let me have a look. When you're done, put it back. I still need to use it." Thief number 1. Confirmed. This person is definitely not right in the head. Thief number 2 had also arrived by now and, after looking at the scene, more or less figured out what was going on. He frowned, his gaze fierce as he stared at Suisui. You have 2 choices. Either hand over the keys obediently, or the 2 of us will search you ourselves. And Suisui blinked, shifting her gaze from thief number 1 to thief number 2. She tilted her head and asked, "You 2 are together?" Thief number 2 didn't take her seriously, just snorted and started inching closer. A few minutes later, Suisui was pushing her scooter out of the alley. Where the scooter had originally been parked, the 2 men were now tied up tightly, lying there with bruised faces, mumbling incoherently. And Suisui happily patted the cash she'd snatched from them in her pocket, already thinking about how to spend it. Back in the west part of the city, John Schur had already resolved the issue with the second restaurant and was waiting for her under the shade of a tree. He had an ice cream stick in his mouth, eyes half closed as he watched the people passing by on the street, looking completely relaxed and at ease. "Jianshi!" And Suisui called out to him. Jian Shi's unfocused eyes snapped back to attention, her reflection appearing in his pupils. He waved, looking in a good mood. The little scooter stopped in front of him. Jianshi didn't get on right away. Instead, he turned and called out. Someone immediately rushed out of the shop, handed him something, and quickly retreated inside, as if something bad would happen if they were even a second late. Jianshi handed the creamy, fragrant ice cream to Suisui, then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into hers as well. All the money he earned belonged to his wife. Where'd you get all this money? And Suisui counted the bills one by one. It was exactly 3,000 yuan, not a penny more or less, even more than what she'd taken from the two thieves. Jianshi sat on the back seat, arms around Suisui's slim waist, chin resting on her shoulder as he watched her count the money. He mumbled, "Just collected a little compensation for emotional distress, that's all." As usual, Suisui dropped Jianshi off where he needed to go, then sped off on her overpowered scooter to her own destination. She needed to finish the order quickly. Yuan Li and the others had already picked up new ones. At the intersection, the traffic cops frowned, staring at the speed gun that kept going off. This thing must be broken, right? Probably. When Zhao Luo and the others come, have them swap it out. Most of Suisui's time was spent outsmarting various NPCs. Zipping between the north and south of the city barely took any time at all. So when she arrived at her destination, she still had plenty of time. The customer who'd placed this special order lived in an apartment building above the sewers. Unlike the previous rundown scenes, this new building was pristine, with its own elevator. Every door was tightly shut, and hardly anyone moved about. Knock, knock, knock. And Suisui knocked on the door of apartment 302. She waited a long time, but no one answered. She knocked 3 more times, then pulled out her phone and called the customer. "Hello? Hi, this is Speedy Delivery. Your order is at your door. Could you please come out and get it?" "Oh, okay, just a moment." The door to 302 opened. The man who answered was skin and bones, with sunken eyes and dark circles so heavy it looked like he'd never slept a day in his life. "Give me the stuff." His hoarse voice was numb and lifeless. He looked to be in his 20s, but somehow gave off the air of someone at death's door. And Suisui kept her expression normal and smiled. "Don't forget to give me a 5-star review." The man took the food and slammed the iron door shut without another word. And Suisui wasn't in a hurry. She just stood quietly at the door and waited. Less than a minute later, the door opened again. The man from 302, barefoot, was about to rush out. And Suisui spoke up just in time to catch his attention. "Where are you going?" The man froze, let go of the doorknob, and lunged at her. "Where is it? The thing I asked you to bring?" Even a strong, healthy person wouldn't be able to catch on Suisui, let alone this man whose body was already falling apart. And Suisui didn't even drop her smile. She just turned slightly, easily dodging his attack. The man, unable to control himself, crashed into the wall with a bang, dizzy and seeing stars. He probably wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Even so, he still desperately crawled toward Suisui, muttering unconsciously, "Give it to me, hurry, give it to me!" Suisui looked down at him, her big innocent eyes showing not a trace of pity. She lowered her head, staring at the man crawling at her feet like a worm. "How do you think the public servants who gave their lives for this job would feel?" The man, already deep in withdrawal, was barely conscious and couldn't understand a word she was saying. He just kept repeating, "Give it to me, hurry, give it to me!" And Suisui couldn't be bothered to waste words. She fished his phone out of his pocket and held it in front of him. "Give me a 5-star review, and I'll give you what you want." This time, the man finally understood. He used all his strength to get up, hands shaking as he opened the app and, under Suisui's guidance, left a 5-star review. Ding. Order complete. Positive review points, +1. Mission completed 10 minutes early, points +1. On the player leaderboard, Suisui's personal ranking shot up to first place, 12 points in total, 10 of which were base points. After completing the order, Suisui didn't hand over the goods right away. She dragged the man by the back of his shirt into apartment 302, tore up the bedsheet to make a sturdy rope, and tied him securely to a chair. Then she placed the evidence in a conspicuous spot and called the authorities to report him. After all that, and Suisui hurried out of the building. Take a bite, private kitchen. A player in a blue vest rushed in, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the owner, and ended up shouting in frustration. Boss! Boss, are you here? I'm the speedy delivery guy here to pick up an order. Are you still going to make this order or not? Clatter. A faint noise came from the bathroom, startling the player. He cautiously approached and gently pushed open the battered bathroom door. A dark figure toppled out. Looking closer, it was a person, wearing a filthy tank top and baggy shorts. The shorts weren't even pulled up, bunched around his knees. He must have been using the toilet. Psst. The boss let out a fart, face pale and drawn, struggling to lift his head and reach out a hand to the player. A weak voice came from his mouth. Help me. What kind of crime scene is this? After reporting the two criminals, Suisui rode off on her little electric scooter. She picked up Jian Shi, and the two continued delivering orders. Along the way, she got calls from unfamiliar numbers, but she hung up on all of them. Even though the caller was especially persistent, calling again and again, Suisui was just as stubborn. She kept hanging up. By evening, the caller finally couldn't take it anymore and came looking for her in person. The four of them were stopped in their tracks by two police officers, each more confused than the last. And Suisui racked her brain but couldn't think of anything illegal she'd done. She nudged Jianshi's shoulder, but he shook his head, indicating he hadn't done anything either. Could it be that the two thieves she'd turned in had reported her out of spite? No way, right? They were the ones who tried to steal her scooter in the first place. After thinking it over, Suisui decided it was better to just admit fault first. Sorry, I was wrong. I admit my mistake to the people. I'll be honest and open, never hide anything, and will actively correct my mistakes and never repeat them. She finished and looked at the two officers with hopeful eyes, wishing they'd let her go since she had such a good attitude. She still had 40 more orders to deliver today. The officers were two young policemen. They hadn't even said anything yet, but Suisui had already taken the initiative. The two exchanged a bewildered glance, and one of them tentatively asked, "What did you do wrong?" And Suisui looked at him strangely, as if to say, "How could you ask me that?" "I don't know." "Then why are you admitting fault?" "Because you're the police. My parents told me if you meet the police, apologize first." "Huh?" Everyone else was baffled except Jian Shi, who seemed to get it. He coughed and turned away. Police really are the natural enemy of little troublemakers. Even though they didn't quite understand Suisui's logic, the two officers weren't here to chat. They took out their badges and showed them to Suisui. "You reported the incident at 302 Building 6 Tianhua Community on Downspout Road, right?" "Oh, so it was about that." And Suisui breathed a sigh of relief and waved her hand grandly. "No need to thank me. It's my duty as a citizen. You don't have to praise me. I've heard it all before." The two young officers were a bit lost, trying to keep up with her train of thought. They didn't dare keep bantering, so they got straight to the point. "About the situation at 302, we'd like you to come back and give a statement to assist with the investigation." "Assist with the investigation? Who has time for that?" And Suisui pulled out her phone and shoved the screen in their faces. "Sorry, officers, I'm really busy with work and don't have time to give a statement." Even during this conversation, her good teammate Yuan Li was still picking up orders. Just shows how busy they were. The officers frowned, trying to use their righteous authority to persuade her. "Little sister, what you reported is a major case. This isn't just a simple fight. It's very serious and far-reaching." As the two officers started lecturing her, Suisui clutched her head in frustration, screaming internally. If this were the real world, she'd definitely put work aside and cooperate with the police. But this was the game world, and the mission came first. No one could stop her from completing her tasks. A hand quietly reached over and pinched the soft flesh at her waist. And Suisui turned to see it was Jian Shi. His fingertip traced a character on her waist through her clothes. Car. And Suisui instantly understood. The next second, Yuan suddenly let out a miserable scream and collapsed, startling the two officers. They rushed to give him first aid in a panic, and Suisui took the chance to hop on her scooter and disappeared in a flash. The police. Now they understood. These kids weren't stupid. But how did that little scooter run so fast? Officer A was speechless. He couldn't help but lecture the two who were left behind. "You're friends with them, right? How can you just watch your friends go astray?" "Let me tell you." Yuan Li's eyelid twitched, and he quickly interrupted the officer's speech. "Officer, you don't understand how tough our job is. Every day we have to finish all our assigned orders. If we miss even one, we lose 50 ween. If any order is late, we get fined. If a customer is unhappy and gives a bad review, we get fined. If a restaurant complains about us, we get fined. If we mess up even once, the whole day's work is wasted." To make it sound more heartfelt and stop the officers from chasing after An Suisui, Yuan Li wiped away fake tears and started selling her sob story. "That girl looks lively, but her life is harder than anyone's. Her grandma is old and sick, needs care for everything. Her dad went bankrupt after an accident and is deep in debt, and his mental health has suffered. It's a miracle he doesn't cause trouble every day. Her mom was traumatized and has been bedridden ever since. There are 5 little siblings at home, all relying on her, a 16-year-old girl who delivers food every day to support the family. She can't afford to lose this job. Please don't make things harder for her." Yuan Li was so moved by his own story that he clung to Wengan's shoulder and wailed. "Wengan." The two officers were stunned. They were at the age when they were most compassionate, and as police, they couldn't stand to hear such a tragic story. They'd thought the girl was a bit unruly, but now they felt they'd been too harsh. Her life was so hard, yet she was still working hard to give back to society. And here they were, wasting her precious time. For her, every minute lost was like losing a drop of blood. The two officers were so moved that they each pulled out 200 yuan and stuffed it into Yuan Li's hands, asking him to make sure An Suisui got it. They didn't have much money, but they could catch a lot of bad guys and keep society safe. Yuan Li was all polite words, but his hands didn't hesitate as he pocketed the money and dragged Wengan away. Officer A suddenly remembered something and shouted after them, "Don't forget to tell her to come give a statement. If she can't come now, she can do it later. No rush." "If you need help, find the police," Yuan Li shouted back as he ran. Will do. She'll definitely go. She'll have time in 5 days." Wengan's mouth twitched. He'd never done anything so outrageous in his life. 5 days? By then, the game would be over. She really would have time. After a full day's work, An Suisui's team of 4 had reaped quite a harvest. With An Suisui's speed and Jian Shi's efficiency, 40 orders in a day was no problem at all. Anyone who dared not give them a good review would be treated to a lesson in the true meaning of life. The 2 support members weren't just there to grab orders, they also collected useful information whenever they had downtime. "Check this out," Yuan Li said, sorting all the information he'd gathered into categories for everyone to see. "We all started with 10 base points. After the mission began, those 10 points fluctuated for quite a while. From what Wengan and I observed, the only ways to earn points are getting good reviews and delivering early. So far, there aren't any other channels." An Suisui nodded. She and Jian Shi had spent the whole day delivering food. Besides the stable point for a good review, each order delivered 10 minutes early earned them an extra point. By reverse logic, a bad review would deduct a point, and a late delivery would also deduct a point. Whether delivering even earlier would earn more points was unknown. Even An Suisui couldn't manage it, let alone the other players. But when the game did the final tally, each of us got 10 extra points. Other than a notification that we'd met the daily order quota, there were no other prompts. Yuan Li continued. "Maybe it's a bonus for completing the daily mission?" Jian Shi guessed, having already suspected as much. Yuan Li nodded and pointed to the bottom of the leaderboard. "Then these people who lost 10 points must be the ones who didn't finish the daily mission." The benefit of teaming up in the game was that teammates could freely transfer orders among themselves. Playing to everyone's strengths was the best way to succeed as a team. After finishing all their orders, Suisui had already assigned 10 completed orders to each of the other two, so all 4 of them avoided penalties and ranked near the top of the leaderboard. Then Yuan shared another piece of news. There were a total of 150 orders today and we took 48. In theory, everyone should have been able to get enough orders, so why did some people fail the daily mission? And Suisui was exhausted and didn't want to think about it for now. It was just after 10 p.m. The night was just getting started. The 4 of them had made plenty of cash through various means, more than enough for a good meal. Outside the bustling night market, the 4 very different young people sat at a table under a big tree, chatting quietly. John Sure scooted his chair closer to Suisui. The only reason for not finishing is not enough completed orders. Orders with bad reviews probably don't count as completed, he answered Yuan Li's question, all the while peeling shrimp for Suisui. Her little demon bloodline had been active all day, and she was completely drained. And Suisui was so tired her eyelids were drooping. She didn't even look at what she was eating. Whatever Jianshi fed her, she ate, obedient as could be. Yuan Li was dumbfounded. Were Jianshi and Suisui dating? Something about it just felt off. Wen Gan, on the other hand, kept his eyes on his food, minding his own business. As long as no one was hurting Suisui, he pretended not to see anything. After dinner, just as they were about to leave, Suisui suddenly jumped up. "Ah, I forgot something really important. My scooter's out of battery." Her little electric scooter was a special item that tripled her speed. Without it, their tasks wouldn't have been nearly as easy. The battery could last a whole day, which was already impressive. "Can't you just charge it?" Wengan asked, frowning slightly. Thanks to the closed beta, he was already familiar with common appliances. And Suisui replied, "I can, but I don't have a charger." She hadn't used this item before, so it wasn't until evening, when she tried to charge it, that she realized the damn game hadn't given her a charger. Could it be any more of a scam? 10 o'clock wasn't late for a big city, so the 4 of them hurried away from the night market to search all the major bike shops for a matching battery and charger. When those 2 thieves had tried to steal her battery, Suisui had watched for a long time just to see what model it was. It was safer to have a few spares. Most of the small shops were already closed, with only a few big chain stores still open. Using the last bit of power in her scooter, Suisui searched the whole city. Finally, in a not-so-noticeable shop, she found the right model. The moment she picked up the battery, she knew it was the one. Exclusive battery for little scooter, model VI8865 electric motorcycle battery. Please check if it matches your scooter. Using the wrong battery may cause an explosion. Suppressing her excitement, Suisui casually asked the price. "Boss, how much for this battery?" Her mom had always told her never to show you liked something when buying, or you'd get ripped off. The boss was an old man, still sitting in a rocking chair at the shop entrance at 10:30 p.m., enjoying the cool air. He glanced at the battery in Suisui's hand and replied offhandedly, 1,000 yuan each. 1,000 each? When the thief had opened the base, Suisui had seen the layout inside. Her scooter needed 6 batteries, so a full replacement would cost 6,000 yuan. All the money they had together was just over 6,000, and they still needed to buy a charger and pay for a place to stay that night. And Suisui tried to bargain. 1,000 each is too expensive. You're just trying to rip me off. Give me a better price and I'll buy. The old man looked up, as if checking if they were really planning to buy. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "All right, if you're serious, 900 each." 100 off per battery. 6 batteries would save 600 yuan. If he could drop the price that easily, his first offer was obviously just random, and Suisui decided to go along with it. 900 is still too much. It's just a battery, not worth that much. 100 each. I'll take 12. The old man was so shocked he dropped his fan. How much? 100. That's more than enough profit for you. Why don't you just pick them up off the street? That's what I'm doing. I could have gotten them for free, but I'm giving you 100 to make you happy. Aren't you happy? Should I be thanking you? You're welcome. I always respect my elders and care for the young. Doesn't look like it. Then your eyesight must be getting bad. The old man rolled his eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't get stuck. Why was this kid so infuriating to talk to? And Suisui looked at the old man with hopeful eyes. She'd never actually bargained before, but she always remembered the haggling tips her mom had taught her. When bargaining, you have to start by slashing the price as much as possible. Cut so deep the owner can't stand it. Then you can ease up and settle on a more reasonable price. There's a saying. Don't be afraid of the shopkeeper cursing you. Be afraid of the shopkeeper hesitating and then saying, "Deal." The old man was clearly infuriated by Suisui's dragon-slaying price cuts. He stopped lounging in his chair, stuck his fan in his belt, and started closing the shop door while cursing her out. You call that bargaining? That's daylight robbery. You're so young, but you sure know how to cut deep. One slash and there's barely any blood left, as if leaving even a little more would be a loss. I'm not selling. Even if you give me 2,000 now, I won't sell. But Suisui wasn't about to let him have his way. She stuck her foot in the door to keep it from closing, still trying to smooth things over. Don't be mad, Grandpa. Bargaining is always a back and forth. If 100 won't do, then 200. If not, then 300. Eventually we'll find the right price. The old man couldn't close the door, and he wasn't as thick-skinned as Suisui, so he could only go along and quote a price. 700 lowest. Take it or leave it. That's too high. 400, 500 at most. 600, not a cent less. Any lower and I won't sell. Deal. And Suisui beamed with joy. The old man, on the other hand, looked like he'd just been robbed, his face stiff and sour even after making the sale. 600 each. 6 of them came to 3,600. And Suisui quickly counted out the money. The old man watched her count, face still stiff. Weren't you going to buy 12? She didn't even look up, keeping her pride intact. Gotta try a few first to check the quality. If they're good, I'll come back tomorrow night for more. Of course the old man saw through her little tricks. I think you just don't have the money. Young people, be realistic. Don't daydream all the time. And Suisui paused in her counting, then suddenly said, If you sold them to me for 100 each, I could buy 36. Grandpa, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Get lost? After being kicked out of the shop, Suisui met up with Jian Shi, who'd been away for a bit. With spare batteries in hand, even if they couldn't find a charger, they could last another day. Jian Shi could tell Suisui was exhausted, so while she was bargaining with the shopkeeper, he'd gone to a nearby hotel and booked a few rooms. At least they'd get a good night's sleep. Yuan Li also brought good news. He'd found a suitable charger. With that, the electric scooter situation was finally settled. And Suisui didn't bother with anything else. As soon as she got to her room, she collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, another player team was reviewing their day. I took 14 orders today and got 6 bad reviews. These basic tasks are impossible to complete. The player speaking was on the verge of a breakdown. The rules for this game seemed simple, but the pitfalls were no less than any previous round. 8 good reviews earned 8 points, 6 bad reviews lost 6, so after a whole day's work he'd only gained 2 points. Worst of all, he hadn't completed the daily task, so he lost another 10 points. Now he only had 2 points left. Another player looked just as exhausted. He'd barely managed to finish the daily task, but he was still frazzled. Do you know how I got those good reviews? Stuff like people not paying for their orders, losing things and making me find them, or needing an accomplice for a home robbery? Those are nothing. The scariest was this one guy who, as soon as I showed up, tried to drag me into his room. I was seriously wondering whether I should protect my chastity or my points. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The team leader looked just as world-weary, clearly understanding how hard it was to earn points. But he'd been watching the leaderboard and had seen a player called Lucky Little Koi leave everyone in the dust while they were still struggling. If she hadn't apparently transferred some points to her teammates, she'd still be at the top. As for the one who replaced her at the top after that, Huh, it was just someone who pooled all their team's points to barely edge ahead. First time teaming up? Don't they know the final score is the team's average? Just wait to be at the bottom. On the second day of the game, the 4-person team was much more efficient. Yuan Li used his special item to make a plug-in just for snatching orders. Every order he went for, he got. Wen Gan was sent out to scout, visiting shops ahead of time while Suisui and the others delivered. Everything was going smoothly, until Suisui ran into another special order. Give me the goods. A tall man blocked the doorway, his fierce face showing no hint of a smile. He didn't make things difficult for Suisui, just took the package from her and tried to close the door. But Suisui blocked it. The man's gaze changed, and Suisui remained calm and spoke unhurriedly. Sir, could you give me a 5-star review? She deliberately acted like she wouldn't leave without a good review, but her ears were straining to catch the sounds inside the room. There was running water, and the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. What was going on in there? And Suisui's nose twitched. The smell of blood was pretty strong. Was this domestic violence? She couldn't let that slide. And Suisui glanced at the time, planning to deal with the abuser in 5 minutes. Before the man could do anything, Suisui had already planted a foot on his chest, kicking him into the room. She closed the door behind her, flexed her wrists, and advanced on him. Unexpectedly, the man reacted quickly. He couldn't dodge her attack, but he shifted so her punch landed on his shoulder instead of his chest. He stood up, eyes cold and vicious, and asked, "Are you one of us?" What the heck? And Suisui was baffled. She tried to figure out what was going on. Why did he think she was one of them? Did she look like someone who'd commit domestic violence? She couldn't think of any other reason. And Suisui's sharp gaze focused on the man's shoulder. Even though her attack had knocked him back, he wasn't hurt. That wasn't right. Her attack stat wasn't the highest among players, but 1 punch should be enough to break a normal person's bones. Why was this guy fine? As they faced off, there was a sudden clattering from the bathroom. Someone was banging on the door, calling for help. Just as Suisui was distracted by the noise from the bathroom, the domestic abuser suddenly sprang into action. His movements were shockingly fast, nothing like an ordinary person's. In a flash, he vaulted over the sofa and was right in front of Suisui, his claw-like fingers reaching for her throat. And Suisui snapped back to attention and stabbed a fork into the man's palm. The small fork, barely the size of her hand, was sharper than a blade, piercing straight through his palm. The man yanked his hand back, his already vicious face twisting even more with pain. The two of them quickly got into a scuffle. He looked like an ordinary guy, but his strength was nothing to scoff at. His basic stats were probably even higher than most closed beta players. But he didn't use any skills, just brute force and technique, which set him apart from the players. Of course, that wasn't enough to beat Suisui. What a strange guy, Suisui muttered, quickly tying him up and tossing him in the corner. She opened the bathroom door, and a woman, her hands and feet bound, covered in blood, collapsed out. She was in bad shape, but at least she was conscious. After a quick check, Suisui realized this wasn't a case of domestic violence at all. It was a home invasion. The so-called abuser was actually a robber. He'd already dealt with the man of the house and was about to attack the woman when Suisui's delivery arrived. The food had been ordered by the woman. No wonder when Suisui barged in, she'd been mistaken for an accomplice. Thinking of this, Suisui couldn't help but give the guy in the corner another kick. What kind of look was that? After helping the sobbing woman call the police and earning a 5-star review, Suisui rushed off to her next stop. An hour later, as she left the restaurant with her next pickup, she spotted 2 familiar figures waiting outside. Suisui. The 2 police officers. You again? Of course, Suisui didn't have time to chat. The 2 officers still had her tragic life story playing on repeat in their heads. They made a token effort to stop her, but quickly let her go. Officer A nudged his partner. Are we really just letting her go? She still needs to give a statement. What's the problem? She's a heroic witness, not a suspect. Besides, didn't she promise she'd come in a few days? I just don't feel right about it. Honestly, me neither. The second day went even more smoothly than the first. By the end of the day, Suisui had completed over 50 orders. After assigning 10 orders to each teammate, she still had more than 20 left under her own name. She planned to redistribute them at the final tally. It wasn't just Suisui who ran into a special event today. Jianshi also stumbled upon a gruesome murder in a restaurant kitchen. The scene was too bloody to describe, and like Suisui, he promised to come in for a statement in 4 days. As the game progressed, the chances of running into special events seemed to be increasing. On the third day, after Suisui reported her 4th case since entering the game, even the 2 young officers who knew her started looking at her differently. Officer A said, "Little sister, why don't you just join our police station? You wouldn't have to do much, just come on patrol with us every day." With this kind of event magnet physique, it was a shame not to be a cop. And Suisui, "No, listen, it's really not my fault." But at this point, she had no choice but to go to the police station. The young woman kept her head down, silent and pitiful. Officer A signaled Officer B to comfort her. Officer B cleared his throat, trying to sound less stern. "Don't worry, it's just 1 day off work. It won't affect your job. And you might even get a reward for what you've done, probably more than you'd earn from a day's work." What was Suisui thinking? How to get out of this? No, that would only solve the problem temporarily. She was sure that, at this rate, the chance of running into special events would only get higher on the 4th and 5th days. Since she and Jianshi were handling all the orders for their team, it was easy to imagine what would happen next. With things getting so out of hand, Suisui couldn't just ignore it anymore, so dealing with the police was now a top priority. Suddenly, Suisui changed her usual evasive attitude and, acting all chummy, patted Officer B on the shoulder. She said, "All right, I'll come in for a statement tomorrow. Can you let me go for now? I still have work to finish today." Both officers were relieved to get a clear answer and quickly stepped aside, reminding her not to forget. And Suisui waved goodbye and soon met up with Jianshi and the others. After finishing the day's tasks, the 4 of them gathered at their usual night market spot to review the game's progress. Yuan Li looked serious. "There's something I have to tell you all. I've been keeping track of the total number of orders issued each day. On the first day, there were 150 orders. On the second day, it dropped to 140. Today, there were only 130. And Suisui was a little surprised. She hadn't noticed that. If the total number of orders kept dropping each day, by the 5th day there'd only be 110 left. There were 10 players in the game, and each had a minimum daily quota of 10 orders. That didn't even include failed deliveries or bad reviews. "The competition's about to get fierce," Suisui murmured. But she already had a new plan. Whether it would work depended on tomorrow's negotiations. On the 4th day, the 4 of them got up early. They were greeted by an older, much more experienced police officer than the 2 they'd met before. Before the officer could even start questioning, Suisui spoke up. "Officer, I'm happy to give a statement, but can you finish before 8 o'clock? My boss won't let me take time off. No matter what happens, I have to work or I'll get fined." "So can we get everything done before 8? The officer looked up at the clock on the wall. 7:55 a.m. "Toy, could you be any more rushed? With all the cases Suisui had been involved in, there was no way 5 minutes would be enough. He tried to reason with her, suggesting she put work aside for now, but Suisui clapped her hands and offered a brilliant solution. "Actually, I don't mind giving a statement, if you help me deliver my orders, that is." Cops delivering food? Who would dare leave a bad review? And Suisui smiled cheerfully at the 2 police officers sitting across from her. "You don't have to feel awkward. If it's really inconvenient, I'll just go back to work for now. We can do the statement another time when you're free." It hadn't been easy to get Suisui to come in, so how could the police possibly let her leave? Her words were clever, though. On the surface, she seemed to be giving the police the choice, but in reality, she left them with no real option. The younger officer didn't see any problem with this. Since they were holding her up, it made sense to help her finish her work. But the older officer felt it was inappropriate. They were public servants. How could they go out delivering food during work hours? That was a bit much. Seeing the two officers at odds, Jian Shi casually chimed in. No need to trouble the officers. We'll deliver it ourselves. I just wonder what we'll run into today. Sigh, I don't know why, but every time we deliver food, we end up at a crime scene. The older officer's expression turned serious. He unconsciously sat up straighter and asked, You always run into things like this while delivering food? And Suisui nodded enthusiastically. Yes. You can check for yourselves. Every report I've made before was related to food delivery. Hearing this, both officers hesitated. It was definitely impossible for the police station to send officers out to deliver food again. But what if it was related to a case? That was different. In the end, thanks to Suisui's persuasive tongue, the police chief agreed to help her deliver food for a day. To be honest, the chief was a bit curious himself. Was it Suisui who attracted trouble? Or was there something wrong with the delivery app? So, on the fourth day, the 4-person team's job became sitting in the police station, drinking tea and chatting with the officers. Lao He was the leader of a group of online scammers. He managed over 200 employees stationed in several cities, all following a set routine to scam designated targets. Today, Lao He was in Haishi for an inspection. To show his generosity as a leader, he specially ordered a deluxe meal for the outstanding employees in the rental apartment, hoping to motivate the others. Of course, Lao He was notoriously stingy. Even after making money and becoming the boss, he still hated spending even a little on others. After placing the order, he started thinking, how could he show off in front of his employees while minimizing his own losses? Maybe he could get something back from the delivery person? Not a bad idea. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the rental apartment was knocked on. Lao He had already thought up ways to make things difficult for the delivery person and went to open the door himself. But as soon as their eyes met, all his planned tricks died in his throat. No way. This was a new base, and he'd only been here once. How could they have been discovered so quickly? The police officer delivering the food had mentally prepared himself, ready to face criminals with every order. From the moment the door opened, he paid close attention to the customer's demeanor and any oddities in the apartment, so he didn't miss the fleeting panic on Lao Hei's face. He immediately became alert and discreetly relayed the situation back to the station. Lao Hei's nerves were pretty good. Aside from that brief moment of confusion, he quickly regained his composure. Is there something you need, officer? He was friendly and natural. If Officer Xiao Li hadn't been so observant, he might have been fooled. The apartment's soundproofing wasn't great. Standing at the door, you could hear the noisy voices inside. Xiao Li guessed there were at least 5 or 6 people in the small apartment, definitely not a situation to confront head-on, so he pretended to know nothing and handed the food to Lao Hei. You ordered this, right? I'm just helping a friend deliver it. Don't be nervous. Just remember to give a 5-star review. What else could Lao Hei say? Of course he nodded and agreed. He even pulled out his phone in front of Xiao Li, confirmed the order, and left a good review. Lao Hei had no intention of chatting with a police officer. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. After a few perfunctory words, he was about to close the door when the officer suddenly asked, Quite a few guests at home, huh? You're not running an illegal gambling den, are you? Lao Hei's heart, which had just settled, jumped again. He forced a smile and replied, Just some distant relatives visiting. The kids are a bit noisy, that's all. We wouldn't dare run a gambling den. Xiao Li nodded, looking easygoing. All right then. Stay safe at home. If you need anything, call the police. He turned as if to leave. Lao Hei relaxed, carrying the food back into the apartment. But the next second, Xiao Li suddenly turned around and kicked the metal door hard. Caught off guard, Lao Hei was knocked aside by the door. By the time he realized what was happening, the apartment door had been forced open, and 4 or 5 officers were already gathered at the entrance. By the end of the day, the officers who went out delivering food had uncovered 5 criminal cases. This was enough to get the police chief's full attention, So, on the 5th day of the game, the police station naturally took over the delivery orders. They even assigned some people to investigate the delivery app, though it would take time to get results. Haishi had been especially chaotic these past 2 days. A large number of criminals had been caught, and many criminal groups that hadn't been arrested yet were already considering relocating. The players weren't having an easy time either. Who knew what got into the police? They actually started delivering food, competing with the players for orders. Honestly, who was the jerk using cheats? It was already hard enough to snatch orders from him. Now the police were getting involved too. How were they supposed to make a living? One player team had already given up. After careful calculation, they realized there were a total of 110 orders, and the Lucky Koi team was snatching orders at a crazy pace. As soon as an order appeared, they grabbed it, not even considering whether they could finish it. It was even more outrageous than the previous 2 days. With that kind of efficiency, it was basically impossible for other teams to complete their daily tasks. One 3-person team barely managed to get 10 good reviews, all credited to their captain. At least that would mean 10 fewer points deducted at the evening tally. As for the rest, they'd just have to leave it to fate. Another 3-person team, the captain and 2 members, stared intently at the order-snatching page on their phones. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't beat the player using cheats. The captain, furious, threw his phone. His 2 teammates exchanged a glance and calmly put their phones away, lest they become targets of his anger. They blamed themselves for being blind, believing some idiot's nonsense and teaming up with him. In the end, all he did was exploit them. He didn't do any real work. This time, they were destined to come in last. Today was the last day of the game, with the final tally at 10 p.m. And Suisui sat in the lounge staring at the leaderboard and thinking about how to allocate the points. At the moment, aside from Suisui, everyone else had only earned points for 10 orders per day. Now their task was to strategize based on the leaderboard, dividing up the points to get as many people as possible to the top. After 5 days, the 4-person team had completed a total of 278 orders. Of these, 102 orders earned bonus points for early delivery, totaling 380 points. Adding in the daily mission rewards, which they never missed, they earned another 200 points over 5 days. Altogether, the team racked up 580 points for the entire mission. Same old night market, same 4 people. Yuan Li pulled up the leaderboard and reported to the others. Apart from our team, the highest individual score on the board is 150 points. 150 points? And Suisui stared at that username in surprise for a while. That score was a bit higher than she'd expected. Based on the total number of orders released each day, each person could take about a dozen orders daily on average. To get 150 points in 5 days, you'd have to take about 20 orders a day and not get a single bad review. With the daily mission bonus, you'd end up right around 150 points. That's a tough one, and Suisui commented. If she'd done this mission alone, her score would probably be about 150 too. It was the first time she'd encountered another player from a different world who was on par with her. And Suisui was a little curious to meet them. But Jianshi shot down her guess. You can't just look at the top. Check out the bottom of the board too. Not everyone was like their team, never missing a daily mission. Negative scores on the leaderboard weren't surprising. But what was odd was that the last 2 players had huge negative scores, one at 87, the other at 82. From day 1 until now, even if you did nothing, you shouldn't end up with such a low score. Maybe they're in a team too, but their captain? Jianshi just smiled. Yuan Li was amazed. I've never seen anyone harvest leeks by pulling up the whole field at once. What's the problem? Just move on to a new field after you're done. Wengan chimed in, clearly experienced. And Suisui lost interest and asked weakly, So how are we splitting up our team's points? In their 4-person team, Suisui and Jianshi had done the most work, followed by Yuan Li. Wengan, as a support healer, hadn't stood out much outside of combat. Yuan Li glanced at Jianshi, then at Suisui, and didn't dare say a word, quiet as a mouse. Jianshi took Suisui's phone, thought for a moment, and started dividing up the points. And Suisui, 153 points. Jianshi, 152 points. Yuan Li, 151 points. Wengan, 124 points. All higher than that fool with 150 points. John Sure even felt a little regret. If they'd gotten just 20 more points, their team could have crushed everyone else. And just as he was thinking that, the game notification popped up. All orders have been dispatched. Final mission settlement in progress. Player Lucky Little Koi participated in resolving 15 special orders and receives a bonus of 75 points. Player Harvester participated in resolving 4 special orders and receives a bonus of 20 points. Player Lucky Little Koi was An Suisui, Harvester was Jianshi. With this sudden windfall of 95 points, Wengan's score gap was instantly filled, and their team pulled even further ahead of the rest. As for where these points came from, and Suisui had a vague guess. Maybe it was from all those criminals they'd helped catch? For the last 2 days, the police had helped deliver orders, and all those deliveries were credited to An Suisui, so her bonus was especially high. At 10 o'clock, the mission officially ended. Ding. Congratulations, players, you have completed this game. Game settlement in progress. You will be transported in 1 hour. The leaderboard is now closed. All points can be exchanged for cash in your current world at a set rate. Oh? Time to go on a shopping spree? And Suisui rubbed her hands together, exchanged her points for over 10,000 wien in cash, and zoomed off on her little scooter. Of course, Jianshi went with her. The two left behind looked blankly at the empty seats, packed up the leftover food, and took a cab to the nearest mall. An hour later, An Suisui left the game world, satisfied, with a backpack full of exclusive scooter batteries. The real world. The game's open beta had been running for a while now. Every star citizen had participated in at least one game and knew how dangerous it was. At first, some people avoided the game, but once their food ran out and they had no other options, entering the game became routine. At 5 a.m., a riot broke out on Silverwolf Star. Half awake, An Suisui heard the sounds of smashing and banging in the hallway. She didn't fully wake up until her own front door was hit with a loud bang. "Who the hell is making a racket this early? Are you nuts?" She stumbled out of her room to find her parents clutching the family dog in the living room, while 4 or 5 burly men, all armed and looking fierce, crowded the doorway. What was going on? Her dad, back to An Suisui, didn't realize his daughter was awake. The intruders completely ignored An Suisui. One of them stepped forward with a sneer and threatened, "Dr. Ann, you save lives every day, so you must have plenty of food at home. Why not share some with us starving folks?" They'd already scoped out the Ann family, knowing that besides her parents, there was only one daughter. And since Dr. Ann was still treating people even after the medical system collapsed, they figured the family was doing well, an easy target. Dr. Ann glared at him and shouted, "I'm warning you, leave now while you still can. When my daughter wakes up, you'll be sorry." The men all burst out laughing. "Let me tell you, our brother Hong was one of the first closed beta players. His strength is unfathomable. If you hand over your supplies, we'll let it go. Otherwise—" Hearing the words closed beta player, Dr. Ann started to panic. The only closed beta players he'd met were his own daughter and Jianshi. Especially Jianshi, the image of him fighting the zombie boss was burned into Dr. Ann's mind. If this brother Hong was anything like Jianshi, he'd be a real threat. Dr. An wasn't sure if his daughter could handle it. He shook the dog in his arms and whispered, "Go on, show these guys what you can do." His daughter had said the dog was strong, just a little slow in the head. The dog, dead asleep, was shaken hard by Dr. Ann. It lifted its head, saw the visitors, then flopped back down and went right back to sleep. System boot failed. The dog's utter uselessness left Father An dumbfounded. He hadn't expected a dog to take down 4 or 5 grown men, but at least get up and bark a couple of times. Having watched the whole scene, An Suisui turned away in disgust, walked over to her father, and picked up the dog. "You're losing a day's worth of snacks." The dog didn't even lift an eyelid. Its mouth hung open, and its thunderous snoring drowned out everything else. The leader sized up on Suisui's cute, childish appearance and let out a mocking laugh. "Don't tell me this is your daughter, Dr. An. You think she alone can take on the 4 or 5 of us?" His tone was so dismissive that Suisui thought he must be some kind of top-tier player, so she decided to strike first. Bang! The leader was sent flying by a single punch, half his body embedded in the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. And Suisui? The henchman? Even Suisui herself was stunned. Her defense stat had never improved, and strength was her weakest attribute, and yet she could send someone flying with a punch? "This, leader of yours isn't up to much. Where's that brother Hong you mentioned? Get him over here." And Suisui didn't even want to waste time on these weaklings. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 henchmen all looked at their leader, who was still coughing up blood against the wall, and Suisui frowned slightly. "This is the brother Hong you were talking about?" This really wouldn't do. "You're not a fake beta tester, are you?" No way a real beta tester would be this weak. And Suisui took a step forward, and the 4 burly men, each nearly 1.9 meters tall, instinctively stepped back. In the end, only the leader, stuck in the wall and unable to move, was left in front of her. He didn't even care about spitting blood anymore and hurriedly explained, I really am a beta tester, but I got eliminated in the first round." So it turned out he was just a poser who got knocked out in the first round, pretending to be tough. And Suisui was speechless. Footsteps sounded from downstairs. A mix of angry shouts and voices urging surrender echoed up. The officials had arrived. Brother Hong was starting to panic. His original plan was to blend in with the rioters and escape as soon as the authorities came to clear the scene. If he could get something out of it, all the better. He hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent so soon. Not only did he get nothing, but now his own body was in trouble. The authorities were currently carrying out an iron blood operation. If he got caught, things would not end well. He looked at Suisui with pleading eyes, but out of the corner of his eye he spotted Father and Mother Anne hiding in the room. A thought struck him, and while pretending to beg for mercy, he secretly signaled his henchmen. One of the burly men reached for Father An, who jumped in fright and turned away, causing the man to grab the dog's tail instead. The man was determined to restrain Father An and use him to threaten Suisui, so he used all his strength. That grab woke the dog up in pain. It let out a series of miserable howls, spun around, and bit down hard on the hand that had grabbed its tail. The dog's attack stat was more than most high-level players could handle, let alone an ordinary person who'd only played the game once. The man's hand was bitten clean off, the stump a mess of shattered bone. Now it was Brother Hong's henchmen screaming in agony, and Suisui immediately understood their intentions. She ignored Brother Hong in the hallway and retreated into the room to guard her parents. "Get out, all of you. I won't lay a hand on you unless you force me to." Her eyes were icy as she nudged the severed hand on the floor with her foot. These bullies, who only picked on the weak, didn't dare say another word. They scrambled out of the room, dragging Brother Hong upstairs with them. The official cleanup squad had arrived. Who knew if they'd be able to escape? And Suisui tried to close the door, only to find it had been destroyed by the thugs. They must have used some kind of item. The door was completely unusable. Remembering she had a door-related item in her inventory, Suisui used it without hesitation. Jianshi made his way upstairs, stepping over bodies. He knew these thugs couldn't hurt Suisui, but he still worried until he saw her in person. When he reached her apartment, the original dark blue door had been replaced by a golden one. He raised his hand to knock, but suddenly 2 fist-sized eyeballs appeared on the doorframe. Then a huge, bloody mouth snapped open, nearly biting his hand. "Hey, handsome, who are you looking for?" I'm here for Suisui," Jianshi replied as politely as possible. "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "A password?" "No." "A secret code?" "No." "If you don't have anything, I can't just let you in." Jianshi felt this door was a bit unreliable, but since it now belonged to Suisui's family, he resisted the urge to break it down and asked patiently, "So, how can I get in?" "Well, since you're good-looking, give me a kiss and I'll let you in." Jianshi looked expressionlessly at the whimsical door, then lowered his head and opened his player wristband. Harvester. Are you up? I'm at your door. Open up for me. Lucky Koi. Why are you here? The golden door was still trying to talk Jian Shi into it, unaware that its owner would arrive in 3 seconds. Don't be ashamed to use your looks. Not everyone gets the chance, you know. It's just a kiss. Close your eyes and it'll be over. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Click. The door opened from the inside, and Suisui stood in the doorway, still in her frilly bunny pajamas, hugging a bunny plushie, looking puzzled. Reconsider what? The door immediately crashed. Jian Shi didn't bother arguing with the door. Once he confirmed Suisui was unharmed, he followed her into the living room. Things are a bit chaotic in the interstellar world right now. If you don't have to go out, stay home. And Suisui was a little curious. Is it like this everywhere? Yeah, most residential planets have had riots, but things will settle down soon. Don't worry. And Suisui didn't take the rioters seriously. They were just a bunch of leeches who didn't dare fight in the game and could only bully the weak in the real world. Nothing to be afraid of. Jian Shi hadn't just come out of concern for Suisui, he also had something important to give her. When Suisui received the notebook filled with handwriting, she remembered the sacrificial book she'd long forgotten. That thing had eaten 4 of her item cards, and just seeing it made her angry. It was still gathering dust in the corner of her inventory. The notebook Jian Shi brought was filled with the rules of a certain game. From the backstory to the main characters, even minor supporting roles who'd only appeared once. Every character's life path and key quest triggers were all meticulously designed. The game operation rules, written by more than a dozen game experts, filled several large sheets of paper with dense writing. And Suisui's eyes hurt just from reading them, and she couldn't help but complain. All of this? The original game in the ritual book wasn't nearly this complicated. Jian Shi was helpless too. Ever since he'd explained the purpose of writing game rules to those people, they'd become as excited as if they were on stimulants. Things were already as good as they could be. He took the ritual book, wanting to help Suisui with the recording, but discovered that only Suisui could leave marks in the ritual book. He shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. With a look of deep suffering, Suisui picked up the pen and, after an hour of writing, finally copied everything into the ritual book. New rules under review. Review passed. Setting up game scene. Game scene setup successful. The following NPCs can be assigned. Would you like to open the game venue? And Suisui bit her finger. Her delicate brows furrowed. What does assignable NPCs mean? She pointed to a rule in the ritual book, where a long list of NPC names had appeared. There was a blank line after each name, as if something was meant to be filled in. Assign NPCs? Jian Shi thought of the special instance last time and guessed, do you think it's possible that the NPCs in this instance can be replaced by real people? With that, Suisui suddenly remembered the strange NPC from the last game. If the NPCs in the game could be played by real players, but with certain restrictions, like only having basic stats and being unable to use skills or items, then everything would make sense. And Suisui suddenly became excited, wanting to write something in the ritual book, but didn't know where to start. What should she write? Player ID numbers? But whose? Her hesitant look made her seem like a kitten pawing at food, at least in Jian Shi's eyes. He quietly reached out and pinched the little kitten's cheek, then casually changed the subject. There are a lot of people who can be assigned, so don't rush. I'll go find a group to experiment with. He was sure the research department would be interested in this too. The interstellar riots soon subsided, but the Alliance's prestige had taken a big hit, and their words no longer carried as much weight. This was a process that had to be experienced. Since Jian Shi wasn't worried, Suisui didn't have much to worry about either. A week later, Suisui's team entered the game once again. Ding. Welcome to the Extreme Survival Game. This round's game, Castle Battle Royale. Game rules have been issued. Please check them carefully. After adjusting to the dizziness of game teleportation, Suisui opened her eyes and looked around. She was in a somewhat old-fashioned room, with furnishings in a European style. Looking down at the elaborate dress she was wearing, and Suisui sighed, "No wonder I feel so suffocated." The corset around her waist was squeezing her organs out. How could she not feel suffocated? She untied the corset, thought for a moment, and put it in her backpack just in case. Opening her player wristband, she saw an unread message from the game flashing red in her inbox. As always, the game rules were simple and perfunctory. There were 4 main teams in the game: blue, green, purple, and black. Before the game started, there was a 10-minute exploration period. After 10 minutes, one team would be randomly chosen as the hunters. The other 3 teams would be the runners. The specific privileges of the hunters weren't explained. Players would have to figure that out themselves. The hunter team would rotate every 2 hours. And Suisui walked to the window, glanced at the map, and opened the team system. Castle Battle Royale. As the name suggested, the main setting was a huge European-style castle. So far, and Suisui hadn't seen anyone else in the castle, but the rooms were so tidy it didn't seem uninhabited. As soon as she opened the team chat, messages from her teammates popped up. Harvester. Suisui, what floor are you on? I'll come find you. Universe's most handsome guy. Oh my god, am I in a dungeon? There's nothing here but an iron door, not even a window. Doctor. I think I'm in the dining room. There's no one here but me. The team map was a flat map. You could see the general direction of your teammates, but not their exact locations. And Suisui estimated that everyone was pretty far apart. 10 minutes probably wasn't enough to meet up. She sent a message in the team chat. I'm on the 3rd floor. No need to rush to find me. Free time is almost up. Everyone try to head to the dining room. Of the 4, Wengan was the worst at self-preservation. No matter who he met up with, they could at least protect him a bit. No one objected, and the team chat quieted down. Although they were all wearing game-issued costumes, there were no hints about their character identities, and Suisui wasn't sure if there was a trap here, so she didn't dare change out of her cumbersome dress, dragging it as she hurried toward Wengan. Ding. Game start. Current hunter team, red. And Suisui stopped and quickly glanced at the badge on her chest. After the game started, her badge instantly turned a bright green. Hunters needed to snatch the badges from the runners. Only then would a hunt count as successful. After thinking for a moment, she tried to remove her badge, but it was as if it had grown roots in her chest. She couldn't take it off no matter what. Well, it seemed only the hunters could remove badges from others. The castle was huge, with many rooms. Even in broad daylight, the corridors were dim. Maybe because the space was so vast, the sound of her little shoes on the floor echoed loudly. She hadn't gone far when she heard someone moving ahead to her left. She quickly ducked into a nearby room to hide. The other person seemed to notice her, too. Their footsteps, which had been moving forward, suddenly changed direction and approached the room where Suisui was hiding. Suisui grew a little nervous. The castle was so quiet it felt like she was the only one there. She hadn't expected to run into someone so soon and had no idea if it was a hunter or another runner. The person's emotions were very steady. Their footsteps were unhurried, and finally they stopped outside the door. And Suisui lifted her skirt, gripped her little fork, and flew up to hover above the door. She waited for the person outside to push the door open, ready to stab them as soon as they entered. The person outside the door didn't hesitate at all, as if fully confident in their own abilities, and pushed the door open with one hand. And Suisui folded her wings and crashed straight into the intruder. There was a loud bang. If someone wasn't prepared, they could have been killed on the spot. Even so, she wasn't reassured. She raised her little fork and stabbed it toward the person's chest, but her wrist was caught in a firm grip. And Suisui? A familiar voice, tinged with confusion. And Suisui looked down and met the refined, handsome face of the intruder. Eugianian? Seeing someone she knew, and Suisui's first reaction was to check the badge on his chest. A green badge, green team, her own teammate. Her leg movement was already too late to retract, so Suisui forced her thigh to change direction. What was meant to be a kick to his vital parts under her forceful redirection landed on Eugianian's leg instead. Caught off guard, Yu Jianian's face twisted in pain. He grabbed Suisui by the waist and tossed her aside, then nimbly got up from the floor and retreated to a spot 2 meters away from her, as if Suisui were some kind of wild beast, ready to bite off a chunk of flesh if he got too close. And Suisui didn't mind. She patted the dust off her skirt and got up as well. "Are you here alone?" This round of the game only showed 4 teams, but didn't tell the players how many people were on each team. Yu Jianian originally wanted to leave right away, but after taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and came back. "Is Jianshi teamed up with you?" "Yes." And Suisui didn't think it was a secret and answered him directly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yu Jianian suddenly stopped leaving, wearing a "I knew it" expression. He walked with Suisui for a while, then suddenly said, "Jianshi is a cunning and ruthless guy. If you keep playing with him, you'll get tricked sooner or later." "Huh?" And Suisui looked back at him in confusion, staring at Yu Jianian with serious eyes. "Why would you say that? He would never trick me." Yu Jianian. "Has he ever borrowed money from you?" "No." "Has he ever asked you for help? Does helping him open boxes count? Has he ever given you things for no reason?" Thinking about it. "A few times." And Suisui didn't understand why Yu Jianian was saying all this. She and Jianshi got along very well. He helped her a lot in some ways, but she also helped him. She never took advantage of his kindness. It was a healthy, mutually beneficial relationship, but after she said all this, Yu Jianian looked even more convinced. "You really believe someone would give without expecting anything in return? If he's not asking for anything now, it just means he has a bigger scheme waiting for you." And Suisui, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yu Jianian slowly pushed up his glasses and said leisurely, "In summary, Jianshi sticks to you all day. He must be up to something. Break up with him and team up with me." Worried that Suisui might hesitate, he added, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you want a date, I can introduce you to someone, definitely more reliable than Jianshi." But Suisui didn't even hear his second sentence. She was stunned by the first. "Break up? Break up with who? You want me to break up with Jianshi?" And Suisui's mind was buzzing. Break up with Jianshi? What for? Seeing her expression, Yu Jianian realized something was off. "Don't tell me. You're not even dating Jianshi yet?" "What?" And Suisui instantly became embarrassed and angry, punching Yu Jianian in the side. "Don't talk nonsense. Jianshi and I are just friends." Yu Jianian didn't believe it. At least, he didn't believe Jianshi's intentions were that simple. Rumors about Jianshi dating someone had been spreading like wildfire on the main star recently. Except for Suisui, Jianshi had never been this close to anyone. Besides, who would dare spread such rumors without Jianshi's tacit approval? He mulled over the oddities in his mind and suddenly realized, Jianshi is actually pining for her in secret. Huh. Yu Jianian was about to say something to annoy Jianshi, but Suisui spoke first. "Stop talking bad about Jianshi behind his back," Yu Jianian scoffed inwardly. "He'd say the same thing to Jianshi's face. Otherwise, I'll start thinking you and Jianshi have something going on." Yu Jianian felt like he was about to explode. He was trying to help Suisui escape her predicament, and she was questioning his integrity? Damn, of all people, it wouldn't be Jianshi. Yu Jianian almost lost his fake gentlemanly composure. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Whatever. With that, he turned and left. He was afraid that if he looked at Suisui any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist hitting her. Once Yu Jianian left, Suisui slowed her pace. She understood the relationship between Jianshi and Yu Jianian perfectly well. Her odd interpretation was just to change the subject. Phew. She'd never thought about it before, but after Yu Jianian's blunt reminder, she started to feel something was off. Good grief. Could Jianshi really have some ulterior motive? Meanwhile, Jianshi was heading toward the dining hall. But he had barely left his hiding spot when he encountered a player from another world, wearing a blue badge. It was currently the blue team's hunting time. They weren't afraid at all, swaggering down the corridor. Jianshi quickly pressed himself against the wall, hiding behind a pillar, and used his skill to lower his presence. These otherworldly players didn't look human at all. Their bodies were transparent blue, like water, with glowing white veins visible inside. Maybe those were veins. Perhaps it was due to the game's setting, but these water-like players had been molded into rough human shapes. They were forced into elaborate, old European-style formal wear, which prevented them from changing form. These players weren't as reckless as the otherworlders they'd encountered before. They clearly understood the game. Even though their ill-fitting clothes made them move slowly, they didn't take them off. Not knowing their capabilities, Jianshi didn't attack them rashly. After observing their forms, he focused on the blue badges on their chests. It was the blue team's hunting time, and the edges of the blue badges glowed faint red. There were 2 water people, dragging their cumbersome formal wear and moving slowly. If all the water people were like this, Jianshi thought they wouldn't catch anyone even after 2 hours of hunting. A thin layer of black mist covered the smooth floor, blending into the dim space, invisible to the naked eye. The 2 water people seemed completely unaware, slowly approaching the trap Jianshi had set. Just as the 2 water people were about to step into Jianshi's trap, the temperature around them suddenly plummeted. Their transparent bodies froze into solid ice, and the black mist hidden on the floor tiles also crystallized into tiny shards of ice. Even more surprising, the ice crystals spread along the path of the black mist, as if trying to use a skill to track down the hidden player. But when they reached Jianshi's hiding spot, he was already long gone. Jianshi had used a skill to briefly clash with the 2 otherworldly players, tested their strength, and then escaped. These 2 water people were much stronger than any other otherworldly players he'd encountered before. Their situation was unusual. That freezing skill just now didn't seem to come from a single player. 2 skills fused into one? This was the first time he'd seen something like that. Forget it, he thought. Better to go find Suisui first. For some reason, Jianshi's right eyelid kept twitching, giving him a bad feeling that something had happened. After parting ways with Yu Jianian, Suisui also ran into a hunter team player with a blue badge on his chest. The 2 stared at each other, and Suisui was startled by the bizarre appearance of the otherworldly player and cautiously gripped her little fork, not rushing to attack. The early stage of the game was the best time to test the strength of the various teams, and no one was really hiding their abilities yet. The water person acted extremely clumsy, stumbling toward Suisui, but she wasn't falling for it, keeping at least 2 meters away at all times. These otherworldly players had all sorts of strange innate abilities, like the frogman's venom or the rockman's armor. Until she figured out the water person's abilities, and Suisui wouldn't underestimate any enemy. The water person really did seem to be made of water. After failing to catch Suisui, he lost control of his body's momentum and crashed to the ground with a splat. Water splashed everywhere. The water person, who had barely maintained a human shape, now scattered into a puddle. The clear blue liquid flowed across the floor, slowly reaching Suisui's feet. She looked down, then spread her wings and flew into the air. Sure enough, the water wasn't as harmless as it looked. As soon as it reached where she'd been standing, it began to freeze. Pale ice crystals froze everything they touched, making objects so brittle in the extreme cold that they crumbled at the slightest touch. Once the ice crystals could no longer reach anything, they melted back into water and gathered in the center, reforming into a human shape. Then the water person looked up and met Suisui's gaze in mid-air. Suisui, serves you right, I can fly. Water person. She realized this guy's perception was weak. If she kept her distance, he couldn't even find her. No wonder he had to act dumb to lure in enemies. She took a lead ball from her backpack and dropped it from above. The lead ball smashed the water person's body, scattering it again into a puddle. But the guy seemed completely unharmed. After being smashed apart, he just reformed. Aside from being slow and dumb, his innate ability was actually pretty tricky. Immune to physical attacks? And Suisui frowned as she watched him bounce around, thinking about how to deal with him. He looked so much like water. Maybe fire would work? But she didn't have anything suitable on hand, so she made a mental note and left. The water person flopped after her a few times but couldn't keep up and had to give up, turning to look for another target. The restaurant was far away, but at Suisui's speed, she arrived in the blink of an eye. When she got there, the place was empty. Broken tables and chairs were overturned on the floor, and there were still traces of a fight on the walls. The game had only just started, and Wengan was already in trouble? And Suisui opened the team chat and saw a hurried message from Wengan, but he'd only managed to type one character before being interrupted. There were also follow-up questions from Yuan Li and Jian Shi. With no other choice, Suisui opened the map and chased after the nearest red dot. Wengan felt incredibly unlucky. He was just a doctor, a pure support player. He hadn't done anything after entering the game, just waited obediently for his teammates to meet up. And yet, he still got discovered and caught by enemy players. The worst part was, the two who caught him weren't even hunters. They just happened to pass by the restaurant, saw him, and grabbed him. Wengan, I'm really done for. The two otherworldly players who caught him were both huge. Their overall forms were similar to humans, just much bigger and stronger. If you looked closely, you'd see that both were actually beastmen, a werewolf and a centaur. The werewolf's body was covered in thick gray fur, and his whole head was that of a wolf. He was muscular and powerful, with a slightly hunched back and sharp claws at his fingertips. It was thanks to the werewolf's keen sense of smell that they'd found Wengan while passing by the restaurant. Walking beside him was the centaur. He also had a horse's head, with brown skin and hooves instead of fingers. Wengan was being carried by the werewolf. Although the werewolf kept drooling as he stared at Wengan, he didn't seem in a hurry to kill him. He said to the centaur, "Let's lock this guy up first. When it's our turn to hunt, we'll take his badge and then finish him off." The centaur was a bit uneasy. "What if he's part of a team? If we keep him with us, we'll just be exposing our location." The team system showed all teammates' locations, after all. The werewolf scoffed. "So what? If his teammates dare to come rescue him, we'll just catch them too." The centaur was speechless. He always thought these werewolves were too arrogant. If things went wrong, he'd see how they'd handle it. Wengan kept his head down and hadn't said a word the whole time. Thanks to the game's translation system, he understood every word they said. The werewolf didn't walk far before getting hungry, so he listened to the centaur's suggestion and found a room with a good view to rest. Wengan was thrown into a corner, his hands and feet tied with filthy rags, and a big black iron cage placed over him. It looked a lot like Suisui's item, beast cage. While the werewolf was busy eating and not paying attention, Wengan wriggled his wrist, trying to open the team chat, but his player wristband was blocked by the rags, so he couldn't reach it. Wengan slumped against the cage, staring unblinking at the werewolf and centaur. Suddenly, someone gently touched his arm. He sensed someone approaching but couldn't see who it was. Was it Suisui and the others? Wenqian was just about to move closer to the person who had made contact with him when the werewolf, who had been eating nearby, suddenly stopped. Its greedy eyes swept around, nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Wenqian immediately froze, lowering his head and pretending to be a quiet ornament. So sharp, he thought to himself. The centaur noticed the werewolf's reaction and stood up from the corner. "What, someone coming to rescue this kid?" The werewolf didn't answer, just stared greedily at Wenqian for a while before sitting back down. While tearing into raw meat, he warned, "Behave yourself. Don't try anything funny. If you do, dying will be easier." The centaur snorted 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. After confirming there was nothing unusual in the room, he sat down opposite the iron cage and continued eating. Beastmen burn through energy quickly. They have to eat often to maintain their strength and stay in top condition. This time, Wenqian didn't dare move. Werewolves have extremely sharp hearing and smell. If he exposed the location of this possible teammate, it would be bad. The unknown player hiding in the shadows poked his back again. Just as Wen Qian was wondering who this person was and what they wanted, he suddenly felt the rope around his wrist loosen. The other person had somehow cut through his bindings without him noticing. But what was the point? The rope was just a precaution. There was still a cage around him. Still, this action confirmed something for him. The person wasn't Jian Shi or An Suisui. Jian Shi would go straight for the boss. If he came, it would be loud. And Suisui would at least test the enemy with a few moves first. Even if she couldn't win, she could escape. Yuan Li was self-aware enough not to come rescue him alone. So who was this person? Always making little moves? While he was puzzling over this, the rope around his feet was also untied. Wen Qian wanted to tell him that all this was pointless. But the other person seemed to realize this too. He tried to open a gap in the back of the cage, but with his strength attribute, he couldn't do anything to the cage. Wen Qian could even hear the other person panting from exhaustion. He thought this was bad, and wanted to warn him. But when he looked up, he saw the werewolf had already appeared in front of the cage. The werewolf's green eyes stared past Wen Qian, focusing on the spot behind him. A moment later, a blonde human player, tied up tightly, was thrown into the cage to keep Wen Qian company. The player didn't seem worried after being caught. He crawled over to Wen Qian and tried to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. My captain is really strong. He'll come save us soon." Wen Qian could only sigh at his naivety. The blonde player noticed Wen Qian's odd look and thought he was doubting his captain's strength. He tried to defend himself, lifting his head with effort. "You can't judge our captain by my strength. I'm just a scout, a support. I'm not strong at all." Wen Qian: "So you do know you're just support?" The werewolf, having caught 2 human players, was so excited his eyes glowed green. He threw his head back and let out a hoarse laugh, not caring at all about what the blonde player said. "Let your captain come. Players like you, I'll catch every single one that comes. The more the better." As he spoke, his smile faded and his greedy gaze turned to the door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone outside politely knocked 3 times. The centaur immediately stood up, guarding behind the werewolf. The werewolf swaggered over to the wooden door, but before he could open it, the door was kicked open from the outside. The werewolf was sent flying along with the door. That showed just how strong the person outside was. Immediately after, thick black mist surged into the room like a tide. Jian Shi, holding a scythe, slashed at the startled centaur. The centaur quickly recovered, dodged Jian Shi's attack, and immediately pulled the werewolf up. The werewolf stretched his limbs, his emerald eyes glaring viciously at the 3 intruders. "You damn! Eat my fork!" And Suisui poked her head out from behind Jian Shi and charged in before he could finish his threat. 2 sides at war, and he's wasting time with threats? And Suisui's fork was about to strike the werewolf, who couldn't dodge at all. It was the centaur who reacted faster, raising his head and letting out a shrill cry. Hiss! And Suisui was hit by the sonic attack, her speed immediately slowing. This gave the werewolf a chance to escape. The werewolf finally realized these newcomers were dangerous. That fork had come within a foot of him. It was only palm-sized, but he'd felt real danger. He quickly distanced himself from An Suisui, only to face Jian Shi coming in from behind. And Suisui's dizziness lasted only a moment. She quickly recovered and closed in on the centaur. After his sonic attack, the centaur stomped the ground with his hard hooves. The whole room shook. Not only Jian Shi, who was standing, but even An Suisui, who was flying, was affected. She wobbled and almost fell. An area control skill? You think you're the only one who can do that? And Suisui steadied herself, puffed up her cheeks, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Awoo! Dragon's roar!" The cute little roar instantly stunned the 2 enemy players. The dragon's skill seemed especially effective against werewolves and centaurs. With a thud, the centaur collapsed to the ground, trembling. The werewolf didn't fare much better. He'd been fighting Jian Shi evenly, but the roar made him shudder, and Jian Shi's scythe landed squarely on his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and the werewolf's arm fell to the ground. But the werewolf didn't seem to feel any pain, leaning against the wall, dazed. still stunned by the roar. Is it really that effective? And Suisui smacked her lips, tempted to roar again. Maybe she could just roar them to death. The battle went surprisingly smoothly. Jianshi took out a special rope and tied up the two otherworldly players, and Suisui bounced over to Jianshi, clearly hoping for praise. Jianshi naturally raised his hand, wanting to pat her head as usual. But Suisui suddenly paused, quickly dodged his hand, and ran to the corner, staring at him with a puzzled look. Jianshi? What just happened? While they were fighting, Yuan Li stood guard in front of Wen Qian's cage, protected by a turtle shell-like shield to prevent him from being accidentally hurt. But he hadn't expected there to be another stranger in the cage. The blonde player tried to greet Yuan Li, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "Captain!" Both people in the standoff turned to look at the door, where Yu Jianian was standing. Yu Jianian's gaze swept over the blonde player in the cage, paused briefly on Suisui, then landed on Jianshi. He raised a smile with an unreadable meaning. "Jianshi? What's going on?" Jianshi couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Jianian's smile was up to no good. He frowned, staring at him for a while, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Yu Jianian had no intention of talking to him either. A burly man stepped out from behind, shouted, and used a skill to bend the iron bars of the cage. He pulled out the blonde player who was tied up inside and brought him back to Yu Jianian's team. Yu Jianian still ignored Jianshi, but before leaving he whispered in Suisui's ear, "I didn't say a single word that was a lie. Think about it and you'll see what I mean." Every word fell into a certain someone's ears. Could anything good come out of Yu Jianian's mouth? Jianshi frowned even more deeply. He had a gut feeling Yu Jianian was setting him up, but couldn't pinpoint how or why. Whenever he was annoyed, he always wanted to do something about it. So the moment Yu Jianian turned around, Jianshi stared at his back, and a thick black mist filled his eyes. Skill, Death God's gaze, successfully used. Whatever Yu Jianian's up to, he'll pay some interest first. The iron cage was actually an item, but after being forcefully broken by Yu Jianian's teammate, it had lost its original function. Wen Gan was in pretty good shape. He hadn't resisted at all after being caught, unlike the blonde player who'd gotten beaten up. Now that he was free from the enemy's control, he could continue the game. On her way over, Suisui had been delayed by a sneak attack from a water person, but she arrived just in time to meet up with her two teammates. With business settled, Suisui sat on the windowsill, spacing out. Her little hands rested on her knees, propping up her flushed cheeks. Her eyes blinked thoughtfully and her long lashes fanned out, brushing right against Jianshi's heart. He stood 2 steps behind her, silently watching. He had to admit, the intricate vintage European dress suited Suisui perfectly. Whether it was the layers of lace or the bright bow in her hair, it all just made her look even more exquisitely cute, like a porcelain doll forgotten on the windowsill. Tsk. He wanted to hug her. Jianshi lowered his gaze, his fingers unconsciously rubbing in his pocket. Why hadn't he realized before that he liked cute things? Was it because nothing had ever been this cute? Yuan Li sensed the odd atmosphere between the two and dragged Wen Gan out of the room, leaving them some privacy. Hearing their footsteps fade, Suisui turned to climb down from the windowsill and bumped right into Jianshi standing behind her. Startled, she nearly fell off. You, why are you so close to me?" Jianshi leaned half his body against the wall, his face half hidden in shadow. "Why such a big reaction? I've always stood this close before." He had a point, and Suisui thought back and realized it was true. She didn't know when it started, but she'd always felt especially close to Jianshi. Sensing her guard was dropping, Jianshi edged even closer. Her doll-like eyes were unfocused, her delicate brows knit together, and maybe because she was so conflicted, she was even biting her finger. Jianshi's thoughts raced. Seeing her distracted, he softened his voice, guiding her toward the question he wanted answered. "Did Yu Jianian say something to you?" That guy's full of bad ideas." Most of what he says can't be trusted. Don't let him get to you. But I think he made some sense. John Sher's gaze sharpened. And Suisui might be mischievous, but she wasn't dumb. Her mind was sharper than anyone's, and she wasn't easily swayed by outsiders. So what exactly did Eugianian say to her? After a moment's thought, John Sher continued to coax her. If you're so conflicted, why not tell me? Maybe I know the answer. Or, do you not trust me? Ah, that wasn't it. And Suisui hadn't lost trust in Jian Shi just because of a few words from Eugianian. She believed Jian Shi would never lie to her. That's right. If Jian Shi wouldn't lie, why not just ask him directly? And Suisui clapped her hands together, clearly having figured something out. She looked down, then met Jian Shi's gaze with a serious expression. Eugianian said you're always sticking to me because you want something. Be bold and tell me. What do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. John Shi's heart skipped a beat, completely caught off guard by her words. As long as you have it, you'll give it to me? Was there really such a good thing? Probably. You say it first and I'll think about it. And Suisui really wanted to agree outright, but John Shi's look made her nervous, so she hedged a little. Being stared at like that, she felt a bit flustered. John Shi fell silent as if considering his words. At the same time, his eyes followed on Suisui, trying to guess how much she already knew. This thing is pretty precious. Can you really give it to me? Jian Shi asked again. And Suisui swallowed, forcing herself to stay calm. If you don't say, how would I know? Besides, with our friendship, there's nothing I wouldn't give you, except my life. As she said this, she was secretly wondering what valuable thing she had that Jian Shi could possibly want. Jian Shi let out a low laugh. If you say so, then I won't be polite. And Suisui's heart skipped, and she perked up her ears to listen. Jian Shi straightened his tailcoat, intentionally blocking her way. Then he leaned in, close to her ear, and whispered, I want you. What? And Suisui's first reaction was, this guy wants to recruit her to his side. But before she could process it, John Shi suddenly turned and quickly kissed her on the lips. Then he pulled away. A quick, fleeting touch. Bang! Something exploded in Suisui's mind. With John Shi being so direct, if she still didn't get it, she'd have to be pretending. I thought of you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me? And Suisui's face turned bright red. She jumped off the windowsill and rushed out, head down. Nope, she needed to calm down. But John Shi had already anticipated this and blocked all her escape routes. She ran straight into his arms. He held her tightly, his smiling voice echoing in her ear. Didn't you say you'd give me anything you had? What, are you going back on your word? There's no backing out now. No matter how hard Suisui struggled, she couldn't break free, so she just clung to him like a koala, burying her face and refusing to say a word. He was doing this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. John Shi knew he couldn't give her time to react. This mischievous girl was too clever. If he let her think, who knew what kind of weird answers she'd come up with? Now that everything was out in the open, he had to get the answer he wanted. He set her back on the windowsill, holding her chin so she couldn't look away. Suisui, you're not going to break your promise, are you? Breaking a promise? And Suisui was deeply offended. Was she, Suisui, someone who didn't keep her word? She wanted to prove that she always meant what she said, that she would absolutely do what she promised. But then she thought about it. Damn, isn't this exactly what Jian Shi wanted? She'd be falling right into his trap. So annoying. A confession, huh? It's not like she's never experienced that before. When she was 3, every time she went out, all the older boys and girls in the neighborhood adored her. So Suisui sat up straight, trying to look serious and dignified, her head held high. If you ignored her shifty eyes and the little wings that wouldn't stop trembling, she really did look quite solemn. And Suisui opened her mouth, wanting to say something bold and impressive, but realized she had no experience with this at all. Strange. She was so lovable, but in her 20-something years she'd never actually rejected anyone's confession? Jianshi watched as Suisui opened her mouth, then frowned, then made all sorts of odd expressions. He knew her mind was wandering again. He poked her puffy cheek in annoyance, pressed his forehead to hers and teased, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes, okay?" And Suisui snapped back to attention. "No way! I haven't said anything yet." "Oh? Then what do you want to say?" What should she say? And Suisui thought hard. You have to show some sincerity. Let me see your strengths." Before she could finish, Jianshi started taking off his clothes. He was quick. Within seconds, the top half of his white shirt was unbuttoned. His sexy collarbones and toned muscles were on full display, and Suisui was shocked, grabbing his hands to stop him. "What are you doing?" Jianshi raised an eyebrow. "Showing you my strengths." And Suisui was already a little dizzy. Her ears were so red they looked like they might bleed, and her eyes kept sneaking glances at his abs. Ah, help! Her little hands were covering her eyes, but somehow she could still see. "Why do you have to take off your clothes to show your strengths? How else would you see them?" "No seducing me." So, did I tempt you?" As he said this, there was barely any space left between them. His nose touched hers, their breaths mingling, the air between them growing warmer. And Suisui couldn't handle the atmosphere and closed her eyes. But her cheeks were burning, her little wings trembling like crazy, and even her tail had poked out, stiff and straight. Was Jianshi finally letting himself go? She felt like she should push him away and shout, "Men only slow down my sword!" But as soon as her hand touched Jianshi's chest, he caught it, and then things started going in a very different direction. The little devil in Suisui's heart was getting restless. No, she couldn't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, after leaving, Jianian wandered the castle with his teammates. One of his team members had a great sense of direction and could draw a map of the castle by hand, so they followed him around, improving the map as they went. But Jianian seemed especially unlucky today. As he walked, bricks would suddenly fall from the ceiling, or a sturdy-looking wooden door would suddenly come loose and crash to the ground as soon as he passed by. Just now, Jianian casually leaned on a wall, and the whole thing collapsed. His teammates, seeing their captain's tuxedo covered in dust, all kept their heads down, not daring to look at his face. He'd been in a great mood when they left Jianshi's group, but after all this inexplicable bad luck, even a clay Buddha would be angry. It was almost time for the teams to switch hunting rights, and the blue team players were no longer showing themselves openly. Instead, they were looking for hidden spots in the castle to hide or ambush others. When Jianian knocked down the wall, the two blue team players hiding behind it were just as dumbfounded. The wall looked so solid. How did it just fall over? Jianian dusted off his sleeves and, without a word, charged at the two blue team players. His teammates peeked around the broken wall at each other. "Should we help?" "Better not. The captain looks really mad. He needs someone to take it out on. If he finishes with them, do you want to be his punching bag?" Let's just watch quietly. Just watch quietly." The two blue team players hiding behind the wall weren't the water people from before. Their bodies were filled with bubbling red liquid, looking a bit like lava. In fact, their abilities seemed to have evolved from magma. Not only were their bodies scorching hot, but they could also turn into liquid and dart around at will. They were a real headache to fight. Jianian's eyes were cold. He skillfully shuffled a deck of cards in his hand, occasionally pulling out items from his cylindrical hat that countered the magma players. In the end, although Jianian didn't manage to capture the magma people, he figured out their weaknesses and gave them a thorough beating. He stood quietly in the center of the ruins, watching the magma players disappear into the darkness. His aura was so cold and intimidating that no one dared approach for a long time. His teammates looked at each other. Finally, the blonde player, under everyone's expectant gaze, braced himself and stepped forward. "Captain, what should we do next?" Bang! a chunk of the ceiling suddenly collapsed right at Eugenian's feet. The blonde player immediately fell silent. Eugenian clasped his hands as if deep in thought. After a long while, he opened his status panel and scrolled to the status section. At some point, a new status had been added. Bad luck buff. The gaze of death. Those cursed by death are especially unlucky and prone to disaster. Duration, 8 hours. Eugenian. He knew it. Jianshi, this isn't over between us. When Jianshi walked out of the small room, he practically had proud and satisfied written all over his face. And Suisui was hanging on to him, being carried in his arms. But she was limp, as if all her energy had been sucked out by a monster. Yuan Li's little eyes darted between the two of them. Then he put on a look of sudden realization. He grinned, waggling his eyebrows at Jianshi. His whole face said, I get it. I totally get it. And Suisui. Get what? She'd just lost a battle of wits and will with Jianshi and was feeling a bit deflated, okay? Damn it, in the end she'd been seduced by his looks and made an irrational decision. Jianshi just raised his eyebrows and didn't explain. The four of them had just finished discussing their next move when the game's notification sounded. Ding. Switching time. The current hunting team is Black Team. Black Team? And Suisui perked up. So far, they'd encountered players from the blue and purple teams, but there hadn't been any news about the Black Team. And Suisui opened her friends list, found Eugenian's private chat, and was about to ask if they'd run into any Black Team members. Jianshi glanced over and immediately stopped her hand. Don't ask him. Let me do it. Most of the time, Jianshi and Eugenian didn't just represent themselves, but also their respective families. It wasn't surprising that they had ways to contact each other. But most of the time, the other's contact info just sat there gathering dust. He knew what An Suisui wanted to ask, so he opened a private chat and typed a line. Harvester, have you guys run into any Black Team players? Your message has been rejected by the recipient. Jianshi? And Suisui, leaning on his shoulder, could see his chat window perfectly. When she saw Jianshi's message get rejected by Eugenian, her whole body shook with laughter. Maybe Jianshi was a little too confident in his own popularity. And Suisui opened her own chat window and sent a message. The reply came quickly. They hadn't encountered any Black Team players either. Putting away the chat, An Suisui patted Jianshi's head affectionately, looking at him like he was her silly, lovable son. Even if you're not popular, we won't hold it against you. Feeling like she'd scored a point, An Suisui happily swung her legs. What could Jianshi say? His wife. His responsibility to spoil. After 2 hours of adapting, the players had already figured out the general layout of the castle. They weren't as reckless as at the start, and it was much harder to run into other players now. Once players understood the map, there were basically 2 choices. One was to actively seek out Black Team players and take the initiative. The other was to find a safe place to hide and wait until their own team got hunting rights before coming out. And Suisui originally wanted to stake out a crossroads and ambush someone, but the Black Team was just too mysterious. There was still no sign of them. So the 4 of them carefully walked the castle corridors, exploring the areas they hadn't checked yet. 10 minutes later, a game notification sounded. Player Love You Every Day has obtained a badge. Player Unbeatable in the World has lost a badge and been teleported to the dungeon. At almost the same time, every player had the same question in their mind. Dungeon? If you lose your badge, you get sent to the dungeon? Does that mean if you get your badge back, you can get out of the dungeon? What they thought would be a fast-paced kill game actually had hidden twists. If that's how it worked, the game's duration was really unpredictable. Hearing dungeon, Yuan Li quickly said, I know where the dungeon is. Follow me. Whatever was going on in the dungeon, they'd find out soon enough. The dungeon was pretty big, and An Suisui's group arrived early. No other players were there yet. Jianshi walked up to an armored statue, stripped off its armor, and put it on himself. Then he stood in the corner with a weapon, blending in perfectly. And Suisui watched him for a while and thought that if Jianshi didn't move, most people probably wouldn't notice him at all. She turned to the other 2 teammates. Why don't you guys try it too? The armor covered everything, not even a hair showing. Perfect for hiding. Wengan tried on the armor but shook his head. It's too heavy. I'd give myself away in no time. Yuan Li, meanwhile, pinched the fat around his waist in frustration. He could handle the weight, but there wasn't any armor that fit him. Jianshi lifted his visor and pointed to a large lion statue in the corner. Why not try that one? It actually fit pretty well. Both Yuan Li and Wengan could hide inside. Once everyone was hidden, the first group of players arrived at the dungeon. 3 purple team players. A place like the dungeon was bound to be a hotspot for conflict. Solo players usually wouldn't dare come unless they were very strong. And Suisui called the purple team the Beastman Camp for a reason. For example, the 3 who showed up now: a rat man, a deer man, and a tiger man. The rat man pulled a little mouse from the corner and put it in his pocket, then spoke to his teammates. This is the place. My mouse got disoriented after entering the dungeon and hasn't found any players yet. The tiger man sniffed the air, but the dungeon stank so much it was hard to pick out any other scents. He shook his head and slowly walked down the steps, heading deeper into the dungeon. After they left, the armored statue turned its head, watching their backs with a deep gaze. And Suisui, using her stealth skill, hid in the darkness. Nothing happening below escaped her notice. Honestly, the scene was a little creepy. A while later, 2 water people arrived together. They weren't wearing heavy, elaborate clothes. They just turned into 2 streams of pale blue water and flowed into the dungeon. Jianshi watched as the water people flowed right past his feet, and a thought struck him. If these water people could turn into water, could they also irrigate soil? Their blocky farm still needed an automated water system. Maybe he could catch one after the game and try it out. If the water people arrived silently, the black team player who appeared next was downright ghostly. A figure in a red dress suddenly appeared beside the lion statue, nearly scaring Yuan Li inside to a scream. Universe's most handsome guy. She. Where did she come from? Yuan Li's hands shook as he messaged the team chat, and Suisui replied, Lucky Koi. She came out from behind the wall next to you. Probably a ghost. And Suisui also found it surreal. The players in this game were really all over the place. She thought for a moment, then reminded everyone. Remember what that ghost girl looks like. If we get a plunder notification, we'll wait until we have hunting rights and then go after her. Maybe the dungeon stank too much, because the ghost player didn't notice the 4 hiding at the entrance and just drifted deeper inside. After the black team player appeared, the dungeon suddenly got lively. Even though the runner teams couldn't steal the hunter's badge, that didn't mean the hunter couldn't be killed. There was only 1 black team player. Taking on 5 others would be tough. Soon, a sharp tiger's roar echoed from deep in the dungeon, followed by the ground shaking. Clearly, the ghost girl and the 3 beastmen had started fighting. As the temperature plummeted, the water people joined the battle too. There was no doubt about the special nature of the ghosts. Regardless of how strong or weak they were, just their immunity to physical attacks was enough to be a headache. Plus, their movements were unpredictable, and their ability to hide was top-notch, on par with the water people. The purple team players realized something was wrong after just a few attacks and immediately changed tactics. The tiger's roar that Suisui heard was the purple team's first effective attack. Tiger's intimidation. Mental type skills are generally versatile and can counter most racial traits. The red-dressed ghost was stunned, her semi-transparent body floating motionless in midair. Then, the deer man, who hadn't done much until now, suddenly leapt up. His antlers glowed with a soft white light, and as he approached the red-dressed ghost, he instantly pierced her body. The red-dressed ghost let out a shrill scream, blood-like tears streaming from her pupil-less eyes. She finally seemed to realize these players weren't easy targets and turned to flee. She had only dared to hunt players alone because of her special abilities, but once those abilities were countered, a ghost player was no different from any other player. There was no way she could take on 2 at once. The tiger man, radiating a bloody aura, blocked her escape. While they fought, The rat man dragged out 2 water people who had been hiding in the corner, hoping to reap the benefits as bystanders. The water people were forced into the fight. Like the ghosts, water people were immune to physical attacks. But that also meant their basic attacks were ineffective against each other. To deal real damage, they had to switch to another form. The temperature in the dungeon plummeted, and ice crystals spread outward from the 2 water people. The floating, red-dressed ghost was immediately affected. Her semi-transparent body became much more solid, a thin layer of frost covering her surface. This skill could even freeze souls. On the ground, the water people, chilled by the low temperature, condensed from puddles into a giant octopus. The 2 water people merged. The red-dressed ghost panicked completely. Her body swelled rapidly, squeezing the attacking Qiming player into a corner. She opened a mouth like a black hole from which came the wails of 10,000 ghosts, instantly affecting all the players present. Taking advantage of the chaos, the red-dressed ghost slipped into the wall and disappeared. Damn, she got away! The Tiger Man's body was covered in a murderous aura, which was why his attacks could land on the ghost. As he spoke, the Tiger Man, having activated his berserk genes, turned his attention to the water people. The 2 water people weren't afraid at all and quickly engaged him in battle. The dungeon was cramped, making it hard for 2 huge creatures to fight. After a while, they started thinking about leaving. Plus, the players in the dungeon had confirmed that the purple team's Beastman was present. The water people had no reason to stay. The rat man followed the Tiger Man, helping him fight the frozen octopus. The deer man stayed at the dungeon entrance. After failing to rescue the purple team player, he turned and ran out. The 2 teams' fight was getting closer and closer. Yuan Li nervously asked from inside the lion armor, "Are we going to make a move soon?" And Suisui replied, "Make a move? What for?" Yuan Li was stunned. "Aren't we here to ambush the other players? Otherwise, why were they hiding here?" And Suisui answered, "No, we're just here to watch the show and analyze the other players' abilities." They didn't have hunting rights. Even if they won, there'd be no badge reward. Why do all that work for nothing? As for hunting other players, without badges, there were no points. Right now, the black team had the highest score, so killing other teams' players would only help the black team. So An Suisui quietly stuck to the ceiling, just a spectator. At the moment, the hardest team to deal with was the black team. Their abilities were too targeted. Without the right skills, you'd get crushed. Next was the blue team. Their abilities were also strange, and there was no effective solution yet. The purple team was strong too, but at least their strengths were obvious, and obvious opponents are the least scary. Strangely, An Suisui felt that every batch of players she encountered was stronger than the last. Compared to the rock people and other otherworldly players she'd met before, these new ones were at least twice as powerful. Shaking off these odd thoughts, An Suisui continued to watch the approaching players. The Tiger Man and Water People had reached the exit. The 3 purple team players were strong, but the Water People, having turned back into liquid, ignored physical attacks, infuriating the Beastmen. The Water People slowly moved forward, while the 3 Beastmen tried everything to stop them. They tried slashing, smashing, stabbing, hammering. Nothing worked. The Tiger Man even tried licking them off the ground, hoping to swallow them whole. Unfortunately, as soon as his tongue touched the Water People, it froze purple, and he couldn't pull it back for a long time. And Suisui's gaze followed the Water People as they moved. She thought of the fire attack method from before and asked in the team channel, "Lucky little koi, do you think these water-like guys can be burned to death? Like if we set them on fire and evaporate them or something?" "Doctor, worth a try." "Lucky little koi, does anyone have something that can ignite instantly? I don't have anything here." "Universe's most handsome guy. Me, I have a match, but 1 box might not be enough. We'll need something to help it burn." Disguised as armor, Jianshi gently shook his spear. Then, from a gap in the armor, he tossed out a card. Once used, it turned into a pool of thick black liquid, drenching the Water People. Next, Yuan Li's match, with a spark, landed on the gasoline. The Water People's surface instantly burst into orange-red flames. The 3 Beastmen, who had been attacking the water people, froze, their eyes scanning the area for hidden players, but saw no one. The rat man signaled, and the three beastmen slowly withdrew from the dungeon. No need to waste all their energy here. The two water people weren't nearly as calm. The item Jianshi used was extremely sticky. The unsuspecting water people absorbed it, and the flames seemed to burn from within. They kept changing shape, trying to put out the fire inside, but it was useless. Screaming and flailing, they finally crashed into each other, splashing water everywhere. The item's effect was limited, though. Once the black liquid had fully evaporated, the water people, now much thinner, collapsed to the ground, struggling to ooze away. Watching this, Suisui thought to herself. They'd found the water people's weakness, but they couldn't use items like this on every water person, right? There weren't enough items to waste. Thinking it over, Suisui suddenly jumped down from the ceiling, pulled out a huge glass jar, and scooped up the two escaping water people. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why not play a little longer? The weakened water person was stuffed into a glass jar. One of the water people tentatively pressed against the glass wall, finally realizing he was imprisoned. He was furious. Since entering the game, the Divine Water Clan had relied on their immunity to physical attacks and rarely suffered setbacks among their peers. But today, not only had they lost, they'd even been captured. The now alert water person slammed angrily against the glass, but the jar was small, and Suisui had even poured some well water inside, filling up the remaining space. This left the water person with no room to use his shape-shifting ability. He tried lowering his temperature, freezing the entire jar into a block of ice. Soon the glass couldn't withstand the extreme cold and cracked. With a snap, the jar split in two, and Suisui was silent. Seeing the water person about to escape the dungeon, she simply pulled out a new container. This time, a thick, sturdy iron can. The recaptured water person was devastated to find himself trapped again. Compared to this troublemaker, the other water person was much more docile. After being caught in a glass jar by Suisui, he actually seemed quite happy. He spun around the glass wall, forming a little whirlpool, showing no intention of escaping. With two water people captured, the four-person team had no plans to leave the dungeon for now. This spot was perfect, hidden, convenient for watching the action, and sometimes they could even pick up some loot. During the black team's 2-hour hunting period, 3 players were eliminated. Suisui went to check the dungeon. Of the 3, 2 were from the purple team, and 1 from the green team. She didn't recognize the green team player, not from Eugenian's squad. Probably a solo player. After the black team's 2 hours ended, it was time for a new round of power rotation. Ding. Switch time. Current hunting team, green team. It was finally their time to shine. Yuan Li and Wen Gan crawled out of the lion statue, their limbs stiff and sore from the cramped space. They moved like zombies at first, but nothing could dampen Yuan Li's excitement. How should we catch the other players? Should we team up with another group to surround them, or search floor by floor? Jianshi took off his helmet and set it on a stone stool. Let's split up. Wengan, you're with me. Yuan Li, you go with Suisui. We'll pincer from 2 directions up to the 5th floor. Jianshi's plan was simple and clear. All 4 moving together would waste too much time. 2 hours wasn't long or short, but they had to find players hiding in every corner and snatch their badges. Time was tight. The main force of the team was just him and Suisui, so they had to split up for the sake of the game. Suisui specialized in assassination, with speed as her advantage. Her defense was low. If she got hurt, it'd be serious, so having a doctor with her wouldn't help much. But Yuan Li, as a strong shield, complemented her perfectly and could act as her bodyguard during attacks. Jianshi preferred direct combat. His strong offense and decent defense let him go wild. With a doctor supporting him, Jianshi could ignore injuries and focus on attacking. Good plan. Yuan Li, let's go. Let's check the 3rd floor first and see if those 2 purple team players we hit are still there. Suisui left immediately, dragging Yuan Li with her, gone in a flash. She was ruthless. Jianshi, who'd come up with the plan, now looked like a jilted spouse, gazing wistfully at his lover's departing back. On the surface, the castle had 5 floors, including the dungeon. That made 6. The first floor was mostly large venues, like the chapel and banquet hall. These big spaces had fewer items and were easier to search. The second floor was full of offices and similar rooms. After searching 2 floors, Suisui finally understood why the green and purple teams had higher casualty rates. The answer was simple. Their bodies limited their hiding spots and made them easier to find, especially the large beastmen. Some had even ditched their starting outfits to hide better. And Suisui didn't approve. She still wore her cumbersome vintage dress, moving from room to room. Now she was dragging Yuan Li, slowly chasing 2 beastmen, suddenly speeding up when they relaxed, constantly keeping them on edge. Why do this? Just for fun? Of course not. And Suisui simply thought searching room by room was too slow and difficult. She figured if she bullied the players she found, maybe their teammates would come out to help. Then she could catch them all at once. The 2 harassed beastmen panicked and ran into a 3rd-floor bathhouse. Out of the corner of her eye, Suisui spotted a drop of clear water in a pipe. She paused, then suddenly sped up and snatched the badges from the 2 beastmen before they could react. 2 game notifications sounded in quick succession. After dealing with the beastmen, Suisui stopped in the bathhouse. She pretended to search, inching closer to a certain water pipe. The player hiding inside wasn't stupid. He knew he'd been exposed, even though Suisui was acting casual. When she was less than a meter away, an ice spear suddenly shot from the pipe, aiming for her chest. Suisui yanked Yuan Li in front of her and he blocked the attack. Missing its mark, the water person tried to escape by turning into liquid. But Suisui was ready. No way she'd let him get away. Yuan Li blocked the drain with his foot, forcing the water person to change direction. As soon as he turned, a rusty long-handled ladle scooped him up and dropped him into a waiting iron can. Water person? How are you so good at this? After successfully catching the water person, Suisui didn't leave right away. She searched while muttering, I remember blue team players always show up in pairs. There should be another one here. The other water person still hiding, trembling in fear. This player is way too scary. What if I don't dare fight her? Meanwhile, Jianshi was also hunting down players from other teams. He didn't even take off his armor, just walked around in the heavy iron suit. Players who caught a glimpse of him were startled. They thought Jianshi was some hidden boss NPC. When he started attacking, most players just ran for their lives. Help! Why is there a wandering suit of armor in the game? Is he going to eat us or what? Jianshi quickly picked up on the player's mentality and simply started swaggering around, doing whatever he pleased. Wherever he appeared, chaos followed. He even commented, There are a lot of players in this round. The Beastman players were smart. They always formed small teams of 2 or 3, each team balancing offense and support with complementary abilities, making them tricky opponents. The water people were great at running away. Whenever they were discovered, they never lingered in a fight. They'd slip into pipes or sewers, and if you weren't fast enough, you couldn't catch them. The black team players were much more arrogant than the previous 2 teams. Most of them acted solo, confident that even if they couldn't win, they could at least escape. And in fact, that was true, until they ran into Jianshi. A little ghost kid clutching a ball realized Jianshi was overpowering him and tried to escape by phasing into a wall. Jianshi just lifted his eyelids. His soul-locking chain followed the ghost into the wall, then dragged the now cocooned ghost kid right back out. The little ghost looked utterly shocked. He'd never seen anyone who could phase through walls like his ghost clan. Was this NPC going to eat ghosts on the spot? Compared to the blue team, who had hunting rights in the first round, the green team was now familiar with the castle's layout and had already tangled with other teams. They were much more adept at hunting down other players. The notification for badge theft kept sounding, and the once empty dungeon was now packed with players. The only green team player locked in the dungeon sat alone in the green team's exclusive cell, staring at the beastmen, water people, and ghosts around him, barely able to keep up a calm facade. Crap, he was surrounded. Crap, why was that headless ghost staring at him while pulling out its own teeth? Crap! Why was it so cold in the dungeon? The safety measures were seriously lacking. Crap, crap, crap. He was about to faint. The castle was in utter chaos. Thunderous fighting, furniture crashing, players cursing and screaming in fright. It was almost enough to blow the roof off. In a pitch-black room, the person in the coffin was starting to stir from all the noise. And Suisui walked along, carrying 4 jars that clinked with every step. Yuan Li stayed close, always mindful of his duty as a shield. If danger appeared, he'd be the first to block it. At this moment, Suisui had 3 badges hanging on her chest, 1 green, 2 purple, making her stand out. The badges she'd taken couldn't be hidden. They were displayed right on her chest. She checked the time, less than 30 minutes until the next shift. It was a pity she hadn't gotten the badges from the werewolf and centaur, who seemed to have been rescued by their teammates. But there was no time to look for them now. She needed to find a new hiding spot to prepare for the next possible crisis. There were 4 teams in total. The water people, ghosts, and human players had all had their turn. The next round of hunting rights would definitely go to the beastmen. Beastmen had extremely sharp senses of smell and hearing, made even more terrifying by the game's modifications. Of all the players, humans had the strongest scent, making them the most vulnerable in the next 2 hours. The dungeon was no longer an option. Although it was hard to be found there, it was also hard to escape from. If the beastmen couldn't find humans on the surface, they'd definitely search the dungeon. If you got cornered, you were done for. And Suisui pondered where else might have a strong enough smell to interfere with the beastmen's senses. Thinking it over, she ended up at the public restroom on the 3rd floor. Then she called John Schur over. John Schur stood at the restroom door, silent and pacing, refusing to take even half a step further. The smell in there was so overpowering that just getting close nearly knocked him out, let alone staying for 2 hours. Was this a restroom? It was more like a fermentation pit. He grabbed on Suisui's little hand and tried to coax her. This place is just too disgusting. If we stay here for 2 hours, we'll be pickled in the smell. Let's find somewhere else. And Suisui hesitated. But where else could mess with the beastman's sense of smell? John Schur thought for a moment and said, maybe we don't need to find a place like that. What if we make it so the beastmen can't use their sense of smell anywhere in the castle? Both of them turned expectant eyes to Wen Qian. Wen Qian twitched his lips. He wasn't a vet. Why were they looking at him like that? Still, he thought it over. Maybe if we use something really pungent, it could temporarily mess up their sense of smell. Something pungent? And Suisui rummaged through her treasure box and suddenly had an idea. 30 minutes later, the hunting rights shifted to the purple team. After being hunted for 6 hours, the purple team finally got their chance to shine. They couldn't wait to pour out from every corner, especially the werewolf who'd lost an arm to Jian Shi and An Suisui. He swore he'd find those 2 hateful humans and get his revenge. Before long, the whole castle was filled with a strong, pungent smell. The beastmen, with their sensitive noses, suffered the most. Even a whiff made them sneeze uncontrollably. Among beastmen, werewolves had the best sense of smell, so they suffered the most. After just a few minutes in the castle, the werewolf's nose was red and swollen, and his throat burned. He led a group of beastmen storming toward the source of the smell. It was sitting right in the middle of the hallway. A perfectly ordinary automatic stir-fry machine. The only unusual thing was that it was frying up a bunch of brightly colored chili peppers. The spicy, choking smell was pouring out of the machine. The werewolf punched the stir-fry machine over and sneezed violently again. He snarled at his teammates. "When I find the bastard behind this, I'm gonna gnaw his bones to bits and drink his blood. Achoo! Achoo!" He thought the smell would dissipate soon. But to his horror, there were at least 100 of these spicy smell generators all over the castle. Who knew if they could even clear them all out in 2 hours? The Beastman team spent their 2-hour hunting period in utter misery. All they got were swollen noses, nothing else. 2 hours later, the hunting rights shifted again. And Suisui was just thinking about how to deal with the blue team players when she noticed that the bright sky outside the manor had darkened. Night had fallen. The silent castle lit up. Under the lights, the castle shed its shabby appearance, and the walls that had been damaged by players during the day were now completely restored. Bright red carpets lined the castle's corridors. People appeared out of nowhere, carrying all sorts of luxurious items as they bustled through the castle. Day and night. Were they actually two different scenes? Someone stopped beside Suisui, looking her up and down. "Where did you come from? Why haven't I seen you before?" And Suisui mumbled, "I'm new here, just started." The person didn't press her, letting her off easily, muttering, "Makes sense. Things have been so busy lately." Then quite naturally, she ordered Suisui to come help with some work. And Suisui didn't dare say anything, meekly following along. After all, just moments ago, a werewolf had sprinted past her, chased by a group of pale-faced NPCs. The werewolf was quickly pinned to the ground by the NPCs, and then, death notice, player Langli Geilang violated the rules and has been arrested. Violated the rules? And Suisui obediently lowered her head, pondering the werewolf's cause of death. NPCs weren't hard to fool, and a werewolf wouldn't be stupid enough to pick a fight with a dungeon NPC. So the most likely reason was that he'd already lost the initial costume issued by the game. At first, everyone was cautious, but after 8 hours of running and hiding, some players had ditched their cumbersome clothes, like the werewolf. She'd just gone out to use the bathroom and couldn't get back in. The NPC who brought Suisui to work noticed her slow pace and followed her gaze. Just in time to see the werewolf being dragged away, limp. "Don't be afraid, it's just a beast that wandered in from outside. The guards will take care of it." Her reassurance meant nothing to Suisui. She kept up her obedient act, but was already preparing to run if her cover was blown. From what she could tell, if a player's identity was exposed, they absolutely couldn't let the NPCs catch them. Otherwise, death was the only outcome. The woman who'd brought Suisui led her to the banquet hall, assigned her a task, and then left. And Suisui was put to work in the ladies' lounge. The banquet had just begun, and aside from a few other maids like her, there were no other NPCs present. She looked around and found that, while the maids had their own little cliques, things weren't as strict as she'd imagined. Using the excuse of fetching something, she snuck a peek at the banquet hall. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed nobles, chatting and laughing in small groups. From time to time, they glanced at the staircase leading upstairs, as if waiting for someone important to appear. All the NPCs shared the same features, pale faces and lips as red as blood. And Suisui stared at the deep red liquid in their wine glasses, a chill running down her spine. A bold guess surfaced in her mind. Could these NPCs be the legendary vampires? She didn't dare linger, quietly slipping back to the lounge. There were 3 staff members in the lounge. 2 stood together chatting and laughing while the third was isolated in a corner, looking dejected. And Suisui figured she'd blend in for a while, see if she could get some information from the other NPCs before making any decisions. But as soon as she entered, the ostracized maid collapsed at her feet with a thud. "And Suisui don't? What's going on? NPCs can fake injuries too?" Great, without cameras, how was she supposed to prove her innocence? The NPC wailed on the floor for 2 minutes and Suisui stood there awkwardly for 2 minutes. The other 2 maids kept chatting, completely ignoring the scene. The maid on the floor. "So everyone's just going to ignore me?" Helpless, she had to take the initiative. "My illness is acting up again. Can you help me find my medicine? Please?" Ding. Player Lucky Koi has triggered a side quest. Please find Maid Merlin's special medicine within 10 minutes. No option to refuse this quest? And Suisui crouched down and helped the quest giver sit up. She asked, "What does your medicine look like? What's it called? Where did you lose it?" Merlin clutched her chest in pain, looking like she was about to die on the spot, but after a long bout of crying, she still hadn't said anything useful. If she hadn't been so clear about her chest hurting, Suisui would have thought the medicine was for her brain. After wasting a minute, all she got were a few details. It's a liquid, in a bottle, and brown. That's about as helpful as going to a pharmacy and only saying you want capsules. Next time, maybe try granules. With no other choice, Suisui had to start searching. She figured that since the maid had this illness, she'd probably keep the medicine close. If she'd forgotten it, it was either left in her resting place or dropped while working and only noticed later. The maid's dorm was too far from the lounge. Just getting there would take more than 10 minutes. The game wouldn't set up an impossible quest, so that option was out. As for where Merlin had been before coming to the banquet hall, only she would know. But this girl's answers were all over the place, and if pressed, she might just die on the spot. So getting info from her was pointless. And Suisui turned her attention to the other two maids, who clearly disliked Merlin. They glanced at her from time to time, but quickly looked away, as if even looking at her was an insult. And Suisui sidled over, listened to their conversation for a while, then naturally joined in. After a bit, she subtly steered the topic toward Merlin several times, and the two finally noticed something was off. "Who are you? Why are you standing next to us?" And Suisui blinked her big, innocent eyes and feigned naivety. "I'm the new maid. I just wanted to make friends." One maid glanced at Merlin, who was slumped to the side, and snorted, "At least you have good sense. If you dare hang out with that one, you'll die and not even know why." And Suisui followed her gaze, pretending to be surprised. "Why? She seems nice, just a bit frail, but she doesn't look well." The other maid also glared at Merlin, her words full of malice. "Don't stick your nose in. Some people are born low, and just being alive is already a gift from fate. How dare she covet things that aren't hers, huh?" Then the two of them launched into a barrage of insults, trying to paint Merlin as a truly vile person. And Suisui didn't comment on their subjective judgments, but from the smugness in their tone, she sensed something was off. They didn't seem surprised by Merlin's condition. In fact, every time they looked at her, there was a hint of anticipation. Anticipation for what? For Merlin to die right there? And Suisui considered that the missing medicine might be the result of a scheme by these two maids, just to mess with Merlin. So could the medicine be on one of them? And Suisui checked the time. She'd already wasted over 7 minutes. If she delayed any longer, it wouldn't matter if her guess was right or not. She wouldn't be able to finish the quest. She didn't know if there was a penalty for failing, but she didn't want to risk it. Just then, a noblewoman entered, and one of the maids hurried over to serve her. And Suisui quietly activated her demon bloodline and deliberately bumped into the maid beside her. When the maid looked down at her, she used her innate skill, Demon's Eye. After several upgrades, her little demon bloodline's basic abilities had all been enhanced. At first, Demon's Eye could only charm for 1 second, and even then, it could fail. Now, it lasted 5 seconds. Red light flashed in her eyes, and the maid's expression gradually went blank. When her eyes were completely empty and lifeless, the skill had succeeded. And Suisui asked directly, "Where is Merlin's medicine?" The maid opened her mouth and slowly replied, "Merlin's medicine is hidden in the third red hat on the left side of the dressing room." As soon as she finished, the skill ended. The maid lost her balance, her mind blank for a moment. Seeing she was about to fall, Suisui quickly supported her. "Are you okay? Have you been standing too long and feel unwell? I'll get you a glass of water." Without giving the maid a chance to answer, she dashed off. Taking advantage of her fetching water excuse, Suisui found Merlin's medicine in the third red hat on the left side of the dressing room. As soon as Merlin got the medicine, he was instantly full of energy, able to punch out 18 strong men, and Suisui seriously suspected the brown liquid in the bottle was the legendary Indian aphrodisiac. Otherwise, how could it be so effective? After completing the side quest, Merlin gave Suisui a brooch. Obtained item, temporary badge. Temporary badge? And Suisui blinked. What was this for? She tried pinning the brooch on herself. Nothing happened. Unable to figure it out, Suisui told her teammates about it. She also reminded them to interact with special events. Maybe they'd get other useful items. Imagining how her 3 teammates would react to such events, Suisui pictured. Yuan Li, timid and afraid, would run faster than anyone. Wen Qian, steadfast, would stick to his support role. Jian Shi, gloating, would be considered helpful if he didn't make things worse. Great, not a single reliable one in her team, and Suisui felt she should take the lead and be the team's face. She took the temporary badge and left the lounge, heading for the dungeon as she remembered from the daytime. Jian Shi was on dungeon guard duty. When he got Suisui's message, he was just about to teach a lesson to an uppity NPC who'd been bossing him around. But now, he casually dispersed his skill, turning his sinful hand into a helping hand. He patted the NPC's shoulder in a friendly way. "It's just wine, right? Wait a bit. My wife will be here soon. I'll ask her for some." The drunken NPC grinned foolishly. "Thank you, friend." The dungeon was much livelier at night than during the day, with every cell packed full of prisoners. By contrast, the only green team player locked up had a comfortable single room. She didn't know what was happening outside, but she was already numb. The black team players in the opposite cells, whether gouging out eyes or pulling out intestines, weren't as scary as the horror movies in the screening room. After all, those screenwriters really understood how to get into people's heads. Every jump scare was carefully calculated. Just then, a sneaky girl appeared at the cell door. She looked around nervously, then stretched out a slender, pale arm and beckoned into the cell. What was this about? Hongyan hesitated for a moment, but still came to the iron door. "Want to get out?" The strange girl had her head wrapped in cloth, only her big, dark eyes showing. Her behavior was so odd it made Hongyan's skin crawl. Even the ghost players in the opposite cell weren't as creepy. She nervously shook her head, but when the girl frowned in confusion, she quickly changed to a nod. And Suisui was also pondering the use of the temporary badge. It didn't give her points or change her player info. Surely it wasn't just a decoration. Then she thought of the players who'd lost their badges and were locked in the dungeon. 100 ideas weren't as good as trying it out. She decisively went to the dungeon and found the only green team player without a badge. Although the green team player looked at her strangely, Suisui pulled out the plain brooch. "Put it on," she told Hongyan. Hongyan reluctantly took the brooch, looked it over, but couldn't see anything odd. Under Suisui's intense gaze, she had no choice but to pin it to her chest. Immediately, she was surprised to find the brooch had turned into a green badge. It looked just like a normal green team badge. The next second, the cell door opened automatically. Hongyan carefully stepped out, passed through an invisible barrier, and made it out of the cell. The players in the other 3 cells crowded to the iron door, all shocked. Hongyan was just as delighted. She wanted to thank Suisui, but saw her staring at the brooch on her chest, then reaching out to tug it. Unexpectedly, the badge that couldn't be removed before came off easily, rolling into Suisui's hand, and broke in 2. Hongyan didn't even have time to say thanks before a feeling of weightlessness hit, and she was back in the cell. Hongyan. Suisui. Chai. All the onlooking players. Jian Shi, hiding in the shadows. What kind of fake, shoddy product was this? Hongyan's smile hadn't even faded before disaster struck. Her face twisted between crying and laughing, caught in a weird expression. And Suisui swallowed nervously and quietly tossed the broken brooch into a corner. Then she looked up at the ceiling, pretending nothing had happened, turned in a circle, and faced Hongyan again. Trying to act calm, she said, "Want to get out?" Hongyan nodded blankly, already prepared to bolt as soon as she put on the brooch. But the strange girl said, "If you want out, behave yourself. I'll come back later." Hongyan. Why did she have to answer this weird girl's question? She was just a simple, unlucky player. After making a fool of herself, Suisui hurriedly clutched her cloak and left the cell. As she passed the black team's cell, she even politely helped a player who liked to dig out her own eyes retrieve an eyeball that had rolled outside. Don't be upset, I'll be back later, I swear." All the players rolled their eyes. "Please don't come back. Just let them stay here in peace." and Suisui had finally figured out the true use of the temporary badges. While they couldn't directly add points, they could free players trapped in the dungeon, boosting the team's overall fighting strength. And since temporary badges looked identical to real ones, they could also be used to confuse others. With so many people on a team, no one could tell who had just come out of the dungeon, especially on the blue team. Jian Shi was sitting at the dungeon entrance, looking at something. The castle's setup was truly bizarre. There were only 2 guards for the dungeon, 1 temp worker and 1 drunk. The drunk was passed out on the floor, snoring away, oblivious to everything. Jian Shi poked the drunk with a stick, tapping him here and there. "What are you doing?" Jian Shi turned around to see Suisui leaning on the office desk, her big curious eyes fixed on the stick in his hand. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes in shock, about to blurt out something strange. Jian Shi's eyelid twitched. He immediately tossed the stick aside and opened his arms to her. Hug. And Suisui's mind went blank, her odd thoughts vanishing, leaving only the image of his open embrace. She pretended to be reserved, walked over, and gave him a quick, half-hearted hug, ready to pull away. But Jian Shi tightened his arms, holding her close. "Missed you." And Suisui had never dated before, so she didn't know if other couples were this clingy, but she felt it was necessary to maintain her status at home. She put on a serious face, lightly patted Jian Shi's fluffy hair, and trying to sound stern, said, "Don't be so clingy. You're making things difficult for me." Jian Shi buried his head in the crook of her neck, rubbing his face against her soft skin and mumbling, Difficult how? How was she supposed to answer that? Say that his clinginess made her heart race? No way she could say that. And Suisui quickly changed the subject, pushing the matter aside. "I mean, what are you looking at?" She broke free from Jian Shi, darted to the other side of the drunk in a few quick steps. Back to business, Jian Shi stopped teasing, kicked the drunk aside, and pulled out a yellowed scroll, spreading it on the table. The scroll was of excellent quality. Even though it looked old, it was only slightly yellowed, with no damage at the edges. On it, a passage was clearly drawn in black ink, with simple instructions on how to open it. And Suisui found the drawing on the scroll very familiar. That statue. Wasn't it the lion statue Yuan Li and Wen Gan had hidden in? This is the dungeon? And Suisui followed the route shown on the scroll. When the players in the cells saw her, they immediately lay down at the back of their cells, closed their eyes, and pretended to know nothing. And Suisui slowed her steps, shuffling along like an old lady, taking several minutes to walk a corridor less than 10 meters long. Phew. The players in the cells let out a slow sigh of relief. At the same time, they wondered, didn't she just leave? Why is she back again? No one dared get up, because the cells were a one-way passage, and that weird NPC would have to come back soon. But after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as they started to get sleepy, Suisui still hadn't returned. Drowsily, they wondered, are NPCs always this unpredictable? Something felt off. Following the scroll's instructions, Suisui made her way to the depths of the dungeon. On what looked like an ordinary wall, she found a hidden door. She slipped through and emerged in a storage room on the 2nd floor. And Suisui cupped her cheeks in thought. Maybe nightfall brought not just challenges, but opportunities too. After telling her teammates about the secret passage, Suisui left the storage room and went off to find her next target in need of help. 2 hours later, another power shift. With a pile of quest rewards in hand, Suisui stood smiling in the bustling banquet hall. Aside from the brief chaos at the start of the night, the surviving players had learned the nighttime rules. Those with costumes used them, those without found places to hide. There were no more unnecessary casualties. Now, it was extremely hard to find any trace of the players. Maybe it was time to use this brief peace to collect more quest rewards. With that in mind, Suisui approached her chosen prey with a tray in hand. That's right, she'd gone from passively triggering quests to actively seeking them out. Beavis sat alone in a corner, his aura so powerful it made people tremble. He was clearly someone with a strong presence, yet everyone passing by acted as if they didn't see him at all. No one greeted him, not even a glance. And Suisui walked over and studied Beavis's clothes. From her 2 hours of experience, she'd learned that NPCs who could give out quests were usually connected to the castle in some way, and the more expensive their clothes and the stronger their aura, the better the rewards. She'd been watching Beavis for a while. Not only was he odd, but he also had close ties to the castle's head butler. The butler had met with him in secret several times. Most importantly, this guy looked rich. And Suisui's eyes curved in a smile as she stood beside Beavis with her tray. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Beavis slowly looked up, a big question mark in his mind. He didn't seem to need any help. His gaze swept over the colorful badges on Suisui's chest, and he understood. So, she's a player. But instead of hiding or chasing the plot for items, this player was wandering around him. What was she up to? Well, it had nothing to do with him. Beavis coldly looked away, not even bothering to reply, completely ignoring her. And Suisui wasn't discouraged. She picked up a wineglass from her tray and offered it to Beavis. "Would you like a glass of, expired human blood?" Damn, what a weird name for a drink. Was it really human blood? And expire at that? Beavis still ignored her. And Suisui told herself it was fine. Every customer she'd targeted started out this resistant, but after more contact, they'd realize she was a real scammer. Thinking of the last customer's satisfied face as they left, and Suisui pressed on. "Ah, sir, your shoes are dirty. Would you like me to clean them for you?" "Oh my, isn't it cold tonight? Do you need a warm coat?" "Sir, you look so lonely sitting here all by yourself. Would you like me to introduce you to a nice lady to keep you company?" "Sir? Sir." Finally, Beavis couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes, the veins on his forehead throbbing, showing just how annoyed he was. And Suisui talked until her mouth was dry, but instead of feeling discouraged, she grew even more excited. In her experience, the harder it was to persuade an NPC, the better the quest rewards would be. She was about to hit the jackpot. Beways had never seen such a bizarre player. Not only did she not avoid NPCs, she actually forced them to give her quests. The more he ignored her, the more excited she became. Her mouth just wouldn't stop, chattering on and on. She'd probably even start talking about the color of his underwear if she could. Her behavior was unheard of, truly outrageous. He suddenly stood up, a menacing aura sweeping through the entire hall. The room instantly fell silent, and Suisui felt the overwhelming pressure from Beways and immediately hid behind a thick stone pillar. So strong, way too strong. This strange man's power was so overwhelming she could barely breathe, and she didn't even have the will to fight. Only when there was a chasm-like gap in strength would this kind of effect be triggered. Her little demon bloodline would usually activate automatically when facing a strong enemy, making her want to charge in and fight. Even Jian Shi was no exception. But this time, her demon bloodline was as quiet as a chicken. Beways was about to leave the banquet hall. He really did have the power to crush on Suisui. But in the game world there were restrictions. He couldn't just attack at will. Besides, what he wanted most right now was to get out of here as soon as possible. But just as he took a step, that bizarre player who'd just fled in panic poked her head out from behind the pillar and, voice trembling, asked, "Sir, you seem a bit upset, so is there anything I can help you with?" "Shut up." And Suisui shrank her neck and whispered, "Is that your request?" A window popped up in front of Beways. "Would you like to issue the quest, 'Be quiet for 10 minutes' to play your lucky little koi?" Beways. "You really are something." He took a deep breath, clicked confirm, then casually pulled something from his pocket and tossed it to Suisui before turning to leave. This time, Suisui finally stopped causing trouble, happily clutching her new quest reward and hurrying off to share it with her teammates. Beways caught this scene out of the corner of his eye and just felt exhausted. Truly, in this noisy world, nothing was better than sleep. The item Beways casually gave her was just as powerful as he was. Congratulations, you have received the quest reward, Castle Pass. Castle Pass property of, With this, you can go anywhere in the castle unimpeded and instantly teleport to any place you've been before, once every 30 minutes. And Suisui stared at for a while, then tried rubbing the card with her clothes. The card was shiny and clean, but there was still... Why was the item description censored? And Suisui silently complained for 3 seconds, then focused on the Castle Pass's actual effect. Teleportation? Didn't that make her invincible? Well, except for that one NPC. Feeling smug, Anne Suisui strutted down the halls, deliberately squeezing into crowded areas. She'd show her pass to anyone she met, and soon, almost every NPC in the castle knew about it. It got to the point where she didn't even need the pass. She could go anywhere she wanted. The upside was that NPCs wouldn't give her a hard time. The downside was that crowds would scatter as soon as she appeared. She couldn't find anyone to share her joy with for ages. Then, a head rolled out of the wall. Next came a thigh, then an arm, a hand, a calf, a ribcage. It was a dismembered ghost, a shiny black badge hanging from its chest. And Suisui stopped in front of the ghost, waiting for him to reassemble himself. It took a while, but finally the wall spat out all his body parts. The ghost's head floated unsteadily in the air, slowly drifting toward the pile of body parts. It was currently the Black Team's hunting time. As long as they avoided being caught by NPCs, there wasn't much danger. Black Team? The ghost heard a soft, childlike voice behind him and slowly turned to meet on Suisui's gaze. A piece of skin fell off his face and landed on the floor with a splat. He bent down to pick it up, only for his eyeball to roll out of its socket, trailing sticky blood until it stopped at An Suisui's feet. This was a common ghost player trick. First, scare the living until they have a mental breakdown. Then they're much easier to deal with. He especially liked soft, delicate girls like the one in front of him. He could eat several in one night. He grinned, his mouth stretching so wide the corners tore along the muscle lines, making his whole face look grotesquely twisted. His expression was so exaggerated and stiff that it became impossible to tell what he was really feeling. And Suisui pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out. So she just went with her own interpretation and made a decision. Need me to pick up your eyeball? No problem, no problem. As long as you pay, I can even make you a new one on the spot. She picked up the eyeball at her feet, stuffed it back into the ghost's socket, and quickly grabbed his ribcage, with the badge, before running off. The ghost couldn't even catch up. This time he didn't just lose an eyeball, he lost his mind. Picking up his eyeball was one thing, but why did she steal his ribcage? Without it, he'd be an incomplete ghost. The ghost screamed and chased after her. And so, a strange scene appeared in the castle. A pretty young girl sprinting ahead with a pile of body parts missing a ribcage chasing after her. The ghost shouted, "Give me back my ribcage, you thief, robber!" And Suisui shouted back, "Nonsense! That was my payment for picking up your eyeball! You scoundrel!" The ghost was so angry he could vomit blood. Couldn't he pick up his own eyeball? Why did he need her help? Eyeball for a ribcage? His brain was still intact. And Suisui was fast, but the ghost could phase through walls and always sense where his ribcage was, so the distance between them kept changing. She couldn't shake him, and he couldn't quite catch her. Panicking, An Suisui dashed into a basement. It was pitch black. She could barely make out the outlines of large objects. Sensing someone ahead, she ran over. A frail girl was locked in a cold cage, looking exhausted, tear stains faintly visible on her cheeks. Hearing movement, she looked up, her eyes full of sorrow as she pleaded for help. "Stranger, please help me, And Suisui raised her hand to cut her off. "Say no more. I'm such a helpful person, of course I'll help you. But first, could you transfer me $1 million? I haven't eaten in 3 days." The trapped girl? Got off track there. The first half of what An Suisui just said was indeed what she meant, but the second half just slipped out because she was talking so smoothly. It all just seemed to fit together. Seeing the young girl's questioning her life choices expression, An Suisui felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "If you think $1 million is too much, I can give you a discount. How about 99% off?" The girl closed her eyes expressionlessly, refusing to communicate further. Paying $990,000 just to ask for help? Did she look like a total sucker? And Suisui wanted to keep persuading her, but the corpse shredder ghost caught up right on cue. "You sly little thing, give me back my chest cavity or I won't be polite." The corpse shredder ghost launched into a verbal barrage the moment he arrived. No matter the outcome, he had to make sure his momentum was overwhelming. "Oh?" And Suisui turned around and gave him a provocative look. "You've been chasing me all this way and still haven't caught up. What exactly are you going to do to me?" The corpse shredder ghost was furious. Did she think he was some harmless cutie just because he hadn't gotten serious yet? Rage flashed in his hollow eyes, and broken corpse pieces oozed thick black mist swirling around his head. Seeing this, and Suisui grew wary, gripping her little fork tightly. Was this guy about to use his ultimate move? After a moment, the blood-red color in the ghost's eyes filled his entire eye sockets. His body, shattered into thousands of pieces, was enveloped in black mist. With a loud shout, every piece sprouted a thin black thread, all connecting to his mouth. The next second, the black mist dispersed. The corpse pieces reappeared, and Suisui looked closely. All the various body parts, under the ghost's manipulation, had turned into mouths. Over 1,000 mouths quickly surrounded on Suisui, bombarding her with all kinds of verbal attacks. And Suisui? Was he trying to kill her with noise? Even the girl watching from the sidelines was dumbfounded. She'd just been considering whether to give the quest to this new player and let Suisui regret it. But this new player, how to put it? Seemed a bit underdeveloped in the brain department. If she gave him the quest and he failed, would he come back and argue with her? But once a main quest was activated, it couldn't be cancelled. If she didn't assign it, she'd be punished by the rules. Thinking of this, the girl suddenly grabbed Suisui's hand, her eyes sincere. "I can't give you $1 million, but if you help me deliver this letter to my sister, she'll definitely reward you well. Trust me, her reward will definitely satisfy you. Just get this troublemaker out of here." A good reward? Something in Suisui's brain was instantly triggered. Without hesitation, she accepted the quest, spread her wings, and used her skill, Storm Master, to blow away all the little mouths around her. No way she was letting them interfere with her quest. With the corpse shredder ghost's body parts blown away, she dashed off in a flash. After running a safe distance and making sure the ghost couldn't catch up anytime soon, Suisui took out the letter and examined it. The envelope was plain white, and under the candlelight, she could faintly see neat handwriting inside. She held the letter up to the light, carefully reading it, and caught an important name. Merlin. That girl's sister was Merlin, the maid who'd previously given Suisui the medicine-finding quest. She blinked, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. She immediately opened her network and asked everyone if they'd received any quests related to Merlin or the girl locked in the cage. Jianshi and the others replied quickly. None of them had received such quests. On the other side, Yu Jianian also got Suisui's group message. A girl locked in an iron cage? He glanced at the quest he'd just received, lowered his eyes, and spun the playing card in his hand. Finally, he replied, yes. Immediately after, he received a picture from Suisui. In the photo, a small, fair hand held a white envelope, and Suisui's message below. Want to exchange information? Yu Jianian didn't answer right away. He wasn't opposed to cooperation. Or rather, as long as there was enough benefit, he could work with anyone. But he always had to be the one in control. With someone as hard to handle as Suisui, he'd normally refuse. He started to type "no need," but when he sent it, it became "okay." The blonde boy watching this was so shocked he bumped into his teammate. He whispered, thinking he was being discreet, "Is the captain into that girl?" His teammate didn't know how to answer, because when their boss and Suisui were together, the vibe didn't feel romantic at all. But the boss's recent actions were so odd he couldn't think of any other explanation. After a moment's hesitation, and under the blonde boy's urging, he mumbled, "Maybe." The blond boy, satisfied, looked up at his captain with a loving gaze. Ah, finally the captain's eyes aren't just filled with money. Nice, nice. But Yu Jianian just glanced at him coolly, not even bothering to scold him. He treated the boy's self-amusement as a not-so-funny joke, like Suisui. He twitched his lips, unable to even imagine it. A troublemaker like her. Only someone like Jian Shi could put up with her. But he did have a certain tolerance for Suisui. He didn't need his teammates to point it out. He'd noticed it himself. Why was that? Yu Jianian frowned, thinking hard, and finally realized it all started with that childhood friend's dungeon in the real world. Ever since that dungeon, his patience with Suisui had only grown, and every time he heard about her mischief, he instinctively wanted to clean up her mess. It felt like he'd suddenly gained a mischievous little sister. Damn, that dungeon's influence was still lingering. What had he done to deserve being assigned a little sister like Suisui? If any more players go missing in the real world, handle it yourselves and report it after. It's not necessary to tell me in advance. Yu Jianian couldn't hide his irritation as he spoke. Now, he had a little sister in his heart for no reason. And it was Suisui of all people. If he had to do a few more dungeons, he'd end up with a whole family. Who could stand that? Yu Jianian forcibly cut off his train of thought. When he opened the comms panel again and saw Jian Shi and Suisui's names side by side, he suddenly felt like his own cabbage had been stolen by a pig. Damn it. Seeing Jian Shi just made him even more annoyed. And Suisui successfully got detailed information about another quest from Yu Jianian. Her own quest was to help the girl deliver a message, and she guessed there would be a follow-up quest to rescue the girl later. But Yu Jianian's client was someone else. Her request was to replace the girl and become the one to be sacrificed. That's right. The girl in the cage was someone the nobles had gone to great lengths to find, intending to offer her to the vampire prince, the master of the castle, as a blood servant. In exchange, they hoped for money or fame. For a human girl, becoming a blood servant meant a lifetime of imprisonment, a terrible fate. But for a vampire girl, the vampire prince was the highest faith of her life. To become the prince's blood servant was the greatest honor. And Suisui felt that the two quests didn't conflict at all. In fact, there was plenty of room for cooperation. So she sent her detailed plan to Yu Jianian. In short, she would deliver the letter to Merlin and see how he reacted. If Merlin, as she expected, issued a second quest to rescue the girl, then with his cooperation, they could get the caged girl out. At the same time, they could put the vampire girl in, completing both quest lines at once. Wasn't that a perfect fit? Yu Jianian agreed. For him, it just meant waiting for Suisui to finish her part. If it worked, his quest would be much easier. He'd just need to find a chance to swap in the vampire girl. If it failed, it didn't really matter. He'd just lose a bit of time. After reaching this agreement, Suisui got to work. She returned to the noble girl's lounge, but Merlin wasn't there. After some subtle questioning of the other two maids, she finally learned Merlin's whereabouts. Because she was feeling weak after her illness, Merlin had gone back to her quarters to rest. When Suisui arrived, only Merlin was there. Merlin hadn't noticed Suisui's approach. She was practicing throwing a sharp little knife. She even crushed a heavy iron ball with her bare hands. Was this the frail Merlin? And Suisui doubted her own eyes. Frail? If it was just about strength, one Merlin could beat 10 Suisuis. Before she could react, Merlin sensed the intruder. Her eyes turned fierce, and she threw the remaining knife from the jar. The knife shot toward Suisui like a gust of wind, and Suisui tried to dodge but found her body immobilized by an invisible force. Looking at Merlin, her eyes had turned a clear red, and her aura had multiplied several times over. The once weak and pitiful maid was now a powerful vampire, so everything before had just been an act, and Suisui didn't have time to think further and immediately used her skill, Time Freeze. The powerful skill forcibly pressed pause on time within a certain range, and Suisui easily broke free. When the skill ended, she was already behind Merlin, her palm-sized little fork pressed to Merlin's chest. If Merlin made any move, her heart would be pierced instantly. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Merlin's powerful aura fluctuated violently, as if on the verge of exploding. And Suisui, ever sensitive, immediately noticed the change. She paused, suddenly recalling the medicine Merlin had taken. Maybe her previous weakness wasn't an act, but not due to illness either. Maybe it was to balance her power. To avoid provoking Merlin into self-destruction, Suisui quickly took out the letter the caged girl had given her. The familiar aura from the letter calmed Merlin. She read the contents in silence, and her raging energy finally settled. She raised her hands to show she meant no harm. "Sorry, I thought you were one of Bevace's people. My actions just now were a bit offensive. Please forgive me." And Suisui carefully watched Merlin's profile, making sure her emotions were stable before releasing her. She then spread her wings and quickly flew to a corner of the room, keeping a safe distance. "I've delivered the letter. Give me my reward and you can leave." Merlin quietly lowered her arms and reminded her, "This is my room." And Suisui glared at her. "That's not the point. Where's my reward?" Merlin twitched her lips, finally recognizing Suisui. Wasn't this the new maid who'd helped her find the suppressant earlier? Thinking of Suisui's temp status, Merlin's mind wandered to other possibilities. She quickly took out the quest reward. A brand new envelope? That's it? The so-called satisfying reward was just this? Were these sisters both broke, trying to get free labor out of her? Or was there some blank check inside for her to fill in as she pleased? Full of questions, Suisui opened the pristine envelope. Inside wasn't a blank check, just a single line of writing. It read, "The head butler Elton has a bottle of cryo agent that can instantly freeze any liquid into ice." Cryo agent, liquid, freeze. And Suisui's heart skipped. She understood the hidden meaning. Wasn't this the perfect way to deal with those troublesome water-type enemies? She hadn't expected the reward to be something that directly affected the players. But the item was in the hands of Elton, the head butler. As the castle's chief butler, Elton was naturally a powerful vampire. Getting the cryo agent from him would be anything but easy. And Suisui instantly felt dissatisfied. She slapped the paper on the table, angrily pointed at Merlin's chest, and demanded, "I risked so much to deliver this criminal letter for you, and this is the reward? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Merlin, "What do you mean?" She didn't get it? And Suisui held up 3 fingers. "I mean, you need to pay more." Merlin's eyes darkened, thinking this girl was insatiably greedy. Annoyed, she said coldly, "This is something money can't buy. If you get it, it's your luck. Don't be ungrateful." Sensing the impatience in Merlin's tone, Suisui got even more upset. "What? Wasn't it your sister who promised me a satisfying reward? Did I put a knife to your throats and force you to say it? If you can't deliver, don't make big promises. You think you can fob me off with a useless message? Dream on. I'm telling you, if you can't satisfy me, I'll show you what ungrateful really means." Once again, a surge of supernatural energy rippled around Merlin. And Suisui whipped out her little fork and stabbed it right at Merlin's chest. She was so fast Merlin couldn't dodge at all. Merlin was shocked. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so ruthless and direct. No words, just action. She was instantly wounded and fell to the ground, her raging powers spiraling out of control, turning into a wild, invisible wind that rampaged through the room. Merlin clutched her chest in pain and reached into her pocket for a white medicine bottle. A small hand darted over and snatched the bottle first, holding it up for inspection. So it really is a power-balancing drug. How did I not notice before? Hearing the girl mutter this, Merlin bit down hard in frustration, but had no choice but to temporarily compromise. How did she know about this medicine? Was she testing her? Supporting herself on the sofa, Merlin coughed up blood and asked, What do you want? Give me the medicine, and I'll get you whatever you want, okay? Give it back to you so you can stabilize your emotions and fight me properly?" And Suisui shook the medicine as if to throw it out the window. Panic flashed in Merlin's eyes, but her body wouldn't obey her. She could only struggle to hide her thoughts and pretend not to care. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want more reward, just throw it away. It's just heart medicine. I can get another bottle. Merlin assumed this rare drug was unknown to ordinary vampires, so she didn't think it was that valuable. But Suisui's reaction surprised her. Not only did she not return the medicine for a reward, she looked at Merlin as if she were an idiot. A bad feeling welled up in Merlin's heart. Then she heard Suisui say, "Heart medicine? You think I'm stupid? If a vampire's heart really had a problem, could it even be cured?" She popped the cork and sniffed the contents, continuing, "If I'm right, you're a half-blood, aren't you? Only half-bloods like you have trouble keeping their powers balanced and need medicine to maintain it." Judging by Merlin's situation, her father's status must be high. The stronger the vampire parent, the more severe the imbalance in their half-blood children. Ordinary half-bloods wouldn't need such rare medicine even if their powers were unstable, and the ingredients for this kind of drug were extremely precious. Ordinary people couldn't get them. And Suisui had studied vampire legends and knew a few ambiguous details, so she wasn't fooled by Merlin. Still, legends were just legends. Vampires had never appeared openly in human history, so her knowledge was limited. She could only stay on guard. Merlin hadn't expected Suisui to know so much and had to patiently play along. But in her heart, she became even more convinced that Suisui was a spy sent by another prince. She dropped her dismissive attitude and pointed to a shabby dressing table in the room. "Move that aside. On the floor, 3 inches up." Following Merlin's instructions, Suisui quickly found her hidden stash. There wasn't much, but every item was top quality. Merlin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to tell Suisui to pick one as her reward. But when she looked up, the little box was already gone from Suisui's hands. The hiding spot was empty, not even a hair left. Merlin's mind instantly collapsed. Ignoring her injuries, she shakily grabbed a small knife from the table and lunged at Suisui. Seeing this, Suisui guiltily put the treasure box back in the hole and re-hid it. Merlin thought Suisui had really returned everything, barely calmed down, and slumped to the floor. She had no idea Suisui had only put the empty box back. Everything inside was gone. Not wanting to tangle with Suisui any longer, Merlin grabbed the medicine and tried to shoo her away. But Suisui's eyes sparkled as she reminded her, "Aren't you trying to save that girl? Maybe I can help?" After taking so much reward, she felt she should at least do something. Merlin misunderstood Suisui's identity, but after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Snatching someone from Beavis wouldn't be easy. Working with another prince's people was a good idea. The moment she nodded, several options appeared in Suisui's mind. Ding. Main quest triggered. Option 1, help Merlin rescue the girl. Option 2, report Merlin. Option 3, take the opportunity to threaten Merlin into working for you. And Suisui was stunned. So there was a main quest? And it even gave her 3 different routes to choose from. Pretty nice. She thought it over and opened her contacts to ask the others. Group message. Has anyone else triggered a main quest? Jianshe replied first. Harvester. Just got one. The head butler Elton is planning a rebellion. Jianian replied next. Fool. Huh? Yours isn't the main quest? Huh? And Suisui was confused for a moment, then quickly caught on. She replied to Jianian first in case their quests conflicted. Lucky Koi. Which quest did you pick? If she was right, the other main quests probably had multiple routes too. Different choices would lead to different outcomes. That's how main quests worked. Fool. I picked the most profitable one. Huh? How could he tell which was the most profitable from just a few words? And Suisui was curious. Lucky Koi. Which one is the most profitable? Fool, option 1, plus option 2, plus option 3. A question mark slowly formed in Suisui's mind. If she wasn't mistaken, at least 2 of those options should be mutually exclusive. Jianian quickly explained. Fool. First swap the vampire girl for the human girl to complete option 1, then follow her into the basement, kill her to complete option 3, and finally report her to complete option 2. Wait, you can do that? He turned 3 quest lines into a chain quest? Wouldn't that mess up the whole dungeon? And Suisui was getting excited. She linked her own quests together and realized she could first do option 3, threaten Merlin into working for her, then help Merlin rescue the human girl for option 1. After all that, she could report Merlin. Perfect. And Suisui happily finished her plan, then realized she hadn't replied to John Shi. When she opened the chat, she saw he'd sent several more messages. Harvester: did you trigger a main quest too? Harvester: the head butler Elton is planning something at tomorrow night's banquet. The bait is a human girl. Harvester: image. Harvester: is this the caged girl you mentioned before? Harvester: Suisui? What are you doing? Why aren't you replying? Harvester: Suisui. And Suisui thought, oh no, and after a moment's thought, replied carefully. Lucky Koi. I was just thinking about which of the 3 quests to pick and didn't see your messages. Jian Shi replied almost instantly. Harvester: really? You sure it's not because you were chatting with some pretty boy and forgot about me? She could feel the jealousy through the screen, although the reality was a bit different. Suisui still felt a little guilty for no reason. After all, Jian Shi was the newly established main partner, right? Forgetting about him as soon as she started a quest didn't seem very nice. She wondered if she should try to comfort Jian Shi, but with just a screen between them, she didn't know what to say, so she forcefully changed the subject. Lucky little Koi. You're going to run into the head butler Elton. He has something called a cryo agent that can be used against the blue team players. Keep an eye out. Jian Shi had been keeping an eye on his private chat window, so he didn't miss any of Suisui's messages. Seeing the brat's scumbag boyfriend reply, he almost laughed in exasperation. Just wait, he'd get his payback. Elton was a very refined-looking head butler, but his strictness didn't match his appearance. He and the vampire prince were both from the Freeman line, and he was the strongest person in the castle besides the prince himself. John Shi's quest required him to interact with the girl in the cage. He had already notified Suisui and injected a special drug into the girl's blood. According to Elton's plan, as soon as the vampire prince drank this girl's blood, he would be affected by the drug, and his power would plummet. After Jian Shi left, Suisui, under Merlin's arrangement, brought Yu Jianian's quest target to the place where the girl was being held. The vampire girl didn't know about their plan and was excited to finally achieve her goal, and Suisui had an item, so to her, no lock was a real obstacle. The moment the cage opened, the vampire girl rushed in, grabbed the weak human girl, and flung her out. And Suisui twitched her lips, unable to find words to describe this vampire girl. So eager to be a blood bag and so enthusiastic about it. The human girl saw Suisui and immediately knew her sister had sent someone to rescue her. She quickly put on the robe the vampire girl had thrown on the ground, disguised herself as the vampire girl, and left the storage room with Suisui. Of the 3, only Yu Jianian stayed behind. He still needed to help the vampire girl avoid the guard's inspection. What happened next was no longer Suisui's concern. She had already completed the task of threatening Merlin back in the room, and now that she had rescued Merlin's sister, she only needed to do one last thing to finish the entire quest chain. The time limit for the quest was 48 hours, meaning she had 2 days to complete the final task, reporting Merlin. What troubled Suisui was who she should report Merlin to. The head butler Elton was actually the mastermind behind this rebellion, so she wasn't sure if reporting to him would count. If Elton played both sides and turned on her, that would be bad. The best candidate was, of course, the vampire prince himself. But he was extremely mysterious. No one knew his name, what he looked like, or which room he lived in. Why does it have to be so complicated? And Suisui muttered as she hurried toward Jian Shi's location. Jian Shi's quest was the most complicated of the 3. Unlike Suisui and Yu Jianian, he had no loopholes to exploit. His quest could be summed up in 3 options: side with Elton, support the vampire prince, or fish in troubled waters for personal gain. No matter which path he chose, it was much harder than Suisui's, which fit his non-mainstream style perfectly. At the moment, Jianshi was following the first path, helping Elton rebel. In fact, he was more interested in the third quest line, but so far he hadn't found any clues about the vampire treasure. Following Jianshi's tip, Suisui snuck into Elton's study. There was a lot of stuff here, and finding information about the vampire treasure wouldn't be easy. The Green Team's hunting time had long since arrived, but except for the pre-reserved dismembered ghost, no one else had a chance to get a badge. And Suisui hadn't expected to run into players from other teams in the study. Strictly speaking, it was a little mouse used by the Ratman player for scouting. The little mouse had many uses: eavesdropping, treasure hunting, finding people, stealing. Truly a handy little guy. The mouse she encountered was clearly searching for something specific, and Suisui guessed the player behind the mouse might also have a quest related to Elton. She didn't show herself, instead using the skill, night stealth, to hide in an inconspicuous corner. She watched the mouse's actions. The mouse was small, but very good at finding things. Whenever it got lost, it would just lift its head, sniff the air, and quickly find a general direction. After a few minutes, the gray mouse arrived at the bookshelf. It struggled to push aside a heavy book, then lay on the dark brown wooden panel behind the books, sniffing and scratching anxiously. It seemed to have found the scent of what it was looking for, but couldn't find a way in. At that moment, a small, chubby hand reached out from behind, grabbed the mouse by the scruff, and tossed it out the window. "Thanks for helping me find the treasure. Go play outside in the daylight. It's good for your health." With that, she closed the window and returned to the study. She took all the books off the shelf and placed them on the floor, then lay on the wooden panel to examine it closely. Logically, there should be a secret door or mechanism behind the bookshelf, but the back of the shelf seemed to be made from a single piece of wood. No matter how she looked or felt, she couldn't find anything unusual. Did the mouse get it wrong? And Suisui started to doubt the mouse's abilities. But since she was already here and had no other leads, she simply took out her little fork and violently pried open the back panel. To her surprise, the backboard was very thin. A gentle poke made a big hole. Behind it wasn't a wall, but a deeper, square-shaped cavity. Inside was a luxurious box containing a golden key. Clearly no ordinary item. And Suisui picked up the key, and the game notification sounded in her ear. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the item. Treasure key." The item's name was very straightforward, and Suisui's eyes lit up. This was a local use item. The treasure key. That meant there was a mysterious treasure hidden in the castle, waiting for her to unlock it. Or maybe the mouse's owner also knew where the treasure was. And Suisui rushed to the window, anxiously searching outside, but the gray mouse was long gone, and there was no sign of the player behind it. Disappointed, Suisui slumped against the study's windowsill. Click! Just then, there was a crisp sound at the study door. Someone was coming in. The one who pushed the door open was the owner of the little mouse, the Rat Man. Before he even fully entered the room, his nose poked in first, sniffing around. The scent of a human. He immediately realized there was a Green Team player hiding in the study, and that hateful person had snatched away what his mouse had found. This forced the Rat Man to come check things out himself. He wasn't wearing the required formal attire, so he couldn't openly appear in the castle. Luckily, his hiding skills were decent, and he hadn't been caught by any NPCs yet. While sneaking around, he'd stumbled upon a quest and learned about the vampire clan's secret treasure. A vampire treasure. Just hearing the name, you knew it was a rare game item. After the game entered open beta, the entire mode would change dramatically. The most obvious difference, during closed beta, you could often find hidden items in the game world and take them out as your own. But in open beta, except for certain special quests, there would be no game items in dungeons at all. So any item you got from a special quest was bound to be top tier. The Ratman was thrilled, so much so that he didn't even tell his teammates about the clue. He came alone. He was still cautious, though. Before entering Elton's study, he sent his little mouse in to scout. He just needed to hide and control the mouse from a safe spot. His mouse had already found the item, but in the end, a human player snatched it away. Every time he thought about it, the Ratman fumed. Before leaving, the mouse had relayed the info. There was only one player in the study, on Suisui. So the Ratman took a risk and barged in, hoping to snatch his treasure back. As soon as he opened the door, a dusty sack dropped from above, covering his head. The Ratman was startled and squeaked in alarm. A cloud of gray mist burst from his body, and Suisui nimbly dodged to the side, not letting a speck of the mist touch her. When the mist hit the ground, it turned into a swarm of tiny mice, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The mice scattered, then regrouped into a giant humanoid figure, the Ratman. Naturally timid, the Ratman was now even more hesitant after being startled by Suisui. This player seemed stronger than him, but he didn't show it on his face. His red glowing eyes looked fierce and cunning. "Hand over the item, or you're not leaving here." And Suisui floated near the ceiling, glancing down at the sea of mice below, secretly relieved. Wow, she'd never seen so many mice, layer upon layer, like waves. Terrifying. No matter what she felt inside, and Suisui didn't show a hint of fear. At the very least, she had to keep up her momentum. So she hovered near the ceiling, facing off with the Ratman. "If the treasure's in my hands, it's mine. Want it? Come and take it." A vicious glint flashed in the Ratman's eyes, and his slightly open mouth revealed sharp teeth. A drop of saliva dripped to the floor, reeking of blood. And Suisui kept a straight face, swapping her little fork for a machine gun. She looked every bit the part. The Ratman let out a sharp roar and made the first move. And Suisui pulled the pin and fired a wild burst. Then the Ratman sent a tidal wave of mice surging toward her. And Suisui's face darkened as she gripped her machine gun tighter. But in the next second, the Ratman darted past her, heading straight for the door. And Suisui smashed through the study's window and escaped outside. Once safe, both of them turned back at the same time, clearly realizing they'd both had the same idea: to run. And Suisui. Ratman. Kindred spirits, it seemed. The Ratman's face twisted, and he gave Suisui a deep look before turning to leave. The situation wasn't in his favor now, and the commotion would surely attract the patrol. If he didn't leave, he'd be trapped. And Suisui gripped the golden key in her hand and also left the study, planning to re-enter the castle later. A swarm of tiny things was way scarier than a giant beast. She'd let John Schur handle him next time. Not long after they left, the patrol arrived. They looked at the wrecked study, trembling as they reported to head butler Elton. Though Elton looked angry and harshly scolded the patrol, even punishing each of them, if you looked closely, his eyes were perfectly calm, as if he'd expected all this. After sending the patrol away, Elton went to the bookshelf. The hidden item had been stolen, but with a wave of his hand, everything was restored to its original state. He sat in his chair, watching the time. 10 minutes later, Elton got up as if nothing had happened and calmly left the study. Meanwhile, Jian Shi was searching for clues about the secret treasure. His quest options 1 and 2 represented 2 different factions. No matter which side you chose, you had to help your faction win, or you'd fail the quest. So, option 3 was the most flexible and profitable. Unfortunately, the final target of option 3, the vampire treasure, was nowhere to be found. Yuan Li sent John Shi some info, and from it, he found a clue about the treasure. Jian Shi followed the trail to the stairs between the 3rd and 4th floors. Between the 3rd and 4th floors, he avoided the patrols, pacing the stairwell. What did between the 3rd and 4th floors mean? He carefully examined every inch of the stairwell walls, even touching and feeling around, but found nothing unusual. Was he overthinking it? Maybe between the 3rd and 4th floors was just a metaphor, not a literal location? Jian Shi frowned deeply. He went to the window at the landing, thinking to jump out and look in from outside. He found a large shadow outside the window. Someone was hiding there. Black mist seeped from Jian Shi's hand as he crept closer to the shadow, then suddenly struck, grabbing a corner and yanking hard. A chubby little troublemaker was pulled into his arms, and Suisui blinked and giggled at Jian Shi. "You found me so fast. What were you doing outside?" watching you look for something. So Suisui had been hiding there on purpose, waiting for Jianshi to find her. Jianshi affectionately rubbed her nose, helpless against her mischief. I was looking for something, but no luck. He described what he was searching for. As Suisui listened, she hesitantly took out the golden key. The vampire treasure. The key to the treasure. Could these two things be connected? The golden key was taken out. Jianshi paced back and forth in the stairwell with the key but still found nothing. But Suisui was convinced that this key was definitely related to the vampire treasure. Maybe there's some important clue we haven't found yet, Jianshi guessed. And Suisui just shrugged and said nothing. She'd intercepted the key, so she hadn't received any information about it. But another player probably had. By now, the players had been hiding through the night for over 6 hours. Whether they had their starting outfits or not, everyone was getting tired. Even though it was now the purple team's hunting time, not many beastmen were out looking for other players. The Ratman could not only control little mice, but also switch to their perspective to observe the enemy. After failing to find the treasure the first time, the Ratman hid in a dim little room. He had thousands of mouse minions, each with several skills. Why risk himself? Controlling the mice took a lot of energy, so most of the time he just gave them a task and let them explore on their own. When a mouse found something, it would naturally send him a message. He'd already used this method to find several lone players. At this stage of the dungeon, most players entered as teams. Within a team, some players were strong and some weak. The Ratman's targets were always the weaker support players. Just then, one of his mice suddenly sent a desperate distress signal as if it was about to die. The Ratman, puzzled, switched his view to the mouse, a little confused. His mice were small and clever, never dumb enough to run into crowds. Even if an NPC spotted one, they'd only chase for a bit before giving up. He'd never seen a situation where a mouse was so frantically calling for help, as if being hunted. Switching his view, the Ratman suddenly saw 2 enlarged figures. He didn't recognize the male player, but the girl was the human player he'd seen in Elton's study. And Suisui dangled the mouse by the scruff, inspecting it carefully before handing it to Jianshi. This is definitely that Ratman player's minion. Look at its eyes. They're different from normal mice. I can't be wrong. Jianshi took the mouse, holding it up to his own eye level for a closer look. The mouse's beady eyes darted around, its limbs struggling wildly, squeaking shrilly. The Ratman behind the scenes suddenly felt a chill. From their conversation, it was clear they were deliberately catching his mouse. What did they want? Were they going to come after him? Crazy. It wasn't even Green Team's hunting time. Jianshi glanced at the mouse and also felt its gaze was unusually intelligent, almost as if it could think. He narrowed his eyes and sent a wisp of black mist into the mouse. In that case, let's try out my new skill. The Ratman's back went cold. Something felt wrong. Wait, what was this guy doing? Why use a skill on his mouse? Panicking, the Ratman immediately cut off the visual link, even severing his connection to the mouse, afraid they'd really track him down. But soon, he received another distress signal. He cut the link again, and again it came, over and over in a loop. The Ratman was going crazy, frantically severing connections and ordering his remaining mice to find other Purple Team players for help. By the time the storeroom door was kicked open, Jianshi was already holding a whole sack of mice. They squirmed and squeaked inside the bag. And Suisui, terrified, kept at least 3 meters away from him. The Ratman hid in a barrel by the cabinet, frozen stiff, not daring to make a sound. Pretty quick reaction. Looks like it'll take some work to find him, Jianshi said, walking into the storeroom and tapping around with a stick. The place was filthy, with all sorts of broken tools piled in the corners, never cleaned or repaired. A light tap sent dust flying, making them sneeze. And Suisui peeked in from the doorway, directing Jianshi where to search. She was too scared to go in herself, afraid of facing a swarm of red-eyed mice lurking everywhere. Just lifting a lid might reveal hundreds of them underneath. Terrifying. Better to let Jianshi handle it. Because they searched so thoroughly, their progress was slow. Even so, the small storeroom wouldn't last long. The Ratman could hear footsteps and the sound of things being moved getting closer and closer. His heart pounded, about to leap out of his chest. At that moment, the Mouse Minion's reinforcements arrived. The Ratman's original teammates, the Tiger Man and Deer Man, were too big, and after being chased by NPCs at nightfall, they'd been exhausted and couldn't find a place to hide. They had no choice but to let blue team players steal their badges and get themselves thrown in jail. They lost points, but at least saved their lives. So this time, the rescuers were other beastmen from the purple team. The Crocodile Man's eyes were swollen like light bulbs, and his tail could crack the floor with a single swipe. He'd climbed in through the east window, hiding in the garden pond all night, never spotted by NPCs. Only when the purple team got hunting rights did he dare come out. Besides the Crocodile Man, there was a minotaur with huge horns, a chameleon good at hiding, and an eagle that had just flown in through the window. With his teammates here, the Ratman finally felt confident. He leapt from his hiding place and joined the Beastman group. The Crocodile Man's bulbous eyes swept over the colorful badges on Suisui and Jianshi's chests, unable to hide his greed. Players with that many badges meant lots of points. Taking down these two would be like catching 7 or 8 players at once. Huge profit. But the Crocodile Man was still rational. He knew anyone with that many badges had to be strong. If his side didn't outnumber them by at least double, he wouldn't risk a direct fight. The beastmen silently spread out, surrounding Suisui and Jianshi from all sides. Suisui gripped her fully formed steel fork in one hand, frantically typing for help in the private chat with the other. "Lucky little Koi, help, we're surrounded too. Storeroom on the west side of the 2nd floor, right across from the dragon statue in the garden." Oh no. If Suisui were alone, she'd definitely run first. But with Jianshi here, she had no choice but to stand her ground. The battle was about to begin. The Crocodile Man was the first to attack. His armored hide was the perfect defense, so he didn't need to hold back when going on the offensive. He lunged at Jianshi with his gaping jaws. Jianshi grabbed the Crocodile Man's mouth, forcing it shut. A fierce glint flashed in the Crocodile Man's eyes, and his tail swept toward Jianshi. Jianshi let go and dodged to the side, and Suisui swooped down from the ceiling, aiming to stab the Crocodile Man with her fork. But a net made of countless mice blocked her path, and Suisui's scalp tingled, and she immediately tried to retreat. But a gust of wind swept past her from behind. She twisted in midair just in time to dodge the chameleon's long, darting tongue. She couldn't escape the mouse net and was forced even closer. As the net closed in, Suisui looked up and took a deep breath, then let out a loud howl. "Awoo!" All the beastmen on the field were stunned. The mice scattered, revealing the minotaur behind them, who had been charging at her. The dragon's roar stunned him for a few seconds, and Suisui jabbed her steel fork at the minotaur's face. A golden light shimmered over his face, and the fork made a harsh screech as it scraped off just a small piece of horn. The assassination failed, so Suisui pulled back to wait for another chance. Jianshi seized the opportunity too. Black chains wrapped around the Eagle Man's neck, yanking him from the sky and slamming him to the ground for a beating. Unfortunately, his scythe was tangled with the Crocodile Man, or he would have sliced the Eagle Man's neck. As the stun wore off, the Eagle Man's wings were nearly broken, and the Crocodile Man kept tangling with Jianshi. The Eagle Man flapped back into the air for a brief respite. Jianshi and Suisui weren't having an easy time either. They were individually stronger, but the enemy had numbers and good teamwork, making it hard to deal real damage. The Crocodile Man and Eagle Man focused on Jianshi, while the Minotaur and Rat Man targeted Suisui. A chameleon lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at anyone who showed an opening. Tsk! Troublesome. And Suisui clutched the castle pass in her hand, always looking for a chance to get close to Jianshi. The pass allowed for one targeted teleport. If she could get Jianshi out safely, she'd find a way to shake off the rest. When it came to running away, Suisui had more experience than Jianshi. But the beastmen weren't giving her any chance. Worse, Suisui spotted a small black animal crawling in through the window. If she guessed right, another beastman had joined the fray. The purple team was fast at gathering. Suisui marveled. None of their own team had arrived yet, but the purple team already had 6 players together. Just then, a black ant dropped from the ceiling onto Suisui's wing, biting into the thin membrane. Venom numbed half her wing. She nearly fell from the air. The beastmen were clearly trying to take out her flight ability first. No good. There were too many enemies. And Suisui struggled to flap her wings, whipping up a storm that scattered the hidden ant army. Just as she was about to use her time freeze skill to escape, a familiar playing card whizzed past, embedding itself in the crystal chandelier. A fist-sized black ant fell from the chandelier. The Eagle Man immediately stopped attacking Jianshi, swooped down and caught the ant, carrying it to safety. That was the 6th Beastman player hiding all along. And Suisui hadn't expected such a tiny opponent. She'd almost fallen for it. But the main problem was just the sheer number of enemies. She couldn't keep up. Thinking of the playing card, Suisui turned and saw a familiar figure. The elaborate tailcoat looked tailor-made for Jianian, highlighting his noble air, completely out of place among the rough beastmen. Jianian stepped on an ant trying to ambush him, his playing cards spinning between his fingers and shooting out like bullets in all directions. 2 people can cause this much chaos? Impressive. He was here to help, but couldn't say a single nice thing, especially to Jianshi. It was as if giving Jianshi a compliment would cost him half his life. With Jianian joining, the green team players began to gather. The purple team's overwhelming advantage was broken. Wen Gan and Yuan Li arrived, panting, just before the all-out brawl began. Jianshi caught sight of the healer and in the next instant went all out, fighting with a reckless abandon that hurt himself as much as the enemy. Wen Gan barely had time to catch his breath before Yuan Li shielded him so he could start healing. More and more green team players arrived, and by now it was too late for the purple team to retreat. They had no choice but to call for reinforcements, gathering every beastman they could reach. At that moment, the game broadcast sounded. Power shift. Current hunting team is blue team. Night scene ends. The darkness outside was swept away by white light in seconds, and the night NPCs everyone feared fell into slumber. The castle returned to silence. All the players were stunned, so every 8 hours the scene would shift, a round of hunting would end, and a new scene would begin. In the daytime castle, players had even fewer restrictions. The massive brawl between purple and green teams grew louder, soon drawing in players from the other 2 teams. Black team players hid in the shadows, trying to fish in troubled waters, occasionally peeking out from the walls to observe the chaos below. Jianshi, ever sensitive to souls, noticed them immediately. Whenever they poked their heads out, he'd yank them into the center of the battlefield with his soul-binding chains. If you wanted to play the vulture, you had to see if he'd allow it. Blue team players had no such scruples. It was their hunting time. Every player present was their prey. Waves of blue liquid slithered underfoot, waiting for a chance to engulf a player and drown them alive. The player free-for-all started early due to an accident. Because of the night scene, many players had temporary badges and could leave the dungeon. This made the brawl even more crowded. The small space was packed with people, and all sorts of bizarre skills were unleashed. Sometimes it was so crowded that people couldn't tell friend from foe, and teammates got hurt by mistake. As Suisui fought, she suddenly felt the space was too cramped for her to move. So she pulled a few black bombs from her backpack, lit them, and shouted, "Bombs away!" All the players. The bombs were no joke. The deafening explosions shook the castle, which was already unstable from all the skill attacks. Now it was even worse. The solid walls were blasted to pieces, and the whole building began to show signs of collapse. Jianshi was the first to leap to the window, whipping out a black chain that wrapped around Suisui and flung her outside. Jianian, meanwhile, gave Suisui a not-too-hard slap on the forehead. "You trying to drag us all down with you?" Suisui guiltily fiddled with her fingers, not daring to argue, letting Jianshi's black chain pull her out the window. In the resting place, Biwei's had just fallen asleep when the sound of the castle collapsing jolted him awake. He slowly opened his blood-red eyes, unable to suppress the violent rage in his heart. What the hell were those players doing outside? Wanna die? Then he'd grant their wish. He released his powers to check the situation outside, thinking it might take a while to figure out what happened, but all he saw was a pile of ruins. There wasn't a single intact room left. Where was the castle? Biwais quickly snapped out of his confusion. He closed his eyes and pulled up the surveillance footage from earlier, finally finding the culprit who blew up the castle. And it was someone he knew. Biwais snorted coldly and sat up in his coffin. According to the rules, he now had the right to slaughter the pests who woke him up. And Suisui hadn't expected her few bombs to have such an exaggerated effect. The situation had been so chaotic at the time, her mind was overwhelmed with excitement and she couldn't think straight. She'd just felt the crowded scene was cramping her style and wanted to blow up a few walls to open up the space. Looking back, it was definitely reckless. After the castle collapsed, all the players were forced to stand in the garden. Those who didn't show up were either locked in the dungeon or had already said goodbye to everyone. The battle royale was forced to pause. Everyone stared at the castle ruins in silence. Without the complex castle terrain, the rest of the game would be a pure free-for-all. Jianshi was already thinking about how to quickly finish off all the other players. He felt someone grab his hand and looked down to meet Suisui's bewildered eyes. "Do you feel like everyone's looking at me?" Suisui whispered. Jianshi glanced around and sure enough, the nearby players kept sneaking complicated looks at Suisui. Jianshi thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe they're just realizing you can't judge a book by its cover." Who else would throw bombs in the middle of a battle royale? Honestly, if her teammates hadn't been there, Suisui's bombs might have gone straight into the crowd. She could have taken out a whole group at once. Suisui was about to say something when she noticed the sky, which had just brightened, was quickly turning dark again. The game was changing again. A prompt appeared just in time. The vampire prince has awakened from his slumber and is extremely enraged by the state of the castle. All players, prepare yourselves. The true battle royale is about to begin. So all those hours before, they'd just been playing around. Now the real battle royale was starting. As everyone watched in shock, the sky was swallowed by darkness again. The ruined castle rapidly restored itself to its original state. A minute later, bright lights came on inside the castle. A squad of armored guards burst out, launching a merciless massacre on the players. In Battle Royale mode, starting outfits no longer had any effect. Seeing a group of fierce castle guards charging at her, Suisui grabbed her teammates and bolted back into the castle. The garden was too small. One glance and you could see everything. Not good for hide and seek. The complex castle layout was much better for running away. Players from other teams also rushed into the castle. Wave after wave of guards appeared, and notifications of players being killed by NPC guards kept popping up. Suisui's heart pounded. She noticed something odd. While some guards were killing other players, most of them were converging on her, coming from all directions to surround and cut her off. A bad feeling crept over Suisui. Were these guards targeting her specifically? She glanced at her teammates, who were panting and exhausted, then gritted her teeth and flung Wen Li in the opposite direction. Wen Qian was initially confused by Suisui's actions, unable to hide his shock. Before he could say anything, he realized only a few guards chased after Yuan Li. Most of the force was still after Suisui's group. Suisui's theory was confirmed. She found another chance to toss Wen Qian away. Again, only a few guards followed Wen Qian, while the main force kept chasing Suisui and Jianshi. Just as Suisui was about to do the same to Jianshi, he gripped her wrist tightly, refusing to let her shake him off. Jianshi wouldn't let Suisui leave him behind to face danger alone. Suisui took a deep breath and tried to reason with him as calmly as possible. "You see it too. Their real target is me. It's probably because of those bombs. I was the one who pushed things over the edge and caused the castle to collapse. They've probably marked me as the main culprit. There are too many of them. We can't win. Jianshi, be rational. The best plan is for me to lead the guards away while you take the others and finish the quest. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out." Yu Jianian's team was strong, but Suisui didn't trust him as much as Jianshi, so she couldn't bet everything on him. Jianshi understood, but the thought of Suisui getting hurt made it impossible for him to leave her alone. But there was no other way. Jianshi's grip tightened, then he fiercely bit Suisui's cheek. At the next corner, the two finally split up. Once separated from Jianshi, Suisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure eased. Clutching the substitute doll card Jianshi had forced on her, she ran at full speed, leading a horde of guards on a wild chase through the castle. Half an hour later, Suisui was completely exhausted. She stuffed herself with all kinds of stamina-replenishing food, occasionally checking the leaderboard to see the current game status. Her bloodline talent burned through stamina too quickly. She couldn't last much longer. And Suisui glanced back, locking eyes with the relentless guards who'd been chasing her for half an hour. And in that moment, she suddenly realized that many of the guards were carrying ranged weapons, bows, spears, and so on. But in all that time, not a single weapon had been used against her. At this point, the memories she'd overlooked started to come back. Vampires weren't an ordinary race. They were born with powerful supernatural abilities. Yet in this entire half hour, not a single guard had used any supernatural attacks on her. And Suisui frowned, gradually slowing her pace. A new theory formed in her mind. These guards didn't want her dead. They wanted to capture her alive. With that realization, Suisui's spirits lifted. As long as they didn't kill her right away, maybe there was still room to turn things around. And Suisui quietly hid her substitute doll in the lining of her skirt, then pretended to be exhausted, slowing down more and more. In the end, she was successfully caught by the castle guards. As expected, the guards didn't kill her on the spot. After restraining her, they immediately marched her up to the 3rd floor of the castle. All the way there, Suisui kept wondering, what exactly did the mastermind want? She'd blown up his castle. Was he so furious that simply killing her wasn't enough? Did he want to capture her? Torture her? Humiliate her? The guards slung Suisui over their shoulders like a sack, bumping her all the way to Beavis's resting place. Once they reached the designated spot, the guards tossed her to the ground, and she rolled right to Beavis's feet. After being carried like that, Suisui was already about to throw up, and the final toss nearly made her lose it. But when she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of boots encrusted with jewels, and Suisui instantly sobered up, clamping her mouth shut to keep from vomiting. The person sitting before her was probably the true master of the castle. If she puked on him the moment they met, there'd be no hope of negotiating her way out of a death sentence. She looked up from those exquisite boots. Long, straight legs, a lean and powerful waist, well-defined hands resting on his thighs. Above that, a face so pale it was bloodless, with striking red lips and gem-like crimson eyes. Those flawless eyes were now filled only with cold indifference. And Suisui blinked. She remembered this person. Recalling last night's events, her mind short-circuited and she blurted out, "Sir, is there anything you need help with?" Beavis almost lost his cold expression. He waved his hand and the guards quickly withdrew, leaving only a few NPCs to stand by. Beavis looked at her and asked, "So you're the one who blew up my castle?" Without thinking, Suisui shook her head and denied it. "No, not me, impossible." He hadn't been there and there was no evidence, just deny everything. Beavis sneered but didn't respond, instead continuing, "You also released the human blood servants sent by the other princes." "Huh?" And Suisui felt guilty. How did he know about that too? Beavis pressed on, "And you stole the key to the secret treasure?" And Suisui was numb. How did this vampire prince know everything? Did he secretly install surveillance all over the castle? Beavis then rattled off a whole list of her crimes, all the mischief she'd caused while bothering the nobles. And Suisui herself hadn't realized she'd done so much in just a dozen hours, like stealing the clothes of cheating couples, setting off firecrackers in public bathrooms, arguing with Beavis's pet parrot, and then stealing its bird food, and so on. She couldn't even think of a defense, so she just shut down and tuned him out. Go ahead, keep talking. The more crimes he listed, the longer it would take. Maybe she could buy Jianshe more time. But Beavis seemed to see through her plan. After listing the worst offenses, he stopped. "So tell me, How should a criminal as wicked as you be dealt with? Here it was, the final judgment, and Suisui swallowed and forced herself to look up, suggesting her own punishment. How about making me clean the bathrooms? In the vampire castle, anyone who survived cleaning the public bathrooms was a true warrior. But for Suisui, as long as she could stall and stay alive, she'd do anything. Beavis saw through her again and sneered, "I'm afraid you'd just blow up the castle again." "Then I'll repair the castle? Leave hidden dangers so the castle could collapse at any time? Then I'll dig tunnels? Undermine the foundation and make the castle collapse?" So there was no getting around the castle collapsing, huh? And Suisui flopped to the ground and said nothing. Fine, whatever. When she stopped making suggestions, Beavis got annoyed. He nudged her in the side with his toe and Suisui rolled away. But she'd underestimated Beavis. He used his powers to pull her right back and kept nudging her. The little troublemaker sighed. If she could beat him, she'd have snapped by now. Luckily, he wasn't using much force, just toying with her, trying to humiliate her. But Suisui had thick skin and wasn't bothered at all. Beavis, finding it pointless, stopped. At that moment, Elton, who stood beside Beavis, bent down and whispered, "My lord, since she released your blood servant, why not make her your blood servant?" Beavis frowned, eyeing the veins in Suisui's neck with some distaste. And Suisui didn't react much. It was just a little bloodletting, no big deal. Once the game ended, she'd be gone. But Elton wasn't finished. With a professional smile, he added, "Ordinary blood servants must be used sparingly, but a criminal like this can be drained all at once. I'm sure that would be quite a treat." And Suisui. How could he say something so vicious with a straight face? Beavis seemed tempted. Though vampires no longer needed blood for power, the habit was hard to break. Blood still brought them pleasure. But with humans nearly extinct in the vampire world, finding a good blood bag was tough. The blood servants in Beavis's castle were carefully maintained, bled only in small amounts at regular intervals. And Beavis was picky. He hadn't had a satisfying drink in ages. And Suisui felt a chill as Beavis stared at her. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. He leaned in, sniffed her, confirmed something, and bared his sharp fangs. And Suisui panicked. And when she panicked, she tended to do things that shocked everyone. She broke free of the ropes, grabbed Beavis's two fangs, and shouted desperately, "Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter, Dad. You have to calm down. Don't fall for the enemy's tricks and do something as tragic as father-daughter conflict." Beavis froze, and Suisui kept rambling, "I didn't recognize you from afar, but now that I see your stunning face up close, I realize the truth. Look how much we look alike. These teeth, these eyes, we're practically cut from the same mold. No one would believe we're not father and daughter." The hardest part is getting started. Once Suisui opened her mouth, she lost all sense of restraint. The more she talked, the more convincing she sounded. She almost believed herself. Beavis held Suisui like she was a hot potato. He couldn't throw her away, but he couldn't keep holding her either. He knew she was talking nonsense, but he still couldn't help responding. "Every vampire has fangs. Are you saying they're all my children?" As for Suisui's eyes, Beavis took a look. After activating her demon's eye, Suisui's eyes were a clear, bright red. Honestly, they did look a bit like his. Vampire bloodlines differed between clans. While all had red eyes, there were still distinctions. The Freeman line's red eyes were especially clear. The purer the blood, the more so. Thinking this, Beavis lifted Suisui's lip, revealing her tiny, slightly protruding fangs, and immediately looked away in disdain. With teeth like that, who could she possibly bite? And she dared say she looked like him? That would be an embarrassment. And Suisui had no idea what Beavis was thinking. After he pried her hands off, she flopped to the ground and hugged his legs, wailing, "Daddy, you have to believe me. I'm nothing like those flashy hussies outside." Beavis lifted his eyelids and sneered, "You're certainly different. After all, no one else would dare mess with my castle." And and Suisui let out a big, hiccuping sob. Biwais pressed a hand to her forehead and threatened, "You'd better have a good explanation or I'll toss you out to feed the bats." He turned her head to face the pitch-black ceiling. Countless little bats hung upside down above them, their red eyes glinting in the dark. Oh no, this was worse than being drained by Biwais. At least that would leave just one wound. To save her skin, Suisui's mind spun furiously, searching for any similarities she could claim. Vampire traits were pretty straightforward. Crimson eyes, bright lips, pale skin, and sharp fangs. Maybe there were more, but Suisui didn't know. She rolled her eyes and tentatively asked, "Do you have wings?" Immediately, a pair of deep brown bat wings trembled open, their tips stained faintly red. The wings were thin, but like their owner, looked a bit chubby and oddly cute. And Suisui noticed that when her wings appeared, both Biwais and Elton's gazes landed on them. Especially Elton. His flash of surprise was obvious, even to Suisui. There were many vampires, but few bloodlines could manifest wings, and these wings had Biwais's unique features. Elton shot Biwais a look. "Are you sure this isn't your kid?" Biwais instantly flew into a rage. "What's with that look? How could I possibly have a child?" Granted, at his age, having a kid in Suisui's age wouldn't be strange, but the problem was, he was single. He wasn't like the other princes, leaving children everywhere. He'd know if he had a kid, right? And Suisui seized on this and pressed, "Why couldn't you have a child?" "Heh!" Biwais decided it was time to set her straight. "To tell you the truth, I've never been married. It's impossible for me to have a child." And Suisui didn't buy it. "Not even a lover?" "Heh! No!" "A one-night stand?" Biwais turned away, radiating a "no one can sully my purity" vibe. And Suisui peered around Biwais to look at Elton. Elton smiled slyly, but Suisui caught the meaning, so the vampire prince was actually a lifelong bachelor. She bit her finger, struggling to keep her little horns and tail from popping out, wondering if she could come up with another angle. After a moment, Suisui looked up at Biwais, eyes full of hope. "Is it possible that I was born from just you alone?" Biwais. What kind of nonsense was that? He wasn't some hermaphroditic species. How could he have a child by himself? And Suisui didn't care. She seemed to have found a breakthrough, clinging to Biwais's leg and wailing even louder. "Are you going to abandon me, Daddy?" "Wah! Have you forgotten the drop of blood you left by Daming Lake all those years ago? I went through so much to grow up like this. Daddy, I really am your daughter. If you don't acknowledge me today, I won't go on living. I'll bash my head against you right now. Biwais." He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why did he let them bring this brat back? Wouldn't it have been better to deal with her on the spot? Now she was here, making a racket and tarnishing his reputation. A vein throbbed on Biwais's forehead, but Suisui clung to his leg like glue, impossible to shake off. She even wiped her tears and snot on his pants as she cried. Biwais felt his sanity teetering on the edge. Pfft. Biwais shot a dark look at Elton, who quickly hid his smile and bowed respectfully. "Actually, my lord, this young lady really does resemble you." "You mean the wings? Just a coincidence," Biwais said. Elton smiled. "No, I mean her personality. She's just as rebellious as you were back in the day." Biwais seemed to recall something and, for once, didn't argue. He frowned, trying to pry his leg free from Suisui's grip. Elton thought for a moment, then offered another, helpful suggestion. "You and this child are clearly fated. Why not just acknowledge her? It's not like you plan to get married anyway." Biwais paused, staring thoughtfully at Suisui. He really was tempted by the idea. He had no plans to marry and would never have a child. But he did need a child to shut the elders up. Letting this brat deal with the elders? Biwais pictured the scene. Suddenly it didn't seem so bad, and Suisui was too busy bawling to catch the conversation between Biwais and Elton. When she finally stopped to catch her breath, she noticed the two men staring at her with a strange, almost mischievous look. And Suisui, "Wait, what are you two planning?" Then Biwais dragged her to the ancestral hall, faced her toward some odd things and said, "Go on, call out." And Suisui was confused. Call for help? No one could save her now. Elton helpfully reminded her, "You should call him Dad now." Huh? Did Beways really give in that quickly? In the dim corridor, the Eagle Man's wing was broken, hanging limply at his side. As he staggered forward, he left a winding trail of blood on the ground. Squelch! A blade formed from black mist spun through the air and stabbed viciously into the Eagle Man's knee. His kneecap was shattered. The Eagle Man screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, unable to go on. Jian Shi walked up from behind, head lowered, grabbing the Eagle Man by his crest and dragging him deeper into the corridor. His body was shrouded in black mist, a wide black cloak covering half his face, making it nearly impossible for anyone to see his expression. Not far away, Yuan Li was carrying Wen Gan on his back, panting like a dog as he struggled to keep up with Jian Shi's pace. Wen Gan was in even worse shape, barely able to lift his hands. He looked up in Jian Shi's direction, and the moment his healing skill came off cooldown, he used it. For the past hour, Jian Shi had been fighting like a madman, focused only on efficiency, ignoring the consequences. Each wound on his body was worse than the last. The negative effects of keeping his bloodline talent activated for so long were piling up. But he never stopped, and no one dared to tell him to. In Jian Shi and the others' eyes, Suisui's fate was still unknown. If not for the fact that they hadn't seen a system notification of her death, they would have collapsed long ago. The player tattoo on Jian Shi's wrist glowed faintly. Yu Jianian sent a new message. "Fool, something's off with the NPCs. Be careful." Jian Shi glanced at it, then silently pulled out a hemostatic bandage and wrapped it around his wound. "How many left?" he asked the two players guarding the warehouse entrance in a low voice. They were Yu Jianian's people. The warehouse was already packed with otherworldly players that Jian Shi and his team had captured. Since it wasn't Green Team's hunting time, they couldn't take the others' badges yet, so they just locked them up for now. "Our captain estimates each team has 20 players. 3 teams, that's 60 people. Since the game started, 34 players have been reported dead. Add the 19 we've caught, and there should be at least 7 players still at large." The Green Team player answered honestly. The system only announced deaths by nickname, so no one knew how many of the 34 dead were from Green Team. The actual number of players still on the run was probably even higher. Thinking of this, the Green Team player couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jian Shi. The strength of Jian Shi and Yu Jianian's teams was undeniable, but their opponents this time were no pushovers either. To capture 19 players in just an hour, all thanks to Jian Shi's willingness to trade injury for efficiency. Jian Shi said nothing after listening, quickly bandaged his torn hand, and headed for the next suspicious location Yu Jianian had identified. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Suisui, still a bit dazed from adopting a new dad, had gotten a new name: Nora Freeman. Her status had shifted from ordinary player to fake NPC. As Suisui swaggered around leading a group of NPCs to hunt down the remaining players, the looks of confusion and shock on the players' faces were impossible to hide. How could a player control NPCs? They seriously suspected Suisui was cheating. But Suisui didn't care what they thought. She just kept chasing the 3 red dots on her team channel. She had no idea what was up with Jian Shi. He hadn't replied to any of her messages. And Suisui was a little worried. Jian Shi and his 2 companions captured another magma man. The fierce fighting had left Jian Shi, the main force, badly injured. He hadn't stopped for a moment since they split up, and the prolonged, intense fighting was wearing him down. He finally had to rest against a wall for a bit. Yuan Li and Wen Gan were in even worse shape. Wen Gan's basic stats were average, and overusing his skills made every cast feel like cutting flesh. Yuan Li, at 300 pounds, was exhausted from nonstop running. This was the first real break the 3 had had in over an hour. After a moment, Jian Shi grabbed a rag to wipe the blood from his side, then stood up to leave. Yuan Li tried to push off the wall and move, but his legs were so weak he couldn't even stand, let alone carry one gun. Jianshi looked back and said quietly, "If you can't keep up, stay here. Don't force it." Wan looked up at Jianshi's trembling fingers and sighed softly. Every time he wanted to stop Jianshi from pushing himself, he'd see Suisui's lively smile flash before his eyes. That's the cruelty and reality of the game. Sometimes a team's victory comes at the cost of sacrificing someone. But who wants to be the one sacrificed? Jianshi, breathing heavily, had just taken 2 steps forward when Yuan Li suddenly shouted in excitement. Wait, Jianshi, wait!" Yuan Li was so shocked he could barely speak. "Suisui's coordinates just appeared." "What?" Jianshi froze mid-step and quickly opened his player wristband. Sure enough, a bright red dot appeared on the mini-map. A string of unread messages popped up under a familiar nickname. Jianshi's fingers trembled as he opened their private chat. Lucky Koi. "Jianshi, where are you?" Lucky Koi. "I've already escaped from the big boss and I'm not in any danger for now. Impressive, right?" From the moment Suisui was released, she'd sent him over a dozen messages. But Jianshi, focused on hunting players, hadn't seen a single one. He lowered his head, his gaze slow and deep. He read through Suisui's safe messages one by one. The black mist around him gradually faded, and the cold, angry fire in his heart was soothed by those few simple words. During the hour when Suisui was missing, Jianshi never lost control. He stayed calmly dealing with players, calmly avoiding NPCs, calmly setting traps, calmly working with Eugenian, capturing 20 players in total. Nothing had gone wrong until he finally relaxed, and then the fear and panic crashed over him like a tidal wave. It wrapped around his heart, suffocating him. He had to lean against the wall just to stay upright. At the corner, a small head peeked out. The little troublemaker had finally arrived. "Jianshi?" She looked around in confusion, then fixed her gaze on Jianshi's bleeding arm, her eyes full of shock and anger. Jianshi opened his arms to her. Only when he had Suisui tightly in his embrace did his anxiety truly disappear. He bent down, burying his head in the crook of her neck, mumbling softly. The familiar scent of milk filled his nose, and the cold hardness in his eyes slowly melted away. Finally, only a satisfied sigh remained. "As long as you're here, everything is fine." Seeing Jianshi like this, all of Suisui's questions turned into worry. Before she could ask, the man who had always been so strong suddenly collapsed on top of her, nearly knocking her over. "Jianshi? Jianshi?" She called his name twice but got no response. It took effort to push him off, only to realize Jianshi had actually fainted. Looking to the side, she saw Yuan Li and Wen Qian had also closed their eyes in exhaustion, leaning against each other, completely out. And Suisui sighed. "Good thing I'm half an NPC now, or how would I drag all 3 of you away?" Just then, a group of guards passed by, and Suisui roped them in as laborers, having them carry the 3 to guest rooms in the castle. After Biwei's finished the whole acknowledge your child ordeal with Suisui, he felt he'd perfectly completed his task. He patted his coffin, lay down, and had barely closed his eyes for 3 seconds before the door to his resting place was pounded on. His long-lost daughter was shouting outside, "Dad! Dad, are you in there? Emergency! Your little cutie is about to ascend to heaven!" Biwei stared at the ceiling in silence for a long time, unable to figure out why he'd made such a poor decision. Oh, he knew. It was all Elton's fault for egging him on. From now on, all of Suisui's business would be Elton's problem. He'd probably enjoy it too. When it seemed like Suisui was about to break down the door, Biwei finally couldn't take it anymore. He summoned Elton and pointed at the door. "Go, deal with her for me." Elton smiled and withdrew. The next second, he appeared outside, gently stopping Suisui's pounding fist. "What's wrong, Miss Nora? If you need anything, you can tell me." "Elton?" And Suisui blinked. The head butler Elton was only a little less powerful than Biwei himself. With someone this strong, taking care of Jianshi should be no problem. So she dragged Elton to the guest room and pointed at the 3 unconscious people. Check on them for me." "Yes, miss," Elton replied respectfully. He walked over to the three, examined them one by one, and commented, "I think the one on the bed is the best. Healthy, strong, you'll probably like him. But if you prefer someone gentler, the one with the doctor's vibe is also a good choice. The chubby one isn't suitable. Too big. Not a good match." And Suisui. What was he talking about? She didn't understand at all. Elton turned and met Suisui's confused gaze, pausing for a moment. After thinking it over, he put on a look of sudden realization. "You think both of them are good? I was being shallow. As the prince's only child, of course you have the right to claim them both. In this respect, you're much better than the prince." At this point, if Suisui still didn't get it, she'd be failing as an adult. A wave of heat rushed to her face, and she instantly blushed bright red. "I meant for you to check their health, not pick out men for me." "Oh, that's it." Elton regretfully glanced over the two men's faces. He thought both had decent potential and could be cultivated. But he still did as Suisui asked, giving all three a proper checkup. Finally, he gave a serious health report. "These two on the floor are fine, just overused their skills and are exhausted. A good rest will fix them." He then walked over to Jianshi, examined him carefully and said, "He's also exhausted from overusing his skills, plus he has some hidden injuries from battle. His arm here looks like it was pierced by something, and the poison has spread to his forearm. It seems a healing skill was used midway, so it's under control. His ribs are also misaligned and need to be set." Elton rambled on, making Suisui more and more anxious. She frantically searched her inventory for any special medicine. Elton finished his check, looking satisfied. "Don't worry. His constitution is excellent. With a little treatment and some rest, he'll recover quickly and won't have any lasting effects." At that moment, the castle doctor finally arrived. After quickly treating Jianshi's wounds, the doctor brought out a family recipe and gave each of the three a strong dose. "Don't worry, Miss Nora. This formula has been passed down in our family for generations. It works wonders. Your male pets will wake up soon." And Suisui. "Don't worry. Are all vampires this perverted?" She angrily kicked everyone out of the room. No one dared refuse. Elton, noticing Suisui was most worried about Jianshi, thoughtfully had the servants take Yuan Li and Wen Qian away, leaving the two of them alone. And Suisui was used to being alone with Jianshi. She kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the inside of the bed. With Jianshi's subtle encouragement, she didn't even feel their closeness was inappropriate. At least, not until Yu Jianian pointed it out. Usually so flippant and unserious, Jianshi now lay quietly on the bed. His face was pale from blood loss, and his tightly furrowed brows made his features look even more unapproachable than when he was awake. And Suisui lay beside him, watching for a while, and soon felt sleepy. Yawning, she snuggled up next to Jianshi and fell asleep. The vampire doctor might have been a bit odd, but his medicine really worked. In just an hour, Jianshi had recovered most of his strength. But with so much on his mind, he didn't sleep well and soon woke up. He looked around the unfamiliar room, instantly alert. He tried to move, only to find something heavy pinning him down. Half his body was numb. Turning his head, he saw Suisui's soft, sleeping face. She was much cuter asleep than awake. Her cheeks were flushed, her long lashes like little fans casting shadows on her face. Who knew what she was dreaming about? Her little mouth was slightly puckered, occasionally making a crisp smacking sound. Tisk might as well sneak a kiss. Jianshi leaned in and brushed her lips lightly, about to pull away, but the brat reacted instantly. She clung to Jianshi, refusing to let him go, and even leaned in, suddenly taking his whole lower lip in her mouth. Jianshi lowered his eyes. It felt like she was gnawing on a pig's trotter. But that was fine. Jianshi pinched Suisui's chin to make her let go, then pressed her head down, his tongue deftly prying her mouth open, fiercely taking the lead in a counterattack. With such a big commotion, Suisui was quickly awakened by the kiss. She opened her eyes in confusion, the lingering dream of savory braised pig's trotters fading away, leaving only the enlarged, handsome face before her. The wet sensation on her lips snapped her fully awake. Her cheeks flushed bright red, even the tips of her ears hidden in her hair seemed to be bleeding with embarrassment. "Jianshi, this guy." And Suisui bit him hard. Jianshi winced in pain and reluctantly let go, his tone full of grievance. "I was just kissing my girlfriend. What did I do wrong?" But the upturned corners of his eyes betrayed his good mood, a classic case of playing the victim after taking advantage. And Suisui was helpless against him. In some ways, she had to admit her skin wasn't as thick as Jianshi's. "Get off me!" And Suisui, both embarrassed and annoyed, jumped out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran off with a clatter. Jianshi tried to get up too, but as soon as he moved, he felt pain from all his internal injuries. Hiss. The after-effects of his earlier exertion were starting to show. Jianshi sighed and could only lie back down. With Suisui gone and no longer distracting him, Jianshi finally had time to observe his surroundings. He had thought Suisui had hidden them away, but only now did he realize he was lying openly in a guest room of the castle. The tattoo on his wrist was faintly hot. Yu Jianian had messaged him not long ago. "Fool. What did you guys do? The NPCs aren't attacking Green Team players anymore." Seeing this message, Jianshi was even more puzzled. He hadn't done anything except hunt other players. If anyone had been out of the loop this past hour, it had to be Suisui. Just as he was thinking this, Suisui returned, bringing Elton and a doctor with her. The doctor checked Jianshi's wounds, nodded, left a vial of medicine, and told him to rest. Elton probed Jianshi's internal injuries and used his powers to help heal some of them. As he finished, he turned to Suisui and said, "Miss Nora, your male pet is out of danger now." Suisui, Jianshi. Neither of them expected such a shocking statement from Elton. Jianshi's smile faded as he squinted at Suisui. Suisui, flustered by the situation, suddenly felt guilty for no reason. She glared angrily at Elton and hurriedly pushed him out of the room. "Thanks a lot. If you can't speak properly, just don't speak." After closing the door, she saw that Jianshi, freshly treated, was already sitting up. His face was pale, and he leaned weakly against the wall. He didn't speak or look at her, only occasionally casting her a resentful glance. Now Suisui felt even more guilty. She didn't know how to explain, so she braced herself and blurted out, "Don't listen to Elton's nonsense. He doesn't know anything, just likes to make things up." Jianshi snorted softly, his tone faint. "Really? Or is it because he saw you have other male pets?" That was a real accusation. Suisui raised a hand and swore earnestly, "I promise you're the only male pet I have." From outside the door, Elton called, "Miss Nora, the male pet next door is awake. Do you want to check on him?" Suisui. She seriously suspected Elton was messing with her on purpose. She explained weakly, "That's Yuanli and Wenqian. The vampires have unhealthy minds, don't take their words seriously." "Huh." Jianshi smiled meaningfully, clearly implying something. "Oh? Then why did you bite me just now? Can't a boyfriend kiss his girlfriend?" Could Suisui say she was just nervous? Of course not. That would be too embarrassing. So she could only push all the blame onto Jianshi. "I bit you because you're bad at kissing. No other reason." Jianshi leaned in closer. "Really? I don't believe you. Unless you show me how it's done." Suisui buried her face in the blanket, completely frozen. Jianshi teased her for a while, and only when he felt a bit better did he stop messing around. He asked Suisui what had happened while he was missing. The NPC's attitudes were just too strange. Especially Elton. With his abilities, he shouldn't have to bow to anyone. Yet not only did Suisui call him over to do chores, he was respectful the whole time. Jianshi asked directly, "How did you escape from the NPCs? Eugenian said their attitude is weird. Was it something you did?" Suisui blinked and puffed out her chest proudly. "It was easy. As long as you deal with the vampire prince, the other NPCs are just his lackeys." "Oh?" How did you deal with the vampire prince?" "I knelt and called him Daddy." Classic Suisui. One could only wonder what her real father would think if he knew. News of Suisui recognizing a dad in the game quickly spread among the other players. Green team players marveled at her miraculous move, secretly delighted. They were sure to win this round. And Suisui ordered a squad of guards to go to Jianshi's stash of players and bring all the captured ones to the dungeon. Elton said the dungeon was a special place that could suppress many of the players' abilities. She herself took Jianshi to Beavis's resting place to help him complete his final main quest. Jianshi's earlier guess was right. The entrance to the resting place was indeed between the 3rd and 4th floors. But the place was under the vampire prince's control, and only when Beavis was asleep during the day could players hope to open it. Nighttime was when the vampires were active. Beavis had little interest in socializing and spent most of his time sleeping in his coffin. He didn't have many hobbies. Sleeping was one of them. But even such a simple hobby had become hard to enjoy. Ever since Elton went to help on Suisui, Beavis finally got a brief respite. He didn't expect that an hour later Suisui would show up again. This time, she didn't even knock, just came in with a key. Soon, the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets filled the room. Anyone who didn't know better would think a thief had broken in. Beavis kept his eyes closed, barely restraining the urge to rush out and give Suisui a beating, letting her do as she pleased. After this, he was definitely going to get a soundproof coffin. After a while, the rummaging stopped. Before Beavis could relax, his coffin lid was lifted. A furry little head poked in, and a childish voice asked, "Daddy, where did you hide the vampire's secret treasure? I can't find it. A proper debt collector must know how to squeeze their old man for all he's worth." Beavis opened his eyes, his cold expression on the verge of collapse. "If I give you the treasure, how long will you leave me in peace?" he asked. And Suisui's eyes lit up, and she held up 3 fingers. "This is really the last time I'll come in. I promise I won't bother you again before sunrise." Beavis didn't really believe Suisui's promises, but at least the vampire treasure would keep her quiet for a while. Without hesitation, Beavis handed over the so-called treasure that the game had hidden with him. The game, which had been secretly watching all along. And Suisui happily thanked Beavis, who shoved her head out and slammed the coffin lid shut with a bang, almost hitting her nose. Jianshi witnessed the entire father-daughter interaction, the corner of his mouth twitching. He could tell Beavis was utterly fed up with Suisui, but if that was the case, why adopt her as a daughter? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? After the two left, Elton slowly emerged from the darkness. He silently watched Suisui's retreating figure. Byways had actually considered trying more than once. But any child he took a liking to was either rejected by him after close contact or taken out by other factions before they could succeed. In the end, none had ever managed to become the Freeman heir. He'd been observing this little Princess Nora for a long time. Many of her actions baffled him, and her personality was truly unpredictable. She was just a newly adopted daughter, yet acted as if she'd grown up in the castle her whole life. She bossed the castle servants around even more smoothly than he did. But to call her calculating didn't seem right either. The first thing the little princess did after gaining power was to look for her companions. She even ordered the castle guards not to harm any players from her own world. She'd wasted a lot of time healing her friends, too. "What do you think of Miss Nora as a child?" Elton bent down and quietly asked at the sight of the coffin. After a long pause, Beavis's voice came from inside. "She's a handful." His tone was full of exasperation toward Suisui. Elton smiled. Indeed. This was the first child their prince had ever successfully acknowledged. Whether she could survive the elder's schemes remained to be seen. At least she seemed to be a tenacious kid. And Suisui swaggered off with the vampire treasure in hand. Right in front of Elton, she even reported Elton's rebellion to Beavis. As for Elton's expression at the time, well, she couldn't really read it, so she just pretended not to notice. Outside, most of the players had already been captured. All that was left was to wait for the green team's hunting time to end the game. With time to spare, Suisui sat on her bed and studied the vampire treasure. Elton had just hinted that this so-called treasure in their quest actually had nothing to do with Bives and the others. It was something the game had placed in the scenario. What exactly is this thing? And Suisui handed the treasure to Jianshi, who successfully turned in the quest and received a detailed map of the castle as a reward. Not that they really needed it anymore. So what is this anyway? What does it do? Didn't the game give any hints? And Suisui asked, full of curiosity. Jianshi shook his head, gripping the egg-sized red gem tightly. A warm energy flowed from the gem into his bones. It felt nice, but didn't seem to do much. The warmth didn't linger in his body, fading away by the time it reached his elbows. And Suisui placed the clear red gem in her palm, watching the light refract into a rainbow of colors. It looked mysterious and beautiful, but she didn't believe it was just a quest item. Maybe you're supposed to eat it? She tried to put the vampire treasure in her mouth for a bite. Jianshi's eyelid twitched and he snatched the gem away before she could. Aren't you afraid you'll break your teeth? And Suisui was dissatisfied. What if it really was meant to be eaten? It was so big. If you weren't supposed to swallow it whole, then what? Dissolve it in water? It sounded ridiculous. Can't you think of something else? Jianshi pinched her cheek, exasperated. Don't you have a treasure key? Take it out and see. Oh, right. She did have that. And Suisui suddenly remembered the golden key she'd snatched from the Ratman. They'd even started a big fight and collapsed the castle for it. She'd gotten so many things that the treasure key had only seemed special when she first got it. She'd forgotten about it soon after. Her mind was full of the chaotic battlefield and the ruined castle. As soon as she took out the golden key, it sensed the vampire treasure and flew straight to the blood-red gem. The treasure trembled slightly at the touch of the golden key. Then, with a crack, it split in two. Both of them received a game notification. Congratulations, player, lucky little koi, for completing the hidden quest. Hidden reward obtained. 1 random gold skill card, 20 free attribute points. And Suisui looked up in shock. This reward was insane. Her total rewards from the entire game so far didn't even come close to this hidden quest. Without hesitation, Suisui rushed out of the room and back to Biwei's door, pounding on it. Dad, don't go back to sleep yet. Are there any more vampire treasures? Give me a few more. Biwei. When he emerged from the coffin, Biwei was holding a thorny vine. And Suisui paused, instantly sensing danger. Before Biwei could step out of his resting place, she grabbed Jianshi and ran off. Looks like there was only one vampire treasure. What a shame. The hidden quest reward was so generous, it almost corrupted Suisui's righteous heart. Just a single gold skill card was priceless. Players rarely got new skills, and even then, some were weak and some strong. And Suisui only had 1 gold skill. Having experienced the power of a gold skill, she knew there was a qualitative difference from ordinary skills. Once used, a gold skill was almost invincible. For example, time freeze. It couldn't be resisted, and was both overbearing and powerful, and Suisui had always wanted another one. With a mix of excitement and nerves, and Suisui drew her gold skill. Player used hidden reward. Use successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill. Copy. Copy, LV1. Perfectly copy 1 skill from a chosen target. Skill duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 120 minutes. A gold skill, and it was a god tier 1. Absolutely overpowered. Jianshi also drew a gold skill. Since there were no bad gold skills and Suisui wasn't worried he'd get something useless, she peeked over and saw Clone, LV1. Create a clone using yourself as a template, perfectly replicating all attributes including skills and talents. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 180 minutes. That was amazing. Now there was no such thing as a one-on-one fight with Jianshi. Eugianian also had a similar clone skill. It was said he could create up to 3 clones at once. But his skill wasn't a god-tier ability, and it was fundamentally different from Jianshi's. And Suisui had studied it before. Eugianian's clones looked identical to his real body. but each only had about 30% of his actual power, and the more clones he made, the weaker they became. Moreover, each clone required Eugianian's conscious control and couldn't stray too far from him. The main purpose was to confuse the enemy's perception. That's what being a magician was all about: visual effects. And Suisui said, "Let's see your clone." Jianshi nodded and activated the clone skill. As the skill started, a faint golden light flashed across his body. Then, another Jianshi slowly took shape. When the clone opened its eyes, Suisui immediately sensed how extraordinary it was. From appearance, aura, to the look in its eyes, there was no way to tell this clone was a fake. But to both their surprise, after the clone opened its eyes and glanced around the room, it ignored Jianshi, its creator, and walked straight toward Suisui. It wanted to snuggle. Jianshi. Luckily, Jianshi reacted quickly and forcibly ended the skill before the clone could get close. Jianshi's clone was a true, complete copy of himself, even down to synchronized thoughts. No wonder it was called a god-tier skill, and Suisui found it fascinating, and soon thought of another question. She asked Jianshi, "Hey, does your clone have the clone skill too?" Jianshi: "What are you thinking? You think the game would let you exploit a bug like that?" And Suisui retorted, "Doesn't the game let me exploit bugs all the time?" She had a point, but at least this time the game didn't give them a chance to break it. The clone could have all abilities except for god-tier skills, including memories and emotions. Of course, bound weapons couldn't be duplicated. There were differences, but not major ones. Fortunately, Jianshi had full control, otherwise a perfect copy of himself would be a potential threat. By the late stages of the game, with Suisui's blatant cheating and interference, the outcome was already clear. A little over an hour later, the green team won the right to hunt. Both teams gathered at the dungeon entrance and began a heated debate over who would get the spoils. Then Jianshi and Eugianian started arguing over the division of loot. The argument grew more and more intense, almost to the point of a fight. A blonde boy squeezed past his teammates and enthusiastically greeted Suisui. "Hi, hello. You're Suisui, right? I've heard our captain mention you." And Suisui searched her memory but had no impression of the blonde boy in front of her. Still, out of politeness, she replied, "Hello." The blonde boy was so excited he squeezed Yuanli away from Suisui's side. "My name's Lionel. I'm the scout of the team. Did you know? Our captain talks about you all the time." "Eugianian? What did he say about her?" And Suisui asked curiously. The blonde boy hesitated for a moment, then cautiously replied, "He said if you see her in the game, stay as far away as possible, or you'll end up as cannon fodder." And Suisui. She really shouldn't have asked. She didn't know how Jianshi and Eugianian finally resolved things, but when the two of them returned to the dungeon, neither looked happy. As Eugianian passed by Suisui, he paused, as if wanting to say something. But Jianshi quickly stepped between them, protectively shielding Suisui behind him, not even letting a strand of her hair show. Eugianian was speechless at this level of defense. His gaze dropped to their clasped hands, and his expression grew even darker. "Suisui, did you forget what I told you? Jianshi isn't trustworthy. You'd better stay away from him." And Suisui poked her head out from behind Jianshi, but before she could speak, Jianshi pushed her back. "My trustworthiness has nothing to do with you. It's not like you'd know anyway," Jianshi said. Eugianian sneered. "You're right, your business has nothing to do with me. But what does it have to do with you if I talk to Suisui?" "How does it not?" Jianshi smugly raised their joined hands and waved them in front of Eugianian. "You badmouth me in front of my girlfriend and still say it's none of my business?" "Girlfriend." Eugianian immediately caught the key word, a hint of surprise in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, not long ago Suisui had personally denied any relationship with Jianshi. So at that time, they weren't a couple yet. How had their relationship progressed so quickly in just a dozen hours? Jianshi could tell what he was thinking just by looking at his face. He was about to mock him, but suddenly remembered how Yu Jianian had tried to sow discord between him and Suisui. So he changed his tone, deliberately leaned in close to Yu Jianian and lowered his voice. What? Surprised? Actually, I should thank you. Without your reminder, Suisui probably wouldn't have realized my feelings for her so soon. Sigh, I didn't expect you to be so helpful. I really underestimated you. How about this? I'll be generous and let you have an extra point when we collect the rewards later, as a thank you for playing matchmaker. These sarcastic words hit Yu Jianian right where it hurt. Matchmaker? Thank you gift? Yu Jianian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A nameless anger welled up inside him. He glared at Suisui, then, while Jian Shi was feeling smug, stomped hard on his foot. No need for a thank you gift, it's just a relationship. Who knows, you might break up tomorrow? Then I'll have to give it back. What a hassle. He actually cursed them to break up? Jian Shi ground his back teeth, wanting to retort, but Suisui tugged on his sleeve. What thank you gift? What's he talking about? Suisui asked, confused. Jian Shi's expression softened. He quickly kissed her blushing cheek and pulled her deeper into the dungeon. It's nothing. He's just jealous I have a girlfriend and he doesn't, so he's cursing us to break up. Let's ignore him. He's just a lonely, unloved old single dog. What good could he possibly say? And Suisui. She still felt something was off. Just as Yu Jianian had guessed, each team had 20 players. After repeated probing by Suisui and the others, they finally figured out how the game ended. Ding. Purple team's badge count has dropped below 10%. Purple team players, please take note. All purple team members have lost their badges. Purple team eliminated. Current remaining players, 39. Ding. Black team's remaining badges have dropped below 10%. Black team, please take note. All black team members have lost their badges. Black team eliminated. Current remaining players? So once all players with badges were eliminated, the game would officially end. When the last badge from an otherworldly player fell into the green team's hands, the game's ending chime finally sounded. Only one team remains. Game over. Congratulations to the green team for winning this round. Game settlement in progress. Teleportation will occur in half an hour. Please gather your spoils. Have a pleasant game. And Suisui sat right in the middle of the sofa, with Dad An and Mom on either side, hemming her in. Jian Shi sat on a single armchair to Suisui's left, while Yu Jianian quietly sipped tea across from him. Dad An glared furiously at Jian Shi, slapping the table in anger. I don't agree. No matter what, I don't agree. He'd known that kid was up to no good, and despite all his precautions, that brat still managed to steal his daughter away. Woo-woo-woo! Suisui was only 22. She was still a child. Jian Shi really didn't know how to deal with Dad An's completely unreasonable hostility. He rubbed his temples, trying his best to appease him. Uncle, if there's anything you think I'm not doing well, just tell me and I'll change, okay? You say you'll change, but can you really? Dad An's voice was so loud it hurt Mom An's ears. She reached over and pinched his thigh hard. The pain made Dad An's voice go up an octave. What are you yelling for? Keep it down, Mom An said. The three young people present all pretended not to notice, staring at their noses, then their hearts. Especially Jian Shi. Not only could he not stay quiet, he also had to keep trying to calm Dad An down. Uncle, you have to tell me specifically what's wrong so I can fix it, right? Having just been pinched by his wife Dad, An was aggrieved and could only vent all his anger on Jian Shi. I think you're too tall. You don't match my Suisui. As soon as he said it, Dad An let out another hiss of pain. This time it was Suisui who hit him. Dad! What kind of nonsense was that? Was he objecting to Jian Shi or just taking a jab at her? Dad An rubbed the sore spot, then changed his excuse. I think you're too old, okay? Too old? Jian Shi was helpless. He was only 3 years older than Suisui. If that was too old, what about couples with 7 or 8 years between them? Dad An was clearly just nitpicking for the sake of it. Jian Shi took a deep breath and put on a serious face. Well, Uncle, When I was a kid, my parents wanted me to join the army early and get more training, so they reported my age as 3 years older. If you really mind, I can go change it back. Dad-an. What kind of nonsense was that? Did he think he was an idiot? Dad-an wanted to argue more, but after listening for a while, Mom-an finally couldn't take his nonsense anymore. She glared at him, telling him to shut up. Why are you meddling in the kid's relationship? It's not like you're the one dating. Dad-an turned away, muttering under his breath, "Can't I care about who my daughter dates? I'm her dad." But under Mom-an's glare, he didn't say anything else. Still, his stubborn expression made it clear he wasn't happy. Mom-an didn't say much more. She couldn't really help Jianxi with this. In the end, Dad-an didn't actually have a problem with Jianxi specifically. He just had a problem with anyone interested in Suisui. As long as Jianxi liked Suisui, Dad-an's hostility wouldn't go away. Eugenian watched the drama for a while, then put down his cup and spoke up at just the right moment. "It's just dating, Uncle An. No need to get so worked up. Who knows? They might break up tomorrow. It's not worth getting angry over something so small." This guy was cursing them to break up again. Jianshi gritted his teeth, plotting how to get back at him. It wasn't appropriate to do anything at Suisui's house, but once they got back to the main planet, Yu Jianian was in for it. At this moment, Suisui quietly raised her hand, looking innocent. "I'm not breaking up tomorrow." Dad-an. Yu Jianian. Way to ruin the moment. After a dinner full of undercurrents, Dad-an was forced to accept that his daughter was dating. He ended up hiding under his blanket, crying. Sometime later, Jianshi's hidden injuries fully healed. The other two teammates also said they were fine, and Suisui couldn't wait to start the next challenge. Ding. Welcome to the Extreme Survival game. This game, Otome Strategy Handbook. Game rules have been sent, please check your inbox. And Suisui opened her eyes, confirmed her surroundings were safe, and checked her personal inbox for the game rules. Otome Strategy Handbook. As the name suggests, this round's theme was an otome game, a romance game focused on capturing love interests. But Suisui's role wasn't the heroine or a throwaway character. She was the villainess, the one who opposed the heroine. The mission was simple. Gain the favor of as many main and supporting characters as possible. Anyone with a name in the story could be captured. Of course, capturing the main characters would earn more points, but would also be harder. And Suisui thought for a moment and realized, wow, isn't this just fighting the heroine for the guys? That was fine, but would Jianshi die of jealousy? That guy was the most jealous of all. Soon, Suisui received her in-game identity, Xiao Yao, the fiancé of the male lead Jiang Mo. The game didn't provide the full plot, but it did explain the main characters. The heroine was Yan Xier, and there were 4 male leads, with Jiang Mo being one of them. The male lead's fiancé, definitely a major villainess. While the room was empty, Suisui quickly got up to search for clues. From the decor, Xiao Yao was clearly a wealthy heiress. On the desk was Xiao Yao's phone. Her purse held cash, bank cards, and an ID. The vanity was covered in all kinds of skincare products. A bedroom is where a person spends most of their life, so there were plenty of important things to find. After a round of searching, Suisui sat at the dressing table, arms full of odds and ends, facing the mirror. The face in the mirror was completely unfamiliar, the face of the girl named Xiao Yao. And Suisui unlocked the phone and found Xiao Yao's old photos in the gallery. She held them up to the mirror for comparison. It was the same face but with a completely different vibe depending on the personality. Xiao Yao looked arrogant and spoiled, a typical rich girl. And Suisui, though also raised in a loving family, had a gentle, harmless air about her. And Suisui immediately felt a sense of crisis. No, the difference was too obvious. Anyone familiar with Xiao Yao would spot the change at a glance. And the game had warned her. She had to maintain the character's persona, or there would be consequences. She frowned, scrolling through Xiao Yao's social media chats, trying to figure out her usual tone. After a long while, Suisui could finally just barely imitate Xiao Yao's arrogant, willful manner of speaking. Hopefully she wouldn't be found out. and Suisui rubbed her cheeks, trying to make her expression more natural. Then she opened the team chat channel. But current scenario does not support this game mode. The team channel was locked? With no other choice, Jiang Mo sat back down in the chair to comfort her. I'm just going to the bathroom, not doing anything else, don't get so worked up. After completing her random task, Suisui received part of the main storyline and instantly relaxed. She shyly gave Jiang Mo's shoulder a light punch. What are you talking about, Brother Jiang? Why would I care about you going to the bathroom? Ugh. Jiang Mo felt as if he'd taken a critical hit. His face twisted and he barely managed to hold back a curse. Damn. Was he too weak? Or was Xiao Yao too strong? That punch nearly gave him internal injuries. Jiang Mo took a deep breath and quietly sat with Suisui as she finished the rest of her lunch. Only then did he ask, Can I leave now? Suisui blinked and gently tugged at Jiang Mo's sleeve. Her eyes were full of hope. Can I still come visit you at your company in the future? Jiang Mo had just started to say no, but then felt her grip suddenly tighten. He quickly changed his answer. No need to ask me. You can decide that kind of thing yourself. And Suisui's eyes curved into a bright smile. Jiang Mo also breathed a sigh of relief, and when he left the Zhao house, it was almost like he was fleeing. Xiao Yao had been way too unpredictable today. That matter would have to wait for another time. After Jiang Mo left, Suisui leisurely checked the reward she'd received for completing her task. It was a segment of the heroine Yan Xie's storyline. According to the story, Yan Xie had recently gained some popularity thanks to a viral video. Tianjin Entertainment saw her potential and signed her. On her first day at the company, Yan Xie happened to run into a senior in the industry. This female star was going through a midlife crisis. Seeing the young and beautiful Yan Xie, she immediately felt threatened. So she deliberately made things difficult for Yan Xie. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mo happened to witness the scene. He scolded the woman, earning Yan Xie's favor. And the timing was today. Hero saving the beauty? And Suisui puffed up her cheeks and glared at this part of the story. Jiang Mo, that scumbag. He already had a fiancé, yet he was still flirting outside. No way, she had to go to the company. She absolutely couldn't let Jiang Mo's scheme succeed. So the Zhao family saw that as soon as Jiang Mo left, Suisui followed right after. A few maids even sighed, Miss Xiao really likes President Jiang. Tianjin Entertainment. Yan Xie was originally an unknown 18-year-old newcomer to the entertainment industry. Her previous agency had signed her mainly for her looks, convinced she wouldn't go unnoticed. Who would have thought that just as Yan Xie started to gain some fame, Tianjin would take an interest in her? Her old company was just a small studio. How could they compete with a giant like Tianjin for an artist? After getting enough compensation, Yan Xie naturally became part of Tianjin. Today was Yan Xie's first time at the Tianjin building, where she was supposed to meet her new agent. There were countless beauties in the entertainment company. Even the receptionist was a young, pretty girl. Yan Xie hadn't interacted much with her new agent, and just thinking about the agent's stern face made her nervous. She stammered a bit when speaking to the receptionist. Fortunately, the receptionist was very professional. After calling to confirm with Yan Xie's agent, she let her in. Yan Xie breathed a sigh of relief and took the elevator to the floor where her agent, Wu Jing, was located. The Tianjin building was huge, and it was easy for first-timers to get lost. With no one to guide her, Yan Xie wandered around in confusion for a long time and accidentally walked into a lounge. Inside sat a woman in her 30s. Yan Xie recognized her as a third-tier actress named Bess. Bess and her assistant both looked up at the door. Realizing she'd entered the wrong room, Yan Xie blushed and quickly apologized. Sorry, I went into the wrong room. I'll leave right away. Bess squinted at Yan Xie. You're the new artist, right? Yan Xie replied softly. Though she was dressed plainly, her good looks made her stand out. She was the kind of beauty you'd notice instantly in a crowd. A flash of jealousy appeared in Bess's eyes. She could already imagine Yan Xie's meteoric rise based on her looks alone. With that thought, Bess suddenly stood up and casually nudged her assistant with her elbow. "First time at Tianjing, right? Got lost?" Bess's smile was especially friendly. Yan Xie hadn't expected her to be so nice and relaxed a little, giving her a shy smile. "Yes, I'm here to find my agent. I didn't expect to get lost. I'm really sorry for bothering you." Bess fiddled with her nails and asked with a smile, "Really? What's your agent's name? Maybe I know where she is." "Ah, really? Thank you so much." Yan Xie's face lit up with surprise, and she quickly told Bess her agent's name. She'd already been delayed for so long, who knew if her agent would be angry? When Bess heard the name Wu Jing, a glint flashed in her eyes. "So it's Wu Jing. What a coincidence. I have something to give her too. Go with my assistant. It's on the way." Yan Xie thanked her repeatedly. Meanwhile, Suisui, wearing sunglasses, observed the bustling Tianjing building. Jiang Mo's family was wealthy. When he first started his business, he bought the entire building as his base and named it Tianjing. So everything in the Tianjing building was related to Jiang Mo's enterprises. At this time, the heroine should have already arrived, right? And Suisui got out of the car and used the building's reflective glass to tidy up her appearance. She looked beautiful, but not quite haughty enough. So she lifted her chin with her hand, making sure her whole face was raised so she could look down her nose at people. Then she strutted into the lobby, full of confidence. With Xiao Yao's face, not just the receptionists, but anyone with any seniority at Tianjing would recognize her. When Suisui arrived, the receptionist respectfully led her to the president's private elevator, then secretly called the president's office. "Secretary Zhang, bad news. Miss Zhao is here." The president's office was thrown into chaos, but Suisui didn't go straight to the top floor as they expected. Instead, she started wandering from the third floor, exploring each level. That arrogant manner, she really looked like a little kitten patrolling her own territory. Strangely, even though she was acting the same as always, Miss Xiao didn't seem annoying at all today. In fact, she was kind of cute. As Suisui made her way up to the 6th floor, the sound of favorability increased kept ringing in her ears. She didn't know what was going on and felt a little flustered, but she had to keep up her Miss Xiao persona. She did her best to keep a stern face, and under the silent gaze of all the employees, finally arrived at the floor where the heroine was. At this moment, Yan Xie had already been abandoned by Bess's assistant and was standing there, looking panicked and lost. Just then, the office door behind her opened, and a sleazy-looking middle-aged man walked out. Seeing Yan Xie blocking the door, he was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. With no other choice, Jiang Mo sat back down in the chair to comfort her. "I'm just going to the bathroom, not doing anything else. Don't get so worked up." After completing her random task, Suisui received part of the main storyline and instantly relaxed. She shyly gave Jiang Mo's shoulder a light punch. "What are you talking about, Brother Jiang? Why would I care about you going to the bathroom?" Ugh. Jiang Mo felt as if he'd taken a critical hit. His face twisted, and he barely managed to hold back a curse. Damn. Was he too weak, or was Xiao Yao too strong? That punch nearly gave him internal injuries. Jiang Mo took a deep breath and quietly sat with Suisui as she finished the rest of her lunch. Only then did he ask, "Can I leave now?" And Suisui blinked and gently tugged at Jiang Mo's sleeve. Her eyes were full of hope. "Can I still come visit you at your company in the future?" Jiang Mo had just started to say no, but then felt her grip suddenly tighten. He quickly changed his answer. "No need to ask me. You can decide that kind of thing yourself." And Suisui's eyes curved into a bright smile. Jiang Mo also breathed a sigh of relief, and when he left the Xiao house, it was almost like he was fleeing. Xiao Yao had been way too unpredictable today. That matter would have to wait for another time. After Jiang Mo left, Suisui leisurely checked the rewards she'd received for completing her task. It was a segment of the heroine Yan Xie's storyline. According to the story, Yanxir had recently gained some popularity thanks to a viral video. Tianjin Entertainment saw her potential and signed her. On her first day at the company, Yanxir happened to run into a senior in the industry. This female star was going through a midlife crisis. Seeing the young and beautiful Yanxir, she immediately felt threatened, so she deliberately made things difficult for Yanxir. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mo happened to witness the scene. He scolded the woman, earning Yanxir's favor. And the timing was today. Hero saving the beauty? And Suisui puffed up her cheeks and glared at this part of the story. Jiang Mo, that scumbag. He already had a fiancé, yet he was still flirting outside. No way, she had to go to the company. She absolutely couldn't let Jiang Mo's scheme succeed. So, the Zhao family saw that as soon as Jiang Mo left, and Suisui followed right after. A few maids even sighed, "Miss Xiao really likes President Zhang." Tianjin Entertainment. Yanxir was originally an unknown 18-year-old newcomer to the entertainment industry. Her previous agency had signed her mainly for her looks, convinced she wouldn't go unnoticed. Who would have thought that just as Yanxir started to gain some fame, Tianjin would take an interest in her? Her old company was just a small studio. How could they compete with a giant like Tianjin for an artist? After getting enough compensation, Yanxir naturally became part of Tianjin. Today was Yanxir's first time at the Tianjin building, where she was supposed to meet her new agent. There were countless beauties in the entertainment company. Even the receptionist was a young, pretty girl. Yanxir hadn't interacted much with her new agent, and just thinking about the agent's stern face made her nervous. She stammered a bit when speaking to the receptionist. Fortunately, the receptionist was very professional. After calling to confirm with Yanxir's agent, she let her in. Yanxir breathed a sigh of relief and took the elevator to the floor where her agent, Wu Jing, was located. The Tianjin building was huge, and it was easy for first-timers to get lost. With no one to guide her, Yanxir wandered around in confusion for a long time and accidentally walked into a lounge. Inside sat a woman in her 30s. Yanxir recognized her as a third-tier actress named Bess. Bess and her assistant both looked up at the door. Realizing she'd entered the wrong room, Yanxir blushed and quickly apologized. Sorry, I went into the wrong room. I'll leave right away." Bess squinted at Yanxir. "You're the new artist, right?" Yanxir replied softly. Though she was dressed plainly, her good looks made her stand out. She was the kind of beauty you'd notice instantly in a crowd. A flash of jealousy appeared in Bess's eyes. She could already imagine Yanxir's meteoric rise based on her looks alone. With that thought, Bess suddenly stood up and casually nudged her assistant with her elbow. "First time at Tianjin, right? Got lost?" Bess's smile was especially friendly. Yanxir hadn't expected her to be so nice and relaxed a little, giving her a shy smile. "Yes, I'm here to find my agent. I didn't expect to get lost. I'm really sorry for bothering you." Bess fiddled with her nails and asked with a smile, "Really? What's your agent's name? Maybe I know where she is." "Ah, really? Thank you so much." Yanxir's face lit up with surprise, and she quickly told Bess her agent's name. She'd already been delayed for so long. Who knew if her agent would be angry? When Bess heard the name Wu Jing, a glint flashed in her eyes. "So it's Wu Jing. What a coincidence. I have something to give her too. Go with my assistant. It's on the way." Yanxir thanked her repeatedly. Meanwhile, Suisui, wearing sunglasses, observed the bustling Tianjin building. Jiang Mo's family was wealthy. When he first started his business, he bought the entire building as his base and named it Tianjin. So everything in the Tianjin building was related to Jiang Mo's enterprises. At this time, the heroine should have already arrived, right? And Suisui got out of the car and used the building's reflective glass to tidy up her appearance. She looked beautiful, but not quite haughty enough, so she lifted her chin with her hand, making sure her whole face was raised so she could look down her nose at people. Then she strutted into the lobby, full of confidence. With Zhao Yao's face, not just the receptionists, but anyone with any seniority at Tianjin would recognize her. When Suisui arrived, the receptionist respectfully led her to the president's private elevator, then secretly called the president's office. "Secretary Zhang, bad news! Miss Xiao is here." The president's office was thrown into chaos, but Suisui didn't go straight to the top floor as they expected. Instead, she started wandering from the third floor, exploring each level. That arrogant manner. She really looked like a little kitten patrolling her own territory. Strangely, even though she was acting the same as always, Miss Xiao didn't seem annoying at all today. In fact, she was kind of cute. As Suisui made her way up to the 6th floor, the sound of favorability increased, kept ringing in her ears. She didn't know what was going on and felt a little flustered, but she had to keep up her Miss Xiao persona. She did her best to keep a stern face, and under the silent gaze of all the employees, finally arrived at the floor where the heroine was. At this moment, Yanxier had already been abandoned by Bess's assistant and was standing there, looking panicked and lost. Just then, the office door behind her opened and a sleazy-looking middle-aged man walked out. Seeing Yanxier blocking the door, he was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. "Here to see me, beautiful? What's your name? Who's your agent? How come I've never seen you before?" As the middle-aged man spoke, he reached out his greasy hand to grab Yanxier. Yanxier was new to the industry, having only mixed in small circles before. She'd never encountered a situation like this and panicked on the spot. She hurriedly backed away, waving her hands. "No, I'm not here to see you. I'm just waiting for someone." Waiting for someone? The middle-aged man reined himself in a bit. He wasn't stupid. The entertainment industry was a mess. Plenty of not-so-famous artists had unspeakable relationships with certain bigwigs. With this woman's looks, he'd believe it if someone said she was involved with President Jiang. So the man asked cautiously, "Really? Who are you waiting for?" Yanxier thought he was letting her go and quickly replied, "I'm waiting for Bass's assistant. She told me to wait here for her." "Bass?" The man frowned, hesitating. Bass wasn't popular anymore, but she was notoriously vicious. If he messed with her people and she came after him, it'd be trouble. Just then, Bass's assistant walked over. Yanxier's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward to grab the assistant's hand. "Assistant son, I'm here." The man said nothing, but his face darkened. What Yanxier didn't expect was for Bass's assistant to coldly shake off her hand. "Miss, I don't think I know you." Yanxier froze. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you'd take me to my agent?" Assistant Sun glanced at her phone, ignored Yanxier, and was about to leave. Yanxier tried to leave too, but the middle-aged man blocked her way. "Don't be in such a hurry." He looked her up and down, more and more satisfied. "So, you're a new artist at the company. No wonder you look unfamiliar. Who's your agent? If Assistant Sun won't take you, I will." With that, he grabbed Yanxier's hand. Yanxier, though inexperienced in the industry's dark side, wasn't stupid. She could tell the man had bad intentions. She struggled desperately, slapping at his arm with all her strength, calling for help from those around her. But in the busy office, not a single person paid attention. Everyone kept their heads down, focused on their own work, as if they hadn't seen anything. "Don't waste your energy," the man whispered in her ear, voice low and threatening. "This is my turf. No one will help you. If you come quietly, you'll get your share of benefits. If not, well, heh." Despair filled Yanxier's eyes. She'd heard the entertainment industry was dirty, but she never expected to run into it on her first day at a new company. Her so-called colleagues were all cold and indifferent, turning a blind eye to her plight. Was there really no one who could save her? The man half-dragged, half-pulled Yanxier toward his office. She kept struggling, but her slender frame was no match for his strength. Just as she was about to be pulled out of sight, Suisui finally arrived. From a distance, she saw a man and woman struggling, and her heart leapt. She immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yao's name carried weight. Everyone at Tianjing Entertainment knew her. The man froze at the sound of Suisui's voice, panic flashing across his face. Damn, why did this little troublemaker have to show up now? He yanked Yan Xie up from the floor and shoved her toward his office, then quickly straightened his clothes and hurried over to Suisui. With a fawning smile, he asked, "Miss Yao, what brings you here? President Jiang is upstairs." Tianjing Tower had over 100 floors. The 7th floor was just for low-level staff. Normally, Zhao Yao wouldn't even glance at this area, let alone walk in. And Suisui didn't even look at him. She pointed at the disheveled Yan Xie and said, "In broad daylight, in front of everyone, you're doing something so disgusting, you're making me sick." The man's smile froze, but he didn't dare talk back. He could only lower his head and explain, "Miss Xiao, you've misunderstood. This woman was seducing me, deliberately falling into my arms. You know how it is. When a beauty throws herself at you, it's hard to say no." "Oh, really?" And Suisui looked completely unconvinced. Yan Xie, finally catching her breath, managed to think straight again. Hearing the man's slander, she was furious and immediately retorted, "That's not true. I was just waiting here. Bass's assistant was supposed to take me to my agent, but she had to leave for a bit and told me to wait. This man came out, tried to take me away, and when I refused, he forced me." "What?" And Suisui's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. With so many eyes on her, Suisui almost froze. But after a 2-second pause, she continued, "You dare do something so disgusting on my Jiangge's turf? That's a crime, you know." She did her best to speak as Xiao Yao would. Xiao Yao was always causing trouble for Jiang Mo at Tianjing Tower, mainly because she was afraid the dirty side of the industry would taint him. Seeing something like this, Xiao Yao would never let it slide. The man knew full well that Xiao Yao was a law unto herself, never caring about the company's interests. He quickly bowed his head and tried to shift all the blame to Yan Xie. "Don't listen to her, Miss Xiao. This is a company. How could I do something like that in public? Everyone here saw it. Ask them, did anyone see me force her?" And Suisui's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. No one stood up for Yan Xie. Yan Xie felt a chill down her spine. She saw Suisui frown slightly and her heart skipped a beat. Would she believe him? Yan Xie knew clearly that Suisui was the only one who could get her out of this safely. She hurriedly grabbed Suisui's hand, her voice trembling. "You have to believe me, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, we can check the security cameras." Yes, the cameras. A company this big had to have surveillance. How could it not? Yan Xie felt a bit more confident. But when she looked up, she saw the man wasn't nervous at all, still looking completely at ease. Her heart sank again. The middle-aged man wasn't actually afraid of checking the security footage. After all, what Yan Xie was accusing him of would affect Tianjing Entertainment's reputation, and the higher-ups would never allow the surveillance video to be leaked. But he still didn't want things to escalate to that point. Even if the matter was eventually swept under the rug, President Jiang would make sure he paid the price. It would be hard for him to keep working at Tianjing. He noticed Suisui frowning slightly, as if she didn't fully believe Yan Xie. His eyes darted around, and he quickly came up with an idea. Checking the security footage is such a hassle. Didn't this woman just say that Assistant Sun told her to wait here? In that case, why don't we call Assistant Sun over and have them confront each other face to face? The middle-aged man remembered Assistant Sun's attitude earlier and guessed she wouldn't help Yan Xie. So he boldly made the suggestion. After all, this was still Tianjing Entertainment, Jiang's territory. No matter how unruly the Xiao family's young lady was, as long as he could muddle through this time, she wouldn't keep chasing after it. Even if she wanted to, President Jiang wouldn't allow it. As for that troublesome woman, ha! The middle-aged man's mind was racing, but he had no idea that Suisui was actually puzzled at this moment. According to the plot, Yan Xie was indeed supposed to go through something like this. She'd just joined the company and was immediately targeted by a senior, catching the eye of an old hand at the company. But at that point, another male lead, Qian Shuo, was supposed to pass by and help Yan Xie out. That would lead to Yan Xie angrily confronting Bess, only to be bullied by Bess again. Then Jiang Mo would swoop in as the hero to save the damsel. But now, the heroine had already been saved by her. So where was Qian Shuo? He was a male lead. If he didn't show up when the heroine was in danger, fine. But how could he not even appear in such an important plotline? This plot deviation was just too much. Could he have been held up by other players? That was possible. After all, every player's first target was the main character. While Suisui was wondering where the male lead had gone, the story moved on to the next scene. At the middle-aged man's request, Bess and her assistant were called over. Facing Suisui, Bess dropped her previous coldness and warmly tried to chat with her. When asked about Yan Xier, Bess naturally claimed not to know her, saying only that Yan Xier had accidentally entered the lounge and they'd met once, nothing more. With her story completely denied, Yan Xier trembled all over, feeling cold. Her mind was spinning, and her body swayed as if she might collapse. How could this be? Was this really the lawful society she knew? And Suisui glanced at her, still holding her chin high, and said in a delicate voice, "Hey, is what they're saying true?" Yan Xier shook her head, wanting to say no, but Bess and the others cut her off. "Miss Xiao, she's just making baseless accusations. She has no evidence, no witnesses. You can't just pity her because she looks weak." Yan Xier's fingers tightened slightly. She hung her head, looking like a little white flower battered by wind and rain. It seemed everyone was convinced Yan Xier had no evidence and could only be framed by Bess and the others. But then, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" And Suisui glared at them. Then she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. "I don't believe a word you're saying. That's fine. I'll find the evidence myself." A person stepped out from the corner, holding a phone. And Suisui naturally reached out her hand for the phone. What was going on? Bess looked at the stranger in confusion. The middle-aged man, however, felt a jolt of dread. The person pulled up a video on the phone, and Suisui frowned as she watched for a moment, then angrily pointed at the group and scolded, "So you all teamed up to lie to me? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The middle-aged man's eyelid twitched. He seemed to realize what was happening, but still tried to tough it out. "Miss Yao, what do you mean? We're telling the truth. There are so many people in the office. Could we all be lying?" "Still trying to fool me." And Suisui raised her hand and slapped the man across the face, then shoved the phone into his arms. "If I hadn't sent someone to check ahead of time, you would have kept me in the dark. Just wait. I'm going to tell Brother Jiang and have you all fired." The middle-aged man, hands shaking, quickly glanced at the video. He was instantly speechless. Who would have thought that a pampered young lady like Zhao Yao would suddenly come down to inspect the lower floors? And not only that, but she'd even sent someone ahead to secretly check things out. Was she crazy? Did she think she was the emperor? The middle-aged man wanted to do something, but in the end, he was still wary of the Xiao family's power. Even if he might get fired, he didn't dare insult Suisui to her face. And Suisui, wearing Xiao Yao's face, didn't care what anyone thought. She lifted her chin and swept her gaze around the room. Confirming that Qian Shuo still hadn't shown up, she arrogantly declared, "Just wait. I'm going to complain to Brother Jiang right now. You're all finished." Then she pointed bossily at Yan Xier, who had barely spoken this whole time. "You, come with me. I want Brother Jiang to see what kind of people are working in his company." Yan Xier was a little dazed. She hadn't expected this arrogant-looking girl to actually help her out of her predicament, while those who seemed friendly on the surface had deliberately pushed her into the abyss. They were all strangers she'd just met. And Suisui took a few steps forward, then noticed Yan Xier hadn't followed. She turned back and snapped impatiently, "What are you doing? Do you want me to wait for you?" Yan Xier snapped out of it and quickly caught up along with a few others nearby. In the elevator, Suisui stood at the very front, head held high, proud as a peacock. Yan Xier quietly grabbed a bit of her sleeve, sticking close to her. The two bodyguards assigned to protect Suisui stood a short distance behind, eyes straight ahead. It took quite a while to go from the 7th to the 120th floor. At first, Suisui could keep her chin up, maintaining Xiao Yao's haughty posture. But after a while, her neck inevitably started to ache. She forced herself to keep going, glaring for a bit at a few employees who got a face full of her nostril air when the elevator doors opened. Finally, she couldn't help but lower her head and stretch her stiff neck. Not wanting anyone to notice, she turned and deliberately scolded Yanxie. "Why are you standing so close to me? It's hot, you know?" Yanxie blinked, gave her a shy smile, and slowly let go. But as soon as Suisui turned to face forward again, Yanxie quietly grabbed her sleeve once more. Suisui. This repeated several times, and finally the group arrived at the 120th floor of the Tianjing building. Jiang Mo's office was on the 121st floor. The regular elevators didn't go that high, so Suisui had to drag Yanxie up an extra flight of stairs. Shh, that jerk Jiang Mo hadn't even given her access to the private elevator. After all that hassle, Suisui's earlier enthusiasm had long since vanished. Her head drooped, and she was starting to feel sleepy. All she wanted now was to finish her task quickly and find a place where no one could see her so she could take a nap. Jiang Mo sat restlessly in his office, staring at his computer but not taking in a single word. It had been a long time since he'd received word that Xiao Yao was coming, but Xiao Yao herself still hadn't shown up. This only made his unease grow stronger. That guy, Xiao Yao. Could she be hiding somewhere, up to something? Hopefully she wouldn't throw a bomb at him the moment they met. Just as he was thinking this, his secretary hurriedly knocked on the office door. She quickly walked over to Jiang Mo and whispered, "President, Miss Xiao is here." Jiang Mo's listless expression vanished instantly. His sharp gaze fixed on the door, eyes blazing, waiting for Suisui to come in. Finally, she was here. After riding the elevator all the way up, Suisui felt a little dizzy. She looked up through the glass door and saw Jiang Mo's blurry figure inside, pausing for a moment. Ding. Plot mission triggered. Within 1 hour, fiercely scold the female lead in front of the male lead, Jiang Mo. Another obstacle. But this mission, scold the female lead in front of the male lead? Was this supposed to help the main couple's romance? Help Zhang the scumbag? No way, absolutely not. And Suisui took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and stormed into the office with renewed vigor. Yanxie blinked in confusion. Why did it feel like Miss Xiao was heading into battle? There was a tragic, heroic aura about her. And Suisui walked into the office, then turned back and called out, "Hurry up, don't make me keep urging you, seriously." The moment Jiang Mo saw Suisui, it felt like the sword hanging over his head finally dropped. His gaze turned cold as he put down the pen he hadn't even written with and asked indifferently, "What are you doing here?" He'd just had lunch at the Xiao family's house at noon. By rights, Xiao Yao shouldn't be coming to see him so soon. The moment Suisui saw Jiang Mo, her haughty little expression vanished. "Brother Jiang, how can you say that? I just missed you and wanted to come see you." Well done, she thought. Not only did she not gag, she even acted naturally. Who else could switch so smoothly between being a princess and a lovesick puppy? Behind her, Yanxie quietly looked up, carefully observing Suisui's expression, her gaze a little odd. It was hard to connect this shy little girl with the peacock queen from earlier. Jiang Mo was already immune to Xiao Yao's daily confessions and didn't think there was anything wrong with what Suisui said. He simply asked, "So, have you seen enough? If you have, you can go back." So cold, so heartless. Before Suisui could react, Yanxie beside her and the 2 bodyguards behind her all shot Jiang Mo 3 reproachful looks. What's with this guy? Does he have any manners at all? Jiang Mo. He'd never been treated like this before. Usually when Xiao Yao pestered him, others would only look at him with sympathy. What was going on today? But Jiang Mo didn't care about other people's looks. He just wanted to get rid of Xiao Yao. Because of the angle, Suisui didn't see the looks from the 3 people behind her. She just kept playing her part as she saw fit. She widened her eyes in disbelief and said aggrievedly, "Brother Jiang, I came all this way just to see you, And you're kicking me out? Jiang Mo was silent for a moment, then explained, I'm not kicking you out, I just have to work. And Suisui deliberately twisted his words. Work? Are you the only one with work? Jiang Mo, do you have any? And Suisui? Actually, no. Neither An Suisui nor Xiao Yao had jobs. They were both free agents, or, as people say, street wanderers. But that didn't stop An Suisui from playing her part. Is work more important than me? She dodged the bodyguard's phone and slapped it on the desk. Look at your company. What a bunch of useless people. I bet your so-called work is just an excuse and you're really just enjoying yourself here. And Suisui's eyes turned red, her mouth drooped, and she looked utterly wronged. Jiang Mo felt his heart skip a beat, a fleeting pang of guilt. Maybe he really was in the wrong. After all, Xiao Yao was his fiancée. She'd just come to see him at work. She hadn't done anything out of line. He shouldn't have spoken to her like that. So Jiang Mo softened his tone, lowered his stance, and tried to coax her. No, you're overthinking it. I didn't mean anything else. I just thought if you had nothing to do, you could go shopping. Sitting here with me is just a waste of your time. His attitude was a bit different from what An Suisui had expected, but it didn't affect her performance. And Suisui was sick of acting like a lovesick puppy every time she faced Jiang Mo. It was harder than being a little princess. She needed to find herself a good reason to break out of this submissive act in front of Jiang Mo. So instead of backing down, An Suisui doubled down, pointing at the video on her phone and saying, if that's the case, then fire all these people to prove you're really working and managing the company properly. Who was so clueless, acting up in front of Xiao Yao? Jiang Mo frowned, picked up the phone, and opened the video. When he saw what was on it, he froze. No one knew better than him how messy the entertainment industry was. He couldn't control what happened in private, but he hadn't expected someone to pull this kind of stunt in his company. If this video got out, the damage to the company's reputation would be unimaginable. Jiang Mo's expression turned cold. He tapped the desk, called his secretary in, and handed over the phone. Deal with this person, he said. The secretary didn't think much of it, glanced at the person in the video, and was about to leave. But An Suisui quickly stopped him. Pointing at the video, she said, I'm not talking about just this one person, I mean all of them. They actually ganged up to deceive me. The secretary froze, looking at Jiang Mo. Miss Xiao's video had caught the entire 7th floor office. It even included a 3rd-tier actress. Fire all of them? This request was way beyond what Jiang Mo had expected. He hadn't thought An Suisui would make such an outrageous demand. He paused, then snapped angrily, Xiao Yao, get a grip. That's the entire office staff. How could I possibly fire them all? Even if he wanted to, he could only replace them bit by bit. No one fires an entire department at once. And Suisui didn't care. After all, this wasn't her company. So she continued willfully, I don't care. These people disgust me. What if they corrupt Brother Jiang? They must be fired or I'm not leaving. Xiao Yao, stop being unreasonable. Jiang Mo was so angry his liver hurt. Clearly all that pitiful, aggrieved act from Xiao Yao was just an illusion. And Suisui refused to back down, stubbornly meeting his gaze. The atmosphere grew tense. Yan Xier, seeing the two of them like this, pressed her lips together, wanting to persuade An Suisui. Firing an entire department at once really wasn't practical, but An Suisui spoke up first. Brother Jiang, how could you say that to me? Her face was full of disbelief. Are all those entertainment news stories about you true? Before coming, An Suisui had looked up some information about Jiang Mo online. Besides being the big boss of Tianjing Entertainment, there were endless gossip articles about him. Jiang Mo was quite the playboy. Now his face was cold, his gaze growing icy. Xiao Yao, this is my last warning, don't push your luck. My business is none of your concern and you have no right to interfere in company matters. If you want to keep this engagement, then get out of here right now. And Suisui's eyes widened, as if she'd suffered a huge blow. She staggered back a step. Yan Xier finally couldn't hold back. She reached out to steady Suisui, doing her best to suppress her anger as she said coldly, "President Jiang, that's too much. Miss Xiao is just a little hot-tempered, but she means no harm." Huh? The heroine was actually speaking up for her? And Suisui paused for a moment, then suddenly turned her fire on the heroine. "I don't need you to defend me. You're an employee here. Are you in cahoots with him too?" Yan Xier quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not. Today's my first day at work." And Suisui snorted. "I don't believe it. With such a shady, immoral, and despicable boss, you can't be any good either." Yan Xier felt wronged for no reason. "It really is my first day. I didn't know the big boss was like this. I'll terminate my contract as soon as I can." Jiang Mo's forehead veins bulged. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of scolding him? Did they think he couldn't tell? Even though An Suisui was openly berating Yan Xier, she was really criticizing Jiang Mo. But unfortunately, the game's rules weren't that smart. They couldn't pick up on An Suisui's sarcasm. Once the heroine had been scolded in front of Jiang Mo, the game promptly issued a quest reward, a short bit of story and a rule prompt. If you notice a suspicious character, you can report them. Of course, if you report the wrong person, there will be a small penalty. This rule matched the hint An Suisui had found in the bedroom at the start. Be careful with your character setting, or you might be discovered by other players and put in danger. Now, this rule spelled out what that danger was. The basic clues every player got at the start must be the same. In other words, every player knew the personalities of the main characters. If you broke character, other players might notice and report you. But what would happen if you were reported? Would your favorability drop? Would you lose your qualification to play or even die? And Suisui's gaze unconsciously fell on Yan Xier. Jiang Mo's behavior didn't seem much different from his original character setting, but she wasn't sure if the heroine was being played by someone. Thinking of this, An Suisui realized she'd been a bit too friendly today and couldn't help but jab at the heroine again. Easy for you to say. You think you can just break a contract with a black-hearted company whenever you want? Do you even know how much the penalty is? Can you afford it? Yan Xier shook her head honestly. You signed without knowing anything? How can you be so dumb? And Suisui puffed out her cheeks, glaring at her in annoyance. Her fierce expression seemed to say, "Dummy, you've been tricked by bad people." Yan Xier blinked, then pursed her lips in a small smile. Ah, Miss Xiao really was like a little kitten baring its teeth, fierce, but also kind of cute. Even the way her voice trembled at the end of her sentences sounded like she was acting spoiled. After being slandered by An Suisui in every way, Jiang Mo finally lost his patience and shouted angrily at the two of them, "Get out!" And Suisui pouted, wanting to make a face at him, but held back. She lifted her chin and strode out with her people, looking every bit the proud heiress. Fine, she'd leave. As she walked out, everyone outside the office quickly lowered their heads, pretending to be busy with their work. No one dared meet her gaze, and Suisui marched straight into the elevator, head held high. Inside, she suddenly thought of the other male lead, Qian Shuo. Qian Shuo was a top idol singer, a superstar, and had a lot of collaborations with Tianjing Entertainment. Logically, he should be in the building today, but he hadn't shown up at any of the key plot points. How odd. And Suisui decided to go find him. But first, she had to get rid of Yan Xier. For some reason, the heroine had been sticking to her all day. When they reached the 110th floor, An Suisui pressed the button and stepped out. Yan Xier instinctively tried to follow, but An Suisui shot her a glare. "Why are you following me?" Yan Xier froze. Right, she had her own work to do. Even if she wanted to terminate her contract, that was for later. Besides, she really couldn't afford the penalty. Yan Xier knew she couldn't leave Tianjing anytime soon, but she was reluctant to part with An Suisui. After hesitating a moment, she took out her phone and asked carefully, "Can I add you as a contact?" And Suisui gave her a sidelong look. "Why do you want my contact? We're not even close." Yan Xier blushed, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse. There are too many bad people and I'm so dumb. What if they set me up again? You're so smart, you'll definitely know what to do. If something happens, can I ask you for help? And Suisui was a little pleased by the flattery. That's right, she was that smart. She actually wanted the heroine's contact info anyway, so since Yanxier had given her an excuse, she went along with it. They exchanged contact info, both pretending to be reluctant. After parting ways, Yanxier's favorability notification finally popped up. Yanxier favorability plus 50%. Current favorability 50% and Suisui S dégâts. The heroine's favorability had shot up so much. Did that mean she could win over the heroine too? A light bulb went off in Suisui's mind. The quest didn't specify a gender, which meant there were many ways to complete it. She didn't have to go after the male leads. Although she hadn't gotten the full story yet, there were other people, like Jiang Mo's secretary, assistants, and others close to the main characters, who definitely had names in the original plot. She'd have to pay more attention to them in the future. Meanwhile, Qian Shuo was hurrying down the corridor, occasionally bumping into people in his rush. He apologized quickly and kept moving, clearly in a hurry. It wasn't until he reached the 7th floor that he finally stopped, straightened his slightly messy clothes, and walked onto the floor. As soon as he pushed open the door, he was startled by someone with a swollen, pig-like face coming toward him. How did this person's face get so swollen? Although things had fallen out between Suisui and Jiang Mo, he had no intention of letting the culprit who stirred up trouble in his company off the hook. The middle-aged man had already received notice from HR. Knowing Jiang Mo's domineering personality, he understood there was no room for negotiation. Still, he held on to a sliver of hope, fantasizing that after leaving Tianjing Entertainment, he might find a good place elsewhere. He didn't dare go head-to-head with Jiang Mo. He packed up his things simply and was about to go handle his resignation paperwork. Unexpectedly, he ran right into the popular idol Qian Shuo. Ah! The middle-aged man quickly covered the half of his face that was swollen like a pig's head, forcing a friendly smile. Unfortunately, his swollen features made it impossible to show much expression. Trying only made him look even more grotesque and frightening. Qian Shuo was startled and took a step back. Once he realized it was just an ordinary man and not some monster, he calmed down. "Did someone hit you? Do you need me to call the police?" Qian Shuo hesitated before asking. He didn't know this man, but the injuries on his face were so shocking that he couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he mumbled a vague excuse. How could he admit he'd been slapped by a delicate young lady? She'd only given him one slap, and he'd ended up like this. If word got out, people would think he was weak. What he didn't know was that Suisui had actually held back. If she hadn't, a concussion would have been the least of his worries. Qian Shuo didn't press further. He'd only asked because the man looked so miserable. Since he didn't want to talk, Qian Shuo didn't force it. He stepped aside politely to let the man pass. The middle-aged man had only taken a couple of steps before suddenly turning back, still wearing that twisted smile, and asked softly, "Mr. Qian Shuo, may I ask, if someone is fired from Tianjing, where else can they go in the industry?" Qian Shuo looked at him in surprise. "Fired from Tianjing? That depends on the reason." The middle-aged man gave an awkward smile and stammered, "It's not a big deal, really. Miss Xiao just came by and caught me on something." "Miss Xiao? Xiao Yao?" Qian Shuo immediately understood. At Tianjing Entertainment, plenty of people got fired every year because of Xiao Yao. Sometimes it was for slacking off and getting caught, sometimes just because she didn't like someone, or for other odd reasons. Qian Shuo didn't doubt him and politely pointed out a few possible paths. They weren't much help, but better than nothing. The middle-aged man thanked him hurriedly and left, not daring to linger in the Tianjing building. Qian Shuo slowly walked into the 7th floor office area, but a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Why was Xiao Yao here? Meanwhile, Suisui had gone to the photography area on the 86th floor, hoping to run into the second male lead, Qian Shuo, and test him out. But after circling the 86th floor several times without seeing him, she figured he'd finished his work and left. Other than the 2 locations mentioned in the plot, Suisui didn't know where else he might go, so she had to give up. She turned her attention to the new plot event, an entertainment gala 3 days later. To make it easier for players to complete tasks, the game's plot moved at a pretty brisk pace, and Suisui obediently stayed home for 3 days. She had no idea what the other main characters were up to during that time. To avoid blowing her cover, she spent her days studying her character, going out for walks and chatting with her good sisters about Xiao Yao's past, quietly waiting for her next chance to act. 3 days later, Tianjin Entertainment hosted a red carpet event. It was quite a grand affair. Although Yan Xier had caused trouble on her first day and her relationship with her agent Wu Jing was a bit rocky, Wu Jing wasn't particularly powerful and didn't have much say, so for now she couldn't do anything to Yan Xier. Besides, Yan Xier had just signed with the company, and Tianjin wanted to recoup their investment, so they'd give her some exposure and see how things went before making further plans. So Yan Xier was definitely going to attend this event. Wherever the female lead went, drama was sure to follow. According to the 2 plot points Suisui had, Yan Xier had once been helped by Qian Shuo when she was framed, so at the event, when Yan Xier overheard someone plotting against Qian Shuo, she rushed in to save him, putting herself in danger in the process. But for some reason, in the main plot 3 days ago, not only did Qian Shuo fail to save the female lead, he didn't even show up. But these 2 plot points were clearly connected, and Suisui suspected tonight's plotline would also go off the rails. She was happy to watch the chaos, so she dressed up and went to the event. The venue was bustling, packed with celebrities. Countless people would do anything just to get a ticket, and Suisui specifically messaged Yan Xier, asking her to keep an eye on things and let her know immediately if anything interesting happened. Yan Xier happily agreed, but before that, Suisui had to work a bit herself. She put on her Miss Xiao airs, looking down on everyone, wandering aimlessly around the venue, sizing up one target after another, but as she walked, she ran into the event's host, Jiang Mo. "Ha! Scumbag!" And Suisui snorted at him and turned away. She'd finally managed to shed her lovesick persona and was now playing the little princess. A princess wouldn't bother with a scumbag. Xiao Yao was beautiful and high profile, making her stand out in any crowd. Naturally, Jiang Mo noticed her approaching. He thought she was coming over to strike up a conversation and apologize for what happened last time. But instead, she just snorted at him and walked away. Did Xiao Yao take the wrong medicine? Jiang Mo looked stunned. Before he could react, the man beside him burst out laughing. "No way, Jiang Mo, wasn't that Miss Xiao just now? Isn't she crazy about you? Why didn't she come talk to you today and even turned away? Is she throwing a tantrum?" Hearing his friend's words, Jiang Mo snorted too. "I haven't even called her out yet, and she dares get mad at me. Ignore her. Give it 3 days. She'll definitely come apologize." Ever since their families arranged their engagement, this kind of thing had happened countless times. Occasionally, Xiao Yao would get a little temperamental, but she always ended up apologizing. Jiang Mo didn't take it seriously. But as one of Jiang Mo's close friends, Qi Feili sensed something different. He patted Jiang Mo on the shoulder, his tone meaningful. "Really? But what if Miss Xiao doesn't apologize this time? Would Xiao Yao really refuse to back down? Impossible." Jiang Mo scoffed at the idea. He calmly said to Qi Feili, "If she refuses to yield, then the engagement between our 2 families ends here." Besides the business alliance, there was another important reason he chose Xiao Yao. She always put him first and took responsibility for any problems herself. If she lost that advantage, the Xiao family would be no different from any other. Jiang Mo thought this over coolly, but for some reason he still felt a bit annoyed. It seemed Suisui's attitude had gotten under his skin. Qi Feili just smiled and said nothing, patting Jiang Mo on the shoulder before sending him off to mingle with other business leaders. Then, with a wine glass in hand, he wandered in the direction Suisui had disappeared. And Suisui was looking for Qian Shuo. Since Qian Shuo hadn't helped Yan Xie, and the two of them were basically strangers, even if Yan Xie learned someone wanted to harm Qian Shuo, she definitely wouldn't risk her life to protect him like in the original plot. She might not even care at all. With the heroine's storyline off track, what would happen to the male lead? Would Qian Shuo just get killed off? If one of the 4 male leads died, would the rest of the story fall apart? Would the game crash? And Suisui licked her lips, getting more and more excited. No, she had to find Qian Shuo and watch the drama unfold firsthand. Things went surprisingly smoothly. With Yan Xie as her secret informant, Suisui quickly found the spot where Qian Shuo was about to be ambushed, just as she suspected. Even though the heroine had learned Qian Shuo was in danger, she didn't take any action. She just kindly warned his manager. In a remote bathroom on the 2nd floor of the venue, a janitor pushed a cleaning cart inside. He put up an under-maintenance sign outside, closed the door, and wheeled the cart deeper into the restroom. Inside, 2 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, were at the urinals. They stood far apart, not speaking at all. But as soon as the janitor entered, they both turned, zipped up, and walked toward him. "You're late," one of them said in a low voice. The janitor looked around to make sure they were alone before replying. "There's been a change. Qian Shuo's people caught wind of something and cut off our escape route. The original plan won't work." "So what now?" the other man asked, his face fierce. He pulled a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, glaring at one of the stalls. "Why don't we just finish him here? The reward will be less, but it's better than nothing." "Are you crazy?" The first man grabbed his shoulder. "Calm down. If we kill him now, we'll never get out. The venue's locked down, so they know we're here. If we take him hostage, we might have a chance." He opened the stall, revealing Qian Shuo. Eyes closed, slumped against the wall, hands and feet bound, clearly unconscious. "We need to use him to get out. A superstar's only worth something alive." He roughly hauled Qian Shuo up, about to contact his manager for ransom, but the janitor stopped him. "Wait. Since the job's already blown, maybe we can do something else to make up for the loss." He pulled out a packet of white powder, filled a cup with tap water, and dumped the powder in, mixing it well. "Make him drink this." The thug frowned at the suspicious liquid. "What is it?" The janitor grinned at the man on the floor. "Isn't he famous for his voice? If we ruin his throat, what's left? Just his face? Too bad we can't mess that up too, or else... Heh." The 2 thugs exchanged glances, both thinking this janitor was a real psycho. One of them crouched down, grabbing Qian Shuo's chin and staring at his face for a while. Suddenly, he grinned. "This pretty boy really is good-looking. I'm not in a hurry to leave anymore. Maybe we should get to know our superstar a little better before we go, you know?" The last guy looked at him like he was crazy. So he was the only normal one in the group? Qian Shuo lay on the floor, pretending to be unconscious but cursing in his head. What the hell is this? If he'd known, he wouldn't have come tonight. Even though he had the protagonist's role, he didn't get all of Qian Shuo's plot lines. He had no idea something this big would happen tonight, and thanks to the plot, he'd walked right into the trap. Qian Shuo had actually woken up a while ago, but to avoid breaking character, he'd kept still, letting them do as they pleased, just to see what they'd do next. He didn't know if the original Qian Shuo was supposed to be rescued, but at this point, he had to save himself. If he didn't act soon, he'd really be in trouble. These 2 perverts, he'd deal with them soon enough. Just then, everyone in the bathroom heard a noise outside. A man shouted, "Miss Xiao, what are you doing over there? If I'm not mistaken, that window belongs to the men's restroom, right?" The group looked up to see a furry little head peeking in through the bathroom window, eyes full of curiosity as she watched them. When they froze, she urged, "What are you waiting for? Go on, keep going." The kidnappers. Damn. The man about to hurt Qian Shuo instantly wilted, muttering a curse under his breath. He couldn't even tell who the real pervert was anymore. A woman, climbing up to the men's bathroom window, silently watching as one man tried to assault another, her eyes shining with excitement. Maybe she was the real freak here. Both sides fell silent for a moment. When An Suisui saw no one inside was making a move, she turned and glared at the approaching Chi Fei. "You ruined my fun." Fun? Chi Fei was baffled. He glanced at where An Suisui was standing, thought for a moment, and asked, "So Miss Xiao has a hobby of peeping on men in the restroom?" Inside, the kidnappers were already dragging Qian Shuo out, ready to make a run for it. And Suisui quickly climbed down the ladder, and as she passed Chi Fei, she snorted without looking at him. "What do you know? Jiang Mo can party all he wants, so why can't I have a little hobby of my own?" She was just making things up. Chi Fei was stunned for a moment, then sucked in a sharp breath. Wow. Was Xiao Yao turning into a pervert under Jiang Mo's oppression? And Suisui looked calm on the surface, but inside she was a bundle of nerves. Who knew how Chi Fei had recognized her, even with her disguise? NPCs could be fooled, but she really hoped this guy wasn't a player. Oh well, it was just some odd behavior. She'd just blame it all on Jiang Mo. In the end, An Suisui still didn't know whether Qian Shuo was a player or not. After Chi Fei's unexpected interference, she had no choice but to abandon her original plan. She watched as the event security surrounded the 3 would-be kidnappers who were trying to escape, and pondered her next move. So far, she'd interacted with 3 main characters. Yan Xie didn't seem like a player. Her favorability had shot up way too fast, so it was unlikely. She hadn't had much contact with Qian Shuo. She'd missed him in one plot event, and the other time she'd been interrupted. So she couldn't be sure about him either. As for Jiang Mo, he was just a plain old scumbag. Speak of the devil, and he appears. After security had the 3 kidnappers surrounded, Jiang Mo arrived at the scene as well. Since this happened at his event, Jiang Mo had to take a lot of responsibility. He tried to negotiate with the kidnappers, hoping they'd let Qian Shuo go and he'd let them leave safely. But the kidnappers weren't stupid. They knew Qian Shuo was their only bargaining chip, so they held on tight. The standoff dragged on. Suddenly, Qian Shuo regained his senses and headbutted the kidnapper holding him. Before they could react, he broke free from their grip. In the end, Qian Shuo managed to escape. The 3 kidnappers, now without a hostage, tried to force their way out with knives. 2 were caught, but 1 got away. After watching the whole thing, An Suisui was ready to leave. But Jiang Mo walked over, gave her a once-over, and sneered. "Didn't expect you to have such a heroic side. Why didn't you tell me about this in advance?" "Tell you? So you could ruin my plans?" And Suisui didn't even bother with him. She lifted her chin, snorted, and walked right past. Jiang Mo was momentarily stunned. Then Chi Fei strolled over with a wine glass, gave Jiang Mo a sympathetic look, and shook his head as he walked away. With an engagement to a little psycho like Xiao Yao, Jiang Mo's future was bound to be interesting. Qian Shuo had almost been taken by the kidnappers. Even though Jiang Mo did his best to control the situation, the chaos at the event meant rumors still got out, causing a lot of negative press for Tianjin Entertainment. After this plot event, An Suisui was once again left with nothing to do, lounging at home. Looking at her schedule, it was either spa days with her socialite friends or beauty treatments to maintain her looks. The only main character she kept in touch with was Yan Xie. During this time, Yan Xie's favorability toward her kept rising, another 10% in just a couple of days, bringing the total to 60%. Then An Suisui received a system notification from the game. Ding. Character Yan Xie's favorability has reached 60%. Character tag unlocked. Yan Xie's tag successfully activated. Keep up the good work, player. On the game leaderboard, where everyone else had a big fat 0, An Suisui's 6 points really stood out. She'd always wondered why, despite so many people liking her, her score never budged. Especially with Yan Xie. She was the female lead, so her favorability should definitely count, right? And Suisui had even suspected Yan Xie might be a player, using some item to fake her favorability, which was why no points were added. But even so, it didn't make sense for all the other players to have 0. It wasn't until now that An Suisui finally understood. Only when a character's favorability reached 60% would all the players' previous efforts be rewarded. Take Jiang Mo, for example. His favorability would go up by 1% at a time, sometimes even drop back down. Who knew how long it would take to reach 60%? This only strengthened Suisui's resolve to ignore Jiang Mo and focus on other characters. After successfully tagging Yan Xier, Suisui gained some perks. For example, on her game panel, Yan Xier's name now had a string of labels after the golden characters: personality, mood, preferences, and so on. This made it much easier for Suisui to understand Yan Xier, even track her emotions in real time. So there were benefits like this. Suisui clicked on Yan Xier's mood tag and saw a big crying face. She paused, then immediately messaged Yan Xier, inviting her out to hang. Usually, Yan Xier replied right away, but today it took a long time for her to respond. "Sorry, Yao Yao, I probably can't go shopping with you today." "If you can't come, fine, but why did it take you so long to reply? What were you doing?" Suisui pretended to be angry, probing further. Sensing Suisui's anger, Yan Xier quickly sent a long, anxious reply. "My agent wants me to accompany President Jiang to a charity gala tonight. But isn't President Jiang your fiancé? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go?" I tried to talk my agent out of it, but she wouldn't budge and said it was President Jiang's order. "I really have no choice, Yao Yao. I promise I'll keep at least a meter away from President Jiang." And Suisui was stunned. So that was it. A charity gala? Tonight? Her own family had received an invitation too. So Suisui replied, "You're getting worked up over something so trivial? Jiang Mo, that scumbag, I've already seen through him. Don't worry about me. Just watch out for yourself and don't let him take advantage of you. I'm telling you, that jerk has never done a single decent thing." And Suisui went on, bad-mouthing Jiang Mo, trying to make sure Yan Xier wouldn't be fooled by him. After all, Jiang Mo was a male lead and worked at the same company as Yan Xier. As the male lead, he'd definitely have plenty of chances to interact with the female lead. And Suisui no longer cared about Jiang Mo's favorability toward the female lead. She just didn't want Yan Xier to be stolen away by him. Yan Xier was hers. All the male leads could just back off. After Suisui's pep talk, Yan Xier's mood changed from crying to smiling. She cheerfully agreed to her agent's request and went off to prepare for the evening gala. Yao Yao said she'd be there too, so as long as she was careful around President Jiang, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo was feeling extremely frustrated. Ever since that argument with Zhao Yao, she'd really acted like she was cutting ties. She hadn't come to the company or even messaged him. For tonight's charity gala, he needed a female companion. Normally, he'd just pick whichever A-list actress was hottest at the moment. But this time, for some reason, he thought of the now-absent Xiao Yao. So he invited the new recruit, Yan Xier, who seemed to have a good relationship with Xiao Yao, to see how Xiao Yao would react. Yan Xier would definitely tell Xiao Yao about the charity gala. In the past, whenever Jiang Mo brought a woman to an event, Xiao Yao would call him 3 or 5 times to interrogate him. But this time, the whole afternoon had passed and the gala was about to start, yet his phone only had work messages. Nothing else. Jiang Mo wondered, was Xiao Yao really planning to cut ties with him? "President Jiang, it's time for us to leave," his secretary reminded him, entering the office. Jiang Mo collected himself, stood up, and went to the dressing room to change. If she didn't bother him, all the better. Without Xiao Yao's constant fussing, his ears were finally at peace. That evening, Jiang Mo brought Yan Xier to the charity gala. As soon as they entered, he spotted Suisui waiting not far away. He smirked, thinking Suisui was just being stubborn. She still showed up, didn't she? But when Suisui saw him, she just waved. Yan Xier immediately let go of his arm, lifted her skirt, and ran over to Suisui's side, not even sparing Jiang Mo a glance. Jiang Mo straightened his clothes, snorted, and went to his seat. This was a charity auction in name, but everyone here was from the upper crust. Capitalists, whether sincere or not, always like to use charity as a gimmick to build a good reputation. Jiang Mo sat alone in a corner, occasionally glancing at Suisui out of the corner of his eye. and Suisui and the little star he'd brought were whispering to each other, looking very happy. After a while, the two of them got up and went off to play elsewhere in the venue. Jiang Mo gritted his teeth. Neither of them was paying him any attention. He could understand Xiao Yao. She'd always been willful, so this wasn't surprising. But what was up with Yan Xie? He was her boss, after all. Shouldn't she at least check in with him? Wait, check in about what? He didn't need to know what Xiao Yao was up to. Jiang Mo forced himself to focus on the auction items, pretending he'd never been distracted. Meanwhile, Suisui was leading Yan Xie around the venue. Yan Xie had never attended such an event before and didn't realize those beautiful little pastries were actually delicious. Before she knew it, she'd eaten her fill. Seeing how happy she was, Suisui lifted her chin disdainfully. Look at you. Like you've never seen the world. These aren't even half as good as what my chef makes. Next time come to my house and I'll show you what real food is. Yan Xie blinked, staring at Suisui's puffed cheeks, and secretly smiled. Yao Yao really took saying one thing and doing another to the extreme. She'd eaten even more than Yan Xie herself. And Suisui didn't notice the heroine's look. She felt she was doing great, so proud and aloof, surely no one would see through her act. Just then, the game suddenly issued a quest. Story mission triggered. Within 10 minutes, push the heroine to the ground and get Lu Changqi's attention. Lu Changqi? Another male lead? And Suisui looked up and saw a cold, handsome man coming down from the second floor. Those legs, that waist, tisk, tisk. So eye-catching, he had to be Lu Changqi. And Suisui's gaze locked onto Yan Xie. With Yan Xie's favorability, pushing her over wouldn't be hard. The challenge was getting Lu Changqi to notice. He didn't look like someone easy to approach. If it was just a normal fall, he might not even look. After what happened with Qian Shuo, Suisui wasn't sure the plot would go smoothly. Her eyes darted to a champagne glass pyramid and she instantly had an idea. Let's go over there. And Suisui led Yan Xie to the glass pyramid. A staff member walked by, and Suisui looked up and quietly used the skill, Devil's Eye. The server immediately stumbled, accidentally bumping into the champagne table. The entire table of champagne collapsed with a crash. As the glasses fell, Suisui gave Yan Xie a hard push, pretending to help her dodge danger. The move was so natural that no one could see through it. She herself nimbly dodged aside, not getting a drop of champagne on her. With such a commotion, not just Lu Changqi, everyone at the event looked over. The organizers rushed over, apologizing to Suisui in a panic. Suisui received the mission's success notification, calmly helped Yan Xie up, and followed the staff to the lounge to change. She was fine, but Yan Xie's dress was soaked and she couldn't stay at the party like that. And Suisui also needed a private place to check her game rewards. There were too many people at the gala. There could be other players hiding among them. If she opened her game panel in public, she'd be exposed. She politely declined Yan Xie's request to share a changing room and took one for herself. Once inside, she opened her game panel. The flashing red dot for unclaimed rewards caught her eye. A hidden rule appeared. Hint: the degree to which a main character is being played will never exceed 50%. Main characters included the heroine, male leads, female and male supporting roles, and a major villain. Because the points for successfully conquering them varied, they were divided into different categories. There was only one heroine, so there was no such thing as 50% played for her, so Yan Xie had to be an NPC. This news reassured Suisui. She'd interacted with Yan Xie the most. If Yan Xie were a player, it would be hard not to blow her cover. Next, she opened the short story segment the game had sent her. It was about tonight's charity gala. It described a conflict between Yan Xie and her agent Wu Jing. Wu Jing, who was petty and had long wanted to teach Yan Xie a lesson, saw her chance at the gala. When Lu Changqi passed by in the crowd, he stared at the fallen Yan Xie for a long time. Wu Jing got an idea for a win-win. She secretly drugged Yan Xie and sent her to Lu Changqi's bed. That way, she could curry favor with Lu Changqi and put Yan Xie in her place. As for Lu Changqi, he was a two-faced character. The story said, Lu Changqi had been assigned to work in Haishi. The local officials and business leaders, eager to curry favor with the new leader, arranged a welcome party at the same hotel as the charity gala. After socializing, Lu Changqi returned to his room, only to find a beautiful woman sleeping on his bed. It was the same woman he'd glanced at several times earlier that evening, Yan Xie. Lu Changqi was very satisfied. He said to Yan Xie, "Since you've delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite." Then, he proceeded to have his way with the unconscious Yan Xie. And Suisui fell silent after watching this plot unfold. This storyline was really beyond words. She seriously wanted to drag the game's scriptwriter out for a beating. What kind of human garbage writes this stuff? But at this point, something suddenly occurred to An Suisui, making her heart skip a beat. Crap. Yan Xie was alone in the dressing room right now. Could she have fallen victim to Wu Jing's scheme? She hurriedly pushed open the dressing room door and went next door, but the next room was empty. Yan Xie wasn't in the dressing room, nor could she be found outside. If nothing had happened to Yan Xie, she should be waiting in the lounge or on the sofa outside. If she'd left for some reason, she would have told An Suisui in advance. Given the situation, there was only one possible outcome. Tch! Did the game hit the fast-forward button or something? She'd only been inside for a little while, and the plot had already jumped to the next chapter. Gritting her teeth, An Suisui grabbed her phone and called Jiang Mo, asking about Wu Jing's whereabouts. If it was Jiang the scumbag's person, she'd go straight to him for answers. Jiang Mo was initially reluctant to help, but hearing the urgency in An Suisui's voice, he hesitated for a moment and still managed to track down Wu Jing. The male lead was efficient. Wu Jing was quickly brought before An Suisui. Wu Jing looked completely bewildered, her face still showing traces of joy before everything turned upside down. Shock and delight mingled together, and the sudden highs and lows left her brain fried. She looked dumbfounded and couldn't even speak properly. And Suisui didn't bother wasting time with her and went straight for Wu Jing's phone. After unlocking it with her fingerprint, she found the most recent chat. Sure enough, Wu Jing had made her move. She'd drugged Yan Xie and handed her over to another official who wanted to curry favor with Lu Changqi, leaving the rest to him. Once An Suisui got Lu Changqi's room number, she left the scene without hesitation. She had to rescue Yan Xie. It had already been a long time since Yan Xie disappeared. If the plot was moving at this fast-forward pace, Yan Xie might already be in real danger. And Suisui grew anxious. If Lu Changqi really touched Yan Xie, she'd deal with him on the spot. No chance for redemption. After much effort, An Suisui climbed through the window into Lu Changqi's room. But the scene inside was not what she expected. Lu Changqi had indeed returned to the room, but he hadn't touched Yan Xie. Instead, he'd tied her up and tossed her on the bed, while he sat several meters away on a chair, watching her warily. It was as if he was the one who'd almost been violated. As soon as An Suisui entered, their eyes met. She was half stuck on the windowsill, unable to go in or out. Lu Changqi's eyes were full of danger. She had no doubt that if she made a wrong move, he'd attack her. If she couldn't resolve this before things got out of hand, her character persona would definitely collapse. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and dangerous, a large, black and white dog suddenly pounced on An Suisui, tugging her skirt and pulling her into the room, then wagged its tail and licked her hand. "Changfeng?" And Suisui was so shocked she nearly cried out. Was she seeing things? Why was Changfeng here? If Changfeng was here, did that mean... And Suisui quickly looked up. The man who'd been sitting in the chair, Lu Changqi, was now standing in front of her. "Suisui?" His tone was probing, but An Suisui was already sure. It was Jian Shi. "Jian Shi!" And Suisui threw her arms around his neck, rubbing against him. Her panic instantly faded away. Even though he had a different face, the feeling he gave her was exactly the same. This was her Jian Shi. Then, in her ear, she heard a string of favorability notifications. Lu Changqi favorability plus 10%. Current favorability, 10%. Lu Changqi favorability plus 10%. Current favorability, 20%. Lu Changqi favorability plus 10%. Current favorability, 30%. Current favorability, 60%. Congratulations, player, you have successfully tagged the character Lu Changqi. Current favorability, 100%. Congratulations, player, you have perfectly conquered Lu Changqi. And Suisui watched as Jian Shi's favorability soared, and finally a big golden exclusive tag appeared above his head, making her eyes crinkle with joy. Was there really such a good thing? Chang Feng was happy too, circling around them excitedly. Jian Shi was also pleased to see his exclusive tag above on Suisui's head. He picked her up from the floor and set her on the sofa, then started to complain. He told her how, ever since entering the game and finding the team channel blocked, he'd had to play as Lu Changqi and deal with everything that came with it. Lu Changqi was a male lead, good-looking, powerful, and constantly targeted by people with ulterior motives. Every day he had to be on guard against strangers getting too close or risk being taken advantage of. It was exhausting. After venting, Jian Shi asked about An Suisui's life during this time. And Suisui felt that, aside from having to act like a lovesick puppy, things had been okay. After all, Princess Xiao Yao didn't have to bow to anyone, but as Jian Shi listened, his face darkened. His Suisui had actually been acting like a lovesick puppy for that idiot Jiang Mo? Damn it, he was going to destroy that idiot. Then he remembered how An Suisui had just climbed in through the window and frowned. Why did you climb into Lu Changqi's room through the window? To rescue the female lead, of course. Don't you know tonight's plot? And Suisui replied righteously. Jian Shi didn't know the game's plot, but he did know that players could be reported for certain actions. And Suisui barging into Lu Changqi's room was extremely risky. If he hadn't been the one playing Lu Changqi, things could have gone very badly. Worse, attacking Lu Changqi would have triggered a whole chain of consequences. Jian Shi's gaze grew dangerous. He walked over to the bed and looked again at the golden tag above Yan Shi's head. Sure enough, it was just like his own, an exclusive tag belonging to An Suisui. Jian Shi felt like he'd fallen into a vat of old vinegar, so jealous he could taste it in the air. Even though the other person was a woman, An Suisui had risked everything to break into enemy territory for her. And Suisui was still studying her new perfect conquest reward when she suddenly noticed Jian Shi's mood tag had turned into a crying face, a lemon-yellow crying face. She froze, looked up, and met Jian Shi's deep, ink-black eyes. And Suisui. This was bad. The next second, Jian Shi scooped her up and set her on his lap. Their noses touched, their breaths mingled inseparable. An Suisui! Jian Shi's gritted teeth voice made An Suisui feel inexplicably guilty. Her eyes darted around, not daring to meet his gaze. But she hadn't done anything, so why was Jian Shi so angry? Still, since Jian Shi wasn't using his own face right now, being close to him felt like cuddling with a handsome stranger. Honestly, it was kind of thrilling. Afraid Jian Shi would see through her little thoughts, An Suisui quickly raised her hand to cover his eyes. I really didn't do anything, Before she could finish, Jian Shi found her lips by feel and silenced her. The room filled with nothing but a string of breathy, ambiguous sounds. And Suisui was kissed until her head spun, her mind turning to mush. Until, "What are you two doing?" A just awakened Yan Xie stared in shock. She was lying sideways on the soft bed, her body tied up so she couldn't move much. She had to twist herself just to see through the bedroom door, where a man and woman were embracing and kissing. It was a scene most people would politely avoid, but Yan Xie realized the woman was An Suisui. She couldn't help but call out. And Suisui snapped awake, immediately jumping off Jian Shi and rushing to Yan Xie's side. Oh no, how could she forget there was someone else in the room? Her face was flushed red and she didn't even dare to think about what just happened, especially since Jian Shi was still wearing Lu Changqi's face. Getting intimate with this version of Jian Shi gave her a guilty, almost cheating feeling. No, she couldn't dwell on it. And Suisui shook her head, then helped Yan Xie up and untied her. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Yan Xie froze for a moment under Jian Shi's sharp glare, her memory slowly returning. She remembered what happened before she fainted, and her face turned pale. Her body trembled. as if all her strength had been drained. Yan Xier never imagined people could be so vicious. Her biggest conflict with Wu Jing had only been a work disagreement. How could Wu Jing stoop so low? From her current situation and the bits of conversation she'd overheard before passing out, Yan Xier could guess what had happened while she was unconscious. She looked down and saw her clothes were intact. Her body felt fine. She realized Suisui must have saved her. But how had Suisui managed it? She looked up, eyes urgently questioning Suisui. You and him? Suisui knew what she was about to ask and cut her off, lifting her chin in her usual haughty way. Count yourself lucky to run into my admirer. Then she scolded Yan Xier, annoyed. What's wrong with you? I leave you alone for just a little while and you get yourself into trouble. If I hadn't found you in time, who knows what would have happened? If Lu Changqi's player hadn't been Jian Shi and Yan Xier had ended up in any other NPC's hands, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yan Xier nervously clutched her skirt, feeling guilty for causing trouble. She tried to ignore Jian Shi's intense presence, leaned close to Suisui, and whispered, Were you just kissing him? Whoa! She really saw it. Suisui's cheeks instantly flushed, but she forced herself to keep a straight face, patting Yan Xier's shoulder with a heavy look. That's right, we were kissing. All for your sake. If Jian Shi hadn't seen the protagonist tag above the heroine's head, would he have been so jealous? He kissed her so fiercely her lips were swollen. But Yan Xier misunderstood, feeling both touched and guilty. She sneaked a glance at Jian Shi, then whispered, Yao Yao, you're so silly. How could you sacrifice yourself for me? Suisui looked at her in surprise, not understanding why Yan Xier would say that. After thinking for a moment, Suisui simply cupped Yan Xier's face, turning her to look straight at Jian Shi by the door. The two of them, cheek to cheek, admired Lu Changqi's stunning looks for a while. Then Suisui asked, Handsome, right? Yan Xier nodded. Very. How could a game-modeled face not be handsome? The proportions were painstakingly crafted by the developers. Even if Lu Changqi's character was problematic, his looks were flawless. Do you ever feel a little tempted looking at him for too long? Suisui whispered. Yan Xier hesitated, then honestly replied, A little. So Suisui asked, Then why would you think I'd be unwilling? Sometimes good looks really do solve everything. Yan Xier suddenly understood. Right. If such a handsome guy was throwing himself at you not after fame or money, just wanting to date you, what's not to like? As long as both people are willing, who's to say who's taking advantage? If you get bored, just break up. What's the big deal? She was about to agree, but then thought of someone else. Hesitantly, she asked, But Yao Yao, what about President Jiang? Aren't you two engaged? President Jiang? Jiang Mo? Who cared what that scumbag thought? Yan Xier could still think of Jiang Mo at a time like this. Was the male lead's influence really that strong? Suisui turned and cupped Yan Xier's face, her expression deadly serious. Hasn't Princess Xiao Yao been a lovesick puppy for 3 years? Did Jiang Mo ever change? No, he's had more scandals than I have luxury goods. What does that tell you? Yan Xier replied right on cue. It means he's a scumbag, hopeless. Suisui gave her an approving look. Exactly. So why can't we ditch him and look for a second chance at love? What do you think? The two of them huddled together, whispering for ages, getting more and more excited. Suisui even pulled the covers over them so they could talk under the blanket. Jian Shi felt even more jealous. He glanced at his watch. The second hand ticked around. When it hit 12 again, 5 minutes had passed. Jian Shi couldn't take it anymore. He strode into the room, picked Suisui up and, right in front of Yan Xier, closed the door and called to book another room. No way was he letting an outsider interrupt his long-awaited reunion with Suisui, not even a woman. In the now empty room, Yan Xier sat alone on the bed. Ring ring, ring ring. As soon as the two left, Yan Xier's phone rang. It was Jiang Mo calling. Seeing his number, Yan Xie couldn't help but picture Suisui and Jian Shi together, with Jiang Mo left alone, biting his handkerchief in frustration. And she was the one who'd made it all happen. Yan Xie. Yan Xie shivered, nervously pressing the answer button. Is there something you need, President Jiang? Her voice was shaky and uncertain as she spoke to Jiang Mo. She couldn't have sounded more guilty. If President Jiang found out she'd been pimping for his fiancé, would he kill her? Jiang Mo didn't notice anything odd in Yan Xie's tone. He first asked about her situation as a matter of routine, then assured her he would deal with Wu Jing and give her a satisfactory answer. Finally, as if in passing, he asked, Where's Xiao Yao? She's not off arguing with someone again, is she? Hearing the name Xiao Yao, Yan Xie was so nervous she almost bit her tongue. But she hadn't received any clear instructions from Suisui and didn't know how to tell Jiang Mo that his fiancé was off flirting with a pretty boy. All she could do was cover for Suisui. Yao Yao had something to do and went home early. Really? On the other end of the line, Jiang Mo frowned. Given Xiao Yao's impulsive and headstrong personality, Yan Xie should have gone straight to confront Wu Jing after everything was settled. But instead, she'd gone home early. Jiang Mo felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it, so he let it go. After Jian Shi and Suisui reunited, their interactions increased dramatically. As the new leader, Lu Changqi attracted a lot of attention, and soon rumors began to spread. People said that after Jiang Mo dumped Xiao Yao, the Xiao family had latched on to the powerful Lu family, and that Xiao Yao and Lu Changqi were about to get engaged. When Xiao Yao's father heard this, he was completely baffled. He knew about Xiao Yao's fight with Jiang Mo, but Lu Changqi? When had Xiao Yao ever had anything to do with him? He called Suisui to ask about it, and Suisui admitted it openly, even promising to invite Lu Changqi over for dinner that weekend. After taking a moment to process this, Zhao's father hurriedly called home to arrange the weekend dinner. Lu Changqi was the new leader in Haishi, and the Lu family behind him was one of the most powerful in the city. Countless people wanted to curry favor with them, but couldn't find a way in. And now his own daughter had somehow managed to snag him. Even Zhao's father felt a bit uneasy about it. The meeting was set for Saturday. Zhao's father dressed formally for the occasion. Jian Shi, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. First, they weren't really Suisui's parents, so he didn't need to be too cautious. Second, he'd looked into Zhao's father and knew he cared a lot about personal gain. Lu Changqi's status was more than enough to impress him, so there was no need to go out of his way to please. Zhao's mother was still a bit curious about Jian Shi. She'd been dissatisfied with Jiang Mo for a long time, but since her daughter always seemed happy with her choices, she hadn't said much. Now, finally, someone had come along who might change her daughter's mind, and he was quite impressive too. Naturally, she was pleased. Jian Shi was a master at reading people, saying what needed to be said to whoever was listening. He played to Zhao's father's interests, and the dinner ended with everyone in high spirits. And Suisui watched as her parents' favorability toward Jian Shi soared, and he successfully conquered them, turning them into his own tools. She was left speechless. This game is so damn rigged. Zhao's parents were clearly important supporting characters, but as their daughter, Xiao Yao couldn't conquer them herself. Basically, whoever conquered Xiao Yao got a 2-for-1 deal, snagging all three at once. And Suisui sulked, biting her spoon and counting up the points between herself and Jian Shi. If it weren't for Yan Xi's rising favorability, giving her a few extra points, Jian Shi would have overtaken her. The benefits of conquering plot characters soon became clear. Xiao's father, in front of Jian Shi, deliberately called Jiang Mo and invited him to dinner, saying he had something to discuss. Jiang Mo had been busy lately. The fallout from Tianshuo's kidnapping still hadn't fully blown over for Tianjing Entertainment. He'd also heard some rumors about the Xiao family, stories that had been blown way out of proportion. Jiang Mo scoffed at them. Xiao Yao and Lu Changqi? Two people with nothing to do with each other? About to get engaged? Ridiculous. When Xiao's father called, Jiang Mo assumed he wanted to explain the rumors. He was about to refuse, but then a thought struck him. Could it be that Xiao Yao herself had spread these rumors? Deliberately making it seem like she was involved with Lu Changqi, so he'd hear about it and call to confront her? Heh. So Jiang Mo agreed to the dinner. The dinner wasn't at the Xiao house, and surprisingly, Xiao Yao wasn't there either. Xiao's father talked business, and Jiang Mo responded absent-mindedly, his mind wandering. He realized he hadn't seen Xiao Yao in quite a while, but then, out of nowhere, Xiao's father dropped a bombshell. Xiao Mo, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I don't think you and Yao Yao are really suited for each other. The engagement between our families was only ever a verbal agreement. Why don't we just call it off? What? Jiang Mo was caught completely off guard, staring in shock at the man across from him. No, I don't agree. His mouth was faster than his brain, and he blurted it out before he could think. But even after saying it, he didn't regret it. He really hadn't considered breaking off the engagement with Xiao Yao. Xiao's father looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting that answer. For him, family interests always came first. In the past, he never would have agreed to break off the engagement with Jiang Mo. But now things were different. Somehow Xiao Yao had gotten involved with Lu Changqi. For the Xiao family, whether they allied with the Lu family or the Jiang family, the benefits were about the same. Both families had their strengths. Either choice was fine. But Lu Changqi clearly liked Xiao Yao, while Jiang Mo's feelings were uncertain. With a better option on the table, Xiao's father was quick to let go of Jiang Mo. He wasn't the type of villain who'd force his daughter into misery just for his own satisfaction. Jiang Mo's reaction, though, was unexpected. Maybe he thought that, since the Xiao family was initiating the breakup, it would embarrass the Jiang family. That was Xiao's father's guess. He could only try to reason with him. Xiao Mo, I'm doing this for your own good. You know what Yao Yao's personality is like? Even as her father, I find her a handful. The Jiang family is a big, important family. If she ever caused some irreparable damage, I'd never be able to face you all. Jiang Mo was silent for a long time before speaking, word by word. So after all that, you just want to break off the engagement. Are you really trying to climb up to Lu Changqi? Jiang Mo sneered. You think cutting ties with me will get you in with him? President Xiao, I suggest you think carefully. Lu Changqi isn't some benevolent saint. Hearing this, Xiao's father's face turned cold. To be honest, our families only ever had a verbal agreement. There was never any formal exchange of tokens, let alone an engagement party. And from what I've seen, you haven't shown any intention of marrying Yao Yao these past 2 years. So why not just part ways amicably and end things here? With that, Xiao's father stood up and left, leaving Jiang Mo alone in the bright, empty restaurant, his face dark and stormy. It had been almost half a month since the game started. During this time, Suisui had only run into Jian Shi and Qian Shuo, who was a suspected player. But in the past few days, she could clearly feel the game's atmosphere growing more tense. She guessed that the other players had also adapted to their roles and were starting to make moves on the main characters. Today, as usual, Suisui had arranged to meet Yan Xier, but Yan Xier couldn't make it because of work. Well, not everyone could be as lucky as her, living the happy life of a slacker. Even Jian Shi was forced to work now and then. With no other choice, Suisui went to Tianjing Tower to find Yan Xier. Yan Xier had gained a lot of new fans recently, and her status had improved. After the last incident, not only did she get a new agent, but she also had a young assistant by her side. Miss Xiao, Yan is waiting for you in the dressing room. Please follow me, the assistant said, hurrying ahead looking a bit clumsy. And Suisui watched her back thoughtfully. Could she be a player? Of the 5 main characters, Yan Xier was the easiest to approach as a celebrity. She was now a public figure, but not so famous that it was hard to get a job around her. Qian Shuo was also a star, but he was at the peak of his popularity. Even a runner for him had to go through layers of screening, let alone a personal assistant. Getting close to scumbag Jiang might be easier. After all, with a guy like that, as long as you looked good and showed up in public, he might just approach you himself. Jian Shi and the last male lead, who hadn't appeared yet, were the hardest to get near. One was a government official, a leader in Haishi. The other was a scientific genius, young but already a major contributor, heavily protected by the state. Strangers couldn't get close to them at all. So Suisui suspected that the new faces around Yan Xier lately might all be players. She silently observed the girl walking ahead. The girl seemed to sense something, turned around, and was met with Suisui's signature nostril flare. "What are you looking at? Hurry up. If I get tired, are you going to carry me?" The assistant's mouth twitched, and she quickly apologized, lowering her head. She really couldn't understand how Yan Xier and Xiao Yao had become friends. One was the heroine, the other the female supporting role. Shouldn't they be enemies? The assistant grumbled inwardly but didn't show a trace of it on her face, leading Suisui toward Yan Xier's dressing room. Tianjing Tower was huge, and every floor was a maze. After winding through corridors for ages, they still hadn't found Yan Xier, but instead ran into Jiang Mo, who was there on business. Seeing the scumbag, Suisui suddenly remembered how, after Xiao's father met with Jiang Mo, her favorability notifications had gone off over 100 times that night. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. This jerk had never been rejected before. Couldn't handle it, huh? That favorability kept going up and down all night, never stopping. By the next day, it had dropped to -50. And Suisui had long since given up on him and didn't care anymore. But unexpectedly, after a few days, Jiang Mo's favorability inexplicably climbed back up, finally stabilizing at around 30%. Who knew what kind of mental gymnastics he'd been doing? He was nuts. And Suisui ignored him and tried to walk past. But Jiang Mo blocked their way. "Xiao Yao, you..." And Suisui waited for him to continue. But what she didn't know was that her cold attitude left Jiang Mo at a loss for words. He stared at her for a long time, until she started to look impatient, then finally said in a low voice, "Xiao Yao, if you think I'm no good and want to leave, fine. But going to Lu Changqi is no different from being with me. He's not a good person either." "What?" And Suisui couldn't help but look at him again. Since when was Jiang Mo so self-aware? The original Lu Changqi really wasn't a good guy. He and Jiang Mo were two of a kind, neither better than the other. But for Jiang Mo to be so clear about his own flaws, that was something Suisui hadn't expected. Could he have been replaced? But she hadn't heard of any players joining mid-game. And Suisui frowned, thinking it over, then came to a conclusion. Poor Yan Xier, she'd better go comfort her. So Suisui brushed past Jiang Mo, grumbling impatiently. "What does my business have to do with you?" Jiang Mo was caught off guard and stumbled as Suisui pushed past him. Just then, a dramatic voice piped up beside them. "Ah, Jiang Mo, did you fall? Are you okay?" Pfft. That familiar tone, that fake concern, it was exactly how she used to act when she was his lovesick puppy. And Suisui couldn't help but glance back and saw that Jiang Mo had a woman with him. The woman was quite pretty, eye-catching even among all the beauties at Tianjing Entertainment. And Suisui clicked her tongue, almost giving Jiang Mo a thumbs up. As expected of the president of an entertainment company, always a new flame, never a gap. She waved her hand, ready to say goodbye to the two of them. But Jiang Mo, for some reason, grabbed her wrist and explained, "She's an artist at the company, Qianlei. We just happened to walk together for a bit." The subtext couldn't be more obvious. "Who?" And Suisui was quick to catch the key point. The name sounded familiar. She thought for a moment, then her eyes widened. "Your ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Mo froze, clearly not expecting Suisui to know that. Of course, Suisui knew Qianlei. She was a well-known supporting character. How could she not? This time, Suisui didn't rush to leave. She pretended to scrutinize Qianlei, then commented, "Your taste isn't that great. Is it really like the tabloids say, you never say no to anyone?" "I'm not," Jiang Mo tried to explain but realized Suisui wasn't even looking at him. Qianlei, for her part, didn't react at all. Even when insulted, she didn't seem upset or angry, just kept fussing over whether Jiang Mo was hurt. Her eagerness was even more intense than when Suisui used to be his lovesick puppy. Who knew if it was years in the entertainment industry that had taught her to control her emotions, or if the player playing her just didn't care about the character's reputation? A light bulb went off in Suisui's head. Suddenly she stepped forward and started poking and prodding Qianlei up close. "What? You not happy? Look at this chest. Feels fake, right? And this face definitely had bone shaving done. You can feel it. Those eyelids are done too. No wonder they look so unnatural. And that perky butt. Don't tell me that's fake too?" As she spoke, she ran her hands all over. Qianlei's expression went from indifferent to confused to shocked. She dodged away like she was avoiding a pervert, hiding behind Jiang Mo. Wait, the character info never said the female supporting role Xiao Yao was a pervert. Who goes around groping strangers like that? Jiang Mo was even more stunned than Qianlei, his face changing colors like a palette. He knew Xiao Yao was spoiled and willful, but he never expected that, once she dropped the act, she'd be so... Coming back to his senses, Jiang Mo stepped in front of Qianlei and tried to reason with her in a low voice. "Xiao Yao, stop it. This isn't appropriate in public." Blocked by someone, Suisui simply withdrew her hand. She was now almost certain that Qianlei was also being played by a player. Wow, poor Jiang Mo. Both of his main supporting characters had been swapped out for players. And Suisui's gaze toward Jiang Mo suddenly lost some of its previous disdain. She even patted him on the shoulder with a sigh of sympathy. "Just try to enjoy it." Jiang Mo was baffled, but he couldn't stop Suisui's merciless stride. Turning a corner, she spotted Chi Feili leaning against the wall, doing who knows what. Chi Feili seemed to know exactly who was coming. He didn't turn around at the sound of footsteps. His long, fox-like eyes stared at the ceiling as he said quietly, "You really are something, little psycho." Great, he was spying again. And Suisui was speechless. What, did Tianjing Entertainment have some kind of main character magnet set up? See the male lead, then the female supporting lead, then bump into the male supporting lead. Just trying to hang out with Yan Xie felt like running an obstacle course. Annoyed, Suisui couldn't help but give Chi Feili a kick. If you like snooping on people's private lives so much, why not become a paparazzo? Chi Feili didn't get mad at being kicked. Instead, he grinned and confided, "Actually, when I was a kid, my dream was to be a paparazzo. But my dad thought it was embarrassing, so I never did it. Sigh. After losing my dream, all I could do was be a good-for-nothing rich second generation at home." What an excuse. And Suisui figured Chi Feili was just making up reasons for his laziness. She ignored him and signaled her assistant to keep leading the way. But after a few steps, she sensed something was off. Looking back, she saw Chi Feili following her at a not-too-close, not-too-far distance. Even after being caught, he didn't feel embarrassed. He just grinned and slung an arm around her shoulders like they were old pals. "Where are you going? Take me with you." And Suisui brushed his hand off without hesitation. "What's wrong with you? We're not even friends." "So what? We'll be friends after hanging out. We're both rich second gens, aren't we supposed to have a lot in common?" Rich second gen? What a weird phrase. She was a hard-working, healthy, and ambitious rich second gen, thank you very much. And Suisui waved him off impatiently. "Go away. Go play with Jiang the scumbag. Don't bother me." Jiang the scumbag. Jiang Mo? It was the first time Chi Feili had heard someone call Jiang Mo that to his face, even giving him a nickname. He leaned against the wall, laughing so hard he could barely stand up. "I should record what you say and play it on loop for Jiang Mo." But honestly, Xiao Yao was different from the other women Jiang Mo had been with. She had the right to call him that. Sometimes Chi Feili didn't get Jiang Mo at all. The engagement was his idea, and he was the one who broke it off. But lately, he seemed to regret it. Seeing Suisui about to walk off again, Chi Feili caught up. "Don't be so stingy. I'm just drinking buddies with Jiang Mo. We're all rich kids. If I can hang with him, I can hang with you, right?" Tisk! And Suisui was getting fed up with this human barnacle, so she deliberately said, "Hang out with me? I play pretty wild. You sure you can handle it? Chi-Fei didn't care. There's nothing in Haishi I'm afraid to try. Ha, cocky. And Suisui looked him up and down. Fine, let's go. Chi-Fei happily followed. Where to? The women's restroom. The women's restroom? Chi-Fei froze. He suddenly remembered the last time he'd run into An Suisui. Swallowing nervously, he asked, What are we doing in the women's restroom? I'm telling you, I'm not into peeping. What, you scared? An Suisui taunted. It's not about being scared, Chi-Fei protested. It's a matter of morals. I'm not like Jiang Mo who has no shame. So you're just scared. And Suisui wasn't about to let him off the hook. Chi-Fei was just as prideful as Zhao Yao. He'd never admit to being scared. But he still tried to save face. He was a top-tier rich kid. Following Zhao Yao into the women's restroom to peep? If word got out, he'd be ruined. So he said, It's not that I'm scared. It's just that peeping is for cowards. It's not exciting at all, and I don't do boring stuff. Silly guy. Did he really think she was going to take him peeping? And Suisui rolled her eyes. Relax, we're not going to peep. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. That would just be taking advantage of girls. So, what are we doing? Chi-Fei asked, curious. Having a bubble fight with the hand soap in the women's restroom. Chi-Fei. The assistant, who'd been waiting nearby. You're going to end up with no friends, you know that? Thanks to Chi-Fei, the tag-along, An Suisui's visit didn't last long. Soon, she left the set. During that time, she met Yan Shir's new agent, Guan Li. Guan Li seemed mild-mannered, but his true nature was ruthless. He was one of the 4 male supporting leads. Maybe because Guan Li's contradictory personality was so hard to play, after interacting with him for a bit, An Suisui felt something was off and mentally tagged him as a suspected player. But her biggest headache right now was still Chi-Fei. For some reason, this guy insisted on hanging out with her. Fine. You want excitement? I'll give you excitement. Since it was still early, An Suisui took Chi-Fei to a shabby-looking nightclub. Chi-Fei stood at the entrance, frowning at the flashing neon sign. Seriously? This is your idea of excitement? He didn't even want to step inside. You're a rich kid from the upper crust. Have some taste, will you? This place is as low as it gets. If you want a party, I'll take you to a top club. And Suisui smacked him. What do you know? Who hasn't been to a nightclub? Do I look that boring? Chi-Fei nodded vigorously. Only someone truly bored would think of having a bubble fight with hand soap in the women's restroom. And Suisui rolled her eyes, lifted her chin, and declared arrogantly, Today, I'll show you something new. Instead of going in the front, she led Chi-Fei around to a side door. The side entrance was even shabbier than the front. A narrow passageway, barely 2 meters wide, with a wooden table and a scruffy, bearded, middle-aged man smoking in the shadows. He only put down his cigarette when An Suisui approached, giving her a once-over before asking, What do you want? And Suisui yanked Chi-Fei forward. He's looking for a job here, as a male model. The more money, the better. With his looks, he's perfect for the job. While An Suisui was talking to the man, Chi-Fei already had a bad feeling. But he never expected An Suisui's ultimate goal was to sell him to a nightclub as a male escort. Who would even do something like that? Sensing things were going south, Chi-Fei turned to run. But as an ordinary person, how could he possibly outrun An Suisui? She didn't even need to use any skills. She caught the fleeing Chi-Fei with ease. Chi-Fei struggled desperately, but An Suisui's grip was like iron, holding him firmly in place. She even threatened him. What's wrong? Weren't you looking for excitement? If this isn't exciting enough, we can dress you up as a woman and have you apply for a job as one of the hostesses. What? No, I don't want any more excitement. Really? Chi-Fei shook his head frantically. This was enough to give him a heart attack. But since they were already here, there was no way An Suisui would let him escape so easily. She dragged Chi-Fei to the table and forced him. I'm telling you, whether you want to or not, you're going in. You've wasted so much of my time. If you don't go in and do a round, I'll strip you and throw you in the women's restroom for everyone to see. Male model or hostess, pick one. Chi-Fei's face twitched, his eyes full of struggle. He was doomed to never escape on Suisui's clutches. Since that was the case, he could only grit his teeth and go through with it. Chifeli was led away by the men guarding the hallway. After he left, Suisui thought for a moment and sent a call to action in her Plastic Sisters group chat. She had to set up a scene for Chifeli, one that would leave him with a lifelong memory, something that would make even her shiver just thinking about it. This nightclub wasn't exactly legit. There were always some desperate young men and women lured here, giving up their youth. The biggest thing about them was their innocence. And Suisui only knew about this place through Xiao Yao's Plastic Sisters. She never intended to let real customers bully Chifeli. After all, Chifeli was a top-tier rich second generation in Haishi. Anyone with power knew him and wouldn't dare do anything to him. But if someone without power picked him and Chifeli got angry, those people might go bankrupt the next day. So it was safer for her to handle it herself. Chifeli had just changed into his outfit backstage when the manager came to notify him. A group of regulars had arrived and specifically requested to be served by the club's newcomers. These clients aren't ordinary. If you get in their good graces, you'll never have to worry for the rest of your life. The manager lectured the so-called male models in the lounge, picking out the best-looking and most charismatic among them. Anyone who didn't quite measure up was eliminated. It was clear how seriously he took these regulars. Chifeli blended in with the crowd, expressionless and uninterested. He wasn't even surprised when he was chosen. Come on, he knew what he looked like, how many rich girls in his circle had tried and failed to get with him. If he weren't a rich second gen, maybe he really would have made a living off his looks. Sigh, all trouble caused by being too handsome. The manager stopped in front of Chifeli, clearly satisfied with his looks, build, and aura. But he'd also heard Chifeli was a newbie, forced in by a woman on his first day. The manager seemed to guess what was going on and warned him, "No matter why you're here, don't put on a sour face. If a client complains, you'll be in real trouble." Heh! Chifeli barely restrained himself from cursing and followed a line of posing, preening men into the private room. In the dimly lit room, Suisui and her Plastic Sisters had a quick chat. When the men entered, they quickly returned to their seats, putting on airs of dominance. A dozen or so fresh-faced, handsome young men lined up, all smiling, some even with a hint of flirtation, looking at tonight's VIPs. Maybe to attract attention, the club's costumes were anything but ordinary, deliberately styled after certain taboo professions. Chifeli was dressed as a knight. Handsome and spirited, he stood out from the crowd. Not just Suisui, but even Xiao Yao's Plastic Sisters noticed him. One woman swallowed, lowered her voice, and whispered in Suisui's ear, "Yao Yao, are you sure we can't touch this one? I'm not even talking about a kiss, just a little feel. Can't I?" Another woman looked over, eyes full of hope. Not letting them touch Chifeli was for their own good. These Plastic Sisters didn't have backgrounds as strong as Xiao Yao's. If Chifeli decided to take revenge, none of them could handle it. But if they really couldn't resist and wanted to risk it. And Suisui shrugged indifferently, reminding them, "If you want to touch, go ahead. He's the crown prince of Haishi. Normally you'd never even get to see him. Don't miss your chance." Chifeli's family background was no worse than Jiang Mo's. If he were a bit more capable, he might even compete for the male lead spot. Hearing Crown Prince of Haishi, the women, their minds clouded by desire, instantly sobered up. Chifeli really wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Even with heavy makeup, if Chifeli wanted to investigate, he'd find out who they were in no time. Xuan sighed, covering her embarrassment by picking up a wineglass and wiping the drool from her mouth. Chifeli, seriously. Why did a crown prince have to be so good-looking? If he wasn't going to be a male escort, what a waste of resources. The manager turned on the dim lights and smiled obsequiously at Suisui and her friends. "These are all the best new guys we've got. Take a look. See if there's anyone you like." The Plastic Sisters made a show of picking, each choosing two to sit with them. But with Chifeli there, the other young men seemed like bean sprouts. No comparison at all. Xuan even regretted coming along with Suisui. It wasn't fun at all. just self-torture. Chief Ailey kept his head down, trying not to be seen in the light, silently praying the last woman wouldn't pick him. As long as he wasn't chosen, he could leave the room and be free. He wouldn't even be breaking his promise. Why had he agreed to Xiao Yao's crazy terms in the first place? But fate wasn't on his side. Just as Chief Ailey was praying, the most reserved woman in the group, the one who'd looked at him the least and was dressed the strangest, raised her hand. Him. The manager looked up. Hey, wasn't this the top-quality newbie who just started today? He really was lucky getting such a generous client on his first day. Seeing that Chief Ailey wasn't reacting, the floor manager yanked him out of the lineup and sat him down next to Suisui, then led the others out. Suisui was wearing thick leather gloves, making her hands look a size larger, bulky and greasy feeling. She deliberately placed her hand on Chief Ailey's thigh. She hadn't even done anything yet, but Chief Ailey's already stiff body tensed up even more, his expression priceless. Oh ho! Suisui smirked evilly in her heart and started rubbing her gloved hand up and down Chief Ailey's thigh, playing the role of a lecherous old woman to perfection. Hey, handsome, what's your name? How old are you? Don't be shy, sis is easy to get along with. She pinched her voice as she spoke. Chief Ailey pressed his lips together, refusing to look at her or say a word. Just sitting here was already his limit. No way was he letting her push it any further. Suisui didn't mind and kept taking advantage through the gloves. She'd touch here, poke there, thigh, waist, hand, back. She made the rounds, and Chief Ailey's psychological defenses crumbled bit by bit. Then, Suisui's gaze landed on the bare skin of Chief Ailey's chest. The nightclub's costumes were obviously chosen for effect. Chief Ailey's night outfit was already thin, and the neckline was a deep V, leaving little to the imagination with every movement. Suisui's eyes sparkled. She suddenly grabbed 2 glasses of wine from the table, handing one to Chief Ailey. When he didn't take it, she pretended to coax him. Don't just sit there. Come on, have a drink, loosen up, look how shy you are. The cold glass brushed against his chest, making Chief Ailey frown slightly. He was about to refuse when Suisui's hand slipped, and pale yellow wine splashed out, soaking the front of his already thin shirt. Now his figure was truly on full display. Wet fabric was often more revealing than nothing at all, and Suisui even heard people on either side gulping audibly. Clearly, her so-called fake friends were still secretly watching Chief Ailey, even if they'd all found new flings. Before Chief Ailey could react, Suisui's hand was already on his chest. Oh no, how careless of me. You're soaked. Let me wipe it for you. Good thing it's summer or you'd catch a cold. She even pulled out the wad of cash, stuffed it into his collar right in front of him, and leaned in to whisper flirtatiously in his ear. I just love your frosty, aloof look. How much do you make here anyway? When you're done, come with me. Name your price. After just a few touches, Chief Ailey shot up from his seat, grabbing Suisui's mischievous hand, his face ashen. You want to die? He'd seen scenes like this countless times before, always as an amused bystander. He never imagined he'd one day be the one getting harassed. Couldn't take it anymore, huh? Suisui had wondered how long he could hold out. As expected, the young master couldn't stand being openly groped by a rich woman for long. He flung her hand away and stormed out of the private room. The fake friends nearby stared in shock at the furious Chief Ailey, then shot Suisui frantic looks. What did you do? How did you piss him off so fast? Suisui just shrugged. What could she have done? She'd only teased him a little through her gloves. Seeing he was about to leave, Suisui stood up and called out loudly, Chief Ailey, get back here! Why was the little psycho's voice coming from inside the room? Chief Ailey spun around, staring at Suisui in disbelief. He'd wondered why she'd just leave him in a private room like that. Normally, she'd at least come watch the show, given how much effort he'd put into setting it up. He never expected she'd disguise herself as a rich woman and sit right next to him, groping him in broad daylight. Unbelievable. Chief Ailey slowly walked back, clutching his open collar under Suisui's mocking gaze. Were you spying on me? Setting me up just to take advantage? And Suisui took off her wig and gloves, pinched his chin, and said righteously, "Please, if I wanted to take advantage of you, would I need to go to all this trouble?" Ahem. Chief Ali looked away awkwardly, muttering, "Can't you just talk without getting handsy?" In the dim light, one of Chief Ali's ears quietly turned red. And Suisui was surprised. Was Chief Ali actually a bit innocent? Wait, don't tell me you're still a virgin. What? Of course not. Chief Ali denied it instantly. But the more flustered he got, the more suspicious and Suisui became. I don't believe you, unless you let me check. Chief Ali's ears turned even redder. You say you're not spying on me, but look at you. Have some decency. Huh? The fake friends nearby strained their ears, wishing they could stick their heads right in front of them to get the full scoop. Meanwhile, An Suisui's system was pinging her with favorability notifications. Chief Ali's favorability was rising. Did he really think she was interested in him? And Suisui rolled her eyes and ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. You know I'm about to get engaged to Lu Changqi, right? Chief Ali's breath caught. He'd heard the rumors, but didn't expect them to be true. He turned away, snorting, and joked, What if you secretly have a crush on me, but since you can't have me, you settled for Lu Changqi instead? And Suisui stared at him with big, dark eyes. Do you even believe that yourself? Chief Ali. Couldn't she at least let him save a little face? After being tormented by An Suisui, Chief Ali was exhausted, body and soul. As soon as he got home and lay down, his phone rang. A drinking buddy's rough voice boomed from the other end. Jige, come out. There are some new hotties at number 1 mansion. Amazing bodies. We saved one for you. Chief Ali's eyelid twitched. Without another word, he cursed the guy out, venting all his frustration from the night. Was this all on purpose? And Suisui, meanwhile, had so much fun teasing Chief Ali that she lost track of time and got home late. When she returned to the villa area, she saw Jianshe lounging in a chair, swirling a wine glass and looking down at her from above. Her heart skipped a beat. Crap. How could she have forgotten about Jianshe? And Suisui stood at the front door, gazing up at Jianshe on the second-floor balcony. She didn't dare look for long. She dashed up the stairs, trying to take the initiative. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jianshe slowly put down his wineglass and looked at her. Back so early? Not going to have a little more fun? He smiled. And Suisui. She shivered. Something was definitely off with his attitude. Back so late, where did you go? Jianshe asked. And Suisui hesitated, thinking she could still wriggle out of this. Actually, it's not that late. Not that late? Jianshe glanced at the clock on the wall, and Suisui followed his gaze. 11:59 p.m. Jianxi. You're right, it's not that late. After all, nightlife is just getting started at this hour, isn't it? Yeah, right? And Suisui replied awkwardly. She tried to act cute and change the subject, but Jianshe was determined to interrogate her tonight. Before she could steer the conversation away, he repeated his earlier question. Where did you go? That was really hard to answer. And Suisui mumbled, Just met up with a few of my plastic sisters, wandered around the busiest part of Haishi. But the next second, Jianshe accurately named the place she'd gone. Even the nightclub's name was spot on. Hiss. How did he know? She'd even used Jiang Mo's account to pay. Jianxi knew even more. When he mentioned Chief Ali by name, An Suisui was stunned. Did Chief Ali rat her out, or did Jianshe have him bugged? Either way, An Suisui knew she wasn't getting out of this tonight. If she'd known, she never would have moved in with him. Did you have fun? Jianxi asked. And Suisui shook her head like a rattledrum. No, not at all. Well, maybe just a little. Oh, so you didn't have enough fun? Jianshe said, still not playing by the rules. He picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. There's not much entertainment at home, so I'll just have to keep you company. And Suisui had a bad feeling. As soon as she hit the bed, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, mumbling, "It's so late, I think we should sleep." Late? How could it be late? Nightlife is just getting started. How could you sleep so early? Jianshi pulled the blanket away, still wearing that fake smile, looking like he had all the patience in the world. If only he wasn't undressing as he did it. And Suisui, danger! There were no servants in the villa, so no matter what adult games Jianshi and Suisui played all night, no one would disturb them. Luckily, though Suisui was thoroughly tormented, they didn't go all the way. According to Jianshi, if they weren't both wearing someone else's identity, things wouldn't have ended so easily. After this, Suisui behaved herself for a while. She stopped going out to play during the day and let Jianshi take her to his workplace as a decoration. Because of this, she met two other female supporting characters related to Jianxi, one a childhood friend, the other a college classmate. Neither showed any signs of being played by a player, so they were probably original NPCs. They posed no threat to Suisui. When she had time, Suisui would review her progress in the current game instance. The game had given them a list of 18 names, 1 heroine, 4 male leads, 4 male supporting roles, 8 female supporting roles, and 1 big villain. And Suisui wrote down the names of the main characters she'd met, ranked by importance. Heroine, Yan Xir, definitely an original NPC, no chance of being played. Male lead Jiang Mo, most likely an NPC. Male lead Qian Shuo, suspected player. Male lead Lu Changqi, player. Male lead Baiji, not yet appeared. But if Qian Shuo was confirmed as a player, then according to the no more than 50% of main roles can be played rule, the last male lead had to be an NPC. She'd also met a few female supporting roles. Jiang Mo's ex, Qian Lei, was almost certainly a player. Lu Changqi's childhood friend Guan Nanqing and classmate Gong Ling showed no signs of being played, probably NPCs. She'd also met 2 male supporting roles, Qi Feili and Guan Li. Qi Feili didn't seem like a player, but Guan Li probably was. As for the remaining 2 male supporting roles, she'd have to get to them through the heroine. As long as she stuck close to Yan Xir, the male supporting roles would show up on their own. Yan Xir's assistant was a special case. She was very likely a player, but not a named main character in the story. That meant she was probably a player who'd taken a minor role and used the opportunity of Yan Xir hiring an assistant to insert herself into the plot. Hiss. Thinking about it, Suisui suddenly felt there were hidden currents swirling around the heroine. She couldn't sit still. When Jianshi wasn't looking, Suisui secretly contacted Yan Xir. Yan Xir happened to be free, so they arranged to have lunch together. After the call, Suisui sidled up to Jianshi, glanced at the mountain of paperwork on his desk and asked, "Jianshi, are you hungry?" Jianshi looked up and asked gently, "Hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll have someone deliver it." And Suisui's eyes darted. "The place I want to eat at doesn't do delivery, and some things are only good fresh. Takeout just isn't the same." Jianshi raised an eyebrow, signaling her to go on. And Suisui continued, "You look busy, so how about I go eat first and bring you something back?" Jianshi didn't say anything. He finished what he was doing, put away his pen, closed his laptop, and stood up. "Let's go." "Huh?" That was not the development Suisui expected. She hesitated, looking at the pile of unfinished paperwork, and asked, "You're coming to lunch with me?" Jianshi was already getting ready to leave. Hearing her question, he couldn't help but ask, "What else would I do?" And Suisui, "Aren't you going to deal with all this?" "I haven't really dealt with any of it since I entered the game," Jianshi said matter-of-factly. "If Lu Changqi's work isn't done, what's that got to do with me, Jianshi?" And Suisui, "That actually makes a lot of sense." With no other choice, Suisui brought Jianshi along to meet the heroine for lunch. It's just lunch. What's the harm in one more person, right? Yan Xir's career was steadily rising, so she'd had less time to see Suisui lately. She was especially happy to finally have lunch together and picked a restaurant that matched Suisui's high standards. After spending so much time with Suisui, Yan Xier knew all about her habits, like how she was especially particular about things in public and always had to keep up appearances. But she hadn't expected Jian Shi to show up as an uninvited guest at the table. Jian Shi gave An Suisui a questioning look, as if to say, "This is the lunch you planned?" An Suisui pretended not to notice his subtext and happily chatted with Yan Xier. Yan Xier felt a little awkward in front of Jian Shi. Their first meeting had been extremely embarrassing, at least for her. She'd rather not remember it. But since Jian Shi and An Suisui acted like nothing had happened, she could only try her best to relax and fit in. Halfway through the meal, An Suisui suddenly felt a stomachache. She frowned, quickly grabbed a few napkins from the table and rushed to the restroom, leaving only Yan Xier and Jian Shi at the table. With An Suisui gone, the atmosphere between the two left behind grew awkward and stiff. To make things even more melodramatic, this scene was witnessed by Lu Changqi's childhood friend, Guan Nanking. Guan Nanking saw Jian Shi dining with a strange woman and was utterly shocked. Without thinking, she rushed over, ready to scold him. "Ah, Qi, you—" Jian Shi looked up coolly, his indifference instantly killing any words Guan Nanking had prepared. Yan Xier, meanwhile, was completely lost. Both Jian Shi and Guan Nanking were strangers to her, so she just sat quietly, trying to be invisible. Lu Changqi was a hypocrite. He kept a cold distance from everyone, even his so-called childhood friend, so Jian Shi didn't need to play along for the sake of his character. "Do you need something?" Jian Shi's tone was icy. He was already unenthusiastic about this game. As long as his personal safety wasn't at risk, he didn't care about conquering anyone. In fact, he'd be happier if An Suisui didn't bother with it either. Guan Nanking's expression shifted rapidly. At first, she'd been too shocked by the sight of Jian Shi dining with another woman to think straight. Now she remembered, wasn't Ah Qi supposed to be dating that Zhao family heiress? Weren't they rumored to be getting engaged soon? Thinking of this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Strictly speaking, it wasn't her place to interfere. But what she couldn't stand was Ah Qi having a girlfriend and still dining with another woman. She felt a stifling frustration she couldn't explain. Not daring to direct it at Jian Shi, she turned her anger on Yan Xier, her beautiful eyes burning with unspoken fury. It must be this woman seducing Ah Qi, making him do something so immoral. Sensing Guan Nanking's hostility, Yan Xier looked at her in confusion. What was going on? Before Guan Nanqing could explode, Jian Shi impatiently tapped the table and frowned. "If you have something to say it. If not, leave. Are you here to be a lamppost or a decoration?" Lu Changqi had always been blunt. Guan Nanking didn't notice anything wrong, just felt embarrassed. She glared at Yan Xier, covered her face, and ran out. And Suisui had just come out of the restroom when she saw a familiar figure dash past. But since the person was covering her face, she didn't recognize her. Slightly puzzled, she returned to the table and continued her meal. None of the three gave the incident a second thought. And Suisui didn't even know this little drama had played out while she was gone. It wasn't until a few days later, when An Suisui was dining alone, that she ran into Guan Nanking again, this time out with her girlfriends. Guan Nanking looked a bit haggard. They'd seen each other a few times but never really talked. Today, though, Guan Nanking sent her friends away and approached An Suisui directly. Feeling the shadow fall across her table, An Suisui looked up in surprise. Wasn't this Lu Changqi's childhood friend? Guan Nanking coming to her on her own? Was this a trap? After all, as a supporting female character, she could do anything for the male lead. That's the charm of melodrama. But soon, An Suisui noticed something odd about Guan Nanking's expression. She didn't look like a jealous, lovesick rival, but rather hesitant, with a hint of sympathy, like she was looking at a tragic heroine. An Suisui was baffled. "Do you need something?" Guan Nanqing shook her head, then nodded, and finally sat down across from An Suisui without asking. An Suisui waited a bit, but when Guan Nanqing didn't speak, she just picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. Free time without Jian Shi's interference was rare. She hoped this girl would take the hint and leave her to her meal. But Guan Nanking didn't leave. After Suisui finished another rib, Guan Nanking suddenly spoke. Xiao Yao, what's your relationship with Achi? Suisui put down her rib and looked at her like she was an idiot. Did this supporting character have a screw loose? We're lovers. Isn't it obvious? Wasn't Jianshi clingy enough? Of course, Guan Nanking could see that. At first, when rumors spread about the two families' engagement, she hadn't believed it. But then she'd seen Achi bring the Xiao family heiress into his private office for an entire day. Lu Changqi's personal space was strictly off-limits to outsiders. Still, she'd held on to a sliver of hope. Maybe they just looked close but weren't really together. Maybe Lu Changqi was still single, free to invite other women to dinner. But Suisui's certainty shattered that illusion. Achi was cheating. Guan Nanking's gaze grew even more sympathetic. She'd once thought the Xiao heiress was too flamboyant for Achi, but now she just seemed pitiful. Was that woman she'd seen the other day his true love? Guan Nanking's mind spun with imagined love triangles, her gaze growing stranger and stranger. And Suisui was about to get up and leave when Guan Nanking finally spoke again. She glanced at the roses in the vase, deliberately snapped off the flower head, and handed the green stem to Suisui. Then she said, I heard you and Achi are getting engaged soon? And Suisui nodded. That rumor was something Jianshi had spread on purpose. Guan Nanking picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of vegetable in Suisui's bowl. I never heard Achi mention you before. You haven't known him long, have you? Plop. A piece of broccoli landed in Suisui's bowl. Marriage is a lifelong thing. I suggest you get to know him better before making a decision. Once you're engaged, it'll be too late to regret it. As she spoke, Guan Nanqing kept picking peas out of her plate and adding them to Suisui's bowl. She felt she had to warn the Xiao heiress, so she wouldn't get in too deep and cause trouble for everyone later. Guan Nanking had already looked into Xiao Yao's background. Before Achi, the Xiao heiress had liked Jiang Mo from the Jiang family and had done a lot for him. She seemed like a devoted person. Guan Nanking didn't know what Lu Changqi was thinking, but for Xiao Yao, once the marriage was set, backing out would be hard. Lu Changqi was a government official. His marriage wasn't something that could be made or broken on a whim. As long as he cared about his career, he'd be as careful as possible in this area. And Suisui looked down at her bowl full of green vegetables deep in thought. Was Guan Nanqing finally here to threaten her, having realized her undying love for Lu Changqi? What was with this bowl of green? Was it a warning that if she dared to marry, she'd get cheated on? Surely not, right? Guan Nanking didn't seem like the type to do that. Guan Nanking thought she'd dropped enough subtle hints to Suisui. But the Xiao family's young lady seemed especially dense. After a moment of blankness, she just went back to eating. Guan Nanking. She closed her eyes as if making a big decision, then took a deep breath and laid it all out. Miss Xiao, you might not believe what I'm about to say, but you can have your family look into it. This concerns Achi's reputation. I would never smear him on purpose. Then Guan Nanqing recounted what she'd witnessed that day, adding her own million little speculations for this girl she saw as a bit slow on the uptake. She even took Suisui's hand, speaking earnestly. I saw this with my own eyes. There's not a shred of exaggeration. In her heart, Guan Nanqing naively believed that maybe Lu Changqi had just made a mistake, but she couldn't let it get any worse. By laying it all out, whether the two broke up or Lu Changqi came to his senses, there was still time to fix things. And Suisui was left dumbfounded by the story. 3 days ago at lunch, wasn't Jianshi eating with her? Where did this mystery woman come from? Wait, could she be talking about Yan Xier? How did a simple lunch turn into a cheating scandal? Maybe Suisui took too long to process because Guan Nanking assumed she was shocked and softened her tone. It's really not that serious yet, Miss Xiao. I checked. The other woman is just a minor celebrity, and apart from having lunch, nothing else happened between them. If you still like Achi, just expose that woman's true colors. He'll definitely come back to you. And Suisui was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, The little celebrity you're talking about, is her name Yan Xier? Yes, that's her, Guan Nanking replied, having already looked up Yan Xier's basic info. And Suisui nodded and continued, Actually, I was at that lunch 3 days ago. I was the one who invited Yan Xier. What? Guan Nanqing frowned, thought for a few seconds, then objected. Impossible. I stood by the table for a long time and never saw you. Then she seemed to realize something, her expression shifting several times, but the one thing that didn't change was the growing pity in her eyes. She lowered her voice. You don't have to pretend with me. I grew up with Achi. I'm telling you this so you won't get hurt, not so you'll use it against him. No, she wasn't pretending. She was telling the truth. And Suisui sighed, and even the string of favorability notifications in her ear didn't cheer her up. Why do you think Yan Xier is a problem? Guan Nanking thought for a moment and replied, The moment I saw her, I just felt she was bad news. And Suisui face-palmed. But Yan Xier is my friend. I was the one who set up the lunch. It had nothing to do with Lu Changqi. Guan Nanking nodded perfunctorily. Fine, if you say so. If you need help, call me. And Suisui's head hurt. She couldn't understand how things had gotten to this point. She'd explained everything as simply as possible, but Guan Nanking was still full of hostility toward Yan Xier. Was it because Yan Xier was the heroine, and that triggered the supporting character's competitive instincts? And Suisui couldn't figure it out, but soon put it out of her mind. Guan Nanking was still pretty classy and had a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reported even the guy she liked. Too bad the plot had tanked her IQ. She thought the matter was over. But half an hour later, while shopping, An Suisui was stopped again. Lu Changqi's college classmate, Gong Ling, ran into her at a store. For the first 5 minutes, Gong Ling just kept glancing her way. After 5 minutes, when An Suisui's plastic sisters went into the fitting room, Gong Ling sat down next to her. Then a pack of tissues was handed over, with a familiar green leaf tucked inside. And Suisui, such a familiar setup, she could already guess what Gong Ling was about to say. A meal that lasted at least 40 minutes, and for the half hour she was there, not a single person noticed her. But the few minutes she was in the bathroom, suddenly everyone was a witness? She tried to explain. Yan Xier is actually my friend. Gong Ling didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. And Suisui was numb. It was the first time she'd encountered a situation where, no matter what she did, all the blame shifted to someone else. What does it feel like when the whole world thinks you've been cheated on? Maybe it was the heroine's aura, but soon photos of the two of them eating together were leaked. 2 days later, rumors spread that Lu Changqi was dating a mystery beauty and had lunch with her. Yan Xier went viral. Everyone in Haishi's upper circles heard the fake news, and the rumors got more and more outrageous. Even scumbag Jiang Mo called to comfort An Suisui, only to get roasted by her. After hanging up on yet another plastic sister who called to gloat, An Suisui finally lost her patience and decided to do something. She deleted her clarification post on Weibo, called her father, and then stormed into Tianjin Entertainment. She was going to hold a press conference on the spot so all the gossipers could see the truth and stop slapping cheating labels on people. John Shi, after half-heartedly finishing his work, picked up his phone and saw a trending news alert. Rumor! Mayor Lu caught meeting his lover. Zhao Group heiress Xiao Yao steps up to clarify. Huh? Suisui did this? John Shi had been annoyed by these brainless rumors for days. A dog-blood world with dog-blood plot lines, and the drama just kept getting dumber. Wasn't there anyone who could see the truth? Curious, he clicked into the live stream of the press conference. He wasn't the only one. Countless netizens flooded in, crowding around their screens for the real story. On camera, Miss Xiao and the so-called mistress appeared together, and Suisui kept her character in mind, chin held high, looking down on everyone. Even though she'd called a press conference, she had no intention of chatting with reporters. Anyone who tried to ask questions before the scheduled time got scolded. So viewers saw the official girlfriend, Xiao Yao, sitting on the biggest single sofa in the lounge, looking proud and aloof, occasionally glancing at the reporters with disdain. Meanwhile, Yan Xie, the mistress, wasn't fazed by the cameras at all. She just went about her work. While they waited, Suisui sat motionless on the sofa. Yan Xie, on the other hand, was busy taking care of her, offering water, unwrapping snacks, even handing her tissues and wiping her hands and mouth. If Suisui frowned at a snack she didn't like, Yan Xie would immediately swap it out. She was attentive to every detail. The barrage of comments in the live stream gradually died down. After a long pause, one comment suddenly popped up. "Why do I feel like Mayor Lu is the one getting cheated on here?" Under the strange gaze of netizens nationwide, the long wait finally ended, and the much-anticipated ownership of the green hat, who's being cheated on, explanation began. And Suisui did not disappoint. She presented one piece of solid evidence after another, proving whoever the green hat belongs to, it's definitely not hers. The netizens were quick to catch on, flooding the comments with their takes. "Got it. This is the story of a tsundere heiress with lovers on both sides." "Got it. There are indeed lovers, just the wrong sugar daddy." "Got it. The only one getting hurt is Mayor Lu." "Got it." And Suisui glanced at the comments and wanted to scream for help. "What do you mean, got it?" She'd clarified things, but not really. After explaining the whole situation, Suisui finally took pity and allowed the reporters present to ask questions. But just because they could ask didn't mean Miss Xiao would actually answer. The first reporter jumped in with a question. "Miss Xiao, is it true that you're about to get engaged to Mayor Lu, or is that just a rumor?" And Suisui shot him a look and sneered, "What's it to you?" The reporter was left speechless, clearly not expecting someone to be so blunt on a live broadcast. Before he could recover, another reporter squeezed in with their own question. "We've heard you have a history with President Jiang of Tianjin Entertainment. What made you give up on him and get engaged to Mayor Lu so quickly? Was that a veiled accusation that Xiao Yao dumped Jiang Mo to climb the social ladder?" She knew entertainment reporters never asked anything decent. And Suisui continued to look at them coldly. "Do you need me to tell you when I was weaned? When I learned to walk? How many meals I eat a day? If you're so free, go work at a construction site. They need you there, you know?" No matter how hard the reporters tried to dig up juicy secrets, and Suisui wasn't like those celebrities who had to maintain an image or persona. She'd agreed to let them ask questions, but her answers were entirely her own, sometimes related, sometimes not at all. The whole press conference ended with reporters asking questions and getting roasted, while netizens spammed 666 in the comments. After putting the nosy entertainment reporters in their place, Suisui felt refreshed. Her mood had never been better. Not wanting to delay Yan Xie's work any further, Suisui left her floor and wandered around Tianjin Entertainment on her own. Legends of Xiao Yao still circulated in Tianjin Entertainment. Even though she'd fallen out with their boss, most people still didn't dare mess with her. Wherever she went, troublemakers scattered, and nothing happened to ruin her mood. That is, until she reached the 91st floor and ran into Qian Shuo, who was there filming a commercial. Technically, Qian Shuo and Xiao Yao didn't know each other. Their only encounter was when Suisui, posing as Xiao Yao, got involved in the bathroom kidnapping incident. But Qian Shuo had been unconscious the whole time. They'd never actually spoken. Remembering that he might be played by a player, Suisui kept her eyes straight ahead and walked right past him, not planning to say hello. But before she could leave, Qian Shuo called out to her, "Miss Xiao, please wait." Facing a possible player male lead, Suisui was on guard. At this point, she still had the highest score on the individual leaderboard, though other players were starting to rack up points as well. Through her efforts, Suisui had learned two important rules about playing the game. First, each conquest character can only have one owner. Second, if you successfully report another player, you can take over their character and inherit all the favorability points they've accumulated with NPCs. The second rule was easy to understand. If Suisui reported Jian Shi, all the favorability points he'd earned with NPCs would transfer to her, and she'd be able to control the character he was playing. It sounded like a huge win. But she also remembered, Failed reports came with unknown punishments. For game balance, the bigger the reward for a successful report, the harsher the penalty for failure. So Suisui had to be careful to hide her identity. She was now the XP jackpot every player wanted to find. Even if she was sure someone was a player, she couldn't report them lightly. Yuan Li and Wen Qian could be playing any NPC. If she accidentally reported an ally, it would be a disaster. The first rule was a bit more subtle. The basic rules said any named NPC in the story could be conquered. NPC's favorability wasn't exclusive to one person. But after Suisui successfully conquered Yan Xier, a golden exclusive tag appeared above Yan Xier's head, marking her ownership. An NPC's favorability only counted if they belonged to a player, and this ownership could be stolen. Whoever had the highest favorability would win. Favorability could change, so nothing was certain until the end. After conquering Yan Xier, Suisui had a golden tag floating above her head every time she went out, visible to all players. She didn't dare interact with Yan Xier too much, for fear of exposing herself. But after getting the perfect conquest reward for Jian Shi, she gained a special ability. She could hide her exclusive tag. Now, other players couldn't identify her NPCs by their tags. Thanks to her efforts, several people's favorability toward her had reached 60%, Qi Feili, Zhang the scumbag, and with Jian Shi, that made 4 major characters she'd conquered. If all 4 of them walked around with her tag, other players could easily connect the dots and figure out who she was. That would be dangerous. Snapping back to reality, Suisui lifted her chin and looked at Qianshuo with open impatience. "Who are you?" Qianshuo, as a top idol, was obviously good-looking. No need to say more. Unlike Jiang Mo's playboy ways or Lu Changqi's arrogance, Qianshuo had a gentle, big brother vibe which made him a strong contender in the conquest game. He stopped on Suisui and gave her a warm smile. "Miss Xiao, don't you remember me? At the last event I was kidnapped and you passed on the message that saved me." And Suisui pretended to think, then suddenly remembered. "Oh, you're that bathroom celebrity, right?" "Bathroom celebrity?" Qianshuo's breath caught. Truly worthy of being Xiao Yao. She spoke her mind, never caring about anyone's feelings. He quickly recovered, still smiling gently. "That's me. If you hadn't told them where I was, I'd have been in real trouble that day. I owe you my life. May I have the honor of treating you to dinner?" Was he trying to conquer Xiao Yao? And Suisui considered it. She was interested in getting to know this male lead, and if he was coming to her, all the better. The 20th floor of Tianjing Tower houses a luxurious restaurant featuring world cuisines, open only to internal staff. With its privacy and high standards, it's a favorite spot for celebrities to dine. It was Suisui's first time here. She suppressed her curiosity and kept a straight face as she faced Qianshuo. Qianshuo was actually very good at pretending. If Suisui hadn't caught him deviating from the script that first time, she wouldn't have noticed anything off. "What would you like to eat?" Qianshuo asked, gentlemanly, handing her the menu. And Suisui glanced at the menu. Good grief. Everything was so fancy she couldn't even tell what the ingredients were. She didn't recognize a single dish. How was she supposed to order? But in public, she had to keep up appearances. She pretended to browse the menu, then tossed it back to Qianshuo. "Whatever. It's all the same to me." "Can't order?" Let someone else do it. She wasn't picky. She could eat anything. Qianshuo didn't mind her attitude, taking the menu back with a good-natured smile and calling the waiter to order. While he was ordering, Suisui lowered her head to listen for the next story mission. Ding. Story mission triggered. Before dinner ends, badmouth Yan Xier in front of Qianshuo. Each insult increases completion. The higher the completion, the better the reward. Badmouth Yan Xier? Just talk trash? Easy. Qianshuo finished ordering and was about to make small talk when Suisui turned away, propped her chin on her hand and sighed dramatically. "So this is the restaurant Yan Xier raved about? No taste at all?" Qianshuo was momentarily stunned but responded naturally. "Miss Xiao doesn't like it here?" "It's whatever." and Suisui waved her hand impatiently. Only someone as tasteless as Yan Xier would think this place is high-end. With that, she managed to insult everyone in the restaurant. Even Qian Shuo was a bit thrown off. Just then, a shadow fell across the table. Yo, out on a date? Chi Feili appeared, wearing a flashy suit, standing in front of them. And Suisui rolled her eyes. Don't slander me. What makes you think this is a date? It's just a normal meal. No privacy in public at all. Chi Feili grinned and didn't care, pulling out a chair and sitting down. If it's just a meal, count me in. And Suisui wasn't surprised to see Chi Feili here. After all, this was Tianjing Tower, and Chi Feili's family did a lot of business with Jiang Mo's. The two were well known as party buddies. She ignored Chi Feili's chatter, zoning out as she reviewed her second mission. Ding, main mission triggered. Insult Chi Feili at least 3 times. Each insult increases completion. The higher the completion, the better the reward. Excellent. After all, the biggest obstacle in this game was the game itself. The supporting role missions were as nasty as possible. Makes sense, right? But insulting Chi Feili? That was easy. She could roast him until he questioned his existence. Chi Feili had just finished ordering when he noticed on Suisui's meaningful look. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Wait, was Xiao Yao about to use him as a punching bag again? Just as he was debating whether to cut his losses and leave, another new face appeared. Xiao Yao? What are you doing here? Jiang Mo showed up, pretending it was a coincidence, but An Suisui knew her movements in Tianjing Tower would always be reported to him. Here, Xiao Yao was basically an SSS-level dangerous person. He was putting on a good act, but there was no need next time. Jiang Mo acted as if he and An Suisui had never fallen out, naturally greeting the other two at the table. Qian Shuo, young Master Qi, you're here too. Then he just joined the meal. A few minutes later, supporting character Qian Lei, heroine Yan Xier, male supporting role Guan Li, and even a new unfamiliar female star all arrived. Oh, that must be another supporting female making her first appearance? What started as a dinner for 2 had turned into a big group meal. And Suisui didn't say much, but she could see Qian Shuo's gentle smile was starting to crack. Who would have thought a simple dinner would turn into a party? And Suisui tapped her fingers on the armrest, trying to sort through the pile of story missions triggered by this gathering. Badmouth Yan Xier. Insult Chi Feili. Give Jiang Mo a gift. Embarrass Qian Lei. Make Yan Xier cry. Slap Guan Li. Expose Wen Yuwei's secrets. So many missions. So messy. In short, one person. Take down the whole room. As the host, Qian Shuo broke the ice first. I just wanted to treat my savior to a meal, but it turned into a team-building dinner. Miss Yao's popularity is enviable. Anyone could see An Suisui was the center of this gathering. She glanced at him. No missions targeting Qian Shuo, so she moved on. Of everyone present, aside from An Suisui the savior, the one most publicly connected to Qian Shuo was Wen Yue, a top actress and his rumored girlfriend. She was clearly in her element in this kind of setting. She smiled and picked up Qian Shuo's words. I've heard Qian Shuo mention Miss Xiao's life-saving grace. I never had the chance to meet you before, but today I'm lucky to dine with you. Her words were extremely suggestive. Very few people knew about Qian Shuo's run-in with kidnappers, let alone that An Suisui had saved him. Anyone paying attention would assume there was something secret between them, like the rumored boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qian Shuo frowned slightly and glanced at Yan Xier. This dinner was not a good thing for him. There were 3 female characters he wanted to conquer here. For most players, conquering meant playing with emotions. The fastest way to gain favor was through romance, and it was hard to get stolen in a short time. That was Qian Shuo's plan too, but he hadn't expected to accidentally gather all 3 targets at once. If he didn't handle this well, he'd not only fail to win their favor, but might offend all of them. So he didn't refute Wen Yue's attempt to get close, but he was a bit cold. Wen Yue knew the real relationship between them. As long as Qian Shuo didn't expose her, that was already giving her face. But they both forgot there was a blunt little princess at the table. And Suisui turned to Qian Shuo and asked directly, I heard Wen Yue is your girlfriend, is that true? For tonight's vicious supporting role missions, and Suisui had only one plan. Just go for it. And Suisui's direct question hit Qianshuo right where it hurt. The moment the words left her mouth, he knew he was in trouble. Looking up, he saw several curious eyes on him, especially the female lead, Yan Xie, the most important conquest target. If no one else had been present, Qianshuo would have sighed and rubbed his forehead. What a mess. He'd always avoided interacting with Xiao Yao because her personality was too independent, and she clearly had someone in her heart. She was impossible to control. He'd finally found an excuse to approach her, and she'd blown up his plans right from the start. Since Suisui wanted to finish her tasks quickly, she wasn't about to let Qianshuo drag things out. Sensing he was trying to dodge, she hit him with another heavy blow. Yes or no, it's a simple question. Why do you have to think so long? I can't stand you entertainment industry types, always scheming and twisting things. With that, everyone at the table felt targeted. Yan Xie tugged at Suisui's sleeve, aggrieved. Suisui turned and scolded her. You're the dumbest of all. Task 1, progress +1. As a main conquest target, Guanli naturally had to defend Yan Xie. Miss Xiao, that's not fair. Stop! And Suisui cut him off. One at a time. Qianshuo answers first, then you. Otherwise I can't keep up. Qianshuo. Guanli. With no way out, Qianshuo picked the safest answer. Yu Wei and I are just colleagues, not like the rumors say. Task 7, complete. Hearing his answer, Suisui nodded and turned to Guanli. You wanted to say something? Go ahead. Having their relationship exposed in public, Wang Yue looked embarrassed, but she forced herself to stay. This dinner was too valuable an opportunity to pass up. Seeing Suisui target Guanli, Wang Yue got bold and tried to stir things up. Miss Xiao, don't you know? Manager Guan once said, from the day he took over Yan Xie, anyone who insults her is insulting him. Oh? Is that so? The player tag on Guanli grew even heavier in Suisui's mind, so she had no qualms about going after him. She arrogantly looked away from Guanli, her eyes full of obvious disdain, as if Wang Yue's words were beneath her notice, and so was Guanli. Then she turned to Yan Xie and said, word by word, say it yourself, aren't you the dumbest? Maybe it was Suisui's overwhelming presence, or maybe it was everyone's stereotype of Xiao Yao as a bully. Seeing her like this, people instinctively pictured a domineering heiress bullying a delicate flower. Yan Xie looked especially pitiable at that moment. As Yan Xie's manager, Guanli had once boasted he'd always protect her. If he didn't speak up now, he'd be slapping himself in the face. Plus, Yan Xie was his main conquest target. If he did nothing, her favorability would drop, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Guanli carefully chose his words, trying not to provoke the heiress, and said as gently as possible, Miss Xiao, why be so aggressive? If I remember right, you and Yan Xie are friends. Smack! The room fell silent. Before Guanli could finish, Suisui slapped him across the face. He stared, stunned, not even sure what he'd said wrong to deserve such a sudden slap from the heiress. Even for a little princess, this was way too much, wasn't it? And Suisui stood up, towering over everyone even without lifting her chin. She silently marked off another task. Task 6, complete. Then she wrapped up her actions. I'll say whatever I want. Who are you to tell me otherwise? Everyone was shocked by her outburst, and the room stayed silent for several minutes. Chi Feili hadn't expected Suisui to be so fierce. He grabbed a glass of water to calm his nerves. The only one who seemed to take it in stride was Jiang Mo. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly recovered and tried to smooth things over. Aren't we here to eat? Did we order yet? It's on me today. When Jiang Mo spoke, Suisui glanced at him. Jiang Mo felt like a shadow had fallen over him, his hand trembling. Luckily, her oppressive gaze soon moved on, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suisui, no tasks targeting Jiang the scumbag today, so I'll let him off. Only after Suisui sat back down did the shattered atmosphere slowly begin to recover. After witnessing the heiress's violent outburst, no one dared provoke her again. Even Wang Yue gave up on trying to use the Yan Xie Guan Li connection to her advantage. Using Xiao Yao? Forget it. Her life was more important. Guan Li, humiliated by the slap, found an excuse to leave first. Yan Xie hesitated but stayed. She felt something was off with Xiao Yao today and wanted to keep an eye on her. She leaned in and whispered, "Yao Yao, are you in a bad mood today?" And Suisui didn't answer, so Yan Xie continued, "Actually, Manager Guan isn't a bad person." "No, he is." And Suisui suddenly said, "Most players have bad intentions." Yan Xie didn't understand but chose to stay quiet and ask later. Besides Yan Xie, Qi Feili was sitting closest to An Suisui. Overhearing their conversation, he couldn't help but chime in, "Why do you say that? As far as I know, Guan Li is just strict with his artists, but otherwise he's decent. Is there some secret I don't know about?" Seeing Qi Feili, An Suisui's mind automatically brought up her related task. Insult Qi Feili at least 3 times. Each time increases completion. The higher the completion, the better the reward. Insult Qi Feili? That's easy. And Suisui snorted at him, saying arrogantly, "How would I know if I don't even know him?" "Then why say he's got bad intentions?" "He just does." "Why?" "No reason. If I say he does, then he does." Qi Feili. So this is what they mean by, if you want to condemn someone, you'll always find a reason. Got it. Before Qi Feili could relax, An Suisui turned her fire on him. "Qi Feili, I've been meaning to say, why are you dressed so gaudily like a butterfly? Do you have any taste at all? Or do you want me to sell you off again?" The shameful memory flashed through Qi Feili's mind, and he flinched, afraid An Suisui would blurt out his secret. He forced a smile and explained, "This outfit is a limited edition from a certain brand. They sent it to me. I couldn't just return it, right? Not wearing it would be a waste." And Suisui looked at him skeptically. The brand's taste was truly questionable. Did they really sell clothes like this? "Don't tell me you started this brand yourself?" Qi Feili guiltily rubbed his nose, caught red-handed. "Ha!" And Suisui laughed at him. "What were you thinking? Starting a fashion brand? You think you have talent for that? Please, you're just a useless snack." After saying all those savage things, even An Suisui felt she'd gone a bit overboard. Qi Feili fell silent, and Suisui coughed awkwardly, looked away, and couldn't bear to look at poor Qi, who'd clearly been hit hard. Sometimes she really wondered if the game system had a virus. Maybe it had swapped favorability and dislike values. Just look at the things she'd said. Where was the favorability coming from? Was it a freebie from the vegetable market? She glanced down at her task list. Badmouth Yan Xie, ongoing every moment. Insult Qi Feili. Give Jiangmo a gift. Embarrass Qianlei. Make Yan Xie cry. Slap Guan Li. Expose Wen Yue's secrets. Hiss. Not bad. She'd already completed 4 out of 7. She could keep going with Qi Feili's task, but seeing him so dejected, she decided to let him off the hook. No need to fleece the same sheep forever. Of the 3 remaining tasks, Qianlei's would probably be the hardest. The other party was a player, so breaking her defenses wouldn't be easy. If it didn't work out, she'd just skip it. With her thoughts sorted, and while everyone else was still stunned by her overwhelming combat power, An Suisui quietly nudged Yan Xie. Their eyes met, and Yan Xie seemed to understand what An Suisui meant. Then An Suisui grabbed a few napkins, waved at the others, and said, "You all keep chatting. I'm going to the restroom." She'd barely left when Yan Xie followed. The 2 met at the restroom door, then snuck out of Tianjing Entertainment together. Do bad things and run? No problem. Back in the private room, Jiang Mo's phone buzzed. A familiar avatar popped up in his contacts, making his eyelid twitch. He opened it. It was a message from An Suisui. "Xiao Yao, here's a gift for you. Image. JPG. A gift?" Jiang Mo opened it, a not too outrageous receipt. The problem was, what were these purchases? Women's underwear? He felt embarrassed just looking at it, quickly deleted the image and messaged An Suisui. But as soon as he sent it, he realized he'd been blocked again. Jiang Mo was at a loss for words. If he guessed right, Xiao Yao wasn't coming back. He glanced at the table full of people who didn't get along, suddenly finding it all pointless. He stood up and was the first to leave. "There's an emergency at the company. I'll go first. Put this meal on my tab." Meanwhile, Suisui handed a gift-wrapped box to a passing woman, reminding her to open it at home or risk disaster. After the woman left, Suisui dug out another gift box from her shopping bag, ready to find her next target. Come, take a look. Tianjing Entertainment's president Jiang Mo has spent a fortune for the benefit of all women. Free gifts, don't miss out. If you don't take advantage, it's your loss. Yan Xier, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and mask, glanced at Suisui, who was even more bundled up than she was, and whispered, "Suisui, we're spending President Jiang's money and ruining his reputation. Isn't that a bit much?" "What's wrong with it?" And Suisui slid her sunglasses down, her sly eyes scanning the passing women. "Think about how many people Jiang Mo has hurt over the years, and how much Xiao Yao has suffered because of him. Still think it's too much? Please, if Jiang Mo dared to give her a credit card, she'd show him what real darkness looked like." "Huh?" Yan Xier thought for a moment, then shook her head. President Jiang really was too much. How could he bully Yao Yao? After handing out all the gifts, the two slipped out of the busy street through a secret passage. And Suisui reviewed her progress and realized she still had 2 tasks left, one of which was to make Yan Xier cry. That was easy. Without hesitation, she found a quiet corner, took off Yan Xier's glasses, and whispered, "Have you been practicing acting lately? I heard crying is the hardest. Show me how you do it." "Huh?" Yan Xier always felt she couldn't keep up with Suisui's wild logic, but as the heroine, she was naturally talented in some areas. After a moment's preparation, big teardrops started rolling down her cheeks, her eyes red and nose twitching, as if she'd really suffered something heartbreaking. No trace of acting at all. Amazing. Another task done, Suisui was very pleased. But wherever the heroine was, trouble followed, and Suisui was still fishing for tissues when someone noticed them and stormed over. "What are you doing?" A young man squeezed between them, glaring fiercely at Suisui. And Suisui could even sense a murderous aura from his eyes. Who was this? Suisui was confused. Yan Xier, shielded behind him, couldn't see his face and didn't know who he was, but found him vaguely familiar. She tried to peek but was pushed back, not even getting a chance to look. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you," the boy said, then turned to Suisui, his tone fierce like a little wolf cub. "I don't know what happened, but you'd better apologize to her right now or you'll be sorry. I don't care about that don't hit women stuff." What the heck? And Suisui cracked her knuckles, wondering if she should give this clueless kid a couple of punches to show him who's boss in this alley. It was so secluded, no one would see. Yan Xier was a bit confused too, but since the boy meant well, she tried to explain gently. Thank you for protecting me, but you misunderstood. This is my best friend. We were just playing." Playing? The boy didn't believe it. She was crying. Who plays like that? Clearly this woman was threatening her. And she looked so weird. Furry hat in summer, pig-nose mask, panda eyes behind sunglasses. Nothing about her was normal. He turned to Yan Xier and coaxed softly, "Don't be afraid. You can tell me anything here. Bad people won't become grateful just because you forgive them once. They'll only push their luck." Wow, the main character says it's fine, but some random stranger keeps butting in. This reminded Suisui of the recent cheating scandal, and her mood soured. With that scrawny body, who are you going to protect exactly? And Suisui clenched her fist, ready to go, and the boy looked like he was about to bite. But just then, Yan Xier suddenly cried out in surprise, "Si Wang?" Was this running into someone she knew? Not only did Suisui not stop, she actually sped up. She grabbed Lin Si Wang by the collar, threw him to the ground, and landed 2 controlled punches to his face. After finishing, Suisui quickly got up, retreated to Yan Xier's side, and put on a look of surprise. "Ah, you know this guy? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought he was a human trafficker." With 5 times the strength stat, Suisui's speed was no joke. Lin Siwang couldn't even react. He hadn't even seen her move before he was already on the ground. But how was that possible? He knew his own abilities. No world-class expert should be able to move so fast he couldn't react. That brief exchange left Lin Siwang's mind in turmoil, and Suisui, meanwhile, had guessed his identity from his name. Lin Siwang, one of the 4 male supporting leads, Yan Xie's neighbor, and according to his character intro, a world-famous top assassin. So he was a real fighter. No wonder he could take a beating. She should have hit harder. Yan Xie had recognized him too, and was both annoyed and amused. She had no idea how hard Suisui had hit, and since there were no marks on Lin Siwang's face, she didn't think much of it. How strong could Yao Yao be anyway? "You okay, Siwang? I told you she's my friend and you didn't believe me. Serves you right for getting hit. Get up." Lin Siwang felt wronged. What, did he look so fierce that people would mistake him for a bad guy? He instinctively touched the spot where he'd been punched and hissed in pain. Ouch! That really hurt. His face was twisted with pain. What kind of crazy woman hit that hard? And Suisui didn't give him a chance to complain. She grabbed Yan Xie and was ready to leave. "He's a grown man. What's a couple of punches? It's not like I'm Thanos. If that's enough to put him in the hospital, he should get a full checkup." She mocked Lin Siwang with a sarcastic tone, even implying he was physically weak. Lin Siwang had never met anyone so infuriating. She hit him and then insulted him for being weak? He was so angry his teeth hurt, which only made his face hurt more. He couldn't even get a word out, just kept hissing in pain. He was determined to find out who this woman was and make her pay. Yan Xie kept glancing back to make sure Lin Siwang wasn't following. Seeing he wasn't, she relaxed and went off to have fun with Suisui. They had a great afternoon. Before parting, Suisui stood outside a big supermarket, waiting for Jian Shi's driver to pick her up. Bored, she wandered around and was soon drawn to a group of kids gathered at the entrance, especially the big toy in the middle. There was nothing like that in the interstellar era. With an idea in mind, the wait felt even longer. And Suisui's gaze kept drifting to the big toy. Finally, when the kids dispersed and the driver still hadn't arrived, she couldn't resist. After a quick disguise, she joined in. Chi Feili, after being insulted by Suisui, was in a foul mood. He'd always known the heiress never had a kind word for him, but today was the first time she'd insulted him to his face, and then just left. He was so annoyed he didn't even feel like having fun. But on his way home, he unexpectedly spotted a certain runaway princess fighting with kids for a spot on a ride. He stared at Suisui's disguised face, and once he was sure it was her, his gaze drifted to the children's ride. Without thinking, Chi Feili whipped out his phone and snapped a bunch of photos for evidence. Only then did he swagger over. Just as a round ended, Suisui got off the ride, legs wobbly and unsteady. Before Chi Feili could confront her, she leaned against the sheep-shaped wall and promptly threw up. Blur Chi Feili. Oh. After a moment of silence, Chi Feili picked up his phone and called Jian Shi. "Hello?" Jian Shi's voice came quickly on the other end. Chi Feili. "Hello, Director Liu? If you don't come pick her up soon, your fiancé's about to pass out." Jian Shi. "Huh? What happened?" Chi Feili. "Nothing serious, just car sick." Jian Shi confused. "Car sick? What car?" The driver hadn't even picked up Suisui yet. How could she be car sick? "Oh, she got car sick on a kiddie ride." Jian Shi. After hanging up, Chi Feili was grinning from ear to ear. Wow, someone actually got car sick on a kiddie ride. How hilarious was that? After throwing up, Suisui finally felt a bit better. She looked up and saw Chi Feili's familiar face, momentarily speechless. Why did she always run into Chi Feili whenever she did something embarrassing? He was like a walking blackmail folder. Chi Feili didn't hold back. "Well, if it isn't Miss Xiao, what brings you to such a low-end market? You don't look so good. Want to sit in my car for a bit?" "Oh, silly me, I forgot you just got car sick. You're probably scared of cars now, huh?" Wow, Chi Feili was getting pretty sarcastic himself. And Suisui straightened up, ready to say something to salvage her dignity, but suddenly felt another wave of nausea. Blah. Chi Fei. Well, he'd be the bigger person and not argue with the queen of comebacks. Carefully dodging the splash zone, he patted Suisui on the back. Once she'd recovered, Suisui didn't have the energy to bicker. Gasping for breath, she muttered, "Look at you, still sulking over what happened at lunch?" Hearing the thief's voice, Suisui walked over, smiling, and held out her hand. "Awake? Good, let's start with you." "What the?" The thief rubbed his swollen head, slowly coming to his senses. He looked around and saw all his underlings huddled in the corner, even more miserable than he was. What happened? The thief was horrified. Did the other side call for backup too? But looking closely, it was still just those two young people. He swallowed and quickly asked his crew, "What happened? Did you get beaten up?" The punks just glanced nervously at Suisui and didn't dare speak. "Enough chit-chat. You'll have plenty of time to talk in the hospital," Suisui said impatiently. "When someone talks to you, answer. Don't you have any manners?" Manners? The thief was speechless. Who talks about manners with street punks? And shouldn't she move her foot off his toes before talking about manners? His foot was about to break. Given the situation, the thief didn't dare curse anymore. He swallowed his pride and asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Didn't I already say? You wasted my fried dough stick, so you have to pay me back," Suisui said. Fried dough stick? The thief thought back and finally remembered. The thing that knocked him out was a limp fried dough stick. Yikes! The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. Who could use a fried dough stick as a weapon? Now he was truly scared and didn't dare try anything else. "Fine, I'll pay, okay?" He reached into his pocket and asked, "How much for your fried dough stick? I'll pay double." How much could a fried dough stick cost? The thief wondered. He crouched at the front of his crew, not noticing their shocked faces behind him. Oh my God, boss is offering double. Even selling their underwear wouldn't cover that. And Suisui was very satisfied with his attitude. She withdrew her fist and sat on a stone stool, counting on her fingers. 1 fried dough stick, 1 yuan. Psychological damage from not finishing it, 1,000 yuan. Food waste from using it as a weapon, 5,000 yuan. Labor fee, 10,000 yuan. The way you looked after falling scared me. Psychological trauma, 10,000 yuan. Ruined my appetite, 10,000 yuan. Insulting me. 100 yuan per word. You cursed at least 100 words, I'll cut you a deal, 20,000 yuan. Calling your crew? 10,000 per person, 11 people, that's 110,000. Wasted time, 10,000 per minute, altogether about 50-something thousand. Let's round it up, 1 million. Oh, and you said you'd pay double, so that's 2 million. What? The thief was dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask, "Where did you learn your math?" He'd go smash that teacher's signboard. Half a yutiao, and she calculated it to be 2 million? Even the most notorious loan sharks wouldn't dare be this ruthless. There was no way the thief could cough up 2 million. But he didn't dare defy Suisui either. Face flushed, he finally stammered, "I don't have that much money. Can I write you an IOU?" An IOU? And Suisui thought for a moment. Fine. She pretended to pull out paper and pen, writing as she spoke. On such and such date, thief, what's your name? Zhang San. And Suisui smacked her lips. What a classic cannon fodder name, universal and generic. She continued writing. On such and such date, thief Zhang San, at the intersection of Xingfu Avenue, owes 2 million in universal currency, with daily interest at 10% to be repaid weekly. Wait! Zhang San was sweating bullets. The more he listened, the more wrong it sounded. 10% daily interest. Even loan sharks wouldn't dare. And Suisui still looked soft and sweet, as if she was easy to talk to. What's wrong? Something you want to say? Zhang San had a lot to say. Never mind the sky-high price for a yutiao. 10% daily interest? Was this an IOU or a slave contract? At least a slave contract could be bought out. With this IOU, he'd never pay it off in his life. He wiped his brow, but before he could speak, Suisui suddenly slapped him across the face. Zhang San was stunned. What was that for? He hadn't even refused to pay. And Suisui stared at him, dead serious. I think you were cursing me in your heart. That made me unhappy. WTF? Zhang San was speechless. One of his little underlings suddenly jumped up and shouted, You little do you know who our boss is? How dare you treat him like this? Your whole family's gonna pay. Another slap landed on Zhang San's face. Clutching his cheek, Zhang San gritted his teeth. I swear I wasn't cursing you. So why did you hit me again? And Suisui, your underling cursed me. As the boss, shouldn't you take responsibility? Damn it. Zhang San wished he could just faint and escape this crazy woman's torment. He'd already lost 2 teeth, and now his face was so swollen he looked like a pig's head. Seeing Suisui flexing her wrist, clearly looking for another excuse to hit him, Zhang San quickly said, Wait, what I mean is don't write the IOU yet. I don't have the money, but my boss does. I'll borrow it from him, okay? He kept his head down, hiding the malice in his eyes. But Suisui didn't need to see. She already knew he was up to something. She asked, You're sure your boss has that much? If you waste my time, the interest doubles. He does, he definitely does. And if my boss doesn't, my boss's boss definitely does. He sounded almost fanatical. Was his boss some kind of pyramid scheme kingpin? And Suisui was curious. So what's your boss's name? In Haishi, if it was a big name, both Zhao Yao and Lu Chengqi would know. If not, he was either making it up or a criminal nobody. Zhang San hesitated, clearly reluctant to reveal the name, but under Suisui's raised palm, he caved. Gu Zhenji. My boss's boss is Gu Zhenji. Gu Zhenji? Jianshi and Suisui exchanged a look, a strange light flashing in their eyes. Wasn't Gu Zhenji the big boss villain of this game? Gu Zhenji was especially mysterious. He'd never even shown his face in the story so far, and seemed to have no direct connection to the other characters. Yet his schemes had caused the protagonists endless trouble. Only at the very end, when he was no longer a threat, did he finally appear before the main cast. The game was in its mid to late stages, but not yet at the finale. If they could meet Gu Zhenji early, maybe they could uncover some hidden plot lines. From past experience, digging up these hidden threads always brought the best rewards. Thinking of the golden skill card from the last round, Suisui was practically drooling. She clenched her fists, suppressing her excitement, and handed Zhang San his phone. Since you're so sure, I'll give you a chance. Call him, quickly. Time is money, and I think you understand that very well. Zhang San's mouth twitched. At 10,000 a minute, time really was money. He didn't dare delay, and quickly called his boss. He explained the situation briefly, then said something cryptic into the phone. After a few beeps, the call ended. Zhang San obediently handed the phone back to Suisui. She glanced at him but said nothing. A code phrase? No matter. Her goal was to meet the hidden boss, Gu Zhenji. The details didn't matter. Worst case, she'd just collect the money. The call was short, and after hanging up, Zhang San was no longer cocky. He said, My boss says he's busy and can't come over. Could you come to us instead? If you're worried, you can bring someone along. So that's what he really wanted. And Suisui smiled but said nothing. Seeing she wasn't letting him go, Zhang San gritted his teeth and sweetened the deal. My boss says, as an apology, he'll add 50,000 to the 2 million, as long as you come in person to collect. That's the only request. Suisui pretended to be convinced. Come in person. I guess that's fine. But tell me the address first. If it's some sketchy place, I'm not going. What if you ambush me? Seeing her take the bait, Zhang San was secretly delighted. No, nothing like that. You know Chuchen Villa? My boss's boss is staying there for now. My boss is with him and can't leave, so you'll have to come over. Gu Zhenji himself was there? Well, what was there to hesitate about? Of course she'd go. A group of them piled into a beat-up van and set off. Jian Shi and An Suisui had both disguised themselves before leaving, so they weren't worried about being recognized. They followed along, bold as could be. Akita Villa was one of Haishi's more famous mountain resorts. Xiao Yao had definitely been there before. And Suisui even found the owner's number in her phone, which gave her some confidence. At around 4 a.m., the roads weren't crowded, and the two groups quickly arrived at the foot of Akita Villa's mountain. By the rules, private cars weren't allowed past a certain point, so everyone split into groups and took the cable car to the top. By then, the sky was already turning pale. Early risers were out jogging or sitting on balconies watching the sunrise. Someone glanced casually toward the main gate and instantly felt their hair stand on end. A dozen people, faces swollen like pig heads, were slowly making their way along the villa's path. Their limbs were stiff, they leaned on each other for support, and occasionally let out strange noises. The scene was downright creepy, like something out of Resident Evil. Zhang San was squeezed in the middle of the group, thinking An Suisui hadn't noticed his movements. He quietly sent a message to his boss. Jian Shi noticed Zhang San's little trick, but didn't stop him. After all, this whole situation was exactly what they'd wanted. If the thief didn't do anything, they'd be disappointed. Once inside Akita Villa, Zhang San clearly became bolder. He walked with more confidence, his steps quickening. He led An Suisui and Jian Shi deep into the villa, stopping in front of an old-fashioned house, barely able to contain his excitement as he invited them in. "This is it. Our boss is waiting inside." "Oh, really?" Jian Shi gave him a half-smile but didn't expose him. He just took An Suisui's hand and led the way in. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the door slammed shut behind them. Two burly men, each over 1.8 meters tall and built like tanks, stepped out from either side of the door. Their faces were fierce and they looked anything but friendly. Most alarming of all, both were holding black pistols. "I thought we were here to settle a debt. What's this? An ambush?" Jian Shi didn't seem nervous at all. He even picked up one of the guns and examined it. Modern firearms looked like toys to him. No real threat. After all, any player who could enter this game had their physical stats boosted to terrifying levels. Modern weapons couldn't really hurt them. Nuclear bombs excepted. If not for the rule about not exposing player identities, this ordinary world would have been turned upside down by now. "Clap, clap, clap!" Someone inside the house started clapping and walked out, praising, "Impressive courage. No wonder you could extort 2 million from Zhaozhang in the blink of an eye. Just for that, you're worth the money." And Suisui poked her head out and retorted, "What 2 million? It was 3 million. Doesn't the time we spent getting here count for anything?" "Huh?" The man seemed surprised that, even with guns pointed at them, these two could still talk so tough. He was almost impressed by their nerve. He waved his hand, and two more men came out, also pointing guns at An Suisui and Jian Shi, making the threat crystal clear. The leader smiled slightly. "Young people shouldn't be so reckless. Since you're so bold, I'll sit down and have tea with you, talk things over. But if you keep running your mouths, you might get the money but not live to spend it." "You're threatening me?" And Suisui looked at him, incredulous. The leader just smiled, thinking his words would be enough to scare them. But An Suisui simply raised a hand and said, 5 million? The price just went up to 5 million? The middle-aged man's breath caught. Was this girl obsessed with money? Even scam artists weren't this brazen. His face darkened as he sat at the stone table in the courtyard, tapping the tabletop. The next second, a bodyguard raised his gun and fired. Thanks to a silencer, the shot wasn't loud. Jian Shi and An Suisui turned to look at the shooter. Bang! The bullet hit something with a loud crack. The leader sipped his tea, expecting the first shot to just graze them as a warning. If they still didn't behave, the second shot would hit a non-lethal spot. But when he looked up, he was shocked to see that neither Jian Shi nor An Suisui looked the least bit scared. Instead, his own gunman looked stunned, unable to speak. "What's going on?" The leader frowned. He tapped the table again, and another bullet was fired at the pair. This time, he saw it clearly. The man in black, Jian Shi, had somehow produced a spatula and with a casual flick batted the bullet away. The whole process was smooth and effortless. Even after deflecting the bullet, the spatula wasn't bent or scratched. How was that possible? The leader was speechless. "You owe us 10 million now." And Suisui was suddenly sitting across from him, seriously jotting notes in her little notebook. 2 million per bullet, 2 bullets, plus 1 million for the spatula. Total 5 million. Add the previous 5 million and that's 10 million. The leader's mouth twitched. These two were racking up money way too fast. At this rate, his boss would be bankrupt. This was daylight robbery. He rubbed his temples, realizing that these two weren't reckless. They were just supremely confident in their abilities. No matter what happened, they knew they could walk away unscathed. Thinking of Jianshi's earlier display, the leader kept a calm face, but inside he was uneasy. Since when did Haishi have experts like this? And he hadn't heard a thing. Still, he kept his expression neutral, smiling as he invited Jianshi to sit and personally poured tea for both of them, as if nothing had happened. Thick-skinned, Suisui thought. If not for the big boss behind the scenes, she wouldn't bother dealing with people like this. The leader, showing some authority, waved his hand, and the two men with guns retreated inside. The guards at the door also lowered their weapons. Everything returned to how it was when they first arrived. "That Zhang-san is a distant relative of mine," the leader said. "He lost his parents young, so he's a bit troubled. I help him out now and then. I don't know how he offended you, but let me apologize on his behalf. As for compensation, we can discuss it slowly. No rush. After all, more friends means more opportunities, right?" As expected, the henchmen of the big villain were all smooth talkers, and Suisui didn't want to beat around the bush with him. She simply spread out the bill and placed it right in front of the leader. "He wasted one of my fried dough sticks. The original debt was 2 million, but due to various circumstances, the cost kept rising. The current price is 10 million. I've written out all the details here. Take a look for yourself." One fried dough stick, 2 million? A debt of 2 million? The leader glanced at the bill with a blank expression. On it, it said, fried dough stick, 1 yuan, mental distress fee, 10,000 yuan, action fee, 5,000 yuan, and so on. At first glance, the bill was absurd. On closer inspection, it was even more ridiculous. What kind of person could come up with a list like this? The leader was a battle-hardened veteran, experienced in all sorts of situations. Even when faced with such an unreasonable bill, he didn't comment. If he could really recruit two talents like this, spending 10 million would be worth it. The only worry was, what if he paid the 10 million and didn't even get a response? That would be a real loss. "You two are quite capable. Where are you working now?" the leader asked with a smile. He avoided the topic of compensation, just wanting to probe their backgrounds, and Suisui was clearly displeased. "What are you doing? Running a census?" The leader chuckled awkwardly. "You misunderstand, young lady. I'm just making conversation." And Suisui immediately shot back. "Making conversation about work? Why not ask how many people are in my family? How much money I have in the bank? Whether I own a car or a house? If you ask, are you going to add it to the bill? If not, what's the point of asking?" The leader's mouth twitched again. He realized this young lady had a special talent, too. She was a master at conversation. After roasting him, Suisui suddenly changed her tone, spread her hands, and said generously, "Actually, if you really want to know, it's not impossible." The leader indicated he was all ears. And Suisui said, "1 question, 1 million. Buy 2, get 1 free. Good deal, right?" The leader rubbed his forehead. He should have known. Ever since this girl entered the villa, every word out of her mouth was about money. But for the leader, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't really a problem. With a grand gesture, he agreed to Suisui's proposal. "Fine. As long as you answer my questions seriously, what's 1 million to you?" Clap, 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 and Suisui applauded enthusiastically. "I like doing business with straightforward people," she said. "You call this business?" The leader grumbled inwardly, but went ahead and asked his first question. "What do you two do for a living?" he asked. "Work?" And Suisui thought for a moment, patted her companion on the shoulder, and replied, He specializes in robbery. I specialize in accounting. The leader almost spat out his tea. Never mind whether a top-tier mathematician like Suisui could be an accountant. But is robbery really something you can just say out loud? And Suisui didn't think there was anything wrong with her answer. After replying, she made a note on the bill. Then she urged, "Keep asking. As long as you have enough money, you can ask until the end of time." The leader exhaled, rubbed his aching temples, and said helplessly, "Young lady, I may have some money, but it doesn't grow on trees. If you answer properly, I don't mind spending $1 million. But if you take the money and don't deliver, that's not right, is it?" And Suisui added another line to the bill and replied, "I'm answering your questions very seriously, so there's nothing wrong." Fine, let's just say I miscalculated, the leader thought to himself. So, after some thought, he asked Suisui a few more questions in a row. "What are your names? Where do you live? Where are you from?" Suisui answered while keeping the accounts. "My name is Suisui. He's Jianxi. We're from Haishi, living in Baiyang community." Her answers were half true, half false. Nothing seemed off at first glance. The leader didn't say whether he believed her or not, just kept chatting. In fact, as soon as Suisui finished giving their names and address, the leader had already sent their information out via text. Of course, he didn't believe her nonsense, but since they were in his hands, it wouldn't be hard to check some basic info. It was just a matter of time. After a while, Suisui felt it was enough and stopped him from asking more. "All right, you've asked so many questions but haven't paid a cent yet. Even chatting costs money. Please settle the previous bill before you continue, okay?" Chatting. The leader suddenly felt he couldn't keep up with young people's thinking anymore. He sighed and looked down, only to see a string of astronomical numbers on Suisui's bill. "This bill can't be right, can it?" The leader frowned. And Suisui replied, "Are you questioning my professional skills?" "What professional skills?" The leader pointed at the second bill and asked, "This bill is all for the questions I asked? I remember I only asked 10, maybe 12 at most. But look at what you wrote. This is the price for 16 questions, isn't it?" And Suisui glanced at the bill, nodded, and confirmed. "The bill's correct. Let me explain. You asked 11 questions in total. Buy 2, get 1 free. That's 16 questions, right? 1 question, 1 million. That's 16 million, isn't it?" "Wait, hold on." The leader was stunned. 11 questions, 11 million. With buy 2, get 1 free, shouldn't it be 8 million? How did you get 16 million? Wrong! And Suisui corrected him seriously. Buy 2, get 1 free means for every 2 million you spend, you have to give me an extra million. So it's 16 million in total. No problem. The leader. This logic was insane, and he couldn't even find a way to argue. In a way, this Suisui really was a genius. John Sure turned his face and coughed twice. Seeing the leader's look of existential crisis, he calmly pointed at the bill, signaling him to pay up. Clang! A shiny stainless steel spatula fell to the ground, landing right at the leader's feet. The threat was obvious. The leader looked at the two across from him. One was fake innocent, the other truly devious. A perfect match. After a moment's thought, he finally said, "You two are indeed skilled, but you're still just flesh and blood. If you want to take this money from me by force, it won't be easy. How about this? Help me with something. If you get it done, not only will I give you the full 26 million, I'll throw in another 4 million to make it an even 30. What do you think?" "Oh, so now he's trying to get out of paying." And Suisui asked curiously, "And what if we say no?" "Refuse?" The leader smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, a dozen fully armed subordinates poured out of the house, each holding a gun. "I suggest you think carefully before answering," the leader said with a smile. "There are at least 20 such armed men at Akita Villa. No matter how strong you are, how many can you beat barehanded? If you help me, I'll help you get revenge. A win-win. Isn't that better?" At this point, the negotiation had basically fallen apart. Jian Shi stood up without a word, flexing his wrist with the spatula in hand. "Honestly, I don't know how many I can take at once. But since you're all volunteering to be my sparring partners, let's go. If you've got the guts, shoot. And Suisui chimed in, egging them on. The leader's face darkened. He hadn't expected these two scammers to be so tough. He snapped his fingers, and even more men in black surged out. Teach them a lesson, he ordered coldly. The near-silent sound of gunfire shattered the calm. A dozen men in bulletproof vests opened fire at once, bullets flying, the air filled with the faint staccato of gunshots. Jian Shi, armed only with the spatula Suisui had given him, faced the hail of bullets without flinching. The black spatula spun nimbly in his hand, swatting away a stream of bullets with each swing. Silent smoke drifted through the courtyard, chaos erupting everywhere. Even the leader who'd given the order didn't dare get too close, watching from a safe distance. But the more he watched, the more shocked he became. He'd known this man, Jian Shi, was skilled, but he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Facing dozens of guns, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. If anything, he was starting to gain the upper hand. Everyone's attention was on the fight in the courtyard. No one noticed that Suisui, who'd been cheering a moment ago, had vanished. Under Jian Shi's cover, Suisui quickly slipped into the inner part of Akita Villa. In her hand was a mission reward item that could detect the distribution of people within 10 meters, and even let her click on a red dot to view a specific person's image. A minute into the fight, Suisui had already reached the villa's depths. Based on experience, the main characters were always exceptionally good-looking, so the big villain, Gu Genji, had to be handsome too. Using this logic, Suisui filtered out the best-looking people and checked them one by one. Soon, she found Gu Genji's room. Gu Genji was indeed flawless in appearance, but his aura was cold and ruthless, clearly not someone easy to deal with. Suisui followed a lackey into Gu Genji's study, then hid in the shadows to avoid being seen. A few minutes later, the phone on Gu Genji's desk rang. It was the leader from before reporting about her and Jian Shi. Superpowers? Martial arts expert? Gu Genji found it amusing. Are you saying they're from a magic academy? Or maybe disciples of some hidden master? He laughed at his own joke, clearly not believing it, just mocking the idea. The leader sent him a video, a clip of the ongoing spatula hero versus gunman battle. After watching, Gu Genji's smile faded. He watched the video several times, making sure it wasn't fake, then called the leader back. Bring that man to me, Gu Genji ordered. There was no reply on the phone, so Suisui didn't know what the other side said. But she knew. Trying to bring Jian Shi over by force was a pipe dream. After giving the order, Gu Genji ignored the chaos outside and started typing furiously at his computer. A while later, another man entered the office, a subordinate of the leader. He reported on Jian Shi's situation and requested permission to increase firepower. The vanguard team was locked in a stalemate with Jian Shi. There was no way to win quickly. The leader thought it was pointless to keep wasting bullets, but Gu Genji didn't approve. He glanced up coldly and said, "Before you say that, take a good look at where we are. Akita Villa is a famous resort in Haishi. If there's a fight here and you can't end it quickly and you want to escalate, are you trying to get us all exposed and wiped out? A dozen gunmen attacking at once was already the limit. Any more and someone would definitely notice. They couldn't stay at Akita Villa much longer. Escalating would just blow their cover. All this for 2 random people?" The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to argue. After a scolding, Gu Genji sent him away and sat alone, lost in thought. Then, a strange, villainous laugh echoed in the room. Gu Genji. Ah! Who was laughing so creepily? He quickly looked toward the corner where the sound came from. There, in the shadow of the bookshelf, Suisui was crouched, hands over her mouth, eyes sparkling with embarrassment. Oops, she'd gotten so bored she forgot what she was supposed to be doing. Seeing Gu Genji smirk, she couldn't help but add a villain's KKK laugh in her head. Wasn't that the classic villain laugh? Why didn't he do it himself? When did this person get in? How did she get in? How long had she been there? Why hadn't anyone noticed? A trace of seriousness flashed in Gu Zhenzi's eyes as he reached under the desk. Seeing his movement, Suisui guessed he was going for a gun. The next second, the big villain suddenly sprang into action, firing several shots at Suisui. She couldn't pull off the spatula hero moves like Jian Shi, but with her speed, dodging bullets was no problem. She dodged, vaulted over the desk, and closed in on Gu Zhenzi, trying to subdue him directly. Gu Zhenzi reacted quickly. After just 2 shots, he realized he couldn't keep up with her, so he deliberately left an opening, luring her in. As Suisui approached, a sharp knife flashed in Gu Zhenzi's hand, slicing through the air. Whoosh! Suisui ducked, barely dodging, and kicked at Gu Zhenzi's waist. It wasn't a heavy kick, but on a normal person it would have sent them flying. Gu Zhenzi took the hit and barely budged. His physical strength was truly impressive. No wonder he'd survived so long in the underworld. The two exchanged several blows in the cramped space. With the limited room and the game's rules suppressing her, Suisui only barely gained the upper hand. Tisk, no wonder he's the big villain. He's really tough. Gu Zhenzi was the classic type, ruthless and taciturn. After figuring out Suisui's tricks, he often tried to fight fire with fire, even if it meant getting hurt himself, just to land a couple of punches on Suisui. Suisui almost pulled out her little fork to stab him. Fortunately, neither of them actually intended to subdue or kill Gu Zhenzi, so there was no need to go all out. Once she realized this, Suisui kicked open the tightly shut window and jumped out. Gu Zhenzi stood by the table, gripping it for support, panting for a long time before he could catch his breath. How strange. Are there really such gifted people in this world? He muttered to himself. He had already sensed that there was something unusual about Suisui and Jian Shi's abilities. But before he could think more about it, the strange, fast attacker appeared at the window again. It was Suisui, back for more. She glanced around to make sure no one else was there, then, separated by the window, asked Gu Zhenzi inside, "Tell me, do you think I could ever gain your favorability?" This was a question that had just popped into Suisui's mind. After all, even villains could be captured in these games. Gu Zhenzi was full of question marks. Favorability, what did that mean? Could it be that this person had fallen for him at first sight? Before he could voice his confusion, Suisui continued, "If I recognize you as my dad, would that increase your favorability toward me?" Gu Zhenzi was completely blindsided by this, his mind going blank. Suisui, still at the window, pressed him. "Well, yes or no? Give me a straight answer." "Hell no." Gu Zhenzi's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "No! Way! In! Hell!" She ambushed him and still wanted to gain his favorability? "Oh," Suisui replied, sounding a little disappointed. Then she quickly left the scene. Phew, Gu Zhenzi let out a long breath. He tried to steady his aching wrist and pour himself a glass of water to calm down, only to find that everything on the table had been knocked to the floor during the fight. The room was a mess. His knees gave out and he collapsed into a chair, gasping for air. With his eyes closed, he replayed the fight with Suisui in his mind. As he thought about it, the scene suddenly shifted to her asking if she could gain his favorability. Pfft. Gu Zhenzi suddenly laughed. "I must be losing my mind," he murmured softly. "Is life just too boring these days?" No matter what, Suisui had now had a face-to-face encounter with the big villain. After the two regrouped, Spatula Guy suddenly sprang into action, catching the assault team off guard. Suisui took the opportunity to escape the scene with Jian Shi. Now that they knew what Gu Zhenzi looked like, with Lu Changqi's abilities, it was only a matter of time before they found more clues. There was no need to go head-to-head with a major villain. And so, a beautiful day began. Over the next few days, Jian Shi used all of Lu Changqi's connections to investigate Gu Zhenzi. Meanwhile, with nothing to do, Suisui was in charge of wandering around. Just as Jian Shi had guessed, by the later stages of the story, as a main character, every time Suisui went out, something weird was bound to happen. If everything the heroine encountered was related to the male lead, then everything the vicious supporting female ran into was bound to involve both the male and female leads. Either she'd cause trouble for them, or she'd create opportunities for them. For example, one time she was out, a luxury car worth tens of millions was driving along just fine and suddenly exploded. That explosion brought out every character related to Suisui. Yan Xier, Jian Shi, and even Qi Feili showed up. None of it surprised Suisui. Even Jiang Mo and Qian Shuo came by to make an appearance. With so many male leads showing up, the supporting females and even the cannon fodder characters all flocked in. The scene was even more chaotic than the last big potluck gathering. During this time, the only thing that relaxed Suisui was dressing up every night and sneaking into the hospital to give Lin Siwang a good beating. The more she did it, the more precise her control became. Every time she'd beat Lin Siwang until he howled, but never enough to endanger his life. He was still stuck in the hospital, unable to be discharged. After a while, Jian Shi found some information about Gu Zhenji and used it as an excuse to take people to Gu Zhenji's base for a business trip. One day, Yan Xier mysteriously told Suisui that she'd made a new friend and wanted to introduce them. That's when Suisui realized that, while she'd been tangled up in all sorts of cannon fodder plotlines, Yan Xier had already met the fourth male lead. Baiji was a teenage prodigy. Because he'd developed several world-famous technological products, he'd been recruited by the National Research Institute and was being fully supported. Meeting Baiji wasn't easy. If it weren't for the heroine's fate to meet all the male leads, Suisui wouldn't have had a chance to get to know this fourth male lead. Baiji looked very youthful, and when he was quiet, he seemed like a harmless boy. Most of the time, he was lost in his own world, rarely interacting with others, a total research fanatic. Yan Xier had only met him because something she said offhandedly gave Baiji inspiration, allowing him to solve a problem that had stumped him for ages. "Baiji, this is my good friend Xiao Yao I told you about. Yao Yao, this is my new friend, Baiji." Baiji greeted them simply, then, cup in hand, retreated back into his own world. Even though they were sitting at the same table, it was as if Baiji wasn't even in the same world as them. Yan Xier tugged on Suisui's sleeve and whispered, "Baiji's a researcher. That's just how he is. Don't take it personally, Yao Yao." Yan Xier didn't know Baiji's true identity, just thought he was an ordinary researcher. And Suisui wasn't about to get mad at a science geek lost in his own world. She curiously glanced at the blank sheet of paper in front of Baiji. There were a few strange black dots scattered randomly on it. Baiji was muttering to himself, No, there's no way to make the impurities disappear. This won't work either." His voice was very soft, and with a table between them, Suisui couldn't catch every word. She only heard a few key phrases: impurities, disappear. So what exactly was this kid researching? A puzzle? Or a brain teaser? And Suisui was silent for a moment, then called over a waiter and whispered a few words. When Baiji was thinking, he easily forgot everyone else, so most people found it dull to be around him. Over time, Baiji's friends dwindled. When he was deep in thought, he could block out his surroundings, seeing only what he wanted to see. At this moment, in Baiji's vision, there was no restaurant, no table, no people. There was only a blank sheet of paper and countless flickering black dots. He tried everything to make those special black dots disappear, but nothing worked. Just as he was locked in this stalemate, he saw a hand appear in his world. Under the control of that hand, all the black dots on the paper vanished. Baiji snapped back to reality and looked up at Suisui across from him. Suisui was holding an eraser, wiping away all the black dots he'd drawn in pencil. Then she handed the blank sheet back to him. "Is it clean now?" Suisui asked. "Baiji." Silently, Baiji took out a black pen and dotted the black marks back onto the paper. A moment later, that same hand reached over again, this time using a bottle of white correction fluid to erase all the black dots once more. Baiji looked up, confused. "What are you doing?" And Suisui waved her hand, looking completely unbothered. Didn't you want the black dots gone? No need to thank me, it's nothing. Baiji had never met anyone so slippery. He tried to explain the meaning of the black dots to Suisui using all sorts of technical terms, but Suisui, with her unique way of thinking, came up with a dozen different solutions. Unfortunately, Baiji didn't understand a single one, and only felt more confused. Baiji. Yan Xier gives me inspiration, and Suisui gives me headaches. The reason Suisui came to see Baiji was simple. She wanted to know if he might be a player, but based on his reactions, she was almost certain Baiji wasn't being played by a player. That meant Qianshuo's identity was basically confirmed. And Suisui didn't rush to report Qianshuo. She was already ranked first on the leaderboard, and protecting herself was more important than racking up points. But not long after, Qianshuo came to her himself. Miss Xiao, didn't expect to run into you here. Qianshuo smiled innocently, and Suisui glanced at her surroundings. A bus stop. A big celebrity coming to a bus stop to stage a chance encounter. He really had some nerve. What's next? Waiting outside the women's restroom? She ignored him. Qianshuo, thinking he'd figured out Xiao Yao's unpredictable personality, sat down next to her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Where are you headed, Miss Xiao? Want me to give you a ride? And Suisui still ignored him. Maybe realizing he was getting nowhere, Qianshuo made a few more comments, then finally fell silent, sitting quietly beside her like a decorative vase. And Suisui grew suspicious. Outwardly, she didn't react, but she kept a careful eye on Qianshuo's movements. Sure enough, Qianshuo wasn't as harmless as he looked. He was just pretending to keep her company, trying to lower her guard. And Suisui noticed his hand never left his pocket, and if she wasn't mistaken, there was something in there that looked familiar. She thought hard, and suddenly it clicked. She had one of those too. A favorability boosting item. But that kind of item shouldn't work on players, right? Even if it did, it wouldn't matter much, she thought. Now that she'd figured out his plan, and Suisui stayed perfectly still, letting him do whatever he wanted, as long as she didn't give herself away. Qianshuo, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. After the group dinner, he'd realized something. While scoring the most points came from pursuing the heroine, getting Xiao Yao on his side would actually be more useful. Her status alone could open doors he couldn't, and her bold, fearless personality made her a powerful ally. So Qianshuo gave up on the hard-to-get Yan Xier and set his sights on Xiao Yao instead. He knew the more benefits she had, the harder she'd be to win over, especially with two male leads already by her side. His own chances didn't look great. So he decided to use the favorability-boosting item he'd worked so hard to get. The item could only be used within 2 meters of the target and would increase their favorability by about 10%. With that 10% boost, he'd have a solid foundation for his next moves. Thinking this, Qianshuo pressed the activation button without hesitation. Please select a target. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Qianshuo's gaze flickered and he silently thought, Xiao Yao. Immediately he got a success notification. But before he could even smile, another prompt popped up. Favorability boost failed. This character is currently not available for capture. What? Qianshuo was stunned. Not available for capture? Why didn't it say so before he used the item? Now the item was gone, and only then did it tell him. What a scam. His heart ached, but at the same time, a new suspicion arose. Why was she unavailable for capture? Gritting his teeth, Qianshuo pulled out another item. A character compatibility check card. He suspected Suisui was being played by a player. Thinking back, he realized that many main characters had high favorability toward Xiao Yao, but her domineering personality had masked it until now. After a long internal debate, Qianshuo decided to use one of his remaining 2 compatibility checks on Suisui. He pressed the button, selected Suisui as the target, and confirmed. Suisui, sensing something, quietly turned to observe Qianshuo's expression. His head drooped, eyes vacant, like a student daydreaming in class. Then, Suisui saw his pupils suddenly tremble and he jolted upright as if shocked. You... First surprise, then growing excitement. If there was anything more profitable in this game than capturing a main character, it was reporting another player and stealing their points. Jianshuo had already successfully reported one player, so his ranking wasn't low. Thinking of Yan Xier, Qi Feili, Jiang Mo, and the others who all liked Suisui, Jianshuo's heart burned with excitement. This player's character compatibility was 75%, already very close to a native NPC's level. Even original NPCs, after the plot was disrupted by players, would fluctuate around 90%, sometimes dropping as low as 80%. If this player playing Xiao Yao raised her compatibility just a bit more, she could even fool his detection item. Now that he'd confirmed her identity, Jianshuo dropped the act. He was about to submit a report when he noticed the always composed Miss Xiao was looking at him with a strange smile. The moment their eyes met, a chill shot up his spine. He heard her say, "What are you doing, Jianshuo?" Her tone was completely different from Great Emperor Book Pavilion. Jianshuo immediately dropped his disguise and retreated quickly, pulling up the report panel at the same time. Seeing this, Suisui smiled and also opened her own report panel, managing to submit her report just a split second before Jianshuo. Although Suisui had always let Jianshuo roam free outside, his name had long been entered into her report list. All she had to do was open the report panel and click confirm. She didn't even need to type his name. So, right before Suisui's eyes, the player acting as Jianshuo turned into a wisp of pale white smoke and vanished into the air. Game notifications followed one after another. Report successful. Player A Breeze has died. Player Lucky Little Koi has obtained the character Jianshuo. Hiss. Hearing the game notifications, Suisui sucked in a breath. So being reported really was fatal for a substitute player. What looked like a safe game scene was actually full of deadly traps. Suisui carefully put away her character card and hurriedly left the scene. Jianshuo's death seemed to flip a switch. That night, Suisui received another game notification. This time, it was a server-wide announcement. Main character total capture rate, anxiety 60%. Plot progression speed, x2. Favorability prompt enabled. Players can now check the current highest favorability value for any character at will. With the game progressing faster, the end was clearly approaching. Suisui went to the hospital once again to give Lin Siwang another brutal beating. Lin Siwang finally couldn't take it anymore. Clinging to Suisui's leg, he bawled and begged to become her disciple. Suisui thought it over and figured taking on a disciple wasn't a bad idea. After all, it wouldn't last long, and it could be fun. So she agreed to Lin Siwang's request and took all his savings. Well, that was a proper red envelope for the master, a legitimate payment. Under the gratified gaze of the hospital doctors, Lin Siwang was finally able to be discharged safely. In the final stretch, all sorts of strange people started appearing around Suisui. There was a new intern butler, a driver's distant relative, the housekeeper's daughter, and so on. Even Father Xiao brought home a so-called cousin and asked Suisui to get along with her. With all these peripheral characters watching her, Suisui didn't dare let herself go anymore. Even when no one was home, she maintained her Xiao Yao persona without a hint of slacking off. Jianshuo's situation wasn't any better. He had to investigate clues about Gu Zhenzi while also dealing with a sudden influx of subordinates and relatives. An absolute headache. Some players with bizarre tactics even ran up to Jianshu and Suisui while they were out eating, pretending to be close to Jianshu and trying to sow discord between the two. But Jianshu completely ignored them, and Suisui gave them a classic Xiao Yao-style verbal lashing. One player was so angry she nearly exploded, and before leaving she said sarcastically, "Boss, Miss Xiao doesn't seem to like me very much. Did she misunderstand something?" Jianshu didn't even hesitate before replying, "You're wrong. It's not that she doesn't like you, she doesn't like anyone." The meddling player? She was speechless. While Jianshu was busy digging into Gu Zhenji's secret connections, Suisui was accompanying Yan Xier to a press interview. The reporters, carrying their equipment, rushed over excitedly. But before they could ask any questions, they saw Suisui glaring fiercely behind Yan Xier. Their hearts instantly sank. Today is not a good day for questions. Best to keep quiet. Most of the reporters had been verbally destroyed by Suisui at the last interview, some even left depressed. Just as they'd finally built up the courage to try again, they ran into this troublemaker once more. Soon, all the viewers watching the live interview noticed that the usually sharp-tongued, tricky entertainment reporters were being unusually friendly this time. All their questions were basic, common knowledge, nothing challenging at all. Weird. Could it be that even entertainment reporters can change their ways? Meanwhile, Gu Zhenji had been invited out by Jian Shi, using Mayor Lu's name, to their usual spot at the Chuqian villa. The two sat in an elegant tea room, chatting amiably. On the surface, both were masters of appearances. During the conversation, Gu Zhenji noticed that Jian Shi kept glancing at his phone. Curious, he peeked and saw a live stream of an entertainment interview with Yan Xier as the interviewee. Even Mayor Lu pays attention to entertainment news unrelated to politics? Gu Zhenji teased. But I have to say, that little star in there is a rare beauty. No wonder even someone like Mayor Lu would take an interest. Heh. Jian Shi flashed a perfect smile. You misunderstand, Mr. Gu. My fiancée is very close to that star. There's a good chance of seeing her in the live stream. As he spoke, Jian Shi suddenly smiled. Look, there she is now. Gu Zhenji narrowed his eyes slightly, following Jian Shi's gaze to a corner of the screen. He saw a girl with her chin held high, radiating a keep-away aura. Anyone who got close would get roasted. A faint sense of familiarity flashed through his mind. Gu Zhenji paused, then said, I'd heard rumors that Mayor Lu was to be engaged to Miss Xiao. Didn't expect it to be true. With such a good relationship, when will you bring your fiancé to Chuqian Villa for a visit? Jian Shi smiled. No rush. She'll be here soon. Gu Zhenji felt like he'd just walked into a trap. Sure enough, not long after, Suisui arrived as promised. Sitting face to face, Gu Zhenji felt that sense of familiarity grow even stronger. He pressed his lips together, but didn't ask anything in front of Jian Shi. But Suisui had come with a purpose. Shortly after sitting down, she pulled out a small notebook and laid it open in front of Gu Zhenji. Mr. Gu, I have a friend who asked me to give this to you and have you settle her debt. Gu Zhenji was puzzled but reached out to take the bill. The middle-aged man standing behind him twitched, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Could it be? 1 fried dough stick, 1 yuan? Because the dough stick wasn't finished? Psychological damage compensation? 1,000 yuan? Gu Zhenji read the bill line by line, finding it more and more absurd. What puzzled him most was that the bill was signed with a familiar name. He looked up and handed the notebook to the man behind him, asking, Is this true? The middle-aged man nodded with difficulty, then quickly shook his head, denying it. This is the bill left by those two who came to the villa to cause trouble. Wasn't that the weird girl who wanted to call him Dad that day? Gu Zhenji tapped the bill and said to the man, Pay her. The man. Mr. Gu, please wake up, this is extortion. He grumbled inwardly, but didn't dare delay Gu Zhenji's order. He immediately asked Suisui for her bank account and arranged the transfer. Dadi Book Pavilion. With the debt finally collected, Suisui was truly at ease. Not even her haughty mask could hide the genuine joy radiating from her heart. But the next second, Gu Zhenji hit her with a sneak attack. Speaking of that bill, Miss Xiao, I have a question for you. Since the owner of the bill is your friend, do you know where she is? What's her name? The other day she barged into my office alone and insisted on calling me Dad. I was so shocked I didn't even have time to respond. If possible, could you let her know to come see me? Suisui. This move felt all too familiar. Jian Shi barely managed to stifle his laughter. He coughed twice to hide his amusement, then stepped in to refuse on Suisui's behalf. I know that friend of hers. She loves to joke around. President Gu, you're way too young to be her father. Gu Zhenji smiled. That's a shame. I actually quite like that kid. And Suisui fell uncharacteristically silent. She'd been fearless under her disguise. But who would have thought Gu Zhenzi would come looking for her now? Yikes! Does he really want to be her dad? The thought was terrifying. Leaning on Jian Shi's shoulder, Suisui zoned out, not listening to the conversation at all. After a while, Jian Shi gently patted her head and said, "If you're bored, go do your own thing. Just be back by 5. And Suisui's eyes flickered as she felt the item Jian Shi had slipped into her pocket. After investigating Gu Zhenji for so long, it was time to get some real answers. Jian Shi's hint was clear. He could stall for at most 3 hours. She had to be back within that time. Leaving the tea room, Suisui hid in a bathroom stall and checked the items Jian Shi had given her. A wall scanner to find hidden spaces and a sheet of paper with clues about Gu Zhenji's secret plot. On the surface, Gu Zhenji's return to China was to challenge himself, targeting Jiang Mo because he saw him as the most formidable opponent, which then involved Yan Shi and the 4 male leads. That was the official story. But Jian Shi's investigation revealed something else entirely. Gu Zhenji wasn't back to make money. His core business was still overseas. He was looking for something, an object split in 2. The smaller piece was in his possession. The other was rumored to be a family heirloom somewhere in China. That's why he targeted Jiang Mo and the other male leads. He suspected one of them had the other half. The challenge was just a cover. And Suisui made her way to Gu Zhenji's study and used her skill. Freeze time. While time was frozen, all electronic devices in the room shut down. She slipped in through the window and activated the wall scanner. 4 seconds left. Scanned the floor. Nothing. 3 seconds left. Scanned the left wall. Nothing. 2 seconds left. Scanned the right wall. Ding. Secret door found. With 1 second to spare, Suisui pried open the hidden door and slipped inside. Phew. She exhaled, staring into the pitch-black tunnel ahead. No doubt it was filled with traps. The traps weren't the scary part. The surveillance equipment was. If she was caught on camera, Gu Zhenzi in the tea room would be alerted instantly. How could she disable all those invisible sensors? Maybe extreme cold would work. She rolled a fist-sized blue ice crystal into the tunnel. The ice elemental crystal instantly turned the air frigid. A wave of icy air swept over her, and Suisui crushed a small golden shield in her hand, weaving a soft golden net around herself. Invincibility shield activated. For 30 seconds, and Suisui would be immune to all magical and physical attacks. 30 seconds was more than enough for the lightning witch. "Hope this haul is worth the 2 items I'm burning," Suisui muttered, activating all her speed skills and vanishing down the tunnel in a flash. Meanwhile, Jian Shi and Gu Zhenji were locked in a battle of wits in the tea room. Neither gave an inch. Gu Zhenji didn't want to waste time, but Jian Shi was the mayor's son. He had to show some respect as long as Gu Zhenji was in Haishi. A message popped up on Jian Shi's phone. He glanced at it and frowned. "Sorry, President Gu, my fiancé got into a fight and fell in the water. We'll have to cut today's meeting short. I'll visit again another time." Got into a fight and fell in the water? Gu Zhenji's mouth twitched. For some reason, that sounded exactly like something Zhao Yao would do. He nodded slowly and shook Jian Shi's hand. "Safe travels, Mayor Liu. Sorry for the poor hospitality. Miss Xiao must be exhausted. Should I have someone drive you home?" Jian Shi waved it off. "No need, we drove ourselves." With that, there was nothing more for Gu Zhenji to say but goodbye. He watched Jian Shi drive away, then returned to his study. The moment he entered, he sensed something was wrong. In the middle of summer, why was the study so cold? Even if he'd left the AC on, it shouldn't be this chilly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed to the well-hidden secret room. With a gentle push, the perfectly fitted wall swung open. The lock was deformed, barely held in place by a huge painting. Gu Zhenji's pupils contracted. Someone had broken into his secret room. In the car, Suisui wrung out her soaking wet clothes and reported her findings to Jian Shi. "This is what he was hiding. If I didn't have the wall scanner, I never would have found it." She opened her palm to reveal a palm-sized jade piece. Its shape was odd, neither round nor square, making it impossible to tell what it was. Maybe we'll only know what it really is once we get the other half. Jian Shi wrapped her in a towel, sounding a bit helpless. You're soaked and still thinking about the mission? Can't you take care of yourself? And Suisui happily stashed the jade away, unconcerned. Gotta play the part. What if Gujenji caught on? If the game weren't nearing its end, with the risk of ending at any moment, she wouldn't have risked exposing herself by acting personally. Luckily, it paid off. But was the reward worth the effort? Next, they'd have to investigate the other male leads. Even Gujenji didn't know who had the other half of the jade. Jian Shi and An Suisui were equally clueless, so they'd have to split up and hope to find the answer quickly. Qianshuo was already a tool card in An Suisui's hand. The only one she really needed to negotiate with now was Jiang Mo, Great Emperor Book Pavilion, Tianjing Tower, 121st floor. Jiang Mo and An Suisui sat face to face across an office desk. Although he was surprised that An Suisui had come to see him, after being ignored for so many days, Jiang Mo felt he'd figured out a lot of things. For example, when it came to Zhao Yao, he realized he didn't actually dislike her. What brings you here? Jiang Mo couldn't help but ask. Ever since their falling out, An Suisui had never come to his office again. Even when they ran into each other elsewhere, she treated him like air. Now, seeing her suddenly appear, Jiang Mo actually felt a bit flattered. And Suisui didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. I have a friend who owns a piece of jade. She bought it overseas for a lot of money. She heard you have a similar piece and she wants to buy it from you. The price is negotiable. Hearing An Suisui call him President Jiang, Jiang Mo instinctively frowned. Then he remembered their falling out, and the fact that she was about to get engaged to someone else, and couldn't help but feel a little empty inside. What kind of jade is it? Jiang Mo tried to distract himself with small talk. His grandfather had indeed loved collecting antiques, and there were countless jade items in his collection. Just hearing the word jade wasn't enough for him to give An Suisui a definite answer. There were only the two of them in the office. Feeling safe, An Suisui took out the jade and placed it in front of Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo was a pure NPC, so there was no need to worry about him suddenly reporting her. Besides, this item was tied to a hidden quest. Other players probably wouldn't even notice anything special about it. Jiang Mo picked up the jade and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Although the jade was of excellent quality, it had no carvings at all, and even its shape looked naturally formed. It seemed like an ordinary piece of... Wait. Just as Jiang Mo was about to hand it back, he caught a faint glimmer of gold from a certain angle. What was that? He rummaged in his drawer for a high-powered flashlight and shone it on the jade in a dim corner. Suddenly, a golden dragon tail hidden inside the jade became clearly visible. A memory flashed through Jiang Mo's mind. As a child, he'd once found a seemingly ordinary piece of jade in his grandfather's collection room. Inside the jade was a section of golden serpent, so lifelike under the light that he'd had nightmares for ages, thinking it was a sealed monster. Only later did he learn it was actually a dragon's body. Putting away the flashlight, Jiang Mo handed the jade back to An Suisui. After a long silence, he said honestly, I do have a piece of jade related to this, but it has special meaning to me. Its value can't be measured by money. Hearing that he had the jade, An Suisui's eyes lit up. Don't play those entertainment industry games with me. Are you selling it or not? Just give me a straight answer. Right in front of her, Jiang Mo made a phone call, clearly explaining where the jade was and instructing someone to bring it to his office. After that, he said to An Suisui, I'm not short on money, as you know. I have one condition. If you agree, I'll give you the jade. An Suisui's eyes widened. She practically wanted to climb onto Jiang Mo's head and pry open his skull to talk directly to his brain. What condition? She asked. Call off your engagement to Lu Changqi. We're not even engaged. Then you can't get engaged to him? Just go straight to getting a marriage certificate? That's fine too. Jiang Mo's mouth twitched, his voice a little exasperated. You can't marry Lu Changqi. That was clear enough. But Suisui was not pleased. Was Miss Xiao someone who could be threatened? Are you kidding me? This is my friend's business. Why are you making demands of me? Jiang Mo. We both know whose business this really is. Seeing how worked up she was, Jiang Mo compromised, softening his tone. How about this? I'll change the condition. For 1 year, you can't marry him within a year. This time, Suisui agreed immediately. Forget a year. 10 years, 20 years, a lifetime, it didn't matter. Whether Lu Changqi and Zhao Yao got married had nothing to do with her, Suisui. Jiang Mo was very efficient. As soon as Suisui agreed, he drafted a contract, and as soon as it took effect, the jade was delivered to her. With 2 pieces of jade in hand, Suisui quickly realized something was off. The items were real, but they still weren't a complete set. Soon, Jian Shi sent word. He'd found another piece among Lu Changqi's collection. But even with that, the jade was still incomplete. Did this mean there were even more pieces out there? Maybe each male lead had a piece of jade? That would explain why Gu Zhenzi was so determined to take on all 4 male leads at once. Sure enough, using Qian Shuo's memories, Suisui found the 4th fragment hidden among Qian Shuo's mother's belongings. That meant the last piece had to be with Bai Ji. Just thinking about Bai Ji gave Suisui a headache. That science genius was not as easy to fool as Jiang Mo. But less than an hour later, Jian Shi delivered the 5th fragment to Suisui. So fast? How did you get it? Jian Shi just smiled and said nothing. To get something from a male lead, of course you had to use the female lead. So strictly speaking, it was Yan Xie who helped Suisui get the last piece. With all 5 fragments together, they formed a golden dragon soaring among the clouds. Ding. Congratulations, player, on completing the hidden quest, China's national treasure. Ancient China once produced many treasures. Over the years, each one has a story of blood and tears behind it. Server-wide announcement. Player Lucky Little Koi has completed the hidden quest and received the reward, Bloodline Evolution X1. This game is now over. Thank you to all players for participating. The game will transfer you in 1 hour. Please gather your belongings and prepare for transfer. Before they could even celebrate their new reward, the game's ending notification hit them in the face. Let's go. And Suisui no longer had to worry about other players. She spread her wings and took Jian Shi with her. Are you kidding? Who needs a car when she could fly? An hour later, thick white mist enveloped the players, sending them away one by one. The once bustling game world gradually fell silent, about to enter hibernation. Still holed up in Chutian Villa, Gu Zhenji suddenly looked up, slowly raised a hand, and made a pause gesture. Zheng, the world really did stop. Let me see who actually won this game. As he spoke, images flashed before Gu Zhenji's eyes. He chuckled softly, his face showing no surprise. Lucky Little Koi? See you in the finals. And Suisui was transported back to her own room. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was open the team chat channel. Lucky Little Koi. Yuanli? Calling Yuanli. And Wenchan, where did you 2 disappear to this game? You were both MIA the whole time. Ding. A message popped up in the team channel. Universe's most handsome guy, working at a construction site. Doctor, on shift at the hospital. Suisui. Great Emperor Book Pavilion. It was time for the exciting moment of opening boxes again. According to tradition, after each game, all rewards would be centrally distributed to Suisui's hands. Then, Suisui would proceed with a series of operations, including opening boxes, organizing, and distributing them. Usually, Suisui's favorite activity was opening boxes. She would wash her hands and change clothes before opening boxes, ensuring she was in the most energetic state to welcome the rewards. But this time, Suisui didn't rush to organize the distributed rewards. She had some private goods of her own that needed organizing. After carefully closing the door and confirming the room was a safe environment, Suisui took out the reality dungeon core item that she had once obtained at a huge cost. The golden ritual book. The ritual book was a spiritual item, and it had long been dissatisfied with always being thrown in corners to gather dust. Finally having the chance when Suisui needed something from it, it immediately showed off by flying around the room chaotically, just refusing to properly execute commands. And Suisui was not a master who would show tender care. For the most disobedient item, she directly stabbed it to the floor with a fork and said fiercely, "Hurry up and do your job, or I'll stab you to pieces." The golden ritual book trembled violently once, then pitifully spat out a thin golden paper from within the book. The paper stuck to Suisui's body, and Suisui disappeared from the room together with the ritual book. With a flash of golden light, Suisui arrived at an unfamiliar place. It looked somewhat like a training ground. But wasn't this supposed to be her dungeon? How did it become like this? Where did the mysterious small town go? Entering her own dungeon for the first time, Suisui knew nothing. She stood bewildered in the center of the training ground, looking around, until the ritual book stuck to her forehead again, transmitting the basic operating rules of personal dungeons to her. Only then did Suisui understand what the scene before her eyes was all about. The so-called personal dungeon was actually a space separately created using world power, connected to the source world, but not completely belonging to the source world. Players fought here, and no matter how much they ruined the dungeon world, it wouldn't affect the source world. High-level players had quite strong destructive power. The reason the dungeon changed appearance was largely related to Suisui modifying the script content. Understanding the principle, Suisui opened one page of the golden ritual book. With a gentle swipe, a pretty-faced girl suddenly appeared in the forbidden world. Yanxier's consciousness was still stuck at the moment not long ago when Suisui secretly came to ask her if she wanted to leave with her. So, what was the current situation? Where is this place? Who are you? Why am I here? Coming to her senses, Yanxier vigilantly stepped back half a step, maintaining a safe distance from Suisui. And Suisui was first confused for a moment, then remembered that she had used Zhao Yao's appearance in the Otome world. It was normal that Yanxier couldn't recognize her. "Look at your timid appearance. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to come with me?" And Suisui imitated Zhao Yao's tone and said a sentence. Yanxier's eyes lit up, and she immediately approached and tightly hugged her arm. That's right. This was the feeling. Although she didn't understand why Suisui's appearance had changed so much, Yanxier only needed to know that the person in front of her was the good friend she was familiar with. And Suisui didn't rush to explain the reason. She flipped the ritual book to the next page and swiped again. The flashy peacock Qi Feili also appeared before the two of them. Then came Lin Siwang. After confirming that all three were in good condition with no abnormalities, Suisui satisfactorily closed the ritual book. She stood on the high platform of the training ground, waved her hand grandly, and loudly declared, "Let me introduce myself. I, Suisui, from today onwards will be your new boss." Huh? Question marks simultaneously floated before Qi Feili and Lin Siwang's eyes. Who was this person? Why did she speak with such a big tone? In the Otome world, Gu Zhenji received the inspection report sent by the dungeon core. The Otome world had many restrictions, so even though players had countless methods, the damage they caused to the dungeon was minimal. So most expenditures were within reasonable range. Only the three numbers marked in red at the end made Gu Zhenji frown. "What is this?" Gu Zhenji asked his dungeon core. The dungeon core shrank back and listed the specific details. Lost awakened character, Yanxier, core energy, 1000. Lost awakened character, Qi Feili, core energy, 8000. Lost awakened character, Lin Siwang, core energy, 3000. Gu Zhenji looked completely stunned. What was going on? Could it be that these three characters with self-consciousness were all killed by players using special methods? But that wasn't right either. Although losing awakened characters who had gained self-consciousness was a big loss, their energy would be reabsorbed by the dungeon core after death for recycling. unless these three characters had completely vanished into thin air. Gu Zhenzi frowned and carefully reviewed what the players had done in the hour after the dungeon ended. Everyone else's actions were relatively normal, except for two people whose behavior was most bizarre. One was Lucky Little Koi. This player used a golden item book to take away all three awakened characters from his dungeon, becoming the biggest winner of this dungeon. The dungeon core trembled and revealed another piece of information to Gu Zhenji. That golden book item gave it a very special feeling, like a delicious food. Something that could attract a dungeon core could only be one thing. A dungeon core, Gu Zhenji said with certainty. He was also a player who owned a personal dungeon, so he understood this aspect fairly well. He had miscalculated, not expecting that a dungeon core would manifest its true form in another dungeon world. Wasn't it afraid of being devoured? After figuring out the key point, Gu Zhenji turned his attention to another person, Jian Shi. He had also had contact with this person. Wearing Lu Changqi's appearance, he had covered for Lucky Little Koi to steal the core item of the hidden mission from him. If he guessed correctly, this person was Harvest. He didn't take anything strange, just some basic resources. However, in the 3 days before the game ended, he began using Lu Changqi's network channels to borrow money from various financial institutions, accept bribes, and sell off family assets. He even wrote IOUs for credit purchases. But what did he need so much money for? Very simple. Jian Shi used all his assets to purchase large quantities of basic resources from around the world: gold and silver ores, oil, natural gas, and other natural assets. These things weren't particularly expensive or rare, and normally wouldn't cause the dungeon to lose too much energy. But the problem was that Jian Shi bought way too much. He borrowed money, accepted bribes, sold family assets, and even mortgaged all the assets of his parents and grandfather. With the help of capitalists like the Zhao family, this formed an enormous sum. He almost bought out the entire global existing inventory. Gu Zhenji was speechless for a moment, then angrily clicked on Jian Shi's packing video. He wanted to see how he would take away so many things. Then Gu Zhenji saw the footage of Jian Shi and Suisui frantically wandering around the world in the final hour. It was time for the exciting moment of opening boxes again. According to tradition, after each game, all rewards would be centrally distributed to Suisui's hands. Then, Suisui would perform a series of operations including opening boxes, organizing, and distributing them. Usually, Suisui's favorite activity was opening boxes. She would wash her hands and change clothes before opening boxes, ensuring she was in the most energetic state to welcome the rewards. But this time, Suisui didn't rush to organize the distributed rewards. She had some private goods of her own that needed organizing. After carefully closing the door and confirming the room was a safe environment, Suisui pulled out the reality dungeon core item she had once obtained at great cost: the Golden Ritual Book. The ritual book was a spiritual item, and it had long been dissatisfied with always being thrown in corners to gather dust. Finally getting a chance when Suisui needed something from it, it immediately showed off by flying around the room, just refusing to properly execute commands. And Suisui was not a master who would show mercy. For the most disobedient items, she directly stabbed it to the floor with a fork and said fiercely, "Hurry up and do your job or I'll stab you to pieces." The golden ritual book trembled violently, then pitifully spat out a thin golden paper from within the book. The paper stuck to Suisui's body, and Suisui disappeared from the room together with the ritual book. With a flash of golden light, Suisui arrived at an unfamiliar place. It looked somewhat like a training ground. But wasn't this supposed to be her dungeon? How did it become like this? Where did the mysterious town go? Entering her own dungeon for the first time, Suisui knew nothing. She stood bewildered in the center of the training ground, looking around, until the ritual book stuck to her forehead again, transmitting the basic operating rules of personal dungeons to her. Only then did Suisui understand what was happening before her eyes. The so-called personal dungeon was actually a space independently created using world power. connected to the source world but not completely belonging to the source world. Players fought here, and no matter how much they damaged the dungeon world, it wouldn't affect the source world. High-level players had quite strong destructive power. The reason the dungeon changed appearance was largely related to Suisui modifying the script content. Understanding the principle, Suisui opened one page of the Golden Ritual book. With a gentle swipe, a pretty-faced girl suddenly appeared in the forbidden world. Yanshier's consciousness was still stuck at the moment not long ago when Suisui had secretly come to ask her if she wanted to leave with her. So what was the situation now? Where is this place? Who are you? Why am I here? Coming to her senses, Yanshier vigilantly stepped back half a step, maintaining a safe distance from Suisui. And Suisui was confused for a moment, then remembered that she had used Xiao Yao's appearance in the Otome world. It was normal that Yanshier couldn't recognize her. Look at you being so timid. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to come with me? And Suisui imitated Xiao Yao's tone and said a sentence. Yanshier's eyes lit up, and she immediately approached and tightly hugged her arm. That's right, this was the feeling. Although she didn't understand why Suisui's appearance had changed so much, Yanshier only needed to know that the person in front of her was the good friend she was familiar with. And Suisui didn't rush to explain the reason. She flipped the ritual book to the next page and swiped again. The flashy peacock Chifeli also appeared before the two of them. Then came Lin Siwang. After confirming that all three were in good condition with no abnormalities, Suisui satisfactorily closed the ritual book. She stood on the high platform of the training ground, waved her hand grandly, and loudly declared, "Let me introduce myself. I and Suisui, from today onwards, will be your new boss." What? Question marks simultaneously floated before Chifeli and Lin Siwang's eyes. Who was this person? Why did she speak with such a big mouth? In the Otome world, Gu Genzi received the inspection report sent by the Dungeon Corps. The Otome world had many restrictions. Even with players' various methods, the damage caused to the dungeon was minimal, so most expenditures were within reasonable range. Only the 3 numbers marked in red at the end made Gu Genzi frown. What is this? Gu Genji asked his Dungeon Corps. The Dungeon Corps shrank back and listed the specific details. Lost Awakened Character, Yanshier, Core Energy 1000. Lost Awakened Character, Chifeli, Core Energy 8000. Lost Awakened Character, Lin Siwang, Core Energy 3000. Gu Genzi looked completely stunned. What was going on? Could it be that these 3 characters with self-consciousness were all killed by players using special methods? But that wasn't right either. Although losing awakened characters' self-consciousness was a big loss, their energy would be reabsorbed by the Dungeon Corps after death for recycling, unless these 3 characters had completely vanished into thin air. Gu Genji frowned and carefully reviewed what the players had done in the hour after the dungeon ended. Everyone else's actions were relatively normal, except for 2 people whose behavior was most bizarre. One was Lucky Little Koi. This player used a golden item book to take away all 3 awakened characters from his dungeon, becoming the biggest winner of this dungeon. The Dungeon Corps trembled and revealed another piece of information to Gu Genji. That golden book item gave it a very special feeling, like a delicious food. Something that could attract a Dungeon Corps could only be a Dungeon Corps, Gu Genji said with certainty. He was also a player who owned a personal dungeon, so he understood this aspect quite well. He had miscalculated, not expecting that a Dungeon Corps would manifest its true form in another dungeon world. Wasn't it afraid of being devoured? After figuring out the key point, Gu Genji turned his attention to another person, Jian Shi. He had also had contact with this person. Wearing Lu Changqi's appearance, he had covered for Lucky Little Koi to steal the core item of the hidden mission from him. If he guessed correctly, this person was Harvest. He didn't take anything strange, just some basic resources. However, in the 3 days before the game ended, he began using Lu Changqi's network channels to borrow money from various financial institutions, accept bribes, and sell off family assets. He even wrote IOUs and bought on credit. But what did he need so much money for? Very simple. Jian Shi used all his assets to purchase large quantities of basic resources from around the world. gold and silver ores, oil, natural gas, and other natural assets. These things weren't particularly expensive or rare, and normally wouldn't cause the dungeon to lose too much energy. But the problem was that Jian Shi bought way too much. He borrowed money, accepted bribes, sold family assets, and even mortgaged all his parents' and grandfather's assets. With the help of capitalists like the Xiao family, this formed an enormous sum. He almost bought out the entire global existing inventory. Gu Zhenji was speechless for a moment, then angrily clicked on Jian Shi's packing video. He wanted to see how he would take away so many things. Then, Gu Zhenji saw the footage of Jian Shi and An Suisui frantically wandering around the world in the final hour. In the final hour, Jian Shi used up several teleportation items and packed a large amount of supplies into a very small box. Gu Zhenji stared at An Suisui's small box, his eyes narrowing. Speaking of which, why did this box look so familiar? How did it seem a bit like the storage box from the beginner dungeon block world? That's right, it was a storage box. But how did they bring out this kind of world-exclusive special item? Unable to figure out the key point, Gu Zhenji could only numbly watch An Suisui pack various basic resources into boxes, organize them, and stuff them into the storage box. No wonder they required all sellers to use uniformly sized containers for their goods. These two came to his dungeon to find bugs, didn't they? In An Suisui's personal dungeon. Yan Xie, Qi Feili, and Lin Siwang had already figured out the cause and effect. Actually, An Suisui had mentioned these things, and Qi Feili and Yan Xie had already noticed them to some extent. They were native NPCs in Gu Zhenji's dungeon world, but because they had been in contact with various high-level players for years, they unconsciously developed their own consciousness. Gu Zhenji also knew about this. If these enlightened dungeon NPCs weren't beneficial to the dungeon, Gu Zhenji would probably have eliminated them long ago. As for Lin Siwang, after being beaten multiple times by An Suisui, he gained enlightenment and suddenly broke free from the constraints of system rules. That's why his value was so low. Even An Suisui just happened to see him when passing by the hospital and casually took him away. She didn't even ask for his consent. With the addition of 3 enlightened NPCs, An Suisui's dungeon seemed to have been sublimated. The atmosphere of the dungeon world became more restrained, and the rules operated more smoothly. Since An Suisui's personal dungeon had not yet been officially put into use, all characters and animals in the current world were in a static state, M. She opened the ritual book to check and found the script that Jian Shi had specifically asked someone to write for her earlier. She roughly understood the story content of the current dungeon. It told of how, after entering the interstellar age, the newly stabilized Interstellar Alliance faced a huge challenge. They discovered a very powerful intelligent species on a certain planet, and at the same time, the other party also discovered their existence. War between the two highly intelligent races was about to break out. This kind of planetary war setting had a very interstellar characteristic, and An Suisui felt very satisfied. She pulled out the dungeon content that had already passed review and showed it to Yan Xie and the others, asking, "You'll have to live in my dungeon from now on. For the sake of our acquaintance, which roles do you want to play? I can arrange them for you." The best positions for enlightened characters were actually the main NPCs in the dungeon core, but An Suisui felt she was a very democratic boss and shouldn't force her subordinates to make inhumane decisions. Yan Xie didn't have so many thoughts. She chose a role with few responsibilities but relatively free status to place herself. Anyway, she would be An Suisui's person from now on, so it didn't matter either way. Qi Feili was very interested in various rich second-generation and official second-generation roles. He was naturally born a rich second generation and only planned to be a rich second generation in this lifetime, so he found a young master role from a wealthy and leisurely family. It was Lin Siwang's turn. Lin Siwang had just been confused about his inexplicable transmigration action, but after seeing the script An Suisui gave, his eyes suddenly lit up. Interstellar War. He excitedly chose the role of the human race commander, but An Suisui glanced at him and asked, "Are you sure?" This is a confrontation dungeon. When it opens, there will be hidden players in both major races. These players might be slightly weaker than me, but beating 10 of you would definitely be enough. Lin Siwang thought of Suisui's violent methods and immediately hesitated. Then I'll just be an ordinary general. I understand. And Suisui nodded and wrote in the ritual book, Mecha Soldier Lin Siwang, Mecha Academy Poor Freshman Chi Fei Lin Siwang? Chi Fei. So why ask for their opinions before starting? What was the point of doing this? To appear more polite. In the end, except for Yan Xier, who got her wish and obtained the role she chose, Lin Siwang and Chi Fei were both arranged into the plot assembly line. Before leaving, Suisui specifically patted Chi Fei's shoulder to comfort him. What's the point of always being a rich second generation? Occasionally you need to experience life's hardships too. I'll change your role next time I come in. How about that? After the democratic dungeon master Suisui left, the three looked at each other, all showing helplessness in their eyes. Confirmed, this was the Xiaoyao they knew. With her own dungeon arranged properly, Suisui returned home. In the time it took to drink some water, she discovered that the residential area where her home was located had been surrounded by interstellar soldiers. A large number of fully armed mechas flew overhead, rapidly advancing in a certain direction. What was the situation? Was interstellar war coming again? And Suisui opened her contact list, found Jian Shi's nickname, and sent him her question.